where he was only superficially friendly. On the way to the restaurant in the car, Monty mentioned he had recently applied for a week off and would be staying at home, which would give him a chance to build a relationship with his sister. Before Esther could reply, Monty's phone rang suddenly. Seeing the caller, Monty subconsciously frowned but still answered, placing the phone to his ear. Hello? Oral. Marilyn's sobbing voice came from the other end, clear enough for Esther to hear. Wah wah wah, Oral, you were at the piano competition today, right? Where are you now? What happened? Monty's expression and tone remained cool, devoid of any emotion. Wah wah, Oral, those reporters outside the venue are blocking my way. Can you send your bodyguard to help me leave? I'm really scared, I want to go home. Wah. Yen listening to Marilyn's heart-wrenching cries, one would normally feel pity, but Monty's expression grew colder. Afraid of being interviewed? Monty paused, then spoke indifferently. When you stole someone else's composition to perform, why weren't you afraid? The hardest truth, bluntly revealed by the very brother she admired, made Marilyn cry even harder. Wah wah, Oral, I know I was wrong. When I saw that the composition Esther wrote was better than mine, I made a mistake in a moment of impulse. Oral, Matt and Mom have scolded me severely, saying I disgraced the Liu family. Matt even talked to the organizing committee to suppress the incident, saying it was a misunderstanding. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to participate in any piano competitions anymore. I really know I was wrong. If you really knew you were wrong, you wouldn't have let Matt lie to cover for you. Monty cut off Marilyn coldly. I thought the last time when you impersonated someone and got caught at school would have taught you a lesson. Clearly, it hasn't. Marilyn's sobs stopped abruptly on the other end, leaving her stuttering. Oral. If you're surrounded by reporters, or if you can never participate in piano competitions again, you should bear the consequences of your own actions, Monty said. The more people indulge you and clean up after you, the more reckless you'll become. Reflect on that. Having said this almost coldly, Monty hung up the phone directly. To be honest, Esther was somewhat surprised by Monty's words. It was quite a miracle that although Marissa and Randall were one with distorted values and jealous venom, and the other lazy and idle, their 5 sons all turned out to be very upright. The eldest brother was mature, steady, and worked hard, supporting the entire Liu family business on his own. The second brother, though aloof on the outside, was warm-hearted and saved lives as a doctor. The third brother seemed to take life lightly but showed through his attitude towards Marilyn that his values were correct. As for Atlee, he was even more straightforward and guileless, a clumsy good-looking guy. When combined with others' cunning, they totaled 800 while he alone had -1. Although when she was reborn into her original body, her biological mother had already passed away. In her previous life as Alicia, those 10 years were mostly spent alone except for the brief period when she had Albin's companionship. But now at the Liu family, these brothers gave Esther an experience of familial love and warmth she had never felt before. During dinner at the restaurant, 4 handsome men, each with a different style, were surrounding Esther, making the waitstaff look back enviously every time they served a dish. Sullivan seriously put some food on the girl's plate, telling her she was too thin and needed to eat more. Josue looked expressionless but suddenly pulled out an exquisite jewelry box from his trouser pocket, saying it was a gift for Esther winning the competition. Inside was a diamond necklace that clearly looked very expensive. That day in the room when he was bandaging her wounds, Josue had mentioned he would give her a better necklace. Esther knew very well that this necklace must have been bought long ago and brought today especially. Even if she had come in last place today, he would still give it to her as a consolation prize. Monty ate very little, probably needing to maintain his figure as a top star. He stared at the girl with a smile throughout the meal, seeming to like her more and more, and even wiped her mouth with a napkin. Atlee had thought Fabio was unrequited in his affection for Esther, but after hearing Esther's speech on stage, he realized it was mutual. So he remained gloomy the whole time. Anyway, apart from Atlee, everyone else enjoyed the meal very much. After returning to her room in the Liu family house, Esther took a shower and sat at her desk, habitually holding Hey Doan turning on the computer. She had expected there to be no messages in the back end as usual, but this time her expression changed when she logged in. The person she suspected was Methunclair had replied to her. Chapter 101 The Underground World That Cannot Be Exposed to Yen Night. Rabbit does not eat carrots. Do you have fresh raw aconite grass? This message was the one Esther had sent several days ago, and now it finally showed as read. Though the person with a black avatar and a name of a string of codes replied only briefly with one word. Hashtag at %UN hashtag UN, yes. The reply time showed 15 minutes ago. And this person was currently online. Actually saying there was some. Esther leaned back against the chair, narrowing her eyes. Raw aconite grass was an extinct highly toxic plant. For the other side to say they had fresh raw aconite grass, there were only 2 possibilities. Either this was a pure scammer looking to cheat money, or this person was Methunclair who stole her Guyuan pill. To prove which one it was simple enough. Rabbit does not eat carrots. No matter how much you have on your end, I'll take it all, price as you set. But I have a condition. I hope for an in-person transaction. If you agree to meet in person, I can double the price you ask after seeing you, transferring it right then and there. Black market deals usually involved illegal items, so typically, black market transactions were completed through online communication and mail delivery between the buyer and seller. Nike Esther asking for an in-person meeting. It was easily seen as a police sting operation, making it likely that the other party would not reply. Or perhaps the other party might agree but actually send someone else to appear at the trading location, handing over the goods, getting the money, and calling it a day. But Esther had no better plan. This person's information on the black market was blank, and mailing things wouldn't show the seller's address but could expose her own information, making it better to directly propose a meeting. If the other party disagreed, she'd think of another way. But Esther didn't expect the other party to instantly reply and straightforwardly agree. Hashtag @%UN hashtag UN. Sure, let's do an in-person transaction. Hashtag @%UN hashtag UN. Whatever amount of raw aconite grass you want, I've got it. Agreeing so readily. And whatever amount of raw aconite grass wanted, just had it. Leaning against the chair back, Esther habitually rubbed her right ring finger, inexplicably feeling like the other side seemed to be looking forward to meeting her. Rabbit does not eat carrots, alright. I'm in Illegitimate. Which city are you in? Hashtag @%UN hashtag UN. What a coincidence, I'm also in Illegitimate. Let's meet tomorrow evening, I'll send you the time and place in a bit. A minute later, this person sent over a string of addresses. Esther glanced at it. This place was a famous high-end membership-only bar located in the outskirts of Illegitimate, named The Deep. It was said to lean more towards a club nature, with the minimum spending for casual visitors starting from 10,000, and members required qualification reviews. Hashtag @%UN hashtag UN. Tomorrow at 8 p.m., I'll wait for you at The Deep. Hashtag @%UN hashtag UN. After you arrive, just tell the security at the entrance that you're rabbit who does not eat carrots, and follow them. After saying this, the other party went offline directly. This attitude made Esther even more suspicious. Was this person not afraid she was a cop at all? Any regular girl definitely wouldn't dare go to a strange bar to meet a seller of toxic herbs from the black market like this, but for Esther, it didn't matter. What happened today at the piano competition earned her countless admirers both on-site and online, causing her soul power to surge. Joe-billing someone would be done just by moving her mind, but she wouldn't do such a thing. The next day, after Gillison came home from school in the afternoon, Esther found an excuse to leave alone. First, she found a restaurant for dinner, then took a taxi to The Deep. However, on the taxi ride, just after she told the driver the location, the car suddenly braked hard. The driver immediately turned around, looking at her deeply breathing in. "Yeah, little girl, you said you want to go to The Deep?" Esther replied, "Yes, Matt, what's wrong?" The driver directly tried to dissuade Esther. "Yeah, little girl, that bar isn't a place for kids. I often see people being carried out covered in blood when I drive by there at night. Who knows what they do inside? Looking at your school uniform, you're still in high school, right? Yeah, listen to your uncle's advice. Don't go to such a chaotic place. What if something happens to you? Always having people carried out covered in blood? Indeed, not an ordinary bar." This driver was kindly warning her, so Esther replied, "Thank you, Matt. I'm going there to meet a friend. I'll leave once we've met. Nothing will happen." Only after Esther said this did the driver turn back to start the car again. When she arrived at The Deep, it was already completely dark. The bar looked like a pure black castle from the outside, enveloped in the night. It was indeed high-end and impressive, with luxury cars worth over $1 million parked outside. From outside the bar, one couldn't see what was inside. 4 tall men in suits were guarding the entrance. As soon as Esther approached, she was stopped right away. The man who stopped her first sized her up expressionlessly, then coldly said, "Sorry, we don't serve minors here." Esther stood there motionless and said, "I'm here to find someone." The man frowned. "Who are you looking for?" Esther replied, "He said that if I told you I am rabbit does not eat carrots, you would let me in." But Esther didn't expect that as soon as she spoke, the 4 guards all stared at her wide-eyed and astonished. "You said, your rabbit does not eat carrots?" Esther didn't know why they were so shocked. She raised her eyes and asked, "Is there any problem?" The man took a deep breath and looked at Esther with a complicated expression. "No problem, follow me." Inside, the scene wasn't much different from an ordinary bar. The hall was bustling with people, clinking glasses, or swaying in the dance pool. But her intuition told Esther that this place was far more complex than it appeared. Sure enough, the man led her through winding paths past the crowd and finally brought her to a wall embedded with a wine cabinet. The wine cabinet displayed a dazzling array of wines. The man skillfully pulled out the 3rd bottle from the first row. There was a click. This wall parted right down the middle, slowly moving aside to reveal a dimly lit staircase leading underground. Clearly, this secret door had soundproofing treatment. When closed, no sound could be heard from the outside, but when opened, faint sounds of cheering and screaming came from below. Esther even smelled a faint hint of blood in the air. The stairs seemed to go on forever, signaling the danger of this hidden underground world. The man glanced at Esther, his gaze carrying a hint of sympathy. "If you're ready, follow me." Chapter 102, Her Fight Mac. Descending the staircase, the cheers and screams grew louder with each step, wave after wave. Just on the other side of the wall, under the illumination of wall lamps, dim steps led deep into the underground darkness. Outside was a world of bright lights and revelry, while underground was a dark, sultry realm full of danger and mystery. Stepping off the last stair onto solid ground, Esther looked up at the man beside her and asked, "Where are we?" Yanidal girl, the man sneered slightly. You don't even know where you are, yet somehow became a contestant? And you followed me in like this? Esther frowned slightly. Contestant? We're at Gilisangching's only underground boxing arena, a place where people wager their lives. I don't know how you got here, but now that you're in, you can't just walk out without participating. An underground boxing arena? Esther took a deep breath, finally understanding the smell of blood in the air and what the driver had mentioned about someone being carried out covered in blood. Underground boxing matches, unofficial and unregulated fights, exist worldwide. They operate in the shadows, far from the public eye, or more aptly, as a black industry. Tickets are sold on-site by the audience since there's no revenue from broadcasts or advertising, and gambling is the main source of income. The bets revolve around the fighter's victories or defeats, with varying odds. It's more fitting to call it a fighting match rather than boxing. Fighters typically fight bare-chested, creating a primal atmosphere filled with violence and bloodshed, giving the audience an intense sensory experience. The term animal fighting pit would be a more apt description. However, this place wasn't unfamiliar to Esther. In her previous life in the UJOAB, she had participated in the notorious Ibis underground boxing matches. 7 consecutive nights of continuous fights to win the final prize. You go with me to the waiting room, someone will come for you shortly. As he explained, the man led Esther forward. Through a long, narrow corridor, they pushed open a door, and blinding white light instantly made Esther squint. Sure enough, it was a completely different world from above. Standing at a higher point, she looked down to see the layout resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum, the size of the entire ring beyond her imagination. At the center of the hall stood a huge circular boxing ring, surrounded by several layers of thick ropes. Crowds gathered densely around it, impossible to count. On the ring were 2 burly men, bare-chested, currently engaged in a fierce battle. The moment the red corner landed a powerful punch, knocking the blue corner to the ground, the crowd erupted in wild cheers. Esther squinted to get a better look. Above the ring hung a large HD screen displaying close-up footage of the match, ensuring even those far from the ring could follow the action clearly. In the top right corner of the screen were 2 rows of numbers. The first row showed the betting odds for both fighters, and the second row likely indicated the support rates from the live audience. Generally, the greater the difference in support rates, the higher the odds. After all, a situation where everyone believes a fighter will win but ends up losing is rare. Clearly experienced, the man didn't even glance at the ring as he guided Esther to a room. It must have been the waiting room he mentioned earlier. He told her to wait there and then left. 3 minutes later, a youthful-looking boy who appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old pushed the door open. Wearing an ancient-style green robe, he looked refined and courteous, carrying 2 items in his hands, his voice still somewhat childish. Miss, my master has sent me to find you. He asked me to bring these items for you. The boy's hands were pale and clean, with slight calluses. Yet when Esther saw what he handed her, her pupils suddenly contracted sharply. 2 items. One was a letter, the other a black half-face mask, with a dark red rose embroidered near the eye. A rose pattern. Not any other pattern, not any other flower, specifically a rose. Taking a deep breath, Esther opened the letter and couldn't help clenching her fists upon seeing the first word. Aiden, long time no see. So, the person selling rare herbs on the black market was indeed Methunclair. Only he would call her that and use such an infuriating tone. Though I don't know how Aiden found me, the moment I saw the message, I knew it was you. The rare herb was just an excuse, you only wanted to find me and see me, right? If you want to meet me, start by fighting a match for me. If you win, I'll consider meeting you. Esther gritted her teeth, resisting the urge to tear the letter on the spot. She lifted her eyes and asked the boy directly, where is your master now? The boy shook his head. Miss, master said he will consider meeting you after you win the match. This was what they called mortal enemies. Just hearing the message from him made her feel like killing him. Closing her eyes for 3 seconds, Esther opened them again, expressionless. When am I up? Tell me the procedure of the match. 15 minutes later, Esther walked out to the boxing arena once again. At the moment, 2 muscular men were still on the stage, fiercely pummeling each other with bare fists. The crowd cheered loudly, shouting, beat him. Beat him, continuously. Both men only wore headgear that covered the upper part of their heads. The red corner named Clem landed a powerful punch under his opponent's jaw, knocking him down to the ground. Through the screen, one could see bloodied teeth being sprayed out of the opponent's mouth. After toppling the opponent, the red corner mounted and started hammering the person until the latter was almost dead. Only then did the referee come over to pull him away and declare the red corner as the winner. These black market boxing matches officially prohibit lethal moves. But accidents are inevitable, so everyone who steps onto the stage must sign a waiver beforehand. Those in this line of work are not much different from desperados, people who want money more than their lives. Once the result was announced, the crowd erupted in tumult. The winners were ecstatic while the losers looked utterly dejected, forming a stark contrast. Soon, some staff came over and carried the unconscious blue corner on a stretcher, looking quite practiced at handling such gruesome scenes without batting an eye. Next up was Esther. The large screen displayed, Mac versus Emma. People in the audience were momentarily baffled, starting to discuss among themselves. Everyone in the boxing arena knew who Mac was. But this Emma was new, and no one knew whether it was a man or a woman or how skilled they were. And what a strange nickname. Emma, like grinding pearls into powder? A bald man in a suit sitting in the VIP lounge was also puzzled. He immediately turned to the handsome man next to him, who was wearing a traditional Chinese gown and watching the screen with half-closed eyes. Ning, is this Emma the one you found to fight Mac? Yes. Methunclair smiled and nodded. True to her nature, Yanadal Aiden Shore has a talent for naming things. This code name really didn't hide her intention to kill him at all. Oh, maybe it's just a lackluster code name. In reality, it should be someone pretty strong. The bald man felt reassured and picked up his teacup. The next second, when he saw the girl in school uniform walk onto the stage, he instantly widened his eyes and spat out all the tea he was drinking. Chapter 103, could the girl on the stage be the Demi Campbell? Donald was stunned, and so were the audience members. The moment the girl stepped onto the boxing stage, the crowd around her erupted in contemptuous tisk-sking. Wearing a half-faced rose mask, the girl's appearance was hidden, only her fair skin, rosy lips, and white teeth could be seen. Her figure was slender and thin, and the legs beneath her pleated skirt were even slimmer than the arms of the spectators below. Which kid from which family ran up to the stage? And wearing school uniform? She must have wandered into the wrong place after school. Women had appeared on the underground boxing arena before. But those few women were all large and fierce, nothing like this frail little girl with thin arms and legs. With such a physique, not only would she not stand a chance against Mac, but any man down there could easily snap her arm. The crowd murmured, unsure what was going on. Meanwhile, Mac also stepped into the ring. The moment Mac appeared, the entire audience erupted in enthusiastic screams. Mac! 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 They cheered his name. Just from this reaction, it was clear he was a regular fighter here, and very popular. Esther remained expressionless, lifting her eyes to look at the man who walked onto the stage. Standing about 6 feet 3 inches tall, she had to tilt her head back to see his head. He weighed around 240 to 250 pounds, towering over her like a small moving mountain. His skin was dark, bare-chested, with a broad back and chest. His muscles bulged and contracted like fists with every movement, exuding a terrifying presence. It seemed one punch from him could shatter bones, and every step he took made the whole stage tremble. At this moment, the big screen showed the information of both fighters. Red corner, Mac, 35 fights, 0 losses. Blue corner, Emma, unknown background. Unknown? What unknown? There wasn't any. Was the backstage person of the blue corner insane or mistaken, bringing such a young girl to fight Mac? She wouldn't last 30 seconds, let alone avoid being killed. As soon as Mac got on stage and saw Esther, he immediately turned to the referee beside him, his voice deep and exasperated. I say, are you kidding or did you make a mistake? I came here to box, not to kill. With one punch, this girl will die on the stage. You want her to fight me? Seeing the referee unmoved, Mac rolled his eyes and looked at Esther, breathing heavily through his nostrils. Jobid, I don't know if your employer deliberately sent you here to die, but if you don't want to die, get off now and plead with your employer. This is no place for a kid like you. Once the whistle blows, even if I hold back, you can't withstand my punches. Or just admit defeat now. Such a delicate face and thin limbs, don't end up bleeding or broken. The black-clad girl sitting in the back row of the audience couldn't help but sigh when she saw the information on the screen. No, these two people seem incomparable in terms of records and size. Brenda took a deep breath and said to the two boys beside her, this girl might really be killed on the spot. What should we do? Should we save her? How can we save her? The boy in the black shirt had indifferent eyes, with jet black hair slightly covering his eyes. A tear mole at the tail of his right eye made his already exquisite face even more remarkable. He glanced at the girl on stage coldly and said, the audience has started betting, so the match can't be interrupted or replaced. She doesn't seem to be forced, and she doesn't look scared either. Methuns she chose to step onto the stage herself, she must be more aware of the risks and consequences than us. So even if she dies on the stage, it's her own choice. What we do would only interfere with her decision. Besides, we're not here to watch. This is the last match tonight, and we need to find someone afterward. Upon hearing this, the red-haired boy with a baby face clicked his tongue and leaned casually. I tell you Ewing, sometimes I think you're too calm and rational, as if you lack normal human emotions. Why should I have something useless like that? Ewing frowned, one should maintain an objective attitude towards objective matters. Emotions only affect behavior and judgment. Brenda couldn't help but move closer, you guys' personalities are exactly the same as how you act online. By the way, this time I applied to join the same mission with you guys in Illegitimate. One reason is that I want to meet you all in person, and the other is that I want to meet the 6-star senior named Demi. Demi? Mathawena's eyes widened. You actually have private contact with that senior? Of course, we added WeChat last week, Brenda said proudly. The senior said if I come to Illegitimate, I should message her, and she'll treat me to a meal. And she sent me 10 beauty pills she made herself. No kidding, the effect of those pills is even better than my mom's $100,000 per shot beauty injections. I gave a few to my mom, and she's been pestering me for days asking for more. Holy crap, really that amazing? Mathawena's eyes sparkled. If I ever get the chance to meet the senior, I'll have to beg her for a few miracle pills. Yeah, I don't know what her other 5 specialties are, but they must all be top-notch, Brenda leaned in. And do you know the most coincidental part? Esther couldn't care less about their gossip. But Mathawena was so enthusiastic, and Brenda spoke so loudly that every word reached his ears. The biggest coincidence is that this Demi actually goes to the same high school as you guys, Xingjing. So I got my dad to arrange an exchange student spot at Xingjing for me. I really want to see them meet. A student from Xingjing? Esther frowned instinctively. As far as he could recall, no one he had met at Xingjing seemed powerful enough to be a 6-star member of Joab.A. Just then, Mathawena suddenly noticed something and stared at the stage with wide eyes. I didn't notice until you mentioned it, but isn't that girl on stage wearing our Xingjing school uniform? All 3 froze and looked up at the boxing stage. Suddenly, Mathawena's eyes lit up. Is there a possibility that the girl on stage is the senior Demi? You mean one of Demi's skills might be combat? Brenda gasped. It's possible, otherwise, why would an ordinary girl dare to step up? She'd be asking for death. Brenda couldn't help but look excited, her eyes gleaming. If the person on stage really is Demi, then the outcome of this match is anyone's guess. If that's the case, I'm going to place a bet too. I'll bet on the girl winning. Chapter 104, Mac was airborne. In the ring. At this moment, the support rates and odds for the red and blue corners in the upper right corner of the large screen had stopped updating. A quick glance showed that the support rate for the red corner was roughly 99%, while the blue corner only had 1%. Night and day difference. This meant that 99% of the people on site had placed their bets on Mac. The remaining 1% probably sought excitement or hoped to win big with small bets. The almost cliff-like disparity in support rates also caused the odds for this match to far exceed the previous highest records on any stage. Looking at the odds, if this girl on the stage eventually won, those who bet on her could win several million by betting a few 10,000, or tens of millions by betting a few million. But to most people, this match seemed like a joke, or rather, the girl was purely there to be killed. Almost no spectators believed the girl would win, the outcome was completely obvious, and no one would throw money away. Only the man in the VIP viewing room tilted his head. Staring intently at the girl on the screen, the curve of his smile deepened. Ning, how much did you bet? Donald asked Methunclair after taking a deep breath. Not much, 5 million, Methunclair replied in a calm tone. 5 million isn't much? Donald's eyes widened. 5 million wasn't much for someone wealthy. But from Donald's perspective, betting 5 million on the girl was no different from burning the money directly. So much money could burn for half a day, but the girl on the stage might not last even a minute. Donald actually didn't know the man beside him well. He didn't even know the man's full name, only that he surnamed Ning and also dealt in the black market. Methuns they were all involved in illegal businesses, it was enough to have a nickname. No one would pry into each other's identity or real name. Meeting at the underground boxing arena tonight was coincidental. Donald warmly invited the man to watch the match together in the VIP viewing room he had booked, and hearing the man mention finding someone to fight Mac intrigued him. Mac was the Deep's highly paid permanent boxer who had never lost a single match. Moreover, he was incredibly brutal, leaving opponents either dead or crippled. So Donald was quite curious about what kind of person this mysterious Ning had found to fight Mac. When he saw the slender, weak-looking girl step onto the stage, he was stunned. Initially, he planned to follow the man and place a bet, but upon seeing this, he quickly bet on Mac winning. Bringing a little girl to compete was bad enough, let alone placing a 5 million bet. He couldn't figure out what was going through this Ning's mind. Wasting money wasn't done this way. Or, why don't you just admit defeat? Such a delicate face and slim limbs, don't get bloodied or mangled. On the stage, Mac examined Esther up and down with arms as thick as her thighs, speaking with undisguised disdain. Even more so, he let his gaze linger intentionally on Esther's thighs and chest out of perverse interest, inciting cheers and whistles from the crowd. The girl stood motionless on the stage, her voice calm despite the obscured expression. Why should I surrender? Her voice was clear and cold. The ring was equipped with loudspeakers to amplify the fighters' shouts and breathing during the fight, stirring the audience's primal excitement and enthusiasm. Thus, the girl's words were clearly heard by everyone present. She glanced up at the man nearly twice her size, her tone slightly mocking. You haven't even started yet. How do you know for sure that the loser will be me? Oh. Her words sent ripples through the crowd again. Mac laughed heartily, as if he'd just heard the funniest joke of the year. Ha ha ha, kid, don't tell me you think you can beat me? Mac had seen many overconfident fighters before the matches over the years. But at least those others had some basis for thinking they could compete with him. This frail kid, whose bones he could snap with a few fingers, had no such capital. Jobid, I've given you a chance. If you want to seek your own death, I can't stop you. Don't talk about the final result. If you can stay on the stage for 1 minute after the whistle blows, I'll count it as my loss. His eyes and tone were full of provocation. The audience below was also excited, though they weren't hoping to see who would win but rather started betting on how long the girl could last against Mac. Is that so? The girl barely curled the corner of her lips. Then I'll return that statement to you. Esther lifted her eyes. If you can stay on the stage for 1 minute after the whistle blows, I'll count it as my loss. She had seen arrogant fighters before, but never one this audacious. Nobody had ever dared to speak to Mac like this in this ring. The girl's demeanor and words instantly enraged Mac and ignited the entire audience. As soon as the pre-match trash-talking ended, the referee immediately blew the whistle to start the match. The moment the whistle blew, Mac's gaze turned as fierce as a caged beast set free. With a deafening roar, he swung a heavy punch straight at Esther. The hulking man, weighing 200 to 300 pounds, his muscles bulging, was a walking human bomb. His mere presence was enough to make someone's legs turn to jelly. This punch would be lethal. If it hit her head, the girl's brains might splatter out. Just imagining it made the scene seem unbearably cruel. Many people instinctively turned their heads away, unable to watch what they thought would happen next. Everyone assumed that Mac's punch would directly Joab-o the girl. Mac himself also thought so. But in the next second, he saw the girl suddenly move with incredible speed. So fast that it left an afterimage, she dodged his punch by turning her head and flashed behind him in less than half a second. Before Mac could react or even retract his fist, he felt as if a 1,000-pound weight struck his lower back heavily. Esther, now behind Mac, kicked the towering man who looked like a gorilla. In the next second, Mac flew through the air. Yes, literally flew through the air. The hulking man, nearly 2 meters tall, as rugged as a beast, flew over the rope barrier and landed outside the ring, rolling 3 times before coming to a stop. More absurdly, it seemed the girl had calculated the force based on the distance. If she had used a bit more strength, Mac would have been kicked into the nearest spectator area, possibly crushing someone to death. The air seemed to freeze. All the spectators stood dumbfounded, mouths agape. This underground boxing arena, where everyone's adrenaline surged and the crowd screamed and writhed every night, experienced its first ever complete silence since its establishment. The girl on the stage stood upright, as if nothing had happened. She glanced at the time on the screen, then looked at Mac far away. 5 seconds. The girl spoke coolly, uttering only 2 words. But the audience knew exactly what she meant. Mac didn't last a minute on the stage, he only lasted 5 seconds, which included his own offensive time. It was incredibly humiliating and utterly devastating. Chapter 105, Janine's third mysterious alias. Including Estherii, Mathewena, and Brenda in the audience. Everyone took a few seconds to react. Was it an illusion, or were they watching some kind of fantasy movie? A frail-looking girl who seemed to weigh less than 100 pounds had just kicked a 200 to 300-pound muscular man off the stage. How was this possible? But no matter how impossible it seemed, Mac was sprawled on the ground right before their eyes, his whole body looking like it was wearing a mask of agony, unable to utter a word. Even that dark face showed a hint of paleness. This damn thing would have been criticized for its exaggerated and illogical plot even in a fantasy movie, right? Some people had thought this match might end as soon as it began, but none of them imagined that the one being instantly defeated would be Mac. Seeing Mac kicked off the stage, everyone instinctively wanted to scream, cheering for the girl's astonishing performance. However, before they could let out a sound, they suddenly remembered that just minutes ago, they had all bet on Mac's win. If Mac lost like this, they would lose everything down to their last cent. Some confident spectators had bet all their wealth on Mac, and if he lost like this, wouldn't they be ruined? With this opening move, the girl made everyone realize how foolish their judgment and hasty bets were. Yes, without real skills, who would step onto the stage and find death? Who knew what supernatural strength this girl had, but once the bets were placed, there was no going back. So everyone could only grit their teeth and shout at Mac lying on the ground. Mac, get up quickly. Get back on the stage and fight. Stand up, Mac. Are you going to lose to a little girl? Didn't you look down on her just now? F***K. Mac, get your ass up. I put all my money on you. If you lose, I'll take you down with me. Mac, get up quick. Job, knock out this little girl. Aren't you the underground boxing champion of Gilisangching? Can you still stay in this business? Lying on the ground, Mac heard these frenzied shouts and felt, for the first time, what it meant to criticize someone from a position of ease. Because they really weren't in pain, while his waist was almost about to explode. That kick almost snapped his waist. Could a human girl have such power? Mac, who was always arrogant due to his prowess, felt genuine fear for the first time on the battlefield. The speed that left afterimages and nearly superhuman strength the moment the whistle blew had deeply scarred him psychologically. He even felt that even if he returned to the stage prepared, she could casually kick him off again. But even though his legs trembled, Mac had to grit his teeth, endure the pain, and struggle back onto the stage. Their underground boxing rules dictated that the match didn't end unless the opponent couldn't stand up within 10 seconds. And as a contracted boxer, the penalty for quitting mid-match was higher than the prize for several victories combined. What should he do? Only one choice left, to tough it out. Seeing Mac rise and return to the stage, the surrounding audience renewed their hopes. After all, Mac had never lost in so many fights and was known as the underground boxing champion of Illegitimate. There was no way he could lose to a little girl. It must have been because he wasn't ready or underestimated her. This time, on the stage, it definitely wouldn't be like last time. Confidently, they cheered Mac on together. Yes. That's the spirit. Go, Mac. We believe in you. Champion. 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 Joabo. 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 The entire crowd was electrified. Then, in the next second, they saw the girl grab Mac's arm without expression, and before he could react, she threw him over her shoulder. In an instant, Mac was thrown back to where he had been lying. Mac's muscles bulged, and he shakily rose from the ground again, roaring with bloodshot eyes, "Come on." Even if this girl had extraordinary strength, Mac didn't believe her power was endless. He didn't believe she could throw him off the stage for the third time. The girl indeed did not kick Mac off the stage again. Because when Mac stepped onto the stage for the third time, the girl finally moved her wrist and ankle, adopting a basic fighting stance and lifting her eyes to her opponent. Mac's whole body trembled as he inexplicably sensed that the girl was only now starting to take him seriously. The entire audience couldn't help but hold their breath. Only now did the girl assume a fighting stance. Could it be that tossing Mac off the stage twice was just her warm-up? Mac clenched his fists tightly. He was someone who had risen from the slums, having fought countless street fights and participated in numerous boxing matches since childhood. He refused to believe he could lose to an inexperienced kid, especially a girl. But soon Mac realized how naive he had been to think the girl only had superhuman strength. It wasn't just speed and power, her jumping ability, endurance, explosive strength, and fighting techniques were all top-notch. In just a few minutes, precise defense and evasion, powerful and swift attacks, using both hands and feet, every punch landed solidly on target, leaving Mac with no means of counterattack, visibly unable to hold up. In stark contrast to him, the girl remained calm and composed. Throughout the fight, Mac panted heavily, while the girl's only signs of effort were slightly messy hair and not even a bead of sweat on her forehead, with her breathing incredibly steady. This stark comparison felt like a fatal blow to the soul. Just as the outcome seemed imminent, Mathawena suddenly gasped and slapped her thigh, saying, "Damn. I think I know who this person on the stage is." "What?" Brenda looked bewildered. "You mean you know if she's Demi?" "I don't know if she's Demi, but I'm sure she's Chloe," Mathawena said with determination. "Chloe?" Brenda was even more confused. "Who's that?" "Chloe is an absolute legend in the Absis underground boxing scene," Mathawena's eyes sparkled. "Or rather, a national hero of ours who keeps a low profile." Chapter 106, A National Hero with Concealed Merits. Brenda couldn't help but widen her eyes. The Ibis underground boxing tournament? National hero? Yes, Mathawena explained, the Ibis boxing tournament is the world's most renowned underground boxing competition, and its rules are different from ordinary underground matches. Each match has a prize offered by wealthy figures behind the scenes to attract boxers from all over the world to sign up. The winner of the final bout gets to take home the prize. Mathons, these prizes often have exorbitant values. Each competition attracts dozens or even hundreds of boxers. Many famous foreign boxers specifically compete for the prize. Due to the intense competition among boxers in the Ibis tournament, it's extremely popular, attracting numerous spectators. Bets during each match can reach tens of millions. Specifically, depending on the number of participants, the tournament doesn't necessarily last a fixed number of days. Each contestant fights one match per night, determined by a draw to face their opponents in a one-on-one match. The loser exits, and the winner continues to fight the next evening against another victor chosen by draw, until only one person remains as the ultimate winner. I see, Brenda was even more curious, so who is this Chloe? Mentioning Chloe, excitement clearly flashed in Mathawena's eyes, and he eagerly continued. 2 years ago, an Ibis boxing tournament caught global attention, even attracting mainstream media from various countries for filming and interviews. That year, the prize was a priceless bronze artifact from Arhuagua, China, that was seized by invading Allied forces during a war. Its auction value on the market at the time was over 100 million. With such a high-value prize, the boxing world went crazy. Countless fighters rushed to Britain to join the competition. Over 500 boxers signed up for that match. The media also announced they would cover the event, not just because of the hype, but because they knew how significant this artifact was to us Huagua citizens. In recent years, with our nation's economic development unstoppable, those Western countries have been resisting and spreading conspiracy theories about us. They constantly provoke or vilify us, sometimes even using our historical suffering to subtly mock us. To them, it seemed like even if our priceless artifacts were displayed so openly, we wouldn't be able to bring them back home, and could only watch as they remained abroad. The displaced artifacts, unable to return home, represent not just the shame of war, but deep wounds, scars in the hearts of all Huagua people. They naturally didn't want to miss this chance to see which country this artifact would ultimately end up in. So what happened then? Brenda was thoroughly intrigued. What happened next? Mathawena replied, as you know, underground boxers are usually robust men, giving us yellow-skinned Asians no advantage in physique and strength. For that tournament, the majority were bulky black and Caucasian fighters, while only 2 Huagua nationals participated. But these 2 were quite unusual. One was a seemingly mild-mannered young man wearing glasses, the other a slim girl wearing a panda mask. It turned out later that the young man was Amen, grandson of Gillis Lau, the director of our Huagua Cultural Heritage Research Institute, but no one knew the identity of the girl. At the time, contestants used numbers instead of names. She wore a panda mask. Both the audience and the media called her Chloe. So that's it. I was wondering who would choose Chloe as their English name. Brenda suddenly understood. Then what happened after that? Why do you say she's a legendary figure and national hero? Mathawena responded, initially, when this girl stepped onto the ring, I didn't immediately connect her to Chloe, but seeing her fighting moves just now, they're exactly like the Chloe from back then. You saw how powerful she was when she kicked Barry off his feet, right? 2 years ago, she was even more formidable. At first, everyone thought such a frail and thin girl had come to die in the ring. But starting from the very first match, everyone was shocked. The opponent weighed twice as much as Chloe, yet she knocked him out in just 30 seconds. He hit the ground unconscious and foaming at the mouth. You should understand that all the boxers who came to compete that year were there for the artifact. Only the strongest dared to show up, desperately trying to defeat each other. But for 7 consecutive nights, it wasn't an exaggeration to say Chloe could obliterate anyone standing in her way. No boxer could last more than 5 minutes against her. Even now, no one has been able to break this record, so at the time, everyone said it was mysterious Eastern power. By the last night, the audience nearly spilled out into the streets just to watch her. So, in the end, this Chloe won the match and got the artifact? Brenda asked. Yes, Mathawena replied, but what made her even more legendary was what she did after winning the artifact. What did she do? This time, it was Esther E. who asked the question. Mathawena, seeing Esther E. taking an interest for the first time, grew even more animated in his storytelling. About half a month later, we suddenly received explosive news in our country. It was said that a world-renowned artifact that had been lost abroad for decades had finally returned, brought back by Amen, Gillis Lau's grandson. At the time, Amen only told the media that a patriotic person had obtained it and gave it to him free of charge, hoping he would bring it back to the country. But those who watched the live stream of the boxing match on foreign websites knew that this patriotic person was Chloe. Afterward, Amen tweeted that he had entered the competition because he learned that a precious artifact from our Huagua was being used as the prize. No matter what, he wanted to try. Even though he knew he wouldn't make it past the first night. But when Chloe saw him, she directly asked him to withdraw from the competition and assured him that she would win the artifact. Amen thought the girl was joking at the time, but it turned out she really did it. And after winning the artifact, worth hundreds of millions, Chloe didn't hesitate for a second before giving it to Amen. Amen asked her if she didn't feel any regret since selling it could make her rich for life. Chloe said that she participated in the tournament with the same goal as Amen. She only hoped to return Huagua's cultural relics to Huagua. As for money, she didn't need it. Sounds cool, right? And Chloe also said that Amen shouldn't mention her after he returned to the country. That's why I say she is a national hero with concealed merits. Oh my god. How cool. After hearing everything from Mathawena, Brenda looked at the young girl on stage with newfound respect. This wasn't just some pearl powder, she was a goddess. Chapter 107, Avram's Other Identity. Just as Mathawena and the others were talking, the match on the boxing ring had already reached its conclusion. In just a few short minutes, when they looked up again, the massive Mac was lying unconscious on the ring, bruised and battered. After the referee counted to 10 seconds, he directly raised the hand of the girl beside him. I announced that the blue corner wins this match. Phew. This was probably the most surprising result since the underground boxing matches began here. Brenda, who had casually bet 10,000 on the blue side, had won several million in one go. But most people were utterly devastated. The crowd below exploded into chaos. The saying, working hard for half a year only to return to where you started, resonated deeply with those who had put all their savings on Mac. F***CK, F***CK, F***CK. Is this serious? Mac, you piece of sh**t. sh**t. I bet all my money on you. Pay me back. Mac, you're a waste of metal. Get out of the boxing world. Those now cursing Mac were merely venting their frustration. Anyone with any sense could see that Mac had given it his all. His strength wasn't lacking, it was simply that his opponent was too powerful. This girl surpassed him in every aspect. No matter who had been in Mac's place today, they would have lost. She was strong, unbelievably so. Some of those who lost money did not react angrily but instead stared at the girl on stage in shock, drawing deep breaths. Because, like Mathawena, they already knew who she was. Recalling her consecutive 7-night performances at the British Underground Abais, they even felt she had held back against her own countrymen, at least allowing Mac to last a few minutes before being Joab'd. However, Deborah paid no attention to the reactions of the crowd below. As soon as the match ended, she searched the entire arena for Methunclair or the boy accompanying him. Methunclair's letter had said that if she wanted to meet him, she should win a match first. If she won, he would consider seeing her. Yet now, not a single trace of him appeared. Clearly, Methunclair had once again tricked her, using her to fight and earn money for him. Deborah gritted her teeth. So many years had passed, yet this man remained unchanged, his despicable nature unaltered. He talked nonsense and loved money above all else. Methunce wouldn't show himself, she would find him herself. If he wanted her to fight this match, he must still be somewhere in this venue. The manager of the boxing event hurried over, eager to ask Deborah if she was signed to any boxing club and if she would stay with the Deep as a resident boxer. But before he could reach her, the girl vanished in a flash. Yen Nike Deborah E, Mathawena, and Brenda also disappeared from the scene. As Deborah E had said earlier, they were not here to watch the match or for entertainment. They were here to find someone. Besides being members of the Joab. Club, Deborah E, Mathawena, and Brenda had another identity. Qingshan Association, a mysterious underground organization with members spread across the globe. Members are strictly vetted, their true identities kept secret. They accept tasks assigned by their superiors according to personal preference, and these tasks can be summarized in 2 words, punish evil. There is a saying that bad people need to be dealt with by bad people. Qingshan Association's targets were those who committed heinous acts, drug manufacturing and trafficking, selling counterfeit medicine, illegal organ transplants, usury coercion. The members of Qingshan Association did not care about whether the means used in their missions were legal or moral. Their goal was to stop the wrongdoing and punish the wrongdoers. Deborah E had returned to the country today but hadn't informed the Liu family yet. Half a month ago, he went abroad to participate in a competition and, together with Mathawena, accepted 2 tasks there, extending his stay. Before boarding the plane back home, he discovered a newly released task set in Gilisangching, so they accepted it as well. Brenda also came from the capital. Today's target was Donald, a human trafficker who traded women on the black market. Donald's subordinates constantly scoured Gilisangching for young and beautiful women, luring or drugging them before forcibly abducting them and handing them over to Donald. Donald would sell these abducted girls for high prices on the black market, often to remote mountains or overseas, making it impossible for the victims to escape and difficult for the police to track them down. Qingshan Association reported that Donald would be watching the underground boxing match at the Deep Bar in Gilisangching today and had reserved a VIP viewing room. But they didn't know which specific room he was in. So, as soon as the match ended, the 3 of them put on masks, changed into waiter uniforms, and quietly made their way upstairs. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors of the boxing venue were all VIP suites, so they split up to search. Deborah E went to the 2nd floor, Brenda to the 3rd floor, and Mathawena to the 4th floor. The mission had provided a photo of Donald, a middle-aged balding man with gold-capped teeth, who should be easily recognizable. Deborah E pushed a trolley loaded with beverages and opened doors along the way but didn't see Donald in any of the suites. Until he reached the last room, where the door was not fully closed. Through the crack, Deborah E's pupils constricted slightly. Donald was indeed in this suite. However, at that moment, this bald, chubby man was trembling. Standing in front of him was the girl who had just been on the boxing ring. The girl still wore her half-mask, revealing only her side profile. She grabbed Donald by the right shoulder, pinning him against the wall, her gaze fierce. I'm asking you one last time, did Ning mention where he was going when he left? Do you have any information about him? Her brows furrowed, clearly losing patience. Donald recognized the school uniform immediately. This girl was the one who had knocked out Mac in the ring earlier. Seeing Deborah's stern expression, he couldn't help but tremble, stammering, "Gee girl. I told you, I really don't know anything more. I only know his surname is Ning, and he does business in the black market. We aren't really friends. We just ran into each other today, so I invited him to watch the match. Please don't misunderstand." Deborah took a deep breath. This person wasn't lying, he truly didn't know much about Methunclair. Deborah continued, "Do you have any contact information for him?" "Yeah, I do," Donald replied casually, "but people in our line of work change contact details often." "Who knows?" Halfway through his sentence, Donald suddenly realized he had said too much and immediately shut his mouth guiltily. But Deborah was sharp and frowned at the man before her. "Our line of work? You mean you also do business in the black market? What do you sell?" Anything sold on the black market was bound to be illegal. The girl's piercing gaze made Donald's heart skip a beat. Seeing she was about to press further, Donald's eyes darted around, and he suddenly shouted behind Deborah, "Ning? Methunclair?" Deborah instinctively turned back. In that moment of distraction, Donald shoved her hard. He then pulled out a black gas canister from his pocket and sprayed it at her. White mist instantly filled the air. Deborah only heard a voice beside her ear. "Watch out." Immediately after, came the muffled thud of a silenced gunshot. Donald's gas canister clattered to the ground, rolling away. He let out a sharp cry of pain. The shot likely hit his arm holding the canister. Before Deborah could react, she was pulled into someone's arms, hearing a cold voice, "This gas will make you lose consciousness instantly. Don't breathe." Chapter 108, Could this be done by a human? A normal person would instinctively take a deep breath when frightened, so Deborah E pressed Deborah tightly against his chest, covering her mouth and nose. But while speaking, he inevitably inhaled a few breaths of the gas, causing his chest to rise and fall unsteadily for a moment. Deborah didn't know who this sudden savior was, but it was clearly someone rescuing her. At that moment, Deborah heard the sound of shattering glass from inside the room, followed by the dull thud of something heavy landing outside and a man's scream. The bald man must have, in desperation, smashed the second-floor window and jumped down from there. The gas diluted significantly in those few seconds. As the grip on her lessened, Deborah finally lifted her head to see the person in front of her. Dressed in a uniform, but clearly not a real waiter. He was probably over 180 centimeters tall, with black tousled hair slightly covering his eyes, and a mask concealing most of his face. His eyes were as deep as obsidian, with a distinctive tear mole at the corner of one eye. However, Deborah noticed that within these few seconds, this person's breathing was unusually heavy, as if gasping had suddenly become very difficult, with slight perspiration appearing on his forehead. This didn't seem like what an incapacitating gas would cause. Deborah's expression changed. "Do you have asthma?" With asthma, he had still come into the room and pinned her down. The room was filled with high-concentration gas. His asthma might have triggered immediately. Deborah hadn't expected the girl to spot his condition so quickly. Fortunately, he wore a mask and only inhaled a little of the gas. The boy took several breaths, his voice remaining unusually calm. "It's fine." Seeing him say it was fine, Deborah asked, "Who is that bald man?" "Donald, a human trafficker who sells young girls on the black market." Hearing this, Deborah's expression turned stern. "I'll go after him." Without any hesitation, the girl stepped over the windowsill and jumped down from the second floor. Deborah's pupils contracted slightly. He immediately notified Mathawena and Brenda via communicator to block the other exit of the bar and followed by jumping from the second floor himself. That shot had hit Donald earlier. From where he jumped down, dark red bloodstains dotted the ground, leading forward. As Deborah chased after him, the youth caught up and directly asked her, "Can you use a gun?" Deborah nodded, and in the next second, he threw a gun to her. "His men might be around here, protect yourself." Deborah didn't say much more. She chambered the pistol effortlessly, as if she had never been inexperienced, then both quickly pursued the direction indicated by the bloodstains. The Deep was originally in a secluded location in the outskirts. It was now 10 o'clock at night, pitch black outside. Only the rustling wind could be heard, hinting at the danger lurking in the darkness. Deborah reached a place where many cars were parked, and the bloodstains suddenly vanished. Such disappearance was obviously abnormal under these circumstances. Sure enough, the next second, headlights from a car suddenly shone on them. Eyes accustomed to the dark were instantly blinded by the glaring white light, and both reflexively turned their heads away. In those few seconds, the luxury car had already started and charged straight toward them. "Herb. Shoot me. Quick. Run them over." The one speaking was Donald. The instant Deborah turned her head, she saw Donald sitting in the passenger seat, clutching his arm, his face contorted as he cursed at them. Methuding in the driver's seat, either his subordinate or bodyguard, the man seemed nervous, pressing down on the accelerator under Donald's orders. Donald definitely didn't bring a gun. After barely making it here and preparing to escape, seeing them chasing after him, he panicked and planned to run them over with the car. In a place like the Deep, deaths weren't uncommon. Everyone who came here held significant status, and there were no cameras here. Even if they died, it couldn't be traced back to him. The youth reacted swiftly, pulling Deborah to the side while firing a shot at the car. His marksmanship was impeccable, instantly shattering the windshield and hitting the driver's right shoulder. The impact sent the man recoiling, shards of glass flying into his face, and blood gushing from his shoulder. He screamed in agony, instinctively releasing the steering wheel, while Donald slapped him hard on the head, roaring, "You fucker, press the gas pedal." Crash into them. The next second, another bullet hit this man's left shoulder. The screeching sound of the car's sudden brake left a mark on the ground from its tires. This shot was fired by Deborah. With both shoulders hit, this man's arms went numb from pain and couldn't control the steering wheel at all. But Donald, in his desperation, didn't care about his subordinate's safety. He grabbed the steering wheel, flooring the gas pedal. In the earlier maneuvering, this car had forced Deborah and her companion into a dead end. Behind them was a wall, and on both sides were tightly parked vehicles. Everything happened in an instant. The car was already charging towards them. At such high speed and such close distance, there was no way for the two to dodge in time. To survive, they could only jump onto the hood of the car as it hit them. Deborah frowned and called out. In the next second, he was shocked by what unfolded before him. Just as the car was about to collide with them, the girl took a step forward instead of retreating. The always composed Deborah held his breath, his heart missing a beat. Then he saw the car stop with a bang right in front of him. This bang wasn't because the car hit the girl. Instead, the girl stopped the incoming car instantly. When Mathawena and Brenda arrived, they saw through the gaps between the cars that Deborah was bending over, one hand pressing against the hood of a car. Where her right hand pressed, the hood was deeply dented as if under immense force. Immediately after, the car's engine died. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Mathawena stood there, bewildered, and said, "Brenda. Am I seeing things or dreaming?" "Pinch my thigh." Including Donald in the car, his eyes nearly popped out. "What kind of creature is this? How could a human stop a car accelerating at full speed with their hands? Is this even something a human can do? Mathulance fell over the parking area. Deborah withdrew her hand, straightened up, and walked directly to the passenger side. She opened the door expressionlessly and dragged the still-dazed Donald out of the car, then threw him heavily to the ground. A fatty weighing around 170 pounds was thrown effortlessly by her. Donald struggled to get away, but the girl lifted her foot and kicked him hard in the chest, sending him flying several meters away. In that moment, Donald felt his ribcage shatter, unable to speak from the pain. Suddenly, Donald regretted cursing Mac in the screen after losing money. After being kicked off the stage, Mac could still crawl back up and continue the match, showing incredible physical endurance and dedication. Unlike him. Without exaggeration, he felt that if the girl used more force, she could have kicked him to death on the spot. Trafficking young girls? Deborah squatted down in front of the trembling Donald, grabbing his remaining few strands of hair, forcing him to lift his head. She spoke coldly, "You really deserve to die." Chapter 109, Just Yen Nike a fan meeting. Seeing the teenager had Donald under control, Mathawena and Brenda hurried over as well. However, these two didn't run to Donald first. Instead, they rushed to Deborah Yee's side. Mathawena was extremely anxious. He rushed over and examined Deborah E from head to toe, asking non-stop, "Are you hurt anywhere? Did you get cut? Are you bleeding?" The scene left Lottie somewhat puzzled. The red-haired youth's anxiety seemed to surpass normal limits. Getting slightly injured shouldn't cause this much worry. The black-haired youth looked coldly stern but merely said everything was fine before going over to tie up Donald. With the crowd and many eyes at the deep, Lottie followed them into Donald's car. Donald and his subordinates had their hands tied behind their backs with ropes and their mouths covered with tape, sitting terrified in the back seat, trembling. He had no idea who these people were that came today to capture him. They definitely weren't police. They all appeared and sounded quite young. But they actually had guns, and their combat skills were remarkably sharp and ruthless, as if they had undergone some specialized training. Could they belong to some organization? In front, driving the car, was Deborah E. In the back cabin, besides the bound Donald and his men, sat Lottie, Mathawena, and Brenda. At that moment, Mathawena resembled a shy little wife, occasionally sneaking glances at Lottie, too bashful to speak to her. Brenda couldn't hold back any longer, slapping him and exclaiming, face full of frustration, "Are you even a man? Why are you so timid? Can't you just ask directly?" Lottie lifted her eyes and glanced at Mathawena. Both individuals in front of her wore masks. The red-haired youth was tall with clear eyes. The short-haired girl had large, double-lidded eyes, speaking with a pure Beijing accent, clearly a carefree and generous person. Provoked by Brenda, Mathawena finally asked what he had been holding in throughout the trip, cautiously saying, Emma Overlord, are you Chloe from the Abyssal boxing competition 2 years ago? Chloe, who won 7 nights in a row in the boxing match, becoming the Joabbing, received a rare bronze artifact, and then directly donated it to Mr. Gillis's grandson? Lottie hadn't expected anyone to recognize her. When she chose a human body to be reborn into, it had to be highly compatible with her soul, so it took a long time for her to find suitable bodies both times. Because of this need for high compatibility, Alicia and Lottie's physical conditions were very similar. Their height, weight, figure, and appearance were alike. When she participated in the Abyssal boxing competition, she wore a mask. The people in front likely recognized her because of her height, build, and fighting techniques. Lottie nodded, yes. There was no point in hiding it. Hearing this, Mathawena immediately drew in a breath, holy crap. I never thought I'd meet my idol in my lifetime. And I'm sitting in the same car as my idol. I'm about to faint from excitement. Seeing Mathawena's overwhelming excitement, Brenda rolled her eyes at him, saying, look at you, so spineless. Yet after scorning Mathawena, she solemnly pulled out a notebook from her pocket, handing it to Lottie with both hands, respectfully requesting, God Chloe, please give me an autograph. I'm your fan too. Don't worry, I'll keep your autograph safe. Too dramatic, Lottie quite liked this short-haired girl. I'm just an ordinary person, but if you want me to sign, I can. Saying this, Lottie swiftly wrote, Chloe, on the notebook Brenda handed over, her handwriting as flamboyant as ever. Brenda immediately cherished the notebook like a treasure. Fitting of an overlord, so humble. Someone who could kick a 400-pound strong man or stop a moving car with one hand yet call themselves ordinary. Compared to her and Mathawena, they might as well be disabled. On the side, Donald watched as these few people chatted as if nothing had happened, nearly crying. No, what's going on here? Who are these people, and why did they come to grab him? Forget that, why did it feel like a fan meeting right now? But soon enough, his confusion was resolved. Not long after the car left the Deep, Deborah E. stopped the car on an unpopulated side road, and Donald was dragged out by Mathawena who had exited the car earlier. Looking around, Donald realized he was in some dark, desolate place. If he were to be killed and buried in a place like this, it might take over a year for anyone to discover him. Could these people be planning to kill him here? At the thought, Donald's legs turned weak with fear. He struggled desperately, making indistinct muffled sounds, incomprehensible pleas emerging from behind the tape. Mathawena was a completely different person now compared to how he acted around Deborah E., brutally unfeeling. He kicked Donald hard, making him kneel instantly, then tore off the tape covering his mouth. "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." The moment the tape was removed, Donald started begging for mercy. "I don't know who you are, but whatever you want, just say it. I'll do anything to satisfy you. Please let me go. Go to hell." Mathawena kicked him viciously again, cursing, "You deserve nothing but death after all the heinous crimes you've committed. You still have the nerve to beg for your life?" Bound tightly like a dumpling, Donald rolled to one side with Mathawena's kick. This time, it was Deborah E. who pulled him back up. He squatted in front of Donald, lifting his eyes and speaking slowly. "Yenneson, I have 2 things I need you to do." Though the youth spoke calmly, when Donald met his gaze, he shivered involuntarily. Those eyes were utterly cold, radiating a chilling indifference. Even though this person hadn't hit him like the red-haired youth, Donald found him far more terrifying. "What 2 things? Speak." Donald stammered. "First, take us to where you keep the girls you've kidnapped or lured away. Second, write down the contact information and basic details of all your subordinates. Tell me if you'll cooperate." Deborah E. lifted his eyes. "If you don't want to cooperate, I'll kill you right here." Chapter 110, We Are Here to Save You. The moment Donald heard, "kill you," he shuddered. He had been around in the underworld long enough to realize that this young man was not just spouting threats, he genuinely meant what he said. Either follow his instructions or die here. 2 options, pick one. "No, no, no." Donald stammered in terror, "I'll cooperate. I'll cooperate." Even if the police caught him, there would still be a trial. No matter how heinous his crimes, the police could not execute him on the spot. But if he refused this person's demands, Donald felt sure that his head would be shot off in the next second. Those girls are all locked up in the basement of my villa in the suburbs," Donald stuttered. "Specific address," Deborah E. stated coldly. "Longjing Villa, number 28. The moment Donald finished speaking, Mathawena started searching for this address on her phone. It didn't take long to find it. It wasn't far from where they were now, about a 20-minute drive. Seeing the exchange of glances among the people in front of him, Donald had just started to relax when the black-haired youth suddenly pulled out a gleaming dagger and stabbed it towards his back without expression. Donald screamed, but felt no pain. He looked down and realized the ropes binding his hands had been cut by the youth. Before he could speak, Mathawena dragged him back into the car. Mathawena handed him paper and pen and ordered him to write down the contact information and basic details of all his subordinates. These 3 masked figures had knives, guns, and combat skills. Even more terrifying was the monstrous girl who had beaten Mac almost to death and stopped a car with one hand. Even if his hands weren't tied, Donald dared not resist or escape. And reporting to the police? That would be like walking straight into a trap. So he took the pen with trembling hands. Just as he was about to start writing, a dark gun was pressed against his waist. Brenda held the gun in one hand while playing with Donald's mobile phone she had searched from him, her eyes cold and fierce. "I advise you not to have any funny ideas. In the next 20 minutes, you must clearly list all your subordinates involved in kidnapping and trafficking the girls, as well as those downstream who are responsible for delivering the girls to buyers. Once we rescue the imprisoned girls, we will hand you over to the police. This paper will be given to them to help catch the others. If we find any missing names or discover you're not cooperating with the police, we will make you suffer, no matter where you are, understood?" Donald's hand trembled. "Understood, understood. Also, give me the login details for your black market account." With Donald's phone in hand, Brenda found a familiar dark website using a hidden browser. It was the black market. Seeing the black interface, Deborah recognized it. She suddenly thought of someone, the Talia from the Joab.a club group chat. The same girl who had helped her find Methuncler's account and lent her own account details last time. Donald's account showed 56 orders. That meant before today, Donald had trafficked 56 innocent young girls. This monster had ruined the lives of 56 blossoming girls just for personal profit. Brenda's eyes turned red with anger. She grabbed Donald's left hand that wasn't writing and twisted it until it broke. "Ah!" Donald screamed like a butchered pig. Mathawena's eardrums nearly burst from the noise. She gave him a glare and stabbed the dagger into his thigh. "If you scream again, I'll cut your tendons right now." Donald was in excruciating pain. But he bit down hard on his lip, tears streaming down his face, afraid to make even a sound. What kind of devils were these people? If only he had reported them when he was in the deep. If only he had surrendered to the police then. The police would never torture him like this, neither threatening to kill him nor breaking his hand nor cutting his tendons. These people were like demons. Shaking, Donald confessed that out of the 56 deals, only the first 10 girls were transported by van to impoverished rural areas under his orders. Later, because selling to mountain folk offered too little profit, all subsequent girls were smuggled overseas. And what awaited those girls was either being sent to prostitute, forced into marriage, sold for their organs, or becoming playthings for perverts. It was absolutely infuriating. 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the villa Donald had mentioned. Brenda took photos of the information Donald had written down, then dragged him out of the car. Sure enough, there was a basement in this villa. Walking down the dark and narrow stairs, they found many small rooms in the basement. Donald stuttered that there were 5 girls currently imprisoned here, waiting for suitable buyers. Upon hearing this, Brenda immediately twisted Donald's right hand until it broke. Mathunce, the information was already written, this hand wasn't needed anymore. This damned human trafficker, not only did Brenda want to break both his arms, she wished she could flay him alive. Mathawena and Deborah tied Donald and his driver securely to a pillar, ensuring they couldn't move, and then covered their mouths with tape. Brenda and Deborah, being females, went into these small rooms to find the imprisoned girls. The first 4 rooms contained girls lying unconscious on the floor. Deborah checked and saw that Donald must have drugged them with sleeping pills. However, when they reached the 5th room, as soon as they pushed the door open, a flash of cold light shot straight at them, a sharpened iron spoon aimed directly at them. Watch out. Deborah immediately turned, protecting Brenda. The sharp object narrowly missed her face. Blood trickled from the scratch on Deborah's cheek. Upon closer inspection, Deborah saw that it was an iron spoon sharpened to a deadly point. If she hadn't reacted quickly, that spoon would have pierced Brenda's throat. The girl in the dirty white dress seemed surprised by the 2 females, instinctively pulling back the spoon and stepping back, her voice trembling. You are who? Are you underlings of that bald man? Deborah looked up. The girl was petite, probably around 16 or 17 years old, with long, messy dark blonde curly hair down to her waist. Despite her dirted face, it was clear that she had beautiful features and was mixed race, with distinctly Chinese looks but pale green eyes. Deborah knew the girl mistook them for bad guys, leading to the attack. So she explained, we are not his underlings, we are here to save you. Chapter 111, she can stay at my place first. This girl said they came to rescue her. The blonde girl's eyes trembled as she asked timidly, you mean you are the police? No, but the bad guys have been tied up by us, Deborah said calmly, we will call the police later. The police will come to help you get home. Addison finally regained her composure from the sudden incident. The ambush by this girl was well prepared and unforeseen. She couldn't react in time, nor could she dodge. If it weren't for the quick reflexes of the person in front of her, she would have probably been stabbed through the throat by the metal spoon now. But to save her, Chloe's face. The usually carefree Addison had a trace of guilt on her face. Pan God actually got his face scratched while saving her, she felt so heartbroken. What happened? Hearing the commotion from the small room, Deborah and Mathawena hurried over. Seeing a scratch on Deborah's face that was bleeding, they were startled. Especially Deborah whose deep black eyes darkened. I'm sorry. The blonde girl took a deep breath and, holding the iron spoon with a guilty expression, said, I mistook you for the bad guys. I'm sorry. It's okay, Deborah didn't mind and asked, did you sharpen the spoon yourself? Yes. The girl bit her lip, on the first day I was locked in here, I secretly kept this spoon and kept sharpening it. I recorded time based on how many times they delivered food. Today is my 5th day since I was imprisoned here. They add sedatives to the soup they send every day. To stay awake, I only drink a little each time and secretly pour out the rest. Recording time in a dark basement, hiding an iron spoon and sharpening it into a weapon, and even noticing the sedative in the soup, this girl was evidently very intelligent. Where are you from and how did you end up here? Mathawena asked. Unexpectedly, when Mathawena asked this question, a trace of confusion appeared in the girl's eyes. I don't remember. The girl bit her lip and said, I only remember that one day I was hit by a car. My head hurt so badly, and then I passed out. When I woke up again, I was locked in this room. I can't remember my name or where I'm from, my mind is blank. I don't know what the people who captured me do, but I know they must be bad guys, so these past few days, I've been trying to escape. The girl apparently had amnesia. This was something Deborah and the others hadn't anticipated. It's okay, it doesn't matter if you don't remember who you are, Addison comforted, you've been missing for so many days. Your family must have reported it to the police. The police will help you get home. However, unexpectedly, after Addison spoke, the previously shocked girl suddenly became agitated. No. Although I don't remember who I am, there has always been a voice in my head telling me not to go home. The girl looked up with tears in her eyes, merely pleading, please. Please don't turn me over to the police. Just let me leave on my own. Everyone exchanged glances in the room. They retreated from the room. The girl obviously had amnesia due to the car accident. Whether the accident caused temporary or permanent amnesia, they were uncertain. But she also said there was a voice in her head telling her not to go home. That means she might have originally escaped from home. Judging by her instinctive fear of going home, there must be someone or something in her family that scares her. Yen Nike domestic violence, or even sexual assault. If that's the case in her family, they indeed cannot just hand her over to the police. Because the police cannot keep her in the station indefinitely. Regardless of when her memory returns, the police will eventually find her family and have them take her back. If she barely managed to escape from such a situation, wouldn't sending her back be like letting her flee from hell only to be sent back again? So, what should we do now? Mathawena scratched his head. She made it clear, we definitely can't just leave her here for the police to take away. Addison said. Even if we left her here, given how much she opposes police assistance, she would likely try to escape on her own. But we can't just let her leave alone either. With her frail state and amnesia, that's too unsafe. Deborah E. frowned slightly. The best solution at the moment was to let this girl stay with them for a while. They could take her to the hospital for a checkup to see when her memory might return. Once this girl regained her memory or stabilized her mental state, they could then let her decide whether she wanted to go home or leave. However, among the three of them, Addison was from Beijing and had no residence in Illegitimate. Deborah E. and Mathawena were both males, making it inappropriate to take a girl away with them. At that moment, Deborah suddenly spoke up. I have an apartment in Illegitimate. She can stay at my place for now. Everyone was momentarily stunned. We should wait until she regains her memory or until we find out what's going on with her family before considering sending her home. Having her come with me right now is the best option. Indeed, it was the best choice. But, Pan God, would it be convenient for you? Addison asked. To Addison, all three of them had accepted a mission from the association, so this girl was essentially their responsibility. But this girl had been involved purely by coincidence, and there was no need for them to take on such trouble. Deborah nodded. Once Deborah had spoken, everyone returned to the room. Upon hearing that she could go with this person who just injured her, the girl visibly breathed a sigh of relief and gratefully said, thank you, thank you. Then, she looked a bit embarrassed. I don't have any money right now, so I can only trouble you. Once I regain my memory. It's okay, Deborah interrupted her directly, money isn't important. Your safety is what matters. Gratitude was clearly etched on the girl's face. Fortunately, these beasts had not done anything unspeakable to this girl in order to sell her for a higher price. This was a silver lining in an otherwise unfortunate situation. They left the piece of paper with Donald's subordinate information and the mobile phone logged into his black market account at the scene. Deborah E. used a disposable SIM card to call the police, reporting illegal detention of a young girl and linking it to several recent cases of missing girls in Illegitimate. The rest was up to the police, to arrest Donald's subordinates and track down the whereabouts of the other abducted girls. Deborah, Mathawena, along with the rescued girl, exited the villa through the back door. Unknown to them, Deborah E. had called for a car earlier, which was waiting outside for them. The car drove straight to the address provided by Deborah. It was a standalone small apartment, not far from the Liu family residence. Deborah first opened the door and let the girl rest inside, then came out to find Mathawena and the others. Finally alone, after experiencing everything together tonight, Mathawena took the initiative to explain. Chapter 112 A large-scale group horse falling scene. Antonio, actually, we are members of a non-public organization. Mathawena said, our mission today is to go to that bar and catch this human trafficker Donald, then guide the police to rescue these kidnapped girls. Esther had already guessed something similar before, so she asked, your organization? Green Mountain Society, have you heard of it, Antonio? Brenda leaned over, her eyes burning with enthusiasm. The goal of our organization is to punish evil. If you're interested, Antonio, would you like to join us? Esther asked, can anyone join your organization? Of course not for just anyone, but you are Antonio. Brenda exclaimed, with your martial arts skills alone, you can directly join. And our vice president is right here. Speaking of which, Brenda glanced at Esther E. beside her who hadn't spoken. Oh yes, it seems we haven't introduced ourselves yet. Saying this, Mathawena tore off his mask, revealing a fair-skinned, handsome face that looked adorable like a doll. My name is Mathawena, Mathawena said, glancing at the school uniform on Esther. Oh, Antonio's school uniform should be from Xingjing High, right? Are you a student there? Fear you won't believe me, but we too are also students of Xingjing, although I don't seem to have seen you in school before. Are you a new transfer student this semester? Yes, Esther nodded. I was admitted as one of the transfer students this year. Wow, what a coincidence. You guys are actually from the same school. Brenda also removed her mask and reached out her hand toward Esther, looking enthusiastic. Hello, Antonio, my name is Brenda. I'm from Beijing. This time I came to Illegitimate for the mission and also to meet up with an internet friend, and I've applied for the exchange student program at your Xingjing High. Just now in the basement, thanks to you pulling me back in time, or else that iron spoon would have stabbed into my throat. One good deed deserves another, anyway, if you need help in the future, feel free to ask. The short-haired girl exuded coolness, her features were striking and her personality as open and carefree as her appearance. However, upon hearing her words, Esther froze for a moment. You said, your name is Brenda? Yeah, Brenda nodded, assuming Esther didn't know how to spell her name. Blues, lawn, languages, ing. But usually when outside, I use the homophonic word of my name as my code name, which is Mountain Mist's lawn, and together's you. Esther took a deep breath and looked at Brenda, Justin. Brenda didn't understand why Esther called her again and asked uncertainly, What's wrong, Antonio? Esther lifted her eyes. The netizen you want to meet in Illegitimate is me. It took a full 3 seconds for Brenda and Mathawena to react. Brenda's eyes widened in disbelief as her voice trembled slightly. Aiden Bayo, baby? Esther nodded silently. The girl in front of them turned out to be the 6-star big boss, Demi, from the Joab Club. So their casual guess in the boxing audience stands was true. Mathawena got excited immediately. Damn. I never thought that my two idols, Antonio and Demi Campbell, are actually the same person, and they are standing right in front of me now. He immediately revealed his second identity. Hello, Demi Campbell. I am also in the Joab. Group chat. We spoke before, do you remember? Esther recalled and tentatively called out, Whale? Wah wah wah, it's me. Mathawena couldn't hold back tears and nodded instantly. I didn't expect that you would remember my name after only a few sentences. I'm so moved. Brenda was also extremely excited. Oh my god, I would say this is the fastest face-to-face meeting ever. I haven't even contacted yet, and I've already met. Then Brenda looked at Esther E., who hadn't spoken a word since then. Hey bro, why are you standing there like a statue? At least we are all in the same group chat, and we just saved someone together. You should introduce yourself to Demi. Mathawena and Brenda were used to Esther Ye's personality by now. Indifferent, cold, aloof, and unapproachable. But at this moment, Esther Ye's behavior wasn't the usual kind of coldness. His eyes had been staring at the girl in front of him, seemingly with some sort of scrutiny and exploration. Those deep, sea-like eyes made Esther suddenly realize something. Almost simultaneously, they both opened their mouths. Esther? Matthewmon? Indeed, when Esther E. took off his mask and clearly revealed his face, Esther's breath paused for a moment. Esther E. and Atli are twin brothers. The two have drastically different auras. One is exuberant and wild, the other calm and gloomy, but they look nearly identical, with only a tear-shaped mole at the corner of Esther Ye's eye setting them apart. So Esther immediately knew that the person in front of her was Esther E. from the Liu family, whom she had never met before. Esther? Matthewmon? Mathawena was stunned again. Mathawena widened his eyes, looking back and forth between Esther and Esther E., his pupils dilating as if hit by an earthquake. Damn, so the idol Demi and Antonio I admire are actually this new younger sister of yours, Benny? Esther E. took a deep breath. We've met now. And, she's in our class, Esther E. calmly said, because we went abroad before school started this semester, we haven't seen each other. What a chaotic scene of identities being revealed. 4 people, each revealing 3 identities. Brenda equals Green Mountain Society Justin equals Joab. Club Justin. Mathawena equals Green Mountain Society Whale equals Joab. Club Whale. Esther E. equals Green Mountain Society Vice President Ming equals Joab. A 3-star member Ming. Esther equals Abai's Joabo Joabing Chloe equals Joab. A 3-star member Demi. The key point is, just 10 minutes ago, the 3 of them all thought the girl in front of them was a stranger. It turned out that Esther was not only the netizen Brenda wanted to meet, but also Mathawena's classmate, and even Esther Ye's same school, same class, half-sibling sister who they had never met before. Yet, under the impression that they were strangers, they together caught a human trafficker boss and rescued a girl, bringing her to the apartment. You could only say one thing, destiny, mysterious and wonderful. Chapter 113, 3 events caused a stir throughout the school. Before knowing the relationship between Deborah and Reese, Mathawena didn't think much of it. Now, having found out they are half-siblings with the same father, he felt more and more that these 2 people looked incredibly similar. Both have exquisite appearances as if favored by the creator, both possess extraordinary intelligence and abilities far above average, both have multiple hidden identities beyond their high school student facade, and both carry an unruffled air of dominance. Moreover, Deborah might even be stronger than Reese. As a 6-star member of Joab.A, it means she excels in 6 fields at the top level. Though the other 5 fields remain unknown, just considering combat, they've already seen how powerful she is. Tonight on the boxing platform, the girl kicked away a man weighing over 200 pounds, Mac. This scene was intensely impressive. Previously, Reese was the most formidable person Mathawena had ever met. He never expected his younger sister would break this perception again. Matthewmon, are you going home tonight? Deborah asked. What about you? Reese paused and glanced at her. If I leave the girl alone in the apartment tonight, I'm afraid she will be scared. So, I'll stay here tonight. Deborah said. I'll go to Mathawena's place, Reese replied. I haven't told Israel that I returned. I'll go home tomorrow night. All right, Deborah nodded naturally. Blood relations are indeed a wondrous thing. Embedded in one's blood, it creates an unbreakable bond from birth. When receiving news from Israel abroad, learning that he suddenly had a half-sister he had never met, Reese felt no ripples in his heart. He had always believed that family ties built by blood relations were the most meaningless. Because one didn't have the choice and was forced into this bond with others. Not wanting to be bound, he chose to detach himself as much as possible, like Sergio did. Yet, Reese clearly understood that Josue's detachment wasn't out of indifference towards familial bonds. In fact, he yearned for such connections deeply. But because the affections within an influential family were not pure enough, he could not get the warmth he sought, so he distanced himself. Underneath his cold and proud demeanor lay a hollow yet tender heart. His essence was that of being cold on the outside but warm within. However, he was different. His heart was as cold as his appearance, or rather, Reese had always seen himself this way. He had never hoped to seek redemption from his family or others, or rather, he didn't need it at all. At 12 years old, he read world classics extensively in search of answers. Later on, he realized there were no standard answers to life. No one's experiences can be universally applied, and the wise words of great men cannot enlighten everyone. All feelings of loneliness, pain, confusion, and worry stem essentially from a lack of inner strength. If one's heart is strong enough, they won't feel pain from loneliness. Remaining aloof from crowds allows one to stay clear-headed, not for the sake of escaping. He had also never thought there was any fundamental difference between those tied by blood and strangers to him. But at this moment, recalling tonight's shared experiences with the girl and what just happened, seeing those dark eyes similar to his own, Reese seemed to experience the wonder of blood relations. Otherwise, he couldn't explain the connection between them. After Mathawena left, Deborah entered the apartment alone. She then noticed the girl she brought back was not sitting on the sofa resting but crouched timidly in the corner, hugging her knees. "Why are you sitting on the floor?" Deborah squatted down beside her. The girl seemed embarrassed. "My dress is dirty, and I haven't taken a shower for 5 days. I was afraid to soil the sofa." "Sorry," Deborah apologized slightly. "I should have set up hot water for you first before going out to talk with my friends." The girl immediately waved her hands. No, I am already very grateful you brought me back." "Thank you." Deborah helped her up. "Don't mention it. Let me set up the shower for you in the bathroom. Go take a bath." Having adjusted the water temperature for the girl in the bathroom, Deborah returned to the living room sofa, opened a food delivery app to order some clothes. She had just bought this apartment a few days ago. Last time, to thank Brenda, she made 20 ice muscle pills herself. 10 were sent to Brenda, and the remaining 10 were sold to an old customer from her previous life. Providing a new bank account, $5 million easily arrived. Then, she searched for real estate information around the Liu family's area and bought this fully furnished small apartment with cash, intending to use it as a temporary resting place. She didn't expect the apartment would come in handy so soon. However, apart from furniture, nothing else was settled in here, and there were no spare clothes either. So now, she could only order 2 random t-shirts and shorts on the food delivery app for the girl to change into after taking a shower. She also ordered some food. After buying the clothes and placing the food order, something suddenly came to Deborah's mind. She then sent a message to Brenda. "Brenda, I have something to ask you." Brenda replied instantly, I'm here. "What's wrong, Adenkiyang?" "In the Deep's parking lot tonight, when you and Mathawena arrived, you immediately rushed over to my Mathumon. Mathawena examined him all over as if very worried, constantly asking if he was hurt or had any cuts. I wonder what that was about." Brenda replied quickly. "Well, you and your Mathumon just met, so you probably don't know yet. Your Mathumon has hemophilia." Deborah was taken aback. "Hemophilia?" "Yes, hemophilia is a congenital bleeding disorder where patients have impaired blood clotting function. Even a slight injury can cause uncontrollable bleeding, potentially leading to life-threatening situations. Mathawena said that your Mathumon showed signs of joint bleeding shortly after birth. However, your family spent a fortune treating him, managing to control his condition relatively well. But this illness is so dangerous, even a minor bump can lead to severe consequences. So, no one dared to get close to your Mathumon when he was little. Even if other kids wanted to play with him, they would be chased away by your family's bodyguards. Therefore, Mathawena said your Mathumon grew up alone, without a single friend. It wasn't until he reached Xinjiang that he tried hard to get close to him, and they eventually became familiar." Deborah never expected that such a genius like Reese would suffer from 2 incurable diseases. Whether it was congenital hemophilia or congenital asthma, either condition could be fatal. If left untreated during an attack, death could occur within minutes. And yet, such a person with fragile health joined the Green Hills Association and took on various dangerous missions, walking on the edge of life and death every day. For a moment, Deborah suddenly thought of Reese's beautiful yet quiet eyes. It turned out that the stillness in those eyes wasn't indifference to the world but rather indifference to his own life. It was a kind of self-destructive sentiment. If maintaining a fragile life meant living in constant fear, it might be better to hold life in his own hands. At least in this way, every day he felt free. Deborah took a deep breath. The water in the bathroom stopped. Deborah looked up to see the girl with wet dark golden curly hair timidly coming out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, her face slightly shy. As expected, the girl was as beautiful as Deborah imagined. She had fair skin, blue eyes, and delicate features. Even though she had just escaped from the trafficker's basement, after her shower, she exuded the aura of a little princess. Just then, the delivery arrived. Deborah went to get the clothes and the large pile of self-heating and convenient foods, first handing the t-shirt and shorts to the girl. The clothes are randomly bought on the food delivery app, wear them temporarily. When I come back from school tomorrow, I'll take you shopping for more. The girl received the clothes with gratitude. Thank you, Deborah, I don't know how to thank you. No pressure, you can stay here until you regain your memory. Deborah lifted the pile of food in her hands. I'll cook noodles. Remember to eat when you're alone. Okay. The girl nodded immediately. Overnight. The next morning, Deborah, with a white bandage on her face, went directly from the apartment to school. Due to the events of the piano competition the day before, and the online discussions still raging, Deborah caused quite a stir throughout the entire school yesterday. After all, finding out that a classmate was actually a mysterious global idol and a close friend of world-renowned pianist Jobin, anyone would be excited. However, before this wave of attention died down, 3 new events stirred the whole school as soon as she arrived on campus today. The first event was that Reese and Mathewena, who had participated in the World Mathematics competition in M country and won first and second place respectively, had returned to school. The second event was that a new exchange student from Beijing University High School had joined Class A of Grade 3, and she was incredibly beautiful. The third event was that Xinjiang school anniversary activities this year were planned to be held as an inter-school garden party, with the date set for just 1 week later. Chapter 114, The Whole World Revolves Around Esther. Classroom A. Esther received far fewer gazes as she entered today compared to yesterday, because most people's attention was drawn to Reese and Brenda seated at the back row. Reese sat alone at the last row by the left wall, Mathewena and Brenda occupied the 2 middle seats, and further right were Esther and Jorge's seats. Wearing identical school uniforms with similar appearances. Reese exuded an air of youthful rebelliousness, while Reese appeared aloof, coldly noble, and distant. Looking over, Reese had headphones on, leaning back in his chair, eyes lowered as he read a book. Despite being surrounded by others, he seemed detached from them. Black tousled hair framed him, the school blazer loosely buttoned, shirt collar and tie perfectly tied. His fingers, long and slender with distinct knuckles, turned pages palely. Perhaps sensing Esther's gaze, Reese looked up as well. Their eyes met for a brief moment. Marilyn, sitting in the front row, noticed Esther looking towards Reese, grinding her teeth in jealousy. Ever since this Esther came from the countryside to Illegitimate, both Avram and Dennis openly doted on her, while Sergio, who seldom returned home, now visits frequently. Even Oral, who finally took some time off to return home, lavished affection on her, smiling warmly at her all day long and even calling her Little Obedient One. Yanadal Obedient One? What a disgusting nickname. Disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. Marilyn felt like exploding with anger. This Esther was like a monster. She survived 2 attempts on her life. She took away the exclusive love that was supposed to be hers from her brothers and humiliated her publicly twice. Now, only Mathewman hasn't met Esther or been charmed by her yet. So what, now that Mathewman has just returned from abroad, this little bitch starts blatantly staring at him in class. Is she planning to talk to him and try to please him? Marilyn scoffed inwardly with disdain. This Esther probably doesn't even know who Mathewman is. Mathewman is a prodigy, never interacting with anyone else since childhood. Ordinary people are beneath his notice. Despite her excellence, Mathewman treats her like air at home. Doesn't this Esther think highly of herself just because she can play the piano and compose music? There's no way Mathewman would pay attention to her. Sure enough, the next second Marilyn saw Esther walking towards Reese. She's coming. Sure enough, she's going to talk to Mathewman. Marilyn perked up, her eyes glued to Esther. She even pulled out her phone to record it. She wanted to capture how Esther would embarrass herself in front of the whole class when Mathewman ignored her warm approach. Other students in the classroom also watched the spectacle unfold. Reese's exceptional looks and genius IQ, coupled with his reclusive personality, were renowned throughout Xinjiang High School. Even in the same class, no one had ever seen Reese speak to anyone besides Mathewena. With the seat next to Reese empty, Esther went over and sat beside him. Surprisingly, after sitting down, Reese lifted his eyes and scanned the entire classroom. His refined features, pale from some unknown ailment, bore an expression of cool detachment. Deep-set eyes held a chilling stillness. Everyone was startled by his gaze, hurriedly turning away guiltily. As they turned, some girls couldn't help but type furiously on their phones, "Damn, damn, damn. This is our 3rd year together, and it's the first time making eye contact with godlike E. His face is simply stunning." Her chat friend reminded, "Is it really eye contact? It's clearly a warning from godlike E not to stare at him." Mathewman, Esther said after sitting down, pulling a small wooden box from her pocket and handing it to Reese, "This is for you." Reese paused. "What is it?" Mathewena and Brenda quickly leaned in, watching as Esther opened the box to reveal 3 green and 3 black pills. Brenda's eyes lit up at the sight of the pills. "Wow. Are these the pills you made, Adenkiang? For godlike E?" "Yes, I made them last night." Esther picked out 1 green and 1 black pill each. Reese instinctively reached out, feeling the slightly cool touch of the pills in his palm. That morning, Reese had heard from Brenda that she told Esther about his hemophilia. In reality, since elementary school, Reese no longer needed bodyguards to keep people away. He chose to distance himself from others voluntarily. Thus, besides the Liu family members and Mathewena, nobody knew about his asthma and hemophilia. Esther knew, but Reese didn't expect that she would make medicine for him. Moreover, it only took her 1 night. When they left last night, it was already late into the night, and now she said that she made these pills last night. Could it be that during the time from midnight to morning, she didn't sleep at all, staying busy just for him? Seeing the faint dark circles under the girl's eyes, Reese suddenly felt a lump in his chest. Because he is her brother. So even though it's their first meeting, she could care about him so much without any reason. These 2 types of pills are taken in the morning and can be swallowed directly. They target 2 different conditions and will gradually adjust your body, Mathewman, Esther said to Reese. Due to insufficient materials, I only made enough for 3 days. But don't worry, 3 days will be enough for me to prepare the next batch. Reese slowly clenched his hand after a while, took a deep breath, and said, "Thank you." Mathewman doesn't need to say thank you to me. The girl spoke softly. Matthewmon has been very tough being alone all these years. From now on, you won't have to, Esther said. I'll be here to make sure Matthewmon doesn't get sick anymore. Beside them, Mathewena was envious. Oh, I wish I had such a good sister too. Is it still in time if I ask my mom to give birth to one now? Shoshana glanced at him. You should ask your dad about this. Seeing this scene from afar, Marilyn was completely stunned. Matthewmon and Mathewena only came back today, right? They clearly haven't met Esther before. Why do they look so familiar with her? Matthewmon actually accepted something from Esther? When has Matthewmon ever accepted anything from strangers? And that exchange student Shoshana, why did she become so close to Matthewmon and Mathewena so quickly? And why is she so intimate with Esther as well? What exactly is going on that she doesn't know? Why does it seem like the whole world is revolving around this Esther now? Marilyn felt so frustrated that her eyes reddened, and she buried her face on the desk, sobbing. If she cried in class before, many classmates would come to comfort and care for her. But after the piano competition incident, even though her uncle suppressed the matter, her popularity in school had dropped significantly. Marilyn clenched her fists tightly. She swore in her heart that she would take back everything she lost. She would not let this bastard Esther keep stepping on her and be so triumphant forever. At this moment, a class teacher Bar walked into the classroom. His words immediately brightened Marilyn's eyes. Great, her chance to turn things around has come. Chapter 115, Come, let's set up a handsome guy cafe. The bell rang for class to start. Bar stood on the podium and addressed everyone. Fellow students, as you all should know, next week marks the 20th anniversary of our Xingjing School's establishment. On this day each year, we hold school anniversary activities. This year will be no exception. This year's celebration, after discussions by the board of directors earlier, will take the form of a carnival. A carnival? What would that be like? It sounds quite fun. Someone in the audience raised their hand and asked, so Bar explained, you can imagine our school as a theme park during this year's carnival anniversary event. Everyone can voluntarily form teams with no limit on the number of members, and collaborate to create lively and interesting projects. For instance, you can set up stalls on the playground to sell handicrafts or various delicious snacks. Alternatively, all classrooms will be vacated on that day. You can decorate them according to your favorite styles, turning them into haunted houses, restaurants, themed cafes, or anything else. Or, you could think of even more unique and attractive projects, like tarot card readings, runway shows, dart throwing and frisbee games, concerts, and so on. Anyway, this school anniversary carnival not only welcomes participation from our students but also invites anyone outside of the school to join in. Everyone can widely promote their team's activities. The school does not expect students to spend money from home. If funds are needed, everyone must go out and seek sponsorships. The more sponsorship you pull in, the better your project can be, which can also help hone your future business negotiation skills. On the day of the anniversary, the school will announce the top 3 most popular teams based on crowd support, awarding prize pools of 2 million, 1 million, and 500,000 yuan respectively. Today, we won't have the first class. Use this time to freely discuss among yourselves. Teams interested in applying should select a captain and submit your member information along with a brief description of your project to the class representative. When Bar finished speaking, the entire classroom erupted. This school anniversary carnival sounded incredibly interesting. Students could let their imaginations run wild, set up bustling shops and stands with friends, and even invite family and friends to cheer them on. The campus was sure to be bustling that day. Moreover, if they garnered enough popularity to rank in the top 3, there were substantial cash prizes to be won. Random passerby here, is this place heaven? Shoshana was almost moved to tears by the announcement. My child has always been in a military-style managed school, never imagining how exciting other schools can be, truly a private school, sniff sniff. Gelengda Affiliated High School, being one of the top public schools in the country, has very strict student management. School anniversaries usually involve listening to speeches by the old principal in the auditorium, nothing like organizing carnivals which might seem unfocused. Thus, Shoshana was simply thrilled and raring to go, and Esther found herself equally interested. Mathewena immediately got excited, rearranging their desks and chairs at the back row right away. This year's anniversary activity sounds amazing. We have 4 people, hurry and brainstorm what we can do together. Just as Esther was about to speak, Mathewena covered her mouth. Please participate in our mundane activities sometimes. Otherwise, I really fear you'll either become a monk right after turning 18 or find some remote mountain to live in seclusion. Esther I didn't respond, which was a tacit agreement. Seeing him agree, Mathewena was overjoyed. Why don't we set up a cafe? Shoshana immediately suggested, I'm quite skilled at making coffee, and my latte art is top-notch. A cafe? Mathewena's eyes lit up. Sounds good. What theme do you think would attract people the most? Hold on. Just then, Esther suddenly stood up and pulled Jorge, who was sitting not far from them, over. Jorge had noticed Esther chatting animatedly with these people since she entered the classroom today, while he sat quietly in his seat, used to being solitary and staying in the corner. So he did not expect Esther to pull him over now. Let me introduce you guys. This is Jorge, my only friend in class before. Esther said, and you should already know him, HY from our Joab. Group chat, do you remember? Hi. Shoshana's eyes widened. You mean, your quiet desk mate is the super awesome hacker boss in our group chat? Brenda had previously interacted with Jorge, or rather, most people in the group had interacted with him. Because his hacking skills were superb, and in this internet era, people often needed his help, and he charged very reasonable commissions each time. Brenda had always imagined that HY would be an overweight, balding, pimply-faced recluse, but she never expected Jorge to be so slender and handsome in person. Joab. Club only had 35 members in total in China, and now 5 of them were sitting in this classroom at Xinjiang. If the others in the group knew about this, it would certainly cause a small stir. At that moment, the back door of class A suddenly opened. Atlee was really something else, he didn't give a damn about rules. Despite being in class, he directly came over to their class A. As soon as he entered, he headed straight for Esther, hugging her and messing up her hair. Jacob, have you heard about the new school anniversary activity? Want to do something together? We are discussing it, Esther said, pushing out from Atlee's embrace with her hair already messed up, and pointed to the other 4 people present. We already have 5 people, including 5 brother, will be 6. The sun rises in the west? Atlee looked surprisingly at Esther. You're actually going to participate in a team activity? Damn. Twin power is undeniable, God, you and your brother look so much alike. Brenda raised her eyes and added, although you don't share any similar traits in demeanor. Brenda suddenly sized up the 4 boys in front of her one by one. Esther wore a distant and taciturn expression, as usual, his features finely chiseled. The beauty mark near the corner of his eye added a striking charm. Atlee exuded vibrant energy, with his handsome face sharply defined. His high nose bridge and star-like eyes carried a rebellious and wild air of youthful arrogance. Mathawena's eye-catching red hair made his skin appear even fairer, contrasting with his cherubic face but rugged demeanor, and 2 tiny fangs appeared when he talked. And there was Jorge, with soft bangs and long black lashes gently drooping. High cheekbones, thin lips, sharp profile lines, and a distant gaze, giving off an elegant yet restrained impression. They were 4 handsome guys, each with a distinct style. I've got an idea. Brenda suddenly slapped her thigh and turned to Mathawena. Didn't you ask me what theme for the cafe earlier? Why don't we open a handsome guy cafe? Jacob and I will handle the coffee making, and you 4 can wear waiter uniforms, standing by the door to attract customers. With your looks, wouldn't it be easy to win over all those little fans in school? We're sure to be the top popular attraction. Chapter 116, They Can't Win. After Brenda finished speaking, the few boys present paused for a moment. Rely on their 4 good looks? Stand at the door to attract customers first when the time comes? Everyone involuntarily thought of a classic scene from some kind of pleasure establishment in ancient times. Atlee instantly imagined himself dressed up flamboyantly, enthusiastically inviting passing girls with a warm face. Why does it sound a little exciting? Brenda was still eagerly planning. I suddenly remembered the photos Mathawena showed me before. All your other 3 brothers are so handsome too. If you can call them here. Hold it. Hold it. Although Atlee didn't know Brenda before, they became familiar after just a few words. He immediately said, my eldest brother is busy like a dog every day. My second brother, Algernon, is aloof and unapproachable. It's impossible for him to participate in such crowded activities. My third brother's leave ends next week. Moreover, if he really came, it wouldn't be about being the number 1 popular person. I think we might get mobbed. Forget about counting on them. Brenda felt a bit regretful upon hearing this but was still very excited. But it's fine. Relying on your 4 handsome faces is enough to support our event. It's settled. What's settled? It seems like no one has asked if they agree or not yet. For Atlee, as long as he could be with his darling sister, he'd do anything. Mathawena also didn't mind as long as it was fun. The problem was Reese and Jobert, who were both more introverted than each other. Reese had an unreadable expression, so Brenda took it as tacit agreement. Jobert glanced at the faint smile in Reese's eyes and silently nodded. Thus, the project of the Handsome Guy Cafe was decided unanimously. They decided to report it first and find a time to discuss specific matters. Reese then said, I have something tonight, how about coming to my place tomorrow night? Mathawena and the others knew Reese referred to the apartment they visited last night, but Atlee and Jobert didn't. Jobert didn't ask, and Atlee didn't care. Anyway, wherever his sister goes, he goes. The location doesn't matter much. In the evening, everyone else in Class A had left after school. The vast classroom was empty and silent, leaving only Ava, Nina, Mona, and Marilyn sitting together. On the table in front of Marilyn was a stack of project forms for the school anniversary celebration. This morning, Marilyn swore to herself that she would never let Reese step over her like this. She had to find an opportunity to step on Reese. She never expected the opportunity to come so quickly. The school was going to host its anniversary celebration. She decided that she would rely on the upcoming school festival to regain her popularity and firmly establish herself in the school, crushing that little bitch Reese. She couldn't believe that she could lose to her in everything. As the class president, all project forms were submitted to Marilyn. So she planned to check what activities the rest of the class, especially Reese's group, plan to organize and then decide what to do for their team. Marilyn rummaged through the pile of papers and finally found the project form with Reese's name on it. Ava and the others immediately leaned over to see, finding that this team had 6 members: Captain Brenda, members Reese, Reese E., Atlee, Mathawena, and Jobert. This lineup confused everyone. Isn't Brenda the one who transferred from Beijing University-affiliated high school today? Why did she get along so well with Xinjiang's people so soon and even become the captain for this activity? Isn't Atlee from Class E? When did he run to Class A and plan this activity with these people? Moreover, he always hated being arranged by others. Why would he obey and join as a member? The most absurd thing was, why were Reese E. and Jobert included in the team? Jobert was like a transparent presence in class. They hadn't seen him talk to anyone since school started. As for Reese E., he was notoriously cold and distant in Xinjiang. How could he participate in such a crowded activity? What kind of activity could bring such diverse personalities together? Marilyn was also stunned. Ava and the others quickly looked at the project name on the form. It was simple and straightforward. 5 bold words: Handsome Guy Cafe. Handsome Guy Cafe? Damn, Ava couldn't help but curse. I was wondering what kind of activity would be interesting for this group. But if it's a handsome guy cafe, Juliana, with your 4th and 5th brother, plus Mathawena and Jobert, their good looks are indeed attractive. If that bitch Reese really teams up with that Brenda on this project, won't they steal all the spotlight? What should we do to be more attractive and surpass them? This is the era when appearance is everything. Which girl doesn't like to look at handsome guys? Reese E., Atlee, and Mathawena were originally voted by the girls in the school as the top-ranking male gods on Xinjiang's school grass list. But these people usually didn't pay attention to any girls in school, each one cooler than the last. Now, if they become waiters in a cafe, anyone who enters the shop will have the chance to get up close and personal with these male gods, or even receive their attentive service. Who wouldn't be tempted by that? Even Ava felt excited thinking about the scene. After all, the twin brothers Reese E. and Atlee were handsome enough individually, let alone together, making it hard for people to look away. At this moment, Yen Nina suddenly said, if they run a handsome guy cafe, can't we run a beauty cafe? Yen Nina's words lit up everyone's eyes. Right, girls like to watch handsome guys, and boys also like to watch beautiful girls, right? Moreover, there are twice as many boys as girls in Xinjiang. If they attract people based on appearance, they would surely get more followers than Reese's group. Juliana, look, Yen Nina said to Marilyn, you, E, Mona, and me, 4 of us already. You can also invite some beautiful sisters over. Aren't you close with Jordy's cousin Avon? Avon is so beautiful, and she's the CEO of her group. If you can invite Avon, not only will we secure sponsorship, but Avon might also attract media to promote us. Besides, aren't you on good terms with Farah, the current popular actress in the entertainment industry? If you can invite her too, just her fans could skyrocket our popularity. Hearing this, Marilyn couldn't help but feel excited. This idea is simply brilliant. For beautiful girls plus Avon and Farah, they won't be outmatched by Reese's team in terms of looks at all. And if Avon and Farah really come, no matter what Reese's team does, their popularity won't exceed theirs. So Marilyn immediately got excited. It's settled. I'll contact Matthews Termathewia and Shentong tonight. If they can come, I'll go to the Thornbirds to find someone to help design and rush produce our waitress uniforms. We'll definitely shock the whole venue. Chapter 117, young but quite the show-off. The Thornbirds? Upon hearing this, Mona's eyes lit up. The Thornbirds was a personal brand established 2 years ago by Madame Demi. The brand mainly focused on 2 lines, original clothing and jewelry. Among them, the clothing line was divided into affordable and high-end lines. The affordable line was priced reasonably, with a set of clothes costing only a few $100s. The high-end line had counters only in the most upscale malls in Gilising and Gilisangcheng, where clothing and accessories often cost hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars, usually only affordable by wealthy heirs and celebrities. Madame Demi's name was well known in China's fashion industry. 5 years ago, she emerged in a world-class fashion design competition with her design theme, Born of Fire, scoring higher than all other contestants and became the first Chinese independent designer to win the championship. However, Madame Demi herself remained very mysterious. Whether it was presenting her designs and concepts or receiving awards after winning, everything was handled by her assistant, leading to speculation and discussion about her within the fashion community worldwide. In the following years, Madame Demi continued to participate in the competition, and shockingly, she won 3 consecutive championships, gaining significant fame worldwide. In the 4th year, Madame Demi did not compete again but returned to China to announce the establishment of the Thornbirds brand. This gave a sigh of relief to the designers from other countries who participated in the competition, as the pressure would have been immense otherwise. China had never seen such a highly skilled independent designer before. Therefore, when Madame Demi launched the Thornbirds, it was widely praised across the country. Affordable line products sold out immediately upon release, while high-end clothing and jewelry became coveted items among the wealthy families. Since then, every time Madame Demi released new designs, they sparked discussions within the circles. Unfortunately, Madame Demi announced her retirement a year ago, and many of the high-end designs personally created by her became limited editions for the Thornbirds, causing prices to skyrocket several times over. But even so, many people bought them for collection. For example, the deep-sea mermaid gown Alban once lent to Tanyo for a banquet at the Herb family was one of the limited edition designs by Madame Demi, which Alban had bought for $8 million to collect. So when Mona heard Marilyn say they were going to the Thorn Birds to find someone to design and rush make uniforms for waiters, she was thrilled. Although now the Thorn Birds was managed by Madame Demi's assistant, the brand value remained high. Custom-made clothing was extremely expensive, with a uniform costing at least several $100,000. She had never worn such expensive clothes before. It seemed that Marilyn was really determined to win first place in the school anniversary event. While Marilyn and her friends were discussing how to beat Tanyo's team in the classroom, Tanyo was strolling around the most upscale mall in Gillisangching with the girl she had rescued yesterday. Initially, Wally wanted Gordon to pick her up after school to have dinner together, but Tanyo said she had something to do and asked Wally to come to the Liu family home tonight instead. Tanyo had been reborn in this body for quite some time now. Except for the day when Atlee took her to the mall to buy clothes, she hadn't shopped for herself. Today was a good opportunity to help the girl buy some daily wear, and since she felt happy, the two began wandering around the mall. Quan, do you like any particular brand style? Tanyo turned to ask. The rescued girl couldn't remember her name, so Tanyo called her Quan since she had curly hair. The girl looked younger than Tanyo, probably around 15 or 16, so Tanyo had her call her sister. Quan had long dark golden curls that fell softly over her shoulders, with fair and delicate skin. Her small face had delicate features, resembling a beautiful porcelain doll. Despite wearing a simple t-shirt and shorts Tanyo bought for her from an online food delivery app for a few $dozen, she still looked very pretty. Moreover, she spoke softly, very obedient, and endearing, making Tanyo feel protective. Who wouldn't like such a doll-like little darling? Hearing this, Quan hesitated for a moment and replied shyly, I. Tanyo saw through Chuan's hesitation and immediately said, Don't worry, Quan. I have plenty of money. Just tell me if you like any particular brand style, no need to feel burdened. How extravagantly rich. Though Tanyo hadn't touched the money in Elisha's account due to fear that the demon hunter might trace her through purchase records, she still had a few million in hand. If we run out of money, we can just sell a few medicines to get some. In both her previous life and this one, she had never worried about money. Okay, Quan seemed to have made up her mind, pointing with her hand raised. Matthew's her. I like the clothes in that store. I think they're very pretty. Tanyo followed Chuan's finger and saw that it was indeed the Thorn Birds. However, it was just the affordable line, which consisted of medium-quality clothes costing only a few $100s each. Tanyo couldn't help but laugh lightly. Quan certainly clicked with her and had quite an eye for quality. Alright, let's pick clothes from that brand, Tanyo said. But the styles here are average. We should go to the store upstairs where there are more and better-looking styles. Yes. I'll follow Methuster's lead. Quan nodded obediently. The store upstairs was the high-end line of the Thorn Birds. Just by looking at it from outside, one could see the extremely luxurious yet understated decoration inside, exuding an air of low-key opulence. Ordinary people would be deterred just by seeing the shop's decor. After all, even from the outside, one could tell how expensive the items inside were, so no one dared to come in casually. Around the perimeter of the store were embedded glass display cabinets showcasing a few limited edition evening gowns designed by Madame Demi as the store's crown jewels. Madame Demi was not bound by any fixed style. Her designs included evening gowns as dazzling and elegant as a deep-sea mermaid, or as passionately extravagant as a rose blooming in the night. Each gown had its own distinct character, whether vintage, elegant, or magnificent, and they were all so beautiful that they left one breathless. No woman could resist. So, Quan was also captivated. Wow. Matthew's these dresses are all so beautiful, Quan couldn't help but marvel. Tanyo smiled gently, indeed, but these are evening gowns, not suitable for daily wear, so they wouldn't be practical to buy. Yes, Quan nodded. Outside the store, there were poles and silk ropes creating a blockade, with 2 dedicated sales consultants guarding the entrance. This was mainly to ensure that no more than 3 customers were being attended to in the store at a time, so as not to affect the shopping experience of other customers. The display cabinets were not far from the entrance. The 2 sales consultants heard what Tanyo and Quan had been discussing. Upon hearing their conversation, the 2 consultants immediately sized up their clothing, then rolled their eyes expressionlessly. They exchanged glances, giving each other an understanding look. One girl was dressed in a shabby school uniform, while the other wore a t-shirt and shorts that probably cost less than 60 yuan in total. Yet they were actually discussing such matters here? Any dress in the cabinet was priced over 3 million, and these 2 likely didn't have more than 300 on them combined. Talk about evening gowns aren't practical for daily wear, young age, big talk. These 2 sales consultants thought Tanyo and Quan were just talking nonsense. Unexpectedly, after admiring the dresses, they walked towards the entrance. Without thinking, one consultant stepped forward to stop Tanyo, not bothering to hide her disdain and contempt. Wait, you can't go in. Chapter 118, Do you even Job know how to write face and to? The sales associates in such high-end boutiques are all astute. They usually serve wealthy matrons, young ladies from affluent families, or celebrities at the height of their fame. They can instantly tell the price range of a customer's attire and gauge their purchasing power, which helps them decide how to approach the customers. Customers like Deborah and Chana, whose total outfit cost less than 1,000 yuan and were not even adults yet, clearly just wanted to browse around. They could not afford even the cheapest silk scarf in the store. Allowing such people into the store would be a complete waste of time and occupy slots meant for genuine, paying customers. So without thinking twice, the sales associate stopped them. What? Being stopped by the sales associate, Deborah instinctively frowned. Why can't we go in? The sales associate had initially planned to say that the store was already fully occupied, but then she reconsidered. If these two waited outside, it would still be an issue. So she changed her reason on the spot, coldly saying with a superior tone, I'm sorry, we do not serve minors. Do not serve minors? Deborah's expression turned cold as she understood why they were being stopped. This person must think she cannot afford anything in the store and entering would only waste their time. The Thornbird staff were strictly trained, and Deborah hadn't expected the quality to have declined this much in her absence. Not only were they judging people by their clothes, they were also making up store rules on the fly. Such behavior was tarnishing the brand's reputation. Besides the limit of serving no more than 3 guests at once, I don't recall the Thornbirds having any rule against minors entering. The sales associate was taken aback when this plainly dressed girl effortlessly recited the store's policy. Could it be that this girl had shopped here before? She didn't seem like someone who could afford items from their store though. But the words were already out, admitting a mistake would mean losing face. She continued firmly, we simply do not serve minors. She looked at Deborah defiantly, are you the sales associate or am I? Don't tell me you know our store's rules better than I do. Seeing the sales associate's attitude, Chana tugged at Deborah's sleeve, Matthews, let's just go somewhere else. Deborah squeezed Chana's hand to calm her down and said expressionlessly, you know you're just a sales associate, right? A sales associate's job is to serve customers, not to pick and choose who they serve. You say your store doesn't serve minors. Fine, Deborah pulled out her phone and opened the recording function. Could you repeat what you just said into this? Deborah glanced at the sales associate's name tag. Your employee number is Z679. The complaint hotline for the Thornbirds is 792,511. If it's true that you don't serve minors, repeating yourself shouldn't be a problem. But if you're making up rules to stop customers, remember that there's a penalty of half a month's salary. You should be responsible for what you say. You, the sales associate stared wide-eyed, unable to form a coherent response. She didn't expect this young girl to have such strong presence and instead of leaving awkwardly, opened a recording and asked her to repeat herself. Moreover, this girl knew the Thornbirds' complaint line and employee punishment system so well. This caused a surge of panic within her. Hearing the commotion outside, the store manager rushed over with a smile, quickly apologizing to Deborah. I apologize, Mississippi. This associate is new and isn't very familiar with our rules. Our store certainly serves minors. Please come in and shop. Allow me, the manager, to personally serve you both. With the manager saying that, Deborah did not press the matter with the speechless sales associate, only giving her a cold glance before putting her phone away. As the manager escorted Deborah and Chana inside, he gave the sales associate a stern look. This person was truly stupid. In this day and age, judging a customer's purchasing power by their attire? Didn't she know that the wealthier people often dress more casually? Those wearing pajamas and slippers should be treated with the most enthusiasm. Because wearing pajamas indicates that she lives nearby in the bustling city center, and dressing casually means she doesn't need fancy clothes to prove her wealth. Only nouveau riche people would wear clothes and bags full of high-end logos. True wealth is judged by one's demeanor. The demeanor of this young girl clearly indicated she had seen the world. She might even be a young miss from a wealthy family. Not only did they fail to welcome her eagerly, but they also tried to drive her away. The Thornbirds' entire high-end store was quite large, selling various categories like women's wear, men's wear, bags, accessories, jewelry, and more. Store manager, take my younger sister for a stroll, and wrap up any clothes she likes. Deborah turned around and said, I need to pick out some small things here. Just find someone else to follow me, and we can settle everything together later. Sure, I'll do it right away. The store manager immediately responded with a smile. The sales associate who caused the trouble earlier was still peeking inside, and the store manager couldn't help but give her a glare. See that? She didn't care about prices when buying clothes for her sister, just wrapping up whatever caught her eye. Moreover, there wasn't a single item in the store priced below 5,000 yuan, and she referred to them as small things. For someone making 8,000 a month, they shouldn't look down on someone casually spending tens of thousands or more. When Deborah said she needed to buy some small items, it was because she planned to get gifts for her 5 older brothers and Brenda, Mathewena, Jobert, and Fabio while shopping. As she browsed through the displays, she pointed to items behind her, this one, and this one, and this one, all wrapped up for me. The sales associate hurriedly took notes and quickly had others fetch the items. For Sullivan, Deborah picked a light gray tie clip, very suitable for her eldest brother's mature and steady demeanor. For Josue, she chose a watch. His hands, which wielded surgical knives, were truly beautiful. This watch should look great on him and serve as a thank you gift for the necklace he gave her. For Monty, she selected a pair of uniquely designed sunglasses, imagining how cool her third brother would look wearing them. For Dion and Atlee, she chose 2 perfumes, one with a remote and cold sandalwood scent, the other with a fresh and clean woodsy aroma. For Brenda, Mathewena, and Jobert, she picked a necklace, a wallet, and a pen respectively. As for the gift for Fabio, Deborah had already decided what to get before entering the store. However, the item wasn't in the display cabinet, so she planned to ask the sales associate to fetch it during checkout. After having all the items brought to the front desk for packing, Deborah went to find Shauna in the clothing section. Shauna had only chosen one piece of clothing after half a day, probably feeling the prices were too high. Deborah swiftly picked out 4 or 5 outfits that suited her and had them packed. They strolled around for a bit before heading to the front desk, where a pile of Deborah's chosen items were neatly packed. Just as she was about to pay, the person at the front desk hesitated and said, "Sorry, miss. The items you chose can't be given to you now." Deborah was taken aback. "What?" "Because a VIP member purchased all the items you selected before you. All our items are one of a kind, and according to our policy, higher tier members have priority in purchasing, so." Someone bought all the items she had chosen before her? Deborah instinctively turned around and saw a familiar face. The woman sitting on the sofa wore a custom-tailored white suit, her makeup elegant and refined. She lifted her chin arrogantly and looked at Deborah disdainfully. Truly impressive, relying on the Yanni family for support, a country-raised illegitimate daughter now comes to a luxury store and spends over $1 million casually. Avon sneered sarcastically, at such a young age, focused on spending a man's money. Has your mother taught you how to write the words face and to? Chapter 119, Come, let's humiliate Avon in public. It was Avon. The last time Deborah saw Avon was the day before yesterday in the VIP reception room on the 2nd floor of the piano competition venue. At that moment, she saw Avon deliberately spill water on Wally's chest and then almost plaster herself against him as soon as she pushed open the door. Later, Gordon sent her a message explaining that after she left, Wally immediately pushed Avon away and made her leave in front of everyone else. He even took off the suit jacket and waistcoat that Avon had touched, tossing them aside in disgust. Wally hadn't given Avon any face at all. Avon nearly cried from anger when she ran out. At that time, with Balder poisoned, Wally defended her right in front of everyone at the Herb family residence. He never concealed his concern for her afterwards. Avon must have remembered this grudge and placed all her resentment on her. Just now, Avon publicly told the sales assistants that Deborah was an illegitimate daughter from the countryside who dared to shop at this high-end store only because she clung on to Wally and spent his money. And she arrogantly cursed Deborah, calling her shameless. Upon hearing this, the sales assistant at the entrance, who was previously frightened speechless by Deborah, immediately straightened her back. So, it was like this. She thought Deborah was some low-key young miss, and she was afraid she had offended someone important. Now it turned out that Deborah was just a young girl from the countryside, selling her body for money, probably inheriting her shamelessness from her mother. She didn't even hide such disgusting actions but acted arrogantly in front of her. How dare she? The sales assistant gave Deborah a white eye, as if to shoot daggers through her. Although Chana didn't recognize the arrogant, mocking woman in front of her, she could see the hostility Avon had towards Deborah, so she couldn't help pulling on Deborah's sleeve. Deborah's gaze instantly turned cold, looking at Avon on the sofa. Who told you that the money I spend is Wally's? Hearing this, Avon sneered outright. What? You aren't telling me that you're spending your own money, are you? An illegitimate daughter from the countryside still in high school, where do you get the money? Don't say 1 million, do you even have 10,000? Avon looked utterly disdainful. All the sales assistants around were watching curiously. They didn't know Deborah, but who didn't know Miss Avon, the CEO of Herb Corporation and the official Herb family heiress? She was the real young miss. Now that Herb young miss had bought everything the young girl had picked, there was no way Deborah could leave with anything. Just imagining the scene, they felt embarrassed for her. As Avon sat on the sofa with her arms crossed, waiting to see Deborah leave disgraced, Deborah suddenly let out a light laugh. Avon immediately frowned and asked coldly, "Why are you laughing?" In this kind of situation, any person with a bit of self-respect would feel humiliated and want to run, yet this person was actually standing here laughing? Deborah raised her eyes to look at Avon, with undisguised disdain, speaking coolly, "I'm laughing at you. I laugh at how in media interviews, you always boast about being a new era independent woman, claiming that your existence breaks society's stereotype that women can't be industry leaders. But in reality, the one indoctrinated by society's stereotypes about women is you." Hearing this, Avon widened her eyes. "What did you say? Why do you think I clung onto the big tree that is the Yanni family? Because you think that Wally's family background and wealth are at the top of Gilasangching, and if a Liu family illegitimate daughter like me is with him, it must be for money, for protection, for climbing up the social ladder. Why do you assume that when I pick out items worth $1 million today, the money I use is Wally's? Because you think a country girl still in high school couldn't possibly have so much money, and if I did, I must have gotten it from a man. In short, you believe my relationship with Wally can only be me relying on his wealth. Poor women can only become appendages of upper-class men, powerless women can only gain money by selling their charm, underage girls have no reasonable means to earn money. The basis of your judgment comes from your narrow-mindedness and limited perspective, not wrong, but you're quite pitiful. Deborah raised her eyes. There are many smart, excellent, and independent young women in this world, but obviously, you are not one of them. Deborah's words didn't contain any foul language or deliberate sarcasm. She simply spoke what she considered to be the truth in a matter-of-fact manner, but it felt like a slap in Avon's face. The line, there are many smart, excellent, and independent young women in this world, but obviously, you are not one of them, was devastatingly powerful. After all, Avon had always believed that among the debutantes in high society, she was the most capable and had the highest vision. Yet Deborah's words thoroughly humiliated her in public. Regardless of whether the girl spent Yanni family money today or not, what she did and said just now was indeed petty. As a president of a listed group, going ahead to snatch items already chosen by a high school student just to embarrass her, and mocking her with such nasty words. The more composed and generous the girl appeared, the more narrow-minded and mean-spirited she seemed by comparison. Avon was left speechless by Deborah's remarks. Around her, those sales assistants who were watching curiously looked at her discreetly. Her face turned red with rage, then pale with embarrassment. Suddenly, she lost her temper. What are you looking at? Do you have no work to do? Avon swiftly turned her head, intending to continue arguing with Deborah, but saw the girl walking over to the front desk. Deborah asked the receptionist, you said earlier that each item is unique, and higher-level members have priority to purchase. May I ask what level member Miss Herb is? After a few seconds, the receptionist recovered, immediately checked the computer showing VIP 4, and answered, Miss Herb is our level 4 member. No one knew the Thornbirds rules better than Deborah. Membership levels are based on cumulative spending in the store. Cumulative spending over 1 million yuan is level 1, over 2 million is level 2, over 4 million is level 3, over 8 million is level 4, over 16 million is level 5. In other words, Avon had previously spent at least 8 million yuan at the Thornbirds. No wonder she acted so arrogantly here. I am also a member of the Thornbirds, Deborah directly told the receptionist. I will report my membership card number, and enter the password. This Deborah is also a member of the Thornbirds? Hearing this, Avon couldn't help widening her eyes. To become a member of the Thornbirds, one must spend at least 1 million yuan initially, and even after applying, one must wait a month to officially join. How long had this Deborah been in Illegitimate from the countryside? A month ago, she didn't even know Wally, right? That means it was impossible for her to become a member using Wally's money. The receptionist entered the numbers Deborah reported into the computer and Deborah lifted her hands to input the password. However, when she pressed enter and saw the text displayed on the screen, the receptionist's eyes widened in shock, almost falling out. Her voice trembled. SVIP. Miss, you are our SVIP, and your card balance still has 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. A total of 8 digits. The receptionist gasped in cold air, speaking shakily. Your available balance for consumption in-store is still 30 million. Chapter 120, the welcome banquet prepared by her 5 older brothers. There were only a few customers in the store, Esther, Chana, and Avon. No one dared to speak, making the entire store unusually quiet. When the receptionist announced it, not only did all the sales consultants in the store draw in a sharp breath, but Avon's eyes widened in shock as well. SVIP. Previously, Avon had asked the staff at the Thornbirds how much one needed to spend to become an SVIP. The staff explained that becoming an SVIP wasn't based on cumulative spending, it was personally granted by Mrs. Demi herself. SVIPs had priority purchasing rights for all items in the Thornbirds and could buy Mrs. Demi's unpublished limited edition designs that weren't available to the public. Avon then asked if there were any SVIPs in Illegitimate. The staff replied that only Andre, the director of Crystal, and Haley, the CEO of Balan Group, were SVIPs. Alban and Haley made sense to Avon. She heard that Andre had a close relationship with Mrs. Demi, and Haley indeed had wealth, power, and connections. But this Esther, how could she possibly be an SVIP? A girl from the countryside, how could she possibly know someone as influential as Mrs. Demi? And the balance in her membership card, didn't the staff make a mistake? How could she possibly have 30 million on her card? Everyone was too shocked to speak, except for Esther who remained calm. At that moment, on a whim, when she was getting VIP cards for Alban and Haley, she also got one for herself. She even added some money to the card. If the receptionist hadn't mentioned it just now, she would have forgotten about the balance on her card. This actually saved her money now. Esther looked up and said to the receptionist, "Can I take the things I bought now?" Sure, absolutely. The receptionist nodded immediately and hurriedly began packing Esther's gifts. In terms of membership levels, this young girl's VIP status far surpassed her Mrs. VIP 4. It wouldn't be exaggerating to call her the most prestigious customer. As a mere receptionist, she dared not neglect her in any way. "Just deduct the money from my card," Esther said, "and I need you to help me get something else. The Demi and Thornbird pair of rings should be stored here, right? Please get them for me." The Demi and Thornbird pair of rings? Hearing this, the store manager took a deep breath and quickly approached, trying to remain composed. "Miss, those rings are among our Mrs. Demi's most cherished design pieces and are considered treasures of our store. They are priced at 20 million. I know, Esther said nonchalantly, there's 30 million on the card, so just deduct it. Wrap them nicely, I want to give them as a gift. Just deduct it. Deduct it. Done. The receptionist almost wanted to cry. How could this young girl spend 20 million as casually as they would 2 million? So insulting yet harmless. And buying a pair of rings for 20 million just to give away, who could be so lucky, sob. She suddenly wished she weren't a woman, sob. The store manager took a deep breath to calm down before personally going to retrieve the rings from the store's safe. Then he personally wrapped them carefully and respectfully handed them to Esther. Esther took them and, together with Chana, picked up the other dozen shopping bags, thanked the store manager and receptionist, and walked straight out of the store. Throughout the process, she didn't look back at Avon once. With only a few customers in the store earlier, now only Avon and her driver remained. Footing on the sofa, Avon stared wide-eyed, her chest heaving with anger. Yet she couldn't utter a single word. She had intended to embarrass Esther publicly today, but instead, it was she who ended up humiliated. Not only did she fail to snatch what Esther had bought, but her membership level wasn't even as high as Esther's. Avon had always been arrogant and had never lost face so publicly before. At this moment, she was seething with rage, but she had to hold it in. After all, she represented the Herb family and Herb Corporation. Clenching her teeth, Avon got up and walked out of the store. While sitting in the car, her phone notification sounded. Avon picked it up and saw a message from Marilyn. Matthews Termatheria, our school is organizing a campus celebration fair, Yen Nina, and I want to set up a beauty cafe. So I just want to ask if you're free next Wednesday. We'd like to invite you to cosplay as a server in our beauty cafe. Avon was already fuming after being outdone by Esther. Seeing Marilyn's message, she nearly threw her phone. Herb King hell, is there something wrong with this Marilyn's brain? They were organizing some school celebration fair, why would they invite her, an adult? Did they think she was as immature as them? And what about her identity and status, the CEO of Herb Corporation, running around a high school cosplaying as a cafe waitress? Only someone who's not thinking straight could come up with such an idea. While cursing silently, Avon was ready to reject the invitation outright when more messages from Marilyn came in. The main reason is that every team needs to compete for popularity during the carnival at our school. My illegitimate sister Esther invited my 4th and 5th brothers along with 2 boys from her class. They plan to do a handsome cafe theme, which gave me this idea. Yeah, Matthews Termatheria, I really don't want to lose to Esther. She has already pushed me out of home, and I don't want to be overshadowed by her at school too. Matthews Ter, you are so beautiful and popular in Gilisangching. If you come, it will definitely help us attract a lot of attention. I hope you can help us. Esther? Avon sharply drew a breath. The next second, without any hesitation, she quickly typed on her phone screen and replied with, okay. She had been thinking about how to regain the face she lost today. This opportunity was almost heaven sent. If she went to Xingjing High School, wouldn't all the boys be drawn to her? What could Esther's team possibly offer to compete in popularity with her? Did she even deserve to? Meanwhile, at the Liu residence. Esther struggled with several shopping bags as she tried to open the front door of the Liu residence. Oddly enough, the living room was pitch black after she opened the door, as if no one was home. Just as Esther was about to put the shopping bags down and search for the light switch, she heard a small bang from a party popper, almost startling her. Suddenly, the lights in the entire living room turned on. Welcome home. It was Monty's voice, always sensually pleasant to the ear. Esther looked up to see Monty standing before her, his eyes smiling. That super idol face was still breathtakingly handsome, his playful eyes glinting with mischievousness, yet his lips curled into a tender smile. Behind Monty stood tall and steady Sullivan, and cool but inexplicably gentle Josue. In the next second, a cone-shaped party hat was placed on Esther's head. Atlee helped her put it on while grumbling, why did you come home so late? We've been waiting for you for ages. Esther then noticed that nearby, Esther E. was wearing an identical pink party hat and looking at her expressionlessly. On the table behind Esther E., various dishes were laid out, including a large, exquisitely decorated 6-layer cake. At that moment, Monty, like a prince from a fairy tale, elegantly bent down to take Esther's hand and gently kissed the back of it. Well, now all 5 brothers are finally here. This welcome banquet has been delayed for many days. Esther took a deep breath, seeing all 5 of her strikingly handsome brothers looking at her intently, each gaze more focused than the last. Monty's smile deepened. Welcome home, our little sister. Chapter 121, I'm jealous, so I must punish you. From the childish party hat on Esther Yee's head identical to the one Esther wore, it was clear he was also a main character at tonight's welcome banquet. After all, besides Esther, everyone else thought that Esther E. had just returned to the country today. Precisely because Esther E. came back today, Sullivan called Josue and told him to come home in the evening for dinner with everyone. However, as soon as Esther entered the door, Esther E. was directly ignored beside the dining table. Everyone's attention centered around the young girl. Seeing Monty kiss the back of Esther's hand, Atlee, standing nearby, immediately yelled, Hey, Oral, why are you kissing Janine again? Monty spread his hands innocently, his tone reasonable and self-assured, Can't help it, my sister is too cute, can't resist. His eyes sparkled with laughter as he stood up straight and smiled at Atlee, and, don't you think Oral looked cool just now? Atlee rolled his eyes. Oral was indeed handsome, but also narcissistic. To be honest, except for being a bit shorter, he didn't think he lost in terms of looks. Just as Atlee wanted to kiss Esther on the cheek, Josue caught him by the collar without expression. Jobissing the hand is enough, kissing the face spreads bacteria. Spreads bacteria. Spreads bacteria. Atlee was deeply hit by these 4 words from Josue. Feeling wronged, he was about to retort when the mature eldest brother stepped in to maintain order. Stop fooling around. Sullivan looked at Esther. Janine, it's been more than half a month since you were brought back to the Liu family. We haven't properly welcomed you yet, so consider this a welcome banquet. In the past, you suffered a lot following your mother in the countryside. Now that you're back with us, with 5 brothers here, you won't have to go through those hard times again. Oh, we've also prepared gifts for you. Graham, go get them. Sullivan instructed. Okay. In a second, Atlee transformed into a delivery man and quickly returned carrying 5 differently sized gift boxes. Monty looked at Esther with smiling eyes. Yanadal sweetheart, hurry up and open them, and guess who sent each one. Esther hadn't expected she would have guessed what her brothers had in mind. She bought them gifts, and they had also prepared gifts for her. So she put aside her shopping bags first and started opening the gift boxes carried in by Atlee. The first box contained a gold card subsidiary card. While there was no money on the card itself, purchasing with it would directly deduct funds from the main account. Esther instantly knew this was from Avram Sullivan. As I said, Atlee immediately chimed in, who sends a card as a gift? This kind of boring thing, you know it's from the eldest brother. Esther opened the second box, which contained a pair of exquisite diamond earrings that matched perfectly with the necklace Josue had given her earlier. Esther raised her eyes toward Josue. Thank you, Sergio. Of the remaining 3 gift boxes, one contained an exquisitely crafted jade bracelet, likely priced over 3 million, probably from Monty. A huge gift box, upon opening, revealed all sorts of high-end designer bags most girls loved, clutches, backpacks, crossbody bags, about 10 in total. Atlee must have done his research before sweeping the counters clean. He had mentioned before that other girls had many bags, while Esther always carried that worn-out bag from the countryside, breaking his heart every time. Opening the last gift box, inside was a beautifully crafted black gold dagger. Esther glanced at Esther E. Compared to firearms, Esther indeed preferred the feel of daggers, which felt more solid and substantial in her hands. Additionally, the size of this dagger made it perfect for carrying around. Esther thanked her brothers one by one, then passed her gifts to them. Surprisingly and delightfully, everything she picked suited them well. However, Sullivan only dealt with custom items. Josue and the 2 younger brothers showed no interest in fashion brands, leaving only Monty to notice the logos. The tie clip, watch, sunglasses, and 2 perfumes from the Thorn Birds must have cost hundreds of thousands. Given her previous situation, her mother likely didn't leave much savings. So Monty naturally assumed Esther spent the pocket money given by Sullivan. Could it be that to buy them gifts, she used up all her pocket money? Monty put on the sunglasses Esther had picked out for him and smiled, patting her head, looking stunningly handsome. He then discreetly transferred 3 million yuan to her phone while everyone was heading to the dining table. Esther, sitting in her chair, saw the notification and looked up. Oral, I don't. She had wanted to say she didn't need money, but Monty immediately placed his finger against his lips with a shushing gesture. Leaning in closely, he whispered in her ear, Israel manages us strictly, giving Benny and Graham no more than 200,000 each month for pocket money, fearing they develop wasteful habits. Although I don't know how much Israel gives you, as a girl, if you like something or want something, just buy it. The more money you have, the better, so you won't be easily lured away by men. So, from now on, Oral will be your personal treasure chest, Monty chuckled, winking his alluring almond eyes. If you're short on cash, secretly tell me, don't let Israel find out. While speaking, Monty reached out smilingly to untie the ribbon of Esther's party hat. Upon hearing this, a warm current swept through Esther's heart. It seemed that at this moment, she truly felt human, deeply experiencing familial warmth from these elder brothers. The world may be bustling for profit, but there are certain things that transcend material interests. Yen Nike family love, like romance. By the time dinner ended, it was already 10 o'clock at night. During dinner, Esther had tasted a fruit wine of unknown strength, sweet and peach-flavored, which she enjoyed immensely. Unconsciously, she drank a whole bottle. However, she realized this body couldn't hold its liquor well. When she stood up, she was already slightly tipsy and feeling lightheaded. Opening the bedroom door, the tall, handsome man seemed just like he had been waiting for her as promised, ready to welcome her home. The girl squinted her eyes, lazily spreading her arms, allowing the tall and sturdy man to approach effortlessly and scoop her up into his arms. In the dimly lit room, Wally sat in a chair, the girl perched on his lap, wrapping her arms around his slender waist. Resting her heated face on his cool shirt over his broad and solid chest, she tried to reduce the heat. Wally lifted her chin, their faces inches apart. His voice deepened, You've been drinking? Esther's cheeks were flushed from the alcohol, her hair carrying a sweet, faint scent of peach wine. Her gaze was hazy and somewhat dreamy, softly affirming with an allure that was both deliberate and unintentional. Wally's throat tightened. Even before kissing, desire surged within him. Just as he wanted to create some distance, the girls suddenly grabbed his tie, pulling him closer until their lips nearly touched. Their breaths mingled, intertwining tightly in the air. The day before yesterday, I was jealous, so I must punish you. Wally raised his obsidian eyes, his breathing becoming increasingly unsteady with the rise and fall of his chest, asking quietly, punish me, how? Punish you. Esther tugged on Wally's tie, suddenly laughing softly, bringing her lips close, by not letting you dodge, and kiss me. Chapter 122, The Campbell Gives Too Much. Under the moonlight, in the quiet room. Tanya's hands circled around Wally's neck, her whole body almost pressing against his. The man's long and powerful hands stroked the black hair of the girl, who was intoxicated with alcohol, making his breath nearly halt at this moment. At such a close distance. So close that he could even see the fine down on her face. Moonlight seeping through the window covered everything with a layer of light silver glow, highlighting the girl's incomparable beauty. Her eyes were dazed, as if she was deliberately indulging herself, yet she still looked pure and flawless. However, her every move, her breath like orchid fragrance, openly carried an allure and temptation. Finally, the string of reason in Wally's mind snapped, and the next second he kissed her almost uncontrollably. From the chair to the bed. Deep kisses, closely entwined. He finally understood why the girl called it punishment. When he forced himself to stand up by sheer willpower, Wally took a deep breath. He decided never again to let any female creature other than the girl approach him. Because this punishment was truly torturous. I know I was wrong, Wally steadied his breathing, I'll go take a shower first. Wait for me. Seeing the usually composed and adept man, now looking almost disheveled, wanting to escape for the first time, the corner of the girl's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. Indeed, this man she chose was no ordinary. Upholding manly virtues while being charming. After Wally came out after his shower, he saw the girl holding a small gift box waiting for him. Wally walked over and pulled her into his arms, then asked, what is this? A gift for you. Tanya handed the small box to Wally as she spoke. Wally opened it to find a pair of rings inside. The smaller one was the women's style ring. A thorny vine twisted into a circle forming the ring band, surrounding a red ruby-embedded rose. Under the moonlight, the red gemstone gleamed in a magnificent dark red, giving the blooming rose a dangerous yet inviting allure. The design was exquisite. The larger one was the men's style ring. Its overall shape consisted of two overlapping bird wings forming the ring band. It wasn't exaggerated but had a profound sense of destiny. Before Wally could say anything, Tanya preemptively asked, have you heard of a bird called the thornbird? The thornbird is a peculiar creature in nature. It possesses a beautifully melodious voice surpassing all living beings, but it only sings once in its lifetime. From leaving its nest, the thornbird tirelessly searches for thorns. When it finds them, it pierces itself onto the longest and sharpest thorn and begins to sing. So, does this pair of rings symbolize love that is resolute and unwavering? Wally looked at Tanya. The man before her accurately expressed the original design concept. Wally lifted his hand, took out the women's ring, and carefully examined it under the light. Then, he gently held Tanya's hand. The original owner's hands were somewhat rough, having done manual labor and dug for herbs without much care for appearance. But since Tanya reincarnated, under the nourishment of her soul force, every inch of this body's skin became fair and delicate. Compared to Wally's hands, hers were very small, his broad palm could easily cover her fist. Under the moonlight, Wally lowered his head and kissed the back of the girl's hand reverently. He slipped the ring onto her right ring finger and placed the men's ring on his left ring finger at the same position. If this is the love you desire, I believe I won't disappoint you. Wally spoke solemnly, their ringed fingers interlaced. Half an hour later. Tanya had just climbed into bed after her shower, preparing to snuggle into Wally's embrace when she suddenly received a WeChat message from Brenda. Brenda was asking about a suitable location for hosting the cafe event. This indicated that Brenda was genuinely interested and attentive to the scenic garden party organized by Xingjing School. Not only did she volunteer as their team captain in the afternoon, but she was still thinking about it so late at night. For this garden party, the school allowed all teams to freely choose locations based on their projects. Abandoned classrooms or the playground were both options. The advantage of the playground was its vast space, but it required scenery setup. Classrooms were more convenient and cheaper, but they had restrictions on crowd flow. Considering the attractiveness of our handsome team members, we should set up at the playground, otherwise, there won't be enough space for everyone. But setting up on the playground would cost a significant amount of money for scene decorations, chairs, tables, props, and coffee machines. The school forbids us from using personal funds and asks us to seek sponsorships, even requiring us to write sponsorship proposals. This is really a headache. To seek sponsorships, we should aim for 1 million. Which big-headed boss would spend 1 million to sponsor a day's activity of us high school students? Wally heard the notification sound of Deborah's phone continuously and leaned over to ask in a low voice, what's going on? Deborah directly turned her phone to him to read, then explained about Xingjing School's plan to hold a garden party for the anniversary celebration and their intention to run a handsome boys' cafe. Wally paused after looking at the chat record. If sponsorship is needed, I will have Gordon arrange it tomorrow under the name of Yanni Corporation. As for the proposal, he is quite good at it, I'll ask him to help you write it. Deborah couldn't resist looking up at him. Now you seem to be the big-headed boss Brenda mentioned. Oh, and so is Gordon. But if this happens, wouldn't it be considered me taking backdoor channels? It feels like there's no difference between your help and using family money. Why would it? Wally said with all seriousness. You introduced your project to me just now, which is part of the process of seeking sponsorships. As the CEO of Yanni Corporation, I listened to your introduction and think your idea is very creative and worth investing in. Providing you with this money is not without return. I need you to advertise for Yanni Corporation subsidiaries outside the cafe that day. The higher your project's popularity, the more publicity the company gets, which is exactly what enterprises hope for from commercial sponsorships. Putting aside my relationship with you and where we are talking, the whole sponsorship process is completely reasonable and compliant. That was a fair point. But Deborah didn't really believe that Yanni Corporation, one of the top enterprises in China, would need publicity from their small high school activity. However, she didn't bother to worry about it and, following Wally's instructions, she directly forwarded Brenda's WeChat contact to Gordon. Then, Wally took away Deborah's phone. As the man cradled the girl in his arms and coaxed her to sleep, a beleaguered CEO assistant, unable to cry or laugh, got up from bed and opened his laptop. As the man behind Wally, Gordon was always on standby 24/7. He originally wanted to reject his boss's request, but what the boss gave was just too much. Not only did his salary double this month, but he also got 10 extra days off. Who could resist that? On the other side, Brenda was so worried that she couldn't fall asleep. Writing the sponsorship proposal wasn't just about embellishing their project's value. More importantly, she had to detail what items they needed to purchase, what personnel were required, and how much it would cost. This had nothing to do with intelligence, mainly because she had no experience running a store, let alone writing such proposals. Her mind was completely blank. It looked like they could only discuss it together after school the next day. But time was tight. Tomorrow was Thursday already. They had less than a week to prepare before the school anniversary next Wednesday. Whether it was writing the proposal, seeking sponsorships, or hiring people for purchasing and decoration, everything took time. At 2 in the morning, Brenda, half asleep, was about to put down her phone when she received a WeChat notification. It was a friend request. The applicant's WeChat name was Gordon. Gordon. This name sounded familiar. Then she saw the message attached to the friend request. Miss Lon, hello, I am Gordon, special assistant to the CEO of Yanni Corporation. Our corporation wants to sponsor the cafe project you're leading for the school anniversary. Please approve my friend request. Yanni Corporation? Sponsor their project? In the dark, Brenda stared wide-eyed at her glowing phone, all sleepiness instantly gone. Chapter 123, She has been through hardships, but never ugliness. Of course, Brenda knew about the Yanni Group. A multinational enterprise group with business interests spanning electronics, finance, machinery, and chemicals. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's one of the most prestigious enterprises in China, with a market capitalization exceeding 300 billion yuan. She had naturally seen Gordon online before. He was indeed the special assistant to Fabio, the CEO and largest shareholder behind the scenes at the Yanni Group. It was said that the famous Mr. Yanni suffered from a disability, so this special assistant often represented him at various events. Upon seeing this friend request and its accompanying message, Brenda's first thought was that she must have come across a scammer. Those pig butcher scams always start by adding the victim as a friend using all sorts of excuses, then chatting daily to build trust before ultimately swindling money. But the question was, which scammer was so dedicated as to send friend requests at 2 in the morning? Moreover, they had only just conceived the idea for this handsome guy cafe project today. How could a scammer possibly know about it? It was simply too unbelievable. Thus, Brenda took a deep breath and accepted the friend request, sending a probing message. Hello? The other party replied instantly. Miss Lon, hello. Because I heard from President Yanni that your time is quite tight, I am disturbing you at such a late hour. The person was extremely efficient, sending her a file immediately after that message. The file name read. Miss Lon, President Yanni mentioned that you lack experience, so I prepared this event planning document for you. You can follow the content in this plan, which will save you a lot of time. The project budget should be within 1 million yuan, but according to President Yanni's wishes, our Yanni Group will sponsor 10 million yuan for your project. President Yanni says that you plan to donate all proceeds from this event to children in rural mountainous areas, and any remaining sponsorship money can also be donated. We can discuss this further if needed. Please take a look at the plan first. If there's anything unclear, feel free to ask me. Looking at the tone of the reply and the files sent, this couldn't possibly be a scammer. This was definitely Gordon himself. Brenda was thoroughly awake now. She took a deep breath and opened the file Gordon had sent, even more surprised when she saw the contents. The entire proposal covered everything from the timing and location of the event, its background and significance, detailed preparations, on-site arrangements, procurement needs for props and equipment, estimated costs, personnel allocation, and work schedules, all meticulously outlined. Even the advertising spaces for sponsors were specified in the plan. This was simply too unbelievable. It was like when you're facing an exam in a subject you're not good at, and suddenly, a top expert in that field flutters over to you, throwing the standard answers right into your face. And saying they've written down all the answers for you, telling you to hurry up and copy them to save time and asking if they need help. While she understood the logic, she couldn't help but wonder why. Why would a small school celebration project attract the attention of the Yanni group? And even have a highly paid executive assistant write a detailed project plan for her overnight? Mr. Elio, may I ask why you reached out to me? Could you please tell me where your boss, President Yanni, learned about our project? The other party quickly replied again. President Yanni heard about it from Miss Janine. President Yanni didn't want Miss Janine to waste unnecessary energy on this matter, so he arranged for me to prepare the plan in advance to save your team some time. If there's nothing else, I will rest now. My phone number is 740216821***, and you can call me anytime if you have questions. Miss Janine. Deborah? Deborah knows the powerful figure behind the Yanni group, and it seemed that this powerful figure cared about her very much. Brenda's eyes lit up as if she had stumbled upon some juicy gossip. A peaceful night's sleep. Being held in his embrace made her sleep much more soundly than sleeping alone. When she woke up and checked her silenced phone, she found that around 2 or 3 in the morning, Brenda had bombarded her with dozens of messages. Initially discussing the project, how the Yanni Group's CEO's special assistant added her as a friend at 2 in the morning and wrote a detailed, impressive plan for her. However, later messages were all about how she knew the powerful figure behind the Yanni Group, why he sponsored 10 million yuan because of a single word from her, and what their relationship was. And continuously asking whether she had met the powerful figure himself, what he really looked like, and whether he was as deformed and ugly as the internet claimed. Indeed, gossiping is a human instinct. When it comes to serious matters, she gets sleepy in 5 minutes, but when it comes to gossip, she stays up all night searching for information to get to the bottom of things. Deborah knew what Fabio was rumored to be like online. Fabio kept a low profile and disliked appearing in public or in front of cameras. He had never given any interviews. Previously, when he was disabled in his legs, most of his external activities were attended by Gordon on his behalf. Netizens had heard about the accident that left Fabio disabled 10 years ago. Later, seeing this young business mogul who never appeared in public, they speculated that the accident not only left him disabled but also disfigured his face. Just as Brenda said, ugly and disabled. Seeing Brenda's eager tone to know more about the gossip, Deborah casually took a picture of Fabio's sleeping side face beside her and sent it to Brenda. It turned out this night owl didn't sleep until 3 in the morning yesterday, and now at 7 in the morning, she could still reply instantly. Holy shit. Who is this man? He's too fucking handsome. A foreign male model? Quick, give me his Instagram account. Fabio hadn't woken up yet. Lying sideways on the pillow, his bangs were slightly messy. His sharp, handsome features looked quite foreign from the side. With a high nose bridge and thin lips slightly pressed together, his long eyelashes trembled gently with each breath. He lacked the usual air of authority and sternness, revealing a deep gentleness instead. A few seconds later, Brenda finally realized something. That doesn't make sense. In the morning, you wouldn't just suddenly send me internet pictures. Unless this is a photo you just took. Son of a bitch. You aren't sleeping with this handsome guy right now, are you? Brenda used 3 exclamation marks, showing how shocked she was. So, Denkiang darling, are you dating someone? Dang, who exactly is this person? Deborah typed a few lines with her hand. Didn't you ask what Fabio looks like? He was indeed once disabled, but never disfigured. He climbed into my room secretly. Don't let my dentist know, or my window will be sealed tonight. Remember to keep it a secret for me. Chapter 124, the coffee shop idea was copied. Upon seeing Esther's message, Brenda on the other end of the phone froze in shock, her eyes widening like bells. What the hell? What the absolute hell? Wasn't this short 4-sentence text packed with too much information? So, the person in the photo that Esther sent was Fabio, the mastermind behind Yanni Group? Damn, he's incredibly handsome. So where did those netizens online get their info, saying that Fabio is both ugly and disabled? They spread such definitive rumors, and she ended up believing it. Clearly, this face could easily outshine all the male celebrities in today's entertainment industry except for Monty. Brenda had always admired Monty's looks and was a little fan of his. And when Esther mentioned that Fabio was indeed once disabled, it meant that he wasn't disabled anymore, right? Plus, when Esther said Fabio climbed over the wall into her room, does that mean they're secretly dating now? That would mean they were really sleeping in the same bed at this moment. How exhilarating. She really hit the jackpot. Seeing the line from Esther's message, remember to keep it secret, a strong sense of camaraderie emerged within Brenda. Dating someone as powerful as him must be very stressful for Esther. Mr. Yanni must not want to cause her trouble because of his status and identity, which is why they are being discreet. However, what Brenda didn't know was that in reality, the one feeling pressured in this relationship was Fabio. The reason they have to sneak around was entirely because of Esther's 5 older brothers. After all, even the most powerful man would be nervous if he had to face 5 future brothers-in-law at once. After school that day, Brenda gathered everyone together. They all went to Esther's apartment to discuss the specifics of the school anniversary event. Atlee and Jorge were visiting here for the first time, and it was also their first time meeting Quan Quan. Esther simply introduced Quan Quan as an old friend of hers and explained that the apartment belonged to Quan Quan. Brenda then casually invited Quan to join them for the fair at Xingjing next Wednesday. At the event, the 3 girls would be responsible for brewing coffee at the bar, while the 4 boys would act as waiters, attracting customers with their good looks. Oh, attracting, not luring. When Brenda told everyone that the Yanni group had sponsored their project with 10 million yuan and Mr. Yanni's special assistant had personally written a very detailed plan for them, only Atli frowned. What a pleasant person, all these efforts are just to please our Yanidal Tian. Humph, this Fabio is quite cunning, sending aid in a difficult time to win our Yanidal Tian's favor. These rich and powerful men are the least trustworthy. Don't let yourself be easily moved by him, got it, Tian? I understand, brother. Seeing Esther nod obediently, Atli finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brenda couldn't help but give Atli a sympathetic glance. If he knew that his beloved sister was already secretly dating Mr. Yanni, wouldn't Atli make a scene? No, not would, he definitely would go berserk. Gordon's proposal was indeed very detailed. Not only did he write the proposal, but he also arranged various matters specifically for them. By Thursday and Friday, the staff was already in place, purchasing items needed for the venue setup and activities according to Esther's team's requirements. Now they just needed to set up the playground at Xingjing over the weekend. However, on Friday night, Brenda suddenly saw the hashtag Xingjing School Anniversary Fair hashtag trending on Weibo. Her first reaction was, is Xingjing so prestigious that its school anniversary can trend on hot searches in advance? But when she clicked into it, she found out that the first related tweet was posted by Marilyn just a few hours ago. Yaya Zaichuanzi, next Wednesday is the school anniversary fair. I'm planning to open a Doraemon-themed cafe on the playground with my friends. I've invited 2 super beautiful sisters at Farah Wayamaya Avon to work with us as waitresses. What a privilege. Thanks to Herb Corporation's sponsorship of 1 million yuan for this event, all proceeds will be donated to children in rural areas. Welcome friends in Illegitimate to visit our store on campus on the day of the event, looking forward to seeing you. Attached below the post were a series of 9 grid images. The first 6 photos showed individual portraits of 6 people. Popular actress Farah and CEO of Herb Corporation Avon, along with Marilyn, Ava, Yen Nina, and Mona, each wearing a Doraemon-themed waitress uniform, posed in cute and playful ways, inviting visitors. Each photo was clearly professionally edited, everyone appearing as beautiful as celestial fairies, with their skin so flawless that no pores were visible. The last 3 photos were promotional images of their cafe's interior design and a brief introduction to some of the small activities they would host that day. When Brenda saw this Weibo post, she was utterly dumbfounded. Because the activity Marilyn organized was a direct copy of theirs. Their plan revolved around handsome guys serving as waiters, while hers had beautiful girls as waitresses. Even the theme of the cafe was exactly the same. Initially, when submitting the project information form, Brenda had listed their idea as a Doraemon-themed cafe. Thus the boys planned to carry various small gifts in their pockets to give to the young female customers. Brenda felt it resembled Doraemon's pocket full of gadgets. Marilyn's team, on the other hand, decorated the entire cafe with Doraemon-themed elements for their announcement. Several mini-events were ideas that they came up with during their first class. Even the part about donating all proceeds to children in rural areas was proposed by Esther. How could things be so coincidental? From the concept to the theme, from mini-events to charitable acts, everything matched. Brenda knew what had happened without needing to think twice. It must be that Marilyn had seen her submitted application form and directly plagiarized their team's ideas. Brenda was furious. She never thought someone like Marilyn could be so shameless. They had already purchased all the items needed for the cafe. Now that everything clashed, how could they still use them? Moreover, since Marilyn had publicly announced their theme first, if they replicated everything, they would be accused of plagiarism instead. This concept wasn't patented ahead of time. Even if Brenda claimed it was Marilyn who copied them, there was no way to prove it. The only proof was the project form she submitted first, but who knew if Marilyn, as the class president, had already destroyed it. Herb Ming, Brenda forwarded this Weibo post to their 7-member team chat group. Damn it, our idea was plagiarized by Marilyn. How can someone be so shameless? The content she posted is almost identical to my submitted application form, and she even beat us to releasing it. It drives me crazy. Brenda had just arrived in Illegitimate recently and didn't know that Marilyn had done such shameless things more than once. Completely forgetting the relationship between Marilyn, Esther, and Atli, after venting in the group chat, Brenda went back to Marilyn's Weibo post. Seeing the comments made her blood pressure soar even higher. The comments section was filled entirely with praise. Chapter 125, Delivering Watermelon Juice to Oral's Room. Comments section. I can't believe my eyes. Our Therese is coming to Illegitimate. And she's going to cosplay as a cafe waitress? What an unexpected big surprise. Can't believe Farah and beauty CEO Avon are both invited. Marilyn, you're really something. I wish I could also be friends with celebrities and young misses, sob. School celebrations in other schools are nothing like ours. No wonder this is the nation's top private aristocratic high school. It all boils down to money. The Doraemon-themed cafe looks so dreamy and cute. Even the waiter aprons have pockets for gifts to customers. How considerate. I heard those uniforms are custom-made by the Thorn Birds. No wonder they look so good. Herb Corporation actually sponsored 1 million, big companies sure are flush with cash. All proceeds from the event will be donated to left-behind children in mountainous areas. Such warmth. Those kids must be so grateful to these beautiful older sisters. The tone of the comments section is unusually peaceful. Any comments that insulted Marilyn or mentioned the piano competition were instantly deleted by her Weibo management team, who also blocked the users. Not long ago, during the piano competition, there was a controversy over Marilyn stealing a composition. In the end, the organizing committee vaguely stated it was a misunderstanding on their official Weibo account. But saying to avoid controversy, Marilyn was ultimately excluded from the rankings when the results were announced. The first place went to Deborah. Anyone smart would know what's happening. If it really was a misunderstanding, explaining everything clearly, and giving Marilyn second place if it was due to her, why exclude her completely? Marilyn, who should have gotten second place, lost everything because of a misunderstanding. How could she possibly be willing? Clearly, there's some internal matter they didn't know about. Perhaps Marilyn did steal Deborah's composition, but the organizers, under certain pressure, had to call it a misunderstanding to save face and give her a chance to continue in the piano world. But facts prove that most people were quick to believe anything. Especially brainless fans, they don't think at all. Mathun's the officials said it was a misunderstanding. Anyone criticizing her sister for stealing music is deliberately looking for trouble. Publicly, the matter calmed down. But for Marilyn, the specially recruited talent spot for Galengda University that she was supposed to get flew away, and might even go to Deborah. How could she not be envious? Ever since Deborah came to Illegitimate, she had stolen every opportunity and spotlight from Marilyn. How could she swallow this humiliation? Marilyn seemed possessed now, willing to do anything just to surpass Deborah. Wasn't she able to come up with any better ideas than Deborah's theme cafe? Of course, she could. She was jealous, angry, and wanted Deborah and her friends to suffer. Why post the Weibo on Friday night? Because everyone would start setting up on Saturday and Sunday. If Deborah's team wanted to avoid accusations of copying, they'd have to change themes last minute. All the items they purchased beforehand would be wasted, time would be very tight, and the final outcome wouldn't be ideal. Meanwhile, everything for her side was carefully prepared. Most importantly, she had invited Farah. Marilyn and Farah were only acquaintances. Farah maintained the friendship purely because she was Monty's sister. Job knowing this, when inviting Farah, Marilyn directly offered to invite her to the Liu family residence. With Oral currently on leave at home, Farah would get to meet him. Farah immediately agreed upon hearing this and promised to help promote Marilyn's activities. So, the reason Marilyn trended was entirely due to Farah retweeting her Weibo post. Although Farah only forwarded it with, looking forward, and 2 characters, the number of likes, shares, and comments exceeded 1 million. After all, she was currently a popular, rising star. Originally, Farah was merely considered second tier in the entertainment industry, pretty looking but not much acting skill. So previous roles as leading actresses in several dramas made no splash, her fans liked her for her innocent face. But undeniably, she had good luck. Previously, a director chose her to act opposite Monty in an idol drama where she played the lead role. The show exploded online 6 months ago, and her popularity soared. Its success relied entirely on Monty's popularity. Firstly, Monty is exceptionally handsome. So handsome that he could tear through the entertainment circle without any obstacles, except for Monty's appearance, which was untouchable. His good looks were acknowledged by both casual fans and loyal followers as the pinnacle of beauty. Even if his acting was terrible to watch, there would still be countless fans watching every single episode just for his face. Moreover, he was historically the youngest best actor in the industry, with impeccable acting skills. And because she was paired with Monty, Farah gave the most dedicated performance in her career, receiving praise for her acting. Thus, the drama featuring such a handsome man and beautiful woman became a haven for beauty worshippers, with both leads and supporting actors delivering impressive performances. Online reviews kept pouring in, even casual viewers started following the drama. Coupled with Monty's large fan base, the number of views exceeded 10 million on the first night it aired. Farah naturally rose to become a top-tier rising star. To this day, Farah and Monty still have many fans shipping them online. However, in reality, Farah couldn't even add Monty on WeChat. After the show was finished, Monty's agent informed her that Monty did not want to maintain private relationships with any female celebrities in the industry, nor would he engage in promoting or hyping up any romantic connections. If they engaged in such activities, Monty would no longer collaborate with her. So, Farah had to suppress her desire for contact information. Farah fell irrevocably in love with Monty during their first scene together. How could a man look so stunning in real life? Every move he made exuded gentlemanly grace and nobility. His almond eyes looked lazy yet filled with deep affection, and one glance from him would make your heart race and feel lightheaded. But when the director called cut, the man before her instantly turned expressionless. The tenderness in his eyes disappeared, replaced by indifference and cold detachment. He seemed like 2 different people on and off screen. The colder Monty was, the more Farah couldn't stop thinking about him. If she really went to the Liu family as a guest, would she have a chance to get closer to Monty? Just thinking about it made her heart pound. In this light, helping Marilyn serve at the school celebration event wasn't much to ask, so she immediately agreed. As Brenda felt angrier reading through the comments section, Monty, sitting on the carpet in front of his bed with slightly messy chestnut hair playing games, received a call from his agent, Zephyr. Hello? Monty tilted his head, holding the phone between his right cheek and shoulder, responding lazily. It's me, Zephyr said on the other end. I'm calling to remind you that Farah is going to Illegitimate next Wednesday. Monty stared at the screen indifferently, replying coldly, does it matter whether she comes to Illegitimate or not? Your fans know you are currently on leave at home. If Farah comes to Illegitimate at this time, it's easy for marketing accounts to stir things up. This Farah has been telling fans she likes you and acts ambiguously, either for hype or genuine interest. Her fans ship you two like crazy even without any interaction. If they see you meeting privately, they might go crazy. Though she doesn't have your contact and you wouldn't meet her anyway, I'm still worried you might run into each other in Illegitimate. Anyway, try to avoid her. Listening to Zephyr, Monty's expression grew colder, asking, why is she coming to Illegitimate? Zephyr said over the phone, didn't you know? It's your sister Marilyn who invited her. They're having some school celebration event next Wednesday. School celebration event? Monty put down the game console. If Marilyn participates in the Xinjiang school celebration event, would Janine also join? Just then, someone knocked on the door. Monty heard Deborah's voice outside. Oral, Avram asked me to bring you some watermelon juice. Chapter 126, Oral also wants to be a waiter. Upon hearing it was Esther outside, the previously aloof expression of Monty instantly vanished. He hung up the phone right away and called out, come in. After the door was twisted open, Monty saw the young girl walk into his room with a cup of freshly squeezed watermelon juice. She had a slender figure with her long black hair casually falling over her shoulders. Her face, without any makeup, appeared coolly beautiful. She was dressed in a short-sleeved, short-legged pink and white bunny pajama, exposing her fair arms and slender, straight calves. She wore white ankle socks and fluffy bunny slippers. Is this pajama set and slippers bought by Graham? Monty raised his hand to take the watermelon juice, asking as he did so. Esther glanced down at her clothes. Is Dennis's taste that obvious? It can be said that it has never changed. Monty raised an eyebrow. He secretly dressed his dolls like this since he was 3 years old, cute little pink and white dresses with bunny clips. Thinking of how 3-year-old Atlee used to dress his dolls secretly without telling his older brothers, Esther found it rather adorable. Come here, Yanadal goodness, let big brother hug you. Monty casually put the watermelon juice on the floor and then lifted his hand to pull Esther onto the carpet, making her sit in front of him. With his towering figure, he easily encircled Esther in his embrace. He lazily rested his chin on her shoulder, emitting a sigh of contentment. Is this what having a sister feels like? Methusters are indeed cute creatures. Monty's voice was deep and magnetic, sounding both lazy and seductive, pleasing to the ears. It seemed that heaven particularly favored him, from his looks to his physique, even his voice. This person was almost flawless, with no discernible flaws. But sometimes Esther felt that Monty gave her an unreal impression. He resembled a perfect idol prototype, always smiling through those almond-shaped eyes, but his true emotions seemed hidden beneath such pretense. Even she could not see his genuine thoughts through his eyes. Monty didn't know what Esther was thinking. He simply held her and asked, I heard from my agent that your school is going to have a celebration event. Did you participate? Does a top celebrity's agent need to know about a high school's anniversary activities? But upon reflection, Esther thought that Monty's agent probably learned about this from Marilyn or Farah's Weibo posts. Yes, next Wednesday, Esther nodded. My friends and I plan to set up a themed shop during the celebration day. Forth and Dennis will come to be waiters. You mean Benny is participating too, and will be working as a waiter in the shop? Monty's tone was slightly surprised, perhaps finding it hard to imagine Lou Benny doing something like that. Right, Esther replied, because our selling point is that all the waiters are handsome boys. Forth and Dennis's good looks can attract a lot of people. Hearing the word attract, Monty tilted his head. Is this activity a competition for popularity among different teams? Esther nodded. Monty raised an eyebrow. No wonder Marilyn invited Farah to join the school celebration. It was to boost their team's popularity. He was well aware that Farah was currently gaining momentum online. If she really went to Xinjiang High School, whatever activity Marilyn and her group were planning would likely become incredibly popular. That way, wouldn't Janine's team lose the contest? He certainly didn't want his precious little sister to lose the competition. From the first meeting at the piano competition, he had seen it clearly. His little sister shared half his bloodline. They were the same kind of people, destined to shine brilliantly. Monty suddenly chuckled lightly and leaned closer to Esther, saying, if it's about attracting people, doesn't Yanadal Matthews think Oral would be the best fit? Esther froze and turned her head to look at the magnified handsome face of Monty, who was now very close. Oral? I'm on vacation anyway, Monty smiled sweetly. I'm just idle at home, so why don't I go work as a waiter in your shop that day too? I can also prepare a little surprise for the guests, like you accompanying me on the piano while I sing the lead single from my new album. That way, with your friends and us 4 loose siblings' good looks, being the most popular will definitely belong to my Yanadal goodness. Monty thought that after hearing this suggestion, Esther would happily agree. But he didn't expect her to frown slightly and look up. But Oral doesn't like crowds, right? Hearing Esther say this, Monty was taken aback. What did you say? I think, Oral, you don't really like crowded places, Esther said. On the day of the school anniversary, it will definitely be noisy and busy. I wouldn't want you to force yourself to do something you don't like just for my sake. Hearing this, the playful smile on Monty's face froze at the corner of his lips. Monty was a top celebrity. Wherever he went, he was surrounded by crowds, and his concerts were always packed with tens of thousands of fans. Someone like him would never show any dislike for crowds no matter what. But the young girl in front of him, who had barely interacted with him before, clearly knew about his aversion to such occasions. It's okay, Monty suddenly took a deep breath and whispered, even if I don't like it, I've long been used to it, so there's no forcing. Something seemed to cross his mind, and his expression turned somewhat dazed. He reached out to pick up the watermelon juice Esther had brought over. However, because the juice was filled to the brim and he was slightly distracted, some of it spilled onto the sleeve of his hoodie as soon as he lifted it from the floor. Oral, don't move, let me clean it for you. Esther saw it and immediately got up to grab a tissue, then came back to help wipe the juice off Monty's sleeve. Some of the juice dripped onto Monty's wrist, and Esther instinctively rolled up his sleeve to clean it properly. Don't touch me. Just as she rolled up the sleeve halfway, Monty's eyes suddenly widened and his expression changed. He pushed Esther away forcefully. Seeing the girl fall to the ground unexpectedly, Monty seemed to realize what he had done and quickly helped her up. His face showed a hint of panic and even confusion. I'm sorry, Monty looked very self-reproachful, hugging Esther tightly as he kept apologizing. I'm sorry, Yanadal goodness, I didn't mean to. Are you hurt? No, Oral, I'm fine, Esther immediately shook her head. The juice spilled, I'll go get you another glass. With that, she stood up from the floor. Without looking at Monty's expression, she took a deep breath as she stepped out the door. In that brief moment when she rolled up Monty's hoodie sleeve, Esther saw it. On his right forearm were scars that looked like they were made by a knife, and there wasn't just one. There were at least a dozen in just that area. Chapter 127, Oral's Weibo explodes. When Esther returned with a fresh cup of watermelon juice, Monty had already regained his usual demeanor and changed into a new hoodie. Esther didn't know why Monty would self-harm. Those scars were clearly not from one incident, and it was unlikely that only his right arm would have them. The only thing she knew was that she seemed to have inadvertently touched upon the real side of Monty hidden beneath his perfect exterior. It's late. Yanadal obedient one, go back to sleep. Monty put down the fruit juice and patted Esther's head. His peach blossom eyes still held a lazy, indulgent smile as if nothing had happened. As for me attending your team activity next Wednesday, it's settled. Don't worry about your brother, every time I go out, I'm always surrounded by people. It's just a high school anniversary event, no big deal. Monty spoke casually, telling Esther to rest, but she didn't move. In the next moment, Esther suddenly leaned forward, hugging Monty who was sitting on the carpet. At that moment, Esther could distinctly feel Monty stiffen up. It was clear that what happened earlier still affected him, even though he acted like it didn't matter. Yanadal obedient one? Monty paused for a while before softly calling her name. Esther didn't speak, but Monty knew that this first-time initiative and affectionate gesture from the girl was an act of comfort. She saw the scars from his self-harm without asking anything, offering a hug instead to let him know he wasn't alone. Monty gently stroked Esther's hair, looked down at her, and sighed almost inaudibly. It happens occasionally. Your brother is fine, no need to worry. Monty ruffled Esther's head, his gaze and voice gentler than before. Good night, go back to sleep. Hearing Monty's words, Esther finally sat up. Then Oral should also go to bed early. Dennis said playing games too often at night can make you stupid. Monty smiled. Graham has been naive and simple-minded since childhood, it's not fair to blame the games. Speaking of which, Matthewmon and Dennis are twins, but apart from their appearance, they seem completely different, Esther remarked. Whether it was intelligence, personality, or physique. For instance, in terms of intelligence, Atlee was average, while Lou Benny was born a prodigy. Moreover, Lou Benny had an innate superior learning ability, whereas Atlee had no interest in studies at all. Perhaps when they were still embryos, they reached some kind of balance, Monty said. Graham isn't as smart as Benny, but he has a simple heart and good health, so he lives happily every day. And Benny, since birth, has possessed extraordinary intelligence far beyond normal children, which made him understand people and things around him much earlier than others. He's so intelligent, yet suffers from asthma and hemophilia, both dangerous and incurable diseases. Few people dared to get close to him, so he spent most of his years alone. So, maybe fate is fair. When it gives someone extraordinary talent in one area, it takes away something else or leaves certain flaws. Upon hearing these words, Esther glanced up at Monty. These words seemed to be about Lou Benny but also seemed to describe himself. After Esther left the room, Monty stayed alone. The gentle smile faded gradually from his face, and his eyes showed no emotion. He rolled up his sleeve, glancing at the scars on his arm. It hadn't happened for a long time. He maintained it well. So there was no need to worry. Monty pulled out a small white bottle from the drawer, took 2 pills from it, and then texted Zephyr. What's my Weibo account password? Zephyr on the other end was puzzled. Why are you asking this suddenly? Are you going to post on Weibo? 5 minutes later, Zephyr sent over the account and a string of numbers and letters as the password. Monty registered his Weibo account 2 years ago when he first debuted. Normally, promotional content about Monty was posted by the studio account. His personal account had never been used to post a single tweet after registration. There were only 2 lonely updates in the account, both automatically generated birthday greetings. But even though Monty never posted on Weibo, the existence of the account gave countless fans who couldn't reach him a sense of connection. Thus, his Weibo followers numbered over 80 million, even surpassing many active frontline stars. This was what they called a top-tier celebrity. Monty studied his phone for a while before using the account and password sent by Zephyr to log in. Because he had never used it before, he wasn't familiar with Weibo's basic functions. It took him a long time to find the option to post a tweet. He then casually wrote a post and clicked send. At Monty, I will be attending my sister's school anniversary event next Wednesday and working as a server at her store in Gillisangching. Those of you nearby can come to Xinjiang to support us. P.S. I'll sing a song for the guests as a little surprise, which will be the main song from an unreleased new album. At that moment, Monty's thoughts were very simple. He just wanted to help his sister gain some popularity for the event since she mentioned there would be a popularity contest on that day. He didn't want her team to be overshadowed by Farah. After posting, Monty immediately logged out and continued playing games on the carpet. The man who had never used Weibo was completely unaware of its influence or his own impact. What he didn't know was that when those fans who followed him saw this new update, they went ballistic. Oh my god. Did they see that right? Monty tweeted. The ever-silent Monty actually posted a Weibo. And it was genuinely posted by Monty himself. So their beloved brother still remembered his Weibo account. Then looking at the content of the tweet, next Wednesday, Xinjiang, school anniversary event, working as a server in his sister's shop. He would also sing a song from the unreleased new album for the guests. Their darling brother was supposed to be on vacation, yet this was such a sudden and unexpected surprise and huge benefit. Why hadn't there been any hints beforehand, even no movement from Monty's studio or fan club? It was too abrupt. Was there still time to buy plane tickets and organize fan activities? In fact, Monty's studio and fan club were equally stunned. His manager had never mentioned that he would participate in such an event. 20 minutes later, the hashtag Monty Weibo post shot to the top of the trending list and exploded. Following it in second, third, fourth, and fifth place were hashtag Luyinyuan Xinjiang, hashtag Xinjiang school anniversary event, hashtag Luyinyuan server, hashtag Luyinyuan main song. Initially, the topic hashtag Xinjiang school festival that Brenda saw only ranked 40th to 50th on the trending list after Farah retweeted Marilyn's post, barely noticeable. Many people hadn't even seen it. But now, with Monty's tweet, information about the Xinjiang school anniversary spread like wildfire on Weibo. Farah opened her Weibo casually and instantly widened her eyes upon seeing the trending topics. She quickly clicked into Monty's Weibo. When she saw Monty saying he would attend Xinjiang next Wednesday and work as a server at his sister's store, her hands trembled with excitement. Monty was actually coming to this so-called school festival. Given her understanding of Monty, he would have absolutely no interest in such events, especially during his vacation. Why would he add extra work to his holiday? Yet this time, he actively participated, not only agreeing to serve but also to sing, and even promoted it on Weibo. Just after she retweeted and announced that she would be working as a server at his sister's cafe on that day. Farah's heart pounded wildly, and her face flushed. Monty must be attending this event to meet her, right? If so, wouldn't they spend the whole day together? It seemed that his previous coldness and indifference were all just an act, he was still interested in her. Thinking this way made Farah almost unable to breathe, feeling a dizzying sense of happiness that felt unreal. Chapter 128. Don't worry, everything is settled. Farah couldn't be blamed for thinking this way. Indeed, during Monty's 2 years in the entertainment industry, he had never participated in any offline activities outside of performances, and even seldom appeared for movie or TV drama promotions. For him to attend Xinjiang University's anniversary event, it could only mean one of two things: either Marilyn invited him, or he was coming for her sake. But if Marilyn had invited him, she would have mentioned it to her earlier. Besides, Marilyn invited her to attend the university anniversary to help attract popularity for their team on that day. If she could invite her third brother, why worry about the issue of popularity? Why bother inviting her? So there was only one possibility: Monty must be coming for her. No. Farah originally thought that she just needed to make a perfunctory appearance that day since she merely wanted to reciprocate Marilyn's invitation to visit the Liu family as a guest. But now that Monty was also going to come and would spend the entire day with her, she had to dress up beautifully. She planned to have beauty treatments every day before next Wednesday and go shopping tomorrow to buy new cosmetics. She must appear in front of Monty at her best. While Farah was excited beyond words, Marilyn was equally thrilled. She never imagined that Oral would also attend Xinjiang University's anniversary next Wednesday, work as a waiter at a store, and even sing at the event. After the piano competition, Oral had been quite cold towards her, making Marilyn too afraid to talk to him. Now it seemed like he was simply aloof but kind-hearted, he still cared deeply for her. However, just as she was rejoicing, looking at the younger sister mentioned in Monty's Weibo post, she suddenly realized something. She wasn't Oral's only younger sister anymore. Could the sister he mentioned be Deborah? And could the store he referred to be Deborah's? After much consideration, Marilyn decided it was safer to ask Oral directly to avoid getting her hopes up for nothing. She rushed to the third floor and stood in front of Monty's room, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. A few seconds later, Monty opened the door. Seeing Marilyn standing outside, he slightly frowned, barely noticeable. "Juliana, what is it?" "Oral." Monty was rarely home, so Marilyn hardly ever had the chance to be this close to him. Standing so near to Monty with his flawless face, she could even smell the faint lemon scent from him. Marilyn felt her face flush. "Oral, I saw your Weibo post saying you are coming to our school for the anniversary next Wednesday?" Marilyn asked. Monty replied indifferently, "Yes, what's wrong?" Suppressing her excitement, Marilyn immediately asked, "You said you're going to be a waiter at your sister's store for a day. Which store did you mean?" Before she finished, Monty cut in, "It's the store Janine and others are setting up." Marilyn's smile froze at the corners of her mouth, revealing disbelief in her eyes. It really is Deborah. Oral is going to Deborah's store, not her cafe. So, she had overthought everything and deluded herself? Marilyn choked back a lump in her throat, her eyes instantly reddening. Why does it always turn out this way? Deborah has taken away what she wanted once again. Why is even Oral now favoring her? Marilyn couldn't bear it anymore, almost on the verge of tears, and directly said, "Oral, Deborah is your sister, but I am also your sister. Why are you going to her store instead of mine?" Seeing her obviously upset, Monty was somewhat bewildered. "You didn't invite me to your store, did you?" Monty asked calmly. "Besides, didn't you invite Farah? With Farah around, your store won't lack popularity. But Janine is different, she only has me." As Monty spoke of Deborah, his tone involuntarily softened. Upon hearing this, Marilyn's blood pressure shot up. While Farah did have high popularity, how could it compare to Oral? One is just a recently popular actress, while the other is an all-round superstar who reached the peak right after debuting. How can their appeal be compared? Moreover, Oral never joined offline activities. She had no idea he would agree this time. Otherwise, why would she invite Farah and not come straight to her own brother? Marilyn felt both angry and resentful. If Oral went to Deborah's shop, his fans alone could fill the entire Xinjiang sports field. How would she win the popularity contest then? Now, she could only hope that the male fans Farah attracted would outnumber the female fans her third brother brought in. Marilyn returned to her room with great frustration and opened Weibo again, only to find that her post had also exploded. A large number of Monty's fans flooded in, liking, forwarding, and commenting on her post. Monty's fans knew that Marilyn was Monty's sister, but very few were aware of the existence of Deborah, the illegitimate daughter who had just been brought back into the Liu family. Moreover, Monty posted his tweet not long after Marilyn's post. So, his fans naturally assumed that Monty was going to Marilyn's store on Wednesday. Seeing comments like, "What it feels like to have a top-tier celebrity brother, Juliana is so low-key," hiding the fact that Monty is participating in an event, so next Wednesday at Xinjiang, Monty will be working as a waiter with Farah. CP fans are thrilled. Marilyn felt both ashamed and angry, wishing she could delete all these comments for peace of mind. However, Monty had too many fans, and comments were pouring in every second. Even if she wanted to delete them, it was impossible to do so. How infuriating. She really hated it. She hated the damned Deborah and resented her third brother. If her third brother went to Deborah's place during the school anniversary, she would lose all face. It was all because of him that she was humiliated like this. As Monty's Weibo post sparked heated discussions online, Deborah also logged into the group chat for their school anniversary team. The last message in the group chat was Brenda's complaint 2 hours ago. "Damn it, our idea was plagiarized by Marilyn. How shameless can someone be? The content she posted is almost identical to my application form, and she even posted it before us. I'm furious." No one had replied in the group chat. Mathawena and Atlee might have gone to eat while ignoring the messages, and Deborah and Aristide had enabled Do Not Disturb mode. Deborah directly tagged Brenda in the group chat, replying, "At Brenda, don't worry, everything is settled." Upon seeing the message, Brenda was confused. Settled? What problems had been settled? Whether it was the shop theme being copied, or the materials they had prepared becoming useless, or the custom waiter uniforms they couldn't wear anymore, along with the issue of drawing popularity, weren't they currently facing a complete mess? Could it be that Deborah had come up with a solution to resolve all these issues? Chapter 129, Pink-clad hunk is more alluring. Deborah could sense Brenda's confusion through the screen. "Brenda, what's resolved?" Deborah sat at her study desk with Cornelius lazily dozing on her lap. She lowered her head, her fair and beautiful hand stroked Cornelius's fur. With her right hand, she typed on her phone, "It's about the problems concerning our team's school anniversary event. I saw Marilyn's Weibo post. Plagiarism like this isn't something new for her. But I believe it's still targeted at me, which is why she directly copied our team's idea. So, I came up with a new plan that can resolve our current dilemma." "What kind of plan?" Jobert suddenly chimed in, clearly not having been away but had merely been lurking. Deborah replied in the group. "Mathun's the original Doraemon-themed cafe idea has already been preemptively released by Marilyn and her crew. We don't have to keep fixating on cafes. Because Brenda proposed that our shop's biggest selling point is the hunky waiters. Therefore, what the store actually sells or its theme isn't crucial. That means we can open a themed cafe or another type of shop. The theme can be Doraemon or other elements. I thought about it. Making simple sweets such as cookies, tarts, etc., is easy and you can make many at once. The three of us, Brenda, Chana, and I, should be able to manage. Thus, we can set up a dessert house on the day of the school anniversary. A sweet-smelling dessert house seems more suitable for girls. As for the shop theme, it can be Hello Joe Abity. Pink matches well with desserts and girls, and pink-clad handsome guys seem even more appealing. At this moment, the four boys outside the screen revealed varying expressions upon seeing Deborah's message. Mathawena's eyes turned. Were they supposed to wear pink too? It seemed quite challenging. Jobert's gaze flickered slightly while reading. Appealing? The young lady on the other side of the screen was talking seriously yet boldly and straightforwardly. If it was what she wanted them to do, then for him, wearing pink didn't seem so unacceptable. As for Atlee, he ignored the words, handsome guys, focusing only on the words, wear pastel pink, instantly getting excited. A Hello Joe Abity themed dessert house with them dressed in pink? Wouldn't that mean Tion would be wearing a pastel pink little dress that day? Atlee imagined Deborah in a pink dress and felt thrilled. So cute, his Tion must be the cutest that day. Atlee didn't notice carefully that the ones who needed to wear pink were the male servers using their charm to attract customers. Meanwhile, Reese overheard Atlee's howling from the next room and couldn't help rolling his eyes. What exactly was he getting so worked up about? The people wearing pink are them. Reese, growing up with hardly any outdoor activities and mostly staying indoors, had a complexion pale from lack of sunlight. His constitution was inherently weak with poor immunity. It was currently between summer and autumn when he usually caught a cold. Recently, it was no exception. Just 2 days ago, he felt a dry throat and slight nasal congestion, and now after returning home from school today, he found it hard to endure, the dizziness making his head heavy. Therefore, he didn't eat dinner, took a bath, and went straight to bed. With the current temperature nearing 20 degrees Celsius, Deborah and Atlee wore short-sleeved pajamas. However, Reese wore thick pajama sets. Seeing Deborah's words in the chat, Reese couldn't help but frown slightly. Pink doesn't suit him who had always worn black. He didn't want to wear it. Before he could refuse, he saw the other three boys agreeing in the group. Atlee, okay, pastel pink is super cute. Mathawena, I'm down. I've never worn pink before, but I look good in everything. Gilbert, I agree. Reese paused. Having originally typed out a refusal, he quietly deleted it. This might be the first time in his life participating in some worldly team activity. He did not want to influence everyone else's decision because of him. Mathun's coming back to China, Reese felt changes occurring in his life. If it were the old him, he would never have participated in such an event. He deemed the school anniversary celebration as meaningless and just adding noise. He wouldn't have been holding his phone, looking at the group messages flooding in one after another even though he wasn't feeling well. Shoshana, Mathawena, and Atlee chattered incessantly. A few casual remarks would result in hundreds of messages. Strangely, he didn't feel the rejection or disgust he imagined. Instead, he felt a certain kind of peaceful tranquility from it all. He always used to loathe the ordinary and yearn for excitement. The former him had 2 fatal diseases that could easily kill him if not handled carefully. Only when he was engaged in dangerous tasks under the cover of darkness or dancing on the edge of death did he feel the slight presence of life's meaning. But now, something seemed to be quietly changing. The source of this change was that mysterious girl who suddenly appeared, connecting them all together. Reese wasn't used to calling Deborah his sister. His personality was completely different from Atlee's. It was hard for him to develop trust or affection for anyone, making it difficult for him to let someone into his world or form close relationships. When Reese didn't speak up in the group, everyone assumed he hadn't seen the messages or tacitly agreed. Shoshana then asked in the group. But there shouldn't be any ready-made Hello Joe Abity themed waiter uniforms available on the market, right? We can only custom make them like before. But custom making them now seems too tight on time. How about we just custom make for Hello Joe Abity themed aprons? It might look a bit perfunctory and less impressive compared to Marilyn's custom uniforms, but at least we'll have enough time. We don't necessarily need waiter uniforms. Leisure suits would also be appropriate, Deborah replied. What do you think of these 4 outfits? After saying this, Deborah sent over 4 pictures. When Shoshana saw the 4 outfits Deborah sent, her eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 130, Esther really has too much face. The 4 images sent by Esther featured 4 men's suits with distinct styles. With pink and white as the main colors, each suit incorporated Hello Joe Abity elements. The quality was top-notch, and the designs were ingenious. For example, the first set was a light pink suit jacket paired with a white shirt, and the pink tie embroidered with Hello Joe Abity patterns. The overall style was lively and cute. The second set was a double-breasted white suit jacket with a Hello Joe Abity pink doll pinned to the chest, blending perfectly without seeming out of place, exuding an air of nobility. The third suit had herringbone weaving and sharp tailoring, with a Hello Joe Abity metal buckle design replacing the regular suit buttons, giving off a rebellious and stylish feel. The fourth set leaned toward a schoolboy style, with a shirt and tie along with a neatly buttoned 3-button suit jacket, appearing meticulous yet uniquely designed with Hello Joe Abity-shaped buttons, adding a touch of fun. Although these men's suits were all soft pinks, they did not appear feminine or contrived but instead conveyed youthful vitality and childlike charm. All the Hello Joe Abity elements were perfectly integrated. Isn't this the series of suits that the Thorn Birds and Hello Joe Abity launched last year in collaboration? And it was personally designed by Madame Demi. Brenda felt excited. I've seen all of Madame Demi's previous designs. I remember the series very well. Back then, when the Thorn Birds said they would collaborate with Hello Joe Abity, everyone guessed she would design cute, pink dresses for girls. No one expected her to design a men's collection. Her assistant mentioned that the original intention behind this series was to break down stereotypes and not to define gender or groups based on certain colors. Girls can like blue, and boys can like pink, looking handsome in it too. Everyone has the right to be themselves. Boys who like pink and Hello Joe Abity aren't sissies, they might even be braver than those who dress coolly. Mathawena replied in the group chat. I know about Madame Demi and the Thorn Birds, but I hadn't seen this series before. Indeed, every suit looks great. So we're going to buy these clothes? They fit our new theme, Joe Abity Sweet Shop, perfectly. We can't get them. Before Mathawena could choose which one he liked, Brenda dashed his hopes. These suits are also Madame Demi's limited edition designs and were only conceptually created, no mass production or sales occurred. Each piece should be unique. So Janine baby at Esther, while these clothes fit perfectly and I love them too, we can't obtain them. From her tone, one could imagine Brenda's look of disappointment. But Brenda didn't expect that just as she finished speaking, Esther immediately responded, we can get them. Brenda was stunned, huh? Esther replied, I know Madame Demi personally and have already contacted her assistant. I think the first, second, third, and fourth suits would be perfect for Mathawena, my Matthewmon, Dennis, and Jobert, respectively. Send me your measurements, and I'll have the suits tailored to fit you accordingly. By next Tuesday, they should deliver the modified suits to us. As for the outfits for us 3 girls, they will send those as well. Brenda was completely amazed. Not only how Esther knew Madame Demi, but also that the limited edition suits could be modified and delivered so casually. Esther really has too much clout. What kind of relationship does she have with Madame Demi to make her care so much? Did she save her life with her medical skills? At that moment, Brenda couldn't connect Esther with Madame Demi at all, let alone imagine that the big shot was right beside her. Esther continued in the group chat. Once I thought of a new shop type and theme, I rewrote the proposal Gordon made earlier and finalized the details with him. The items we already bought haven't been unpacked, so they can be returned. Now, Gordon has arranged for people to purchase the new items we need tonight. The items should be bought by tomorrow or the day after. We can set up on the playground next Monday and Tuesday, which will be in time before the school anniversary day. As for the popularity concerns Brenda mentioned, we shouldn't worry about it now. My oral said he would come over that day and even sing. Seeing these messages, Brenda's mouth, which hadn't closed since a while ago, opened even wider. She really didn't expect Esther's efficiency to be so high. It hadn't been long since they discovered Marilyn had plagiarized their idea. She just complained in the group chat and then kept eating her popcorn. She thought Esther hadn't seen the message. But who could have guessed that in such a short time, Esther had thought of a new theme and shop type, written a new proposal, and arranged for purchases. She even prepared clothes for everyone, clothes that normal people couldn't get. More incredibly, she managed to have Monty come to boost their event. Brenda had jokingly said she wanted to invite Brianna's eldest brother, second brother, and third brother to Xinjiang. She just said it offhandedly. Not to mention Esther's eldest and second brothers, but Monty is a top celebrity in the entertainment industry. How could he possibly attend their high school anniversary celebration? But now, Brenda felt overwhelmed with emotions, finally boiling down to 2 simple yet expressive words, holy shit. Then she added another sentence, Janine baby, I really love you. However, just a few seconds after sending this message, it disappeared from the screen. System prompt, sorry, Brenda's message has been withdrawn by the group owner. The heavily protective older brother, Atlee, immediately stepped forward, my precious sister cannot be lusted after by anyone. Then he carefully added, except for those whose occupation is CEO, girls are not allowed either. Brenda. Poor those with the profession of CEO. Eliotezu was so concerned about their matters, clearly because Esther was going to be their future CEO's wife. Unfortunately, General Manager Yanni, who was extremely busy in the business world, had worried about these little high school students' affairs, but wasn't even mentioned here by name. A moment of sympathy for General Manager Yanni. The matter of the school anniversary event was settled. Esther glanced at the clock. It was already 11:30 p.m. After such a long discussion, Esther E. had not said a word in the group chat the entire time. Esther stared at her phone, frowning slightly. Had he not seen the messages, or did he not want to reply? When she came home after school that evening, Esther had only briefly met Esther E. at home, then saw him go upstairs back to his room without coming down for dinner. But when they passed each other, she noticed that Esther Ye's face was very pale, looking somewhat unwell. Was he physically unwell, so he hadn't seen the messages? Esther hesitated, then gently put Cornelius down and got up to go to the second floor, finding Esther Ye's room. Bang bang. She knocked a few times on the door, no response inside. Bang bang bang. Job knocked a few more times, still no response. Esther took a deep breath. Just as she was considering whether to find a maid downstairs for a spare key, the door suddenly opened. As soon as the door opened, Esther looked up and saw a young man in pajamas, looking coldly noble. Sweat dotted his forehead, cheeks flushed abnormally red, and his breathing was somewhat heavy. Before she could call out, "Matthew Mon," Esther saw the young man, who had been breathing heavily and was rather slim, sway slightly and directly lost his balance, collapsing onto her. Chapter 131, Carrying the Feverish Matthew Mon in Princess Style. Deborah instinctively caught the person who fell onto her and took a deep breath. Matthew Mon? Deborah was in a daze, his burning forehead resting on the young girl's shoulder. He had heard a knock at the door and tried to ask who it was, but his throat seemed incapable of producing sound. Struggling to get up from bed, he managed to open the door only to lose his strength. It turned out to be Deborah. So late, why would she come to see him? They weren't close enough yet, they should maintain some distance, yet here he was leaning on her. Deborah's mind was clouded, trying to steady himself, but his body felt as heavy as lead. He could only press his entire weight onto the young girl, breathing heavily. However, he realized that the girl seemed much calmer than he expected. He felt one hand supporting his back while another reached up to feel his forehead. His breath paused for a moment before he spoke steadily, struggling to get up from her. Don't move. Although Deborah had a slender build, his height of over 1.8 meters made him considerably heavy. In this situation, an ordinary frail girl wouldn't have been able to hold him up. Fortunately, Deborah was neither ordinary nor frail. The young girl took a deep breath, then suddenly bent down, easily lifting Deborah in a princess carry. For a moment, Deborah thought he was delirious or even hallucinating due to the fever. But the reality was that his petite sister, standing at just over 1.6 meters, effortlessly lifted him and gently placed him on the bed. You. Deborah struggled to open his eyes and speak. At least 39 degrees. You were burning like this and didn't say a word in your room. Though the girl didn't show it, her tone suggested she was slightly annoyed. This left Deborah already not fully coherent, feeling more confused. If you had kept burning, no one would have known if you vanished from this room tonight. Deborah pursed her lips and turned to leave. I'll go get Avram. Just as she turned, Deborah suddenly grabbed her wrist. Don't go, Deborah panted, speaking with difficulty. Don't let Avram or anyone else know I'm sick. There's a first aid kit in the drawer of my study. There's fever medicine inside. Could you help me get it? I can take the medicine and be fine. Deborah turned to look at Deborah frowning slightly. Why don't you want Avram or others to know? Sweat dripped from Deborah's forehead, making his vision blur. Being ill, he lacked the mental capacity to construct his words carefully, so he spoke more honestly than usual. If Avram knew I had a fever, he would worried that it might trigger my asthma. He'd call the doctor in the middle of the night, or send me to the hospital. Thinking that I got sick right after starting school, he might believe I can't adapt to the school environment. He would hire private tutors like when I was a child and keep me away from people. I don't want that. Deborah frowned deeply, seemingly having used much effort to explain. His exquisite face was pale and devoid of color. Yet, hearing his words, Deborah paused, taking a deep breath after several seconds. I understand. Whether it was an illusion or not, Deborah felt that the young girl in front of him seemed less angry now, her actions and tone becoming softer. I'll fetch the first aid kit. Stay lying in bed, Matthew Mon, and don't move around. Only then did Deborah release his grip on her hand. Lying in bed, his chest heaved heavily as he closed his eyes unconsciously, damp strands of hair sticking to his forehead from sweat. He heard rustling sounds of searching and water being poured into a cup. After a while, in his drowsy state, he felt someone lift him, leaning against them. Pills were brought to his lips, and he opened his mouth to swallow them. Then, a cup was pressed to his lips again, and he gulped down water to swallow the pills, acting purely on instinct. However, instead of immediately laying him back down, the person continued to support him, gently patting his back to help him settle the medicine. This relieved much of the discomfort he usually felt after taking medicine. How did she know that he would feel uncomfortable after taking medicine? Deborah couldn't figure it out, only feeling unbearably hot. His face and body were burning, while the girl beside him, dressed in shorts and a short top, felt cool and soothing, making him involuntarily lean closer. Deborah noticed the youth's longing for coolness and pressed the back of her hand against his burning cheek. Deborah finally felt a bit more comfortable. The scene was rather strange. The over 1.8 meter tall teenager curled up in front of the petite girl. One was half asleep, unable to open his eyes, relying purely on instinct for actions, while the other was calm and collected, as if this were all just a small matter. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the girl's expression wasn't entirely calm. There was also a hint of sympathy in her eyes. This was Deborah's first time entering Deborah's room. Her brothers had vastly different personalities, and each of their rooms reflected that uniqueness in style. Avram's room was entirely business simple, Sergio's was clean and cold due to his OCD. Oral's room was casual and messy but prioritized comfort. Dennis's room was vibrant and lively, filled with mecha models and toys. Only Deborah Yee's room could hardly be described by any particular style, as it was basically packed full of books. On the desk, bookshelves, and bedside tables, everywhere were books. When she was looking for the medicine, she noticed some books were especially old. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be fairy tale books that only 4- or 5-year-old children would read, probably from over a decade ago. And opening that drawer of the desk, she found a large medical kit inside, filled with all sorts of neatly arranged, colorful medicines. How could she describe it? It was quite heart-wrenching. It was easy to imagine certain scenes. Yen Nike, a chronically weak teenager who could only spend his childhood alone in a room reading books, never able to run and play freely on the playground or at amusement parks like other kids his age. Perhaps not just in childhood, but even now, things remained the same. More heartbreaking still, every sharp object or corner in the room was covered with sponge. Probably to prevent the teenager from bleeding uncontrollably if he accidentally bumped into or scratched himself. Deborah looked down and saw that the teenager in front of her had already drifted off into a daze. She sighed softly. He still looked uncomfortable, so Deborah lifted her hand and calmly placed her palm on Deborah Yee's forehead. A continuous stream of soul power flowed in, gradually smoothing out the frown lines on the teenager's forehead. Seeing Deborah Yee finally look at ease, Deborah gently laid him back on the bed, covering him carefully with a blanket before leaving. In her previous life, spending 10 years with Alicia had been lonely and desolate. In this life, the family atmosphere was warm and lively. Protecting her family might also be one of the significant meanings of this new life. Deborah thought to herself. Chapter 132, What is Marilyn up to again? When he opened his eyes in the morning, Deborah Yee felt a bit lost. He remembered that he had a fever last night, which left him dazed and confused. In a daze, he heard someone knocking on the door. He struggled to get up, but as soon as he opened it, he collapsed onto Deborah. Then, he vaguely recalled the girl bending down and giving him a Princess Carrie. Thinking of this, the corner of Deborah Yee's mouth twitched slightly. It must have all been a dream. How could such a frail and slender girl easily carry him, who was semi-unconscious? Moreover, when he touched his forehead, it felt normal. He usually wouldn't recover from a fever in less than a week. Deborah Yee thought to himself. But just as he sat up, he suddenly remembered their first meeting at the Deep's underground boxing match, where the girl kicked a 200-pound man named Tuscan out of the ring with one kick. Clearly, the girl possessed extraordinary strength. Thinking of this, carrying him might not have been difficult for her at all. Turning his head, Deborah Yee saw a thermal cup and a note on his bedside table. Opening the note, he saw elegant handwriting. Remember to drink plenty of water when you wake up. The water in the cup is warm, Deborah. Holding the note, Deborah Yee's pupils contracted slightly. She really did take care of him last night. Carrying him to bed, feeding him medicine, gently patting his back, and staying with him until he fell asleep. Recalling everything, Deborah Yee's first reaction was embarrassment. That delicate face was still pale, but his earlobes flushed uncontrollably. His long black lashes trembled slightly, making the mole at the corner of his eye even more noticeable. Yes, embarrassed. Though they were twin brothers, Deborah Yee and Atlee had completely different personalities. One could say they were polar opposites. While Atlee was bold and unrestrained, Deborah Yee was calm and indifferent. But while Atlee was genuinely carefree, Deborah Yee was sensitive and reserved. Throughout his life, Deborah Yee barely interacted with outsiders. Or rather, even if he wanted to, others wouldn't dare approach him. After all, due to his conditions, parents always told their children to stay away from him, fearing that something might happen to him and he would blame it on them. Even within the family, he mostly interacted only with his eldest brother, who played more of a parental role. Most of the time, he was alone. He had never allowed anyone into his room before, nor had he ever experienced such intimate contact with anyone else like last night. Atlee could affectionately call her treasure sister every day and want to hug and cuddle whenever he saw her, but even with a knife to his neck, Deborah Yee couldn't bring himself to do that. So thinking of last night, the boy couldn't help but feel his face flush. Matthew stir. This is what having a sister feels like, then. This is what it feels like to unconsciously feel close and trust someone because of blood ties. Deborah Yee took a deep breath. Although it was still strange why his fever went away after just one night, he didn't dwell on it. After washing up and drinking water, he opened the door and ran into Deborah, who was wearing sports gear and a baseball cap. The girl in sports clothes looked even more youthful and vibrant compared to when she wore her school uniform. Her face was bare, yet her rosy lips and clear eyes shone brightly. Matthew Mon? Deborah asked, how are you feeling? Are you better? At the sound of the Matthew Mon, the heat on Deborah Yee's face returned. He wasn't sure why he felt so embarrassed. After all, he was the older brother. Older brothers should be steady and mature like his elder brothers, yet he had only just met Deborah and already revealed his most vulnerable side to her. It was embarrassing. But upon seeing him, Deborah couldn't help but frown. What was going on? She had healed Methuman's cold and fever directly with soul power last night, so why was his face still red? Could it be she hadn't cured him properly? That's impossible. Matthew Mon, are you still running a fever? So Deborah stepped forward, naturally raising her hand toward Deborah Yee's forehead. Let me check. No, it's fine. Deborah immediately stepped back 2 steps, his face reddening even more. He turned his head to change the subject. Are you looking for Graham? Yes, Matthew Mon probably didn't see the group chat, Deborah said. We finalized the new activity plan last night. Brenda invited us to go shopping today. Deborah glanced at Deborah but I told Brenda that Matthew Mon was sick, so Matthew Mon can stay home and rest today. It's fine, Deborah paused, saying to Deborah, I'm better now and can join you guys. Alright then. In fact, Deborah hoped that Deborah would go out with them, getting some fresh air and interacting with others. When Atlee came out of his room, the 3 siblings left together. The family driver dropped them off at the shopping market, where they stood outside waiting for Brenda, Mathewena, and Jobert to arrive. A pair of twin brothers who looked identical but had completely different auras, both stunningly handsome, already drew plenty of attention from passers-by. Add to that a pretty and bright-faced teenage girl standing between them, clearly the younger sister in appearance. The trio standing by the entrance attracted many girls who couldn't help but take photos discreetly on their phones, looking enviously at Deborah. Having 2 incredibly handsome twin brothers, how enviable. Everything proceeded as planned. They went shopping over the weekend. After school on Monday and Tuesday, they set up on the playground. The Thornbirds also delivered their clothes, which Deborah distributed to the team members. Everything was proceeding smoothly, awaiting the start of the school anniversary carnival the next morning. However, it was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening when Deborah was talking on the phone with Wally. Hebe, who was lounging lazily beside her, suddenly lifted its head. Its fur stood on end, and it rubbed its round little head against her as if trying to alert her to something. The last time Hebe acted like this was when Marilyn and Marissa had put red lychee flower powder in the red bean porridge they gave her. What is it? Wally sensed something was off on the other end of the phone. Nothing, Deborah replied. Let me hang up for a moment. Something has come up. Okay, Wally's voice was low and gentle. I'll wait for you. After hanging up, Deborah immediately left her room. Before she took a few steps, she happened to encounter Aunt Gavin, the housekeeper, who was carrying a glass of freshly squeezed watermelon juice upstairs. The watermelon juice was for the 3rd brother. Everyone in the Liu family knew that Illegitimate had a habit of drinking watermelon juice every night. However, when Deborah saw the glass of pink watermelon juice, her expression turned cold. Noticing the girl staring directly at the cup in her hand, Aunt Gavin subconsciously shrunk back, stammering, young Miss Xing Tian. Deborah raised her eyes to Aunt Gavin, staring until she felt uncomfortable, then asked coldly, is Aunt Gavin going to deliver the watermelon juice to Oral? Aunt Gavin nodded respectfully. Yes, it's time for young Master 3 to have his fruit juice. As soon as Aunt Gavin thought about heading upstairs, Deborah preempted her, grabbing the glass of watermelon juice from her hand and drinking it all down. Miss. Aunt Gavin's eyes widened in shock, speechless as she stared at Deborah. I was just thirsty. I drank this glass of watermelon juice. I'll get another one for my Oral. It's late, Aunt Gavin should go to bed. Deborah glanced at Aunt Gavin. Despite her calm tone, Suzanne felt a chill, shivering slightly. Why yes, Mississippi. This Aunt Gavin had been with the Liu family for many years. She had been taking care of Marilyn since she was adopted into the family. In a sense, she was the closest and most trusted person Marilyn had in the Liu family. Standing by the kitchen sink, Deborah's face was icy, expressionless. Marilyn. She must have known that Oral was going to visit her area tomorrow. To prevent him from stealing the spotlight and ensure she remained the most popular, Marilyn had put the leftover red lychee flower powder into the watermelon juice. If Oral drank that juice, he'd definitely need to go to the hospital tomorrow and wouldn't be able to appear at the event. Even if he did, he could only wear a mask because he couldn't sing with his face full of rashes. If he accidentally revealed that rash-covered face, he'd likely top the entertainment news headlines, and his career would be severely damaged. Illegitimate was the hottest top-tier star. Even if his career didn't rely on his looks, that flawless face was still his capital in the entertainment industry. Just for a small school anniversary event, just to satisfy her vanity, Marilyn actually made a move against Oral, risking his face and future. Deborah clenched her fists tightly, her expression growing colder. She wouldn't let Marilyn succeed. Deborah took a deep breath, glanced at the bottom of the glass where a bit of watermelon juice still lingered, and brought it back to her room. Chapter 133, No Death Without Making a Scene, Slapping Faces begins. 1. The school anniversary day. It was still Addison who told Hazel and the others that this garden party was originally just a celebration of Xingjing High School's anniversary, open to the public but with limited influence. However, because Monty and Farah announced on Weibo last Friday that they would attend, the name Xingjing instantly became widely known across the country. Whether fans of Monty and Farah or passers-by, everyone suddenly started inquiring how to get into Xingjing for the anniversary. The search term, Xingjing Anniversary, exceeded 1 million searches on Weibo. Thus, Xingjing had no choice but to implement emergency measures. To limit the number of people entering the school, tickets originally priced at 80 yuan for non-students were raised to 300 yuan, with entry and exit times restricted from 10 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon. Even so, the 10,000 temporary tickets set aside were sold out within 20 minutes. If it hadn't been a workday on the day of the anniversary, making it difficult for some to take leave, and if airfare to Gilsangcheng from other cities wasn't too expensive or hard to book, and if some hadn't missed the ticket-grabbing window, even 20 minutes might have been too long. By Tuesday, some unscrupulous scalpers were selling the 300 yuan tickets for up to 3,000 yuan, yet fans of Monty were still eager to grab them. The influence of top-tier celebrities was truly terrifying. In the morning, Hazel did not go to Xingjing with Fawn. Instead, she picked up Chana from the apartment first, arriving at the school later than expected. When they reached Xingjing, the scene outside the school alone was impressive. Chana was taken aback by the sight and clung to the hem of Hazel's clothes. It was nearly 9:30, and many cars were already parked outside. Crowds of young men and women surrounded the school gates, all holding banners supporting Monty and Farah, eagerly waiting for their idols to appear. Most of these people were fans, some had tickets and were waiting for the time to enter, while others who couldn't grab tickets came just to catch a glimpse of their idols. Apart from the fans, reporters and photographers from various media outlets also swarmed outside the school. What was originally a high school anniversary activity turned into something akin to an entertainment award ceremony. Even armed police officers were present to maintain order and prevent any accidents. If only we had come earlier. Seeing the situation, Hazel took a deep breath and said, holding Chana's hand, now we can only push our way through. With no other choice, Hazel led Chana through the crowd, squeezing and walking. They finally neared the school gate when the crowd suddenly erupted in excited cheers and screams, deafening Hazel and Chana. The next moment, everyone rushed outwards, pushing Hazel and Chana back to where they had started despite their efforts to reach the gate. Hazel took a deep breath to stay calm. Looking up, a luxury limousine worth millions stopped not far from the school gate. This must have caused the commotion. Several towering bodyguards cleared a path as the limo's door slowly opened, building anticipation among the onlookers. First to emerge was a delicately maintained, fair, and tender hand. Its owner, supported by bodyguards, elegantly bent down and stepped out, exuding both dignity and poise. The moment her face appeared, frenzied screams of adoration erupted from the crowd. Xiantong! 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 Reporters immediately crowded around, photographing Farah as she exited the vehicle. It was indeed Farah. Just as seen on television, she possessed a pure, innocent appearance. Her small face, large and pitiful eyes, delicate features, though not refined, were undeniably sweet and beautiful. She had very pale skin, slim arms and legs, looking like she weighed less than 90 pounds. She epitomized the trendy skeletal beauty ideal, slender enough to evoke pity. Today, Farah was there to serve as a volunteer for a day, yet her attire seemed more fitting for a red carpet event. A custom-made princess gown made of airy organza fabric, featuring puffed sleeves and romantic lace frills, embroidered with Doraemon patterns, it was both dreamlike and whimsical. Surrounded by so many cameras, Farah immediately flashed her trademark sweet smile, triggering another wave of wild screams from her fans. Following Farah was Marilyn. Marilyn wore a fairy-like puff skirt in a lovely light blue and white color, accessorized with Doraemon earrings and a necklace. Her hair was styled into a cute bun, with slightly curled bangs framing her neck and collarbone. Her makeup and styling were clearly meticulously crafted, making her look like a little princess who did not pale in comparison to Farah. Originally, the journalists and fans had come for Farah, but they hadn't expected Miss Marilyn from the Liu family to be this beautiful. Therefore, the cameras also focused on Marilyn. People around couldn't help exclaiming, "Damn, what kind of fairy descended from heaven? It's true there's a divide between celebrities and ordinary people, she's so beautiful. Is this the dress that the Liu family's young lady custom-made at the Thorn Birds? It's indeed so beautiful. I heard only members above level 2 can customize clothes at their store. Level 2 and above? Yes, it means those who have spent over 2 million yuan in total can qualify for customization. My goodness, 2 million could buy a house for ordinary people, but it's just spending money on clothes for her. People are really different." The crowd was buzzing with discussions. Esther had no interest in the reactions of Marilyn or others. All she thought about was how to enter the school as soon as possible to meet up with Addison and others. However, Marilyn's eyesight was exceptionally sharp. She spotted her at once and immediately lit up. "Hey, sister, why are you here?" Esther was about to turn away when Marilyn called out to her loudly, deliberately speaking in a cloying tone. Mathun's Marilyn was already the focus of everyone's attention. With one glance and shout, everyone subconsciously shifted their gaze to Esther. Then they saw a girl with bare face, her long hair casually tied up, wearing loose black oversized t-shirt and shorts that looked like pajamas. Matthew's turn? Most people were momentarily stunned. Esther had been somewhat popular online before, but it had always been within a certain circle, such as during the last piano competition where only people in the music industry knew about her. So most people present today didn't know who she was, but they knew Marilyn had always been the only daughter of the Liu family. Thus, hearing Marilyn call Esther sister left them baffled. Immediately, someone who knew came forward to explain, saying Esther was an illegitimate daughter of the Liu family, recently brought from the countryside to Gilasangcheng, adding that Esther's mother was the third party who lured away Randall. My God, there's even this kind of gossip. Indeed, rich families have the most drama. Looking at the elaborately dressed Marilyn who looked like a princess, then at Esther, with plain face and casual attire, everyone couldn't help but show disdainful looks. TSK, one is a pampered aristocratic miss, the other a country-raised illegitimate child who can't be seen in public. The difference in temperament is too great. How could a child born to a mistress be anything good? Look at that pretty face, at such a young age she already has a bewitching allure. Moreover, this illegitimate child is also a student at Xinjiang. Dressing like this to attend the event, isn't she ashamed of disgracing the Liu family? Modern society generally opposes mistresses. Hearing that Esther was a mistress's child, no one in the crowd looked kindly upon her. Yet, Marilyn approached her at this moment, pretending to have deep sisterly affection, holding her hand with apparent concern. Oh my, sister, today is our school's anniversary, why did you dress like this to come? Aren't you running a shop as well, don't you have uniforms? Marilyn feigned ignorance, then exclaimed, oh, I get it, haven't you secured sponsorship yet? She appeared empathetic, why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had known, I would have helped you order a set while customizing my clothes at the Thornbirds. That way, you wouldn't have to come to school dressed like this today. Chapter 134, No Stunt, No Death, Slap in the Face begins, 2. Brianna indeed dressed casually for school today. In the morning, she just grabbed a comfortable t-shirt and shorts to wear. She and Chana had decided on their outfits for today, which she left at the shop last night, planning to change into them when it was time to open for business. Dressing in those clothes would not only be inconvenient but also attract too much attention along the way, which she disliked. Unexpectedly, Alicia Yao found this an opportunity to ridicule her, intentionally coming close to feign concern and act like a caring sister. This made Brianna feel quite disgusted. But she had to admit, Alicia Yao's performance was excellent. As soon as she finished speaking, people around began to praise her. Not surprising that she's the genuine young miss, her generosity is admirable. Treating her illegitimate half-sister so kindly, truly good-hearted. Yes, customizing a set of clothes from the Thornbirds costs a fortune. It's obvious that someone with proper upbringing has a broad-minded view, valuing family over money. But isn't it hurtful to ask if there's no sponsorship? Who does this Tegan associate with, having a brother who's a top-tier celebrity, a close friend who's a popular actress, and a boyfriend whose sister is a group president, sponsoring with 1 million at once? How can a country girl who recently arrived in Illegitimate meet any wealthy person? It's ridiculous to expect anyone to sponsor her. This question really stabs deep. Hey, speaking of top-tier celebrities, why isn't Monty here with his sister? Alicia Yao came with Farah. It said that Monty dislikes being linked to scandals with female stars, so he avoided coming. Alicia Yao knew that with everyone watching, Brianna wouldn't publicly contradict her, or she'd be criticized. This way, she could degrade Brianna while portraying herself as kind and generous, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Indeed, Brianna didn't rebut her. Or rather, she couldn't be bothered to. To engage in such a power struggle in front of cameras and let others watch like monkeys, she found it demeaning. So she simply withdrew her hand, giving Alicia Yao a cold look. Finished? I'm going into the school now. The onlookers were clearly unsatisfied with Brianna's reaction and started defending Alicia Yao. What? Tegan kindly came to care, but this illegitimate half-sister acts high and mighty, indifferent. Yes. Tegan didn't disdain her illegitimate status, calling her sister in public. Yet, she treats her sister coldly. This is easy to understand, jealousy. Same father, yet one is a young miss and the other is an illegitimate child. One is rich, beautiful, and graceful, while the other is nothing. Of course, she feels unbalanced. Poor Clarissa, having such a sister. Can you imagine how much suffering she endures at home? Seeing everyone talk like this, Alicia Yao's eyes immediately welled up. She acted like a pure white lotus, showing restraint and grievance, timidly pulling back her hand, and looking at Brianna with red eyes. Matthew's I was just concerned about you, I meant no harm. If you find me annoying, I'll speak less in front of you. Seeing Alicia Yao so wronged, even Farah couldn't bear it. On the way here, Alicia Yao told her about the Liu family bringing back an illegitimate daughter. Moreover, Alicia Yao emphasized that this Brianna always deliberately attracted Monty's attention at home. Today, she saw that Brianna indeed looked like a vixen. At such a young age, she was so cunning, trying to win over her top-tier brother. Truly shameless. With her disdained background, it was unlikely that Monty would acknowledge her. However, before Farah could speak up for Alicia Yao, a sarcastic voice came from behind the crowd. Huh, bullying Clarissa at home is enough, and now not even pretending in front of outsiders? An uneducated country girl is just that, no matter where she goes, she remains undignified. Everyone turned to see Avon walking forward, wearing a neat white suit dress and 8-centimeter heels, her face full of contempt. Just now, someone mentioned the boyfriend's sister is a group president, generously sponsoring 1 million. And here she was. Avon has always been popular online. Born into a wealthy family and stunningly beautiful, everyone calls her Miss Herb. Most importantly, she was capable, managing the enormous Herb group at such a young age, setting a perfect example of modern independent women. She walked up to Alicia Yao, her gaze on Brianna laced with barely concealed hatred. The incident at the Thornbirds where she was slapped in the face and accused of being brainwashed by society's stereotypical views on women had made Avon indignant for days. Avon didn't know why Brianna was an SVIP at the Thornbirds or why there were 30 million on her card. But she was certain of one thing, an 17-year-old girl from the countryside could never earn that much money on her own. The SVIP status and the money on the card, if not arranged by Hewitt, must have been obtained by selling her body to some influential person. And this girl even dared to mock her at the store for not being a smart, excellent, independent young woman. If she wasn't a smart, excellent, independent young woman, then who was? Attending the school anniversary event at Alicia Yao's invitation, Avon intended to find an opportunity to humiliate this overconfident Brianna. Clarissa, don't blame your sister for being cold to you. You asked if she pulled any sponsorship. Of course, she would be angry. Avon seemed to be talking to Alicia Yao but was actually mocking Brianna under the guise of conversation. To me, people at different levels can't even talk to each other. She spent so many years in the countryside, how could she ever know what it takes to approach company CEOs or even write a sponsorship proposal? At today's fair, I guess she'll just set up a small stall on the playground with some crafts. Oh, wait, maybe she did get some sponsorships, just not sure whether through proper means. Considering she previously had some mysterious huge sums of money which even the Liu family didn't know about. Proper means? Mysterious huge sums? What kind of scandal was this? Was Avon implying that this illegitimate daughter was making money through unsavory business behind the Liu family's back? How disgusting. Everyone around immediately gasped. Shauna had been nervous all along due to the crowd. Now, seeing these people targeting Brianna and confronting her aggressively, she feared Brianna would be bullied and whispered nervously while pulling her hand, "Matthew's turn, let's go." Wait. Just then, a voice interrupted. When the crowd saw who it was, they were instantly stirred. The media, hearing the commotion, also brightened up. This visit to Xinjiang today was worth every second. Besides Monty, Farah, and Avon, another unexpected VIP had shown up. Chapter 135, Made You Arrogant, Smacked in Public. The woman walking towards them had a neat short haircut, dignified makeup, and an unperturbed expression. She looked to be in her early 30s with well-maintained skin. Dressed in a high-quality light gray tailored suit, she exuded a free-spirited yet efficient demeanor with an imposing presence. Founder of Balan Group, Haley, actually came to attend Xinjiang's school anniversary as well. Neither the fans nor the journalists around could have expected Haley's appearance. They were all taken aback. Immediately, the reporters turned their cameras on her. Firstly, it was because of Haley's status. If one were to discuss female entrepreneurs or career women in China, Avon was hardly significant. Her reputation and achievements were more about flattery from industry insiders and online teenage girls' admiration. Haley was truly the foremost role model for women, someone everyone in the field would respectfully call President Meng. Born into a wealthy family, Avon started off managing her family business and only demonstrated her capability after taking over the Herb Group by running the company fairly well. On the other hand, coming from humble beginnings, Haley was a true self-made person. 7 years ago, a mysterious senior gave her 5 million yuan as initial funding. Within 3 years, she launched China's first B2B e-commerce platform. Over the following 7 years, she revolutionized Chinese shopping habits. Balan Group swiftly became a representative enterprise in China, entering the global top 100 companies. Now, Balan's market value is steadily maintaining at the billion level. This is what a real mogul looks like. Unlike Avon, who often speaks online about breaking societal prejudices against women, Haley has never publicly spoken about these issues and seldom appears in public. However, her existence and the position she holds are proof that women can also become leaders in the industry. Seeing Haley appear here, Avon was also visibly startled. "Ah, President Meng, you've come to attend the Xinjiang school anniversary event too?" Avon instantly changed her previously sarcastic attitude towards Deborah and greeted Haley very enthusiastically with a flattering smile. The Herb Group recently had a collaboration with Balan Group, discussing a deal worth nearly 30 million yuan. Therefore, upon seeing Haley, Avon immediately put aside her previous haughty attitude and even appeared somewhat sycophantic. But Haley just glanced at her indifferently before walking straight towards Deborah, who stood still there. Upon meeting Deborah's eyes, Haley's expression visibly softened. "Every day, have you finished preparing the shop? If so, I'll have my people send the items in first." "Yes, Matthew's to Nin," Deborah nodded. "My friends are waiting for me in the store. I'll go in with you shortly." "Every day? Matthew's to Nin?" Haley's proactive approach to chat with the young girl and the obviously close terms used shocked everyone present, making them widen their eyes in surprise. What's going on? This country girl actually knows Haley? And they seem quite familiar. Seeing this scene, Avon's eyes momentarily froze, and Marilyn was left bewildered. Hearing Deborah's words, Haley then turned to look at Avon, her expression turning cold again. "I heard everything Miss Herb said just now," her voice subtly revealing displeasure. "You seem to look down on every day. You said she came from the countryside, not in the same league as Miss Juliana, and probably didn't know how to write a sponsorship proposal, let alone attract sponsors. But unfortunately, I was one of the people attracted by Everyday's proposal at the board meeting and offered sponsorship for this event. And before me, President Yanni from Yenisha Group had already sponsored their team with 10 million yuan. So when I offered sponsorship, Everyday even rejected it, saying the funds were already far beyond need, prompting me to change my sponsorship from money to goods." Whistle. Upon hearing Haley's statement, everyone around drew in a sharp breath. What? Did this Deborah not only know how to write a proposal but also attracted Haley's sponsorship through it? Moreover, she rejected Haley's offer? More astonishingly, Yanisha Group had already sponsored them, starting with a whopping 10 million yuan. Everyone stared with wide eyes, utterly stunned. Who exactly is President Yanni from Yanisha Group? Although he has never appeared in public, his wealth is at the level of tens of billions. At a young age, he took charge of a commercial empire. Undoubtedly, he's a mogul among moguls. Just a moment ago, Avon was still mocking Deborah, saying that after living in the countryside for so many years, she could hardly have met any CEOs. It turns out that while the girl might not have met many bosses, she got two super aces right off the bat. One is Gil, and the other is Haley. How many people in Huagua have more social status and financial power than these two? Thus, everyone's gaze towards Deborah changed immediately. Shock mixed with envy. Everyone knew that Yanisha Group was a multinational corporation and extremely formidable, but wasn't President Yanni too wealthy and generous? This is just a high school anniversary event, and sponsoring 1 million directly is just too much. Moreover, when the girl was being mocked by Avon earlier, she didn't say a single word in response. She was incredibly low-key and calm. Perhaps because she had the confidence to stay unperturbed, or maybe she simply found it beneath her to argue with them. Initially, the crowd thought it was quite a big move when Avon sponsored Marilyn's team with 1 million. But now, comparing 1 million to 10 million, it just seemed miserly. Looking back, when Marilyn pulled the girl aside and said things like, "Did you fail to get any sponsorship, and why didn't you tell me earlier? I would have helped you order a set of clothes," it sounds almost laughable now. It wasn't that they didn't get any sponsorship, their sponsorships were so abundant that they even refused Haley's cash offer. And with 10 million in hand, would they be unable to afford a decent outfit? Clearly, they just hadn't changed yet. So what exactly were Marilyn and Avon feeling superior about just now? The crowd suddenly became noisy again. This time, all eyes turned towards Marilyn and Avon, and everyone wore expressions as if they were embarrassed for them. Avon was choked on the spot. Marilyn's face alternated between red and white, her hands clutching the hem of her skirt tightly, as if she had been slapped in public. Chapter 136 Slap in the Face. Who would go against a patient? Haley indeed saw Esther's proposal at the board meeting, but her initiative to seek sponsorship from Esther wasn't just because she found their activities interesting. More importantly, she wanted to meet Esther. Ever since Alicia proposed seclusion over a year ago, she seemed to have completely vanished without a trace. Haley understood Alicia's personality. Mentioning seclusion meant she didn't want anyone to disturb her. So in this past year, even though she always thought about her, Haley never sent anyone to look for her. Until at the Herb family's charity auction gala last time, Alicia suddenly sent her a message saying that she needed the blood red Nixing, no matter how much it cost, and asked her to buy it. So she gritted her teeth, bidding against Wally with 15 million yuan, eventually securing the ginseng. In the end, however, Alicia said that the blood red Nixing was meant for Wally. Though it turned out to be a misunderstanding, at least she managed to contact the person she had been thinking of. When she saw Alicia say she was living in seclusion but all was well, Haley felt relieved. But then Alicia disappeared again, leaving no further news. At a business cocktail party last week, Haley ran into Alban by chance and mentioned this matter to him, asking if he had any news about Alicia. Alban mentioned someone, namely Esther. Alban said that Alicia had specially written him a note telling Esther that if she needed help in Gilasangching, she should bring the note to Crystal and find him. Alban also said that this girl named Esther must be very important to Alicia, and if Haley ever met her, she should try her best to take care of her. Both Haley and Alban were old acquaintances of Esther from her previous life. They did not know that Alicia was already deceased, and only Esther remained alive now. But they knew that Alicia was the most important person to them. If Alicia considered Esther important, then Esther deserved their attention. Thus, when she saw Esther's name at the board meeting, Haley immediately suggested meeting her and providing some sponsorship to her team. Upon meeting, the composed and calm demeanor of this young girl often reminded Haley of Alicia, instantly creating a sense of closeness and trust. Haley let Esther call her sister and gave her private mobile number, telling her that if anything happened in Gilasangching, she could come to her for help besides Alban. Anyone whom Aiden regarded as a younger sister would naturally become her younger sister as well. Therefore, when Haley arrived earlier and heard Avon sarcastically mocking Esther, with so many people watching the commotion, she felt displeased right away. How could she allow anyone to bully someone she considered a younger sister? Seeing that Avon was speechless, Haley still felt indignant on behalf of Esther, continuing coldly. Whatever you say, Miss Herb is an influential figure at the Herb Group, surely knowing the principle that one shouldn't judge a book by its cover? Born with a golden spoon, Miss Herb is naturally proud, but there's no need to belittle those who grew up in the countryside. If according to Miss Herb's logic, people not on the same level can't communicate effectively, then my status probably isn't fit for a conversation with you either. Just a person in her 20s, making things difficult for a high school girl in front of everyone, being overly aggressive and sarcastic. I don't think Miss Herb's level is that high. Oh wow, Haley's words were harsh. It was like giving Avon a public slap, leaving her no face. But Haley couldn't be blamed for being upset. Avon had said that country girls wouldn't have access to big bosses, implying that Esther might have used improper means to get sponsors. While seemingly targeting Esther, these remarks actually mocked Haley as well. After all, regarding origin, Haley was worse off than Esther, having grown up in a mountain village and studied in a rural school, an orphan. Did women of lesser origins secure sponsorships through improper means? Every deal made by President Meng over the years was achieved through genuine effort and capability. Hearing Haley's relentless words, Avon's blood pressure soared. Business people valued their dignity most. Usually, everyone spoke politely and complimented each other. When did anyone dare speak to her like this? Haley's criticism publicly trampled on her dignity. Yet, Avon dared not argue back. The $300 million contract was yet to be secured. Her mocking words towards Esther had already offended Haley. If she couldn't hold back and lashed out now, this business deal would be completely ruined. Between dignity and money, which was more important? She still knew the difference. Therefore, even though her hands were trembling with anger, Avon took a deep breath and forced out an awkward smile. Through gritted teeth, she offered an apologetic smile, saying, "President Meng, you've misunderstood me. I didn't mean it that way. Your status is naturally much higher than mine, and I absolutely did not mean to belittle people from the countryside. It's all because of my straightforwardness and lack of thought before speaking. Please don't take it to heart." But Haley directly interrupted her, coldly stating, "Miss Herb, the person you should apologize to isn't me." Then she glanced at Esther. In other words, do not apologize to her but to Esther. Avon drew in a sharp breath, clenching her fists so tightly that her nails almost dug into her palms. Wasn't Haley overstepping too much? She was actually asking her, the respectable president of the Herb Corporation and the only heiress of the Herb family, to publicly apologize to a disreputable illegitimate daughter in front of so many people? Wasn't she giving her too much face? Avon had always been the pampered princess of the Herb family, doted upon and cherished since birth. She had never done anything so humiliating. So what if it meant losing this deal? From now on, she would confront Haley head-on. Did they really think she was someone who could be pushed around without fighting back? Just as Avon couldn't suppress her rage and was about to lash out at Haley, Esther, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up, "No need for an apology." This sentence stopped Avon's imminent outburst dead in its tracks. Avon caught her breath sharply. At least this lowly illegitimate daughter knew her place and didn't dare to accept her apology, taking the initiative to smooth things over. Avon gave a derisive snort in her heart and was about to calm herself down when she heard the girl continue. "No need for an apology, after all, based on the symptoms, Miss Herb here shows clear signs of early menopause. Who would go against a patient?" The girl's expression remained unperturbed as she hooked her arm with Haley's. "It's 10 o'clock, let's go inside," Matthews Nin. Chapter 137, about to be blown away by 4 handsome guys. Esther had seen Avon's fury about to burst and retort at Haley, so she deliberately started to mock her like this. But her casual remark was far more damaging than all of Haley's previous words combined. Premature menopause? Avon almost fainted from rage. She was only 23 years old. How could Esther say she was in premature menopause? Age and beauty were what Avon cared about most in her life. She considered herself young, beautiful, and highly capable, giving her a sense of superiority even before Haley. Yes, Haley had achieved more in her career, but being over 30, nearly 10 years older than her, didn't make her just an old woman. What was there to be proud of? Hearing Esther comparing her to someone in menopause, Avon felt like killing someone. The people around were already enjoying the spectacle. Initially, it seemed Avon had the upper hand, and everyone looked down on Esther. But after Haley's barrage of comments and Esther's final remark, the game was killed outright. Avon was thoroughly suppressed, losing face and reputation entirely. Moreover, if she lost control now, she would look exactly as Esther described, a person with premature menopause, definitely not a proper image for a wealthy lady. Big Sister Mathewia. Seeing the situation, Marilyn immediately held Avon's hand. "Big Sister Mathewia, please don't be angry. My sister hasn't received much education, so she speaks like that. I'll apologize to you on her behalf." Marilyn thought she finally had a chance to put Esther in her place, but she didn't expect such a twist. She feared Avon might leave in anger, so she quickly tried to smooth things over and took the initiative to apologize on behalf of Esther. Earlier, when Avon came to her aid, she remained silent beside Avon, portraying the role of a poor, bullied illegitimate sister, appearing pitifully innocent. Now that the situation had changed, and people began to think Avon was petty, she immediately stood by Esther, offering apologies. However, while pretending to apologize, she subtly insulted Esther for lack of education. It was laughable. Esther, who scored full marks except in Chinese in the Xinjiang entrance exam, could easily be considered superior to Marilyn. The surrounding people simply didn't know better and assumed she was magnanimous. Esther couldn't stand watching Marilyn's performance any longer. Fortunately, the school gates finally opened, and as people started moving toward the gate, Esther and Haley also left. Away from the crowd, Esther thanked Haley. Haley had to meet the leadership of Xinjiang first and said she would come to support their shop later. Inside the school, Xinjiang was wealthy, with a vast campus area. After a week of effort by all teams, Xinjiang was now a grand amalgamation of a temple fair, market, amusement park, and food street. Stalls and shops could be found everywhere, from the playground, roadside, in front of teaching buildings, and even classrooms. People gathered around various stalls, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Colorful ribbons hung everywhere, spreading joy. Students dressed up uniquely to attract customers, some even used loudspeakers for promotions. Despite the lively scene, it wasn't chaotic but conveyed the youthful energy and beauty of campus life. Esther and Chana walked for a long time, twisting and turning, before reaching their shop. When selecting the team's venue, they followed a first-come first-served principle. Whichever team prepared first occupied the spot first. Due to plagiarism issues, Esther's team, who were originally supposed to select a location last Friday, ended up delaying until Monday. This resulted in them choosing one of the few remaining spots, an old physical test room in the northwest corner, abandoned for a long time and barely visible unless one circled past the new testing room. It was arguably the most remote and least noticeable spot in Xinjiang. Ordinary visitors wouldn't even see it without guidance. However, this location had two advantages. First, the abandoned physical test room was spacious, allowing Esther's team to transform it into a dessert shop without buying additional construction materials. Second, all the prominent locations were crowded with other stalls, whereas their spot was isolated, making it quiet and peaceful. When Esther and Chana entered the shop, everything was already set up, and the four boys had just finished changing clothes. As soon as Brenda saw her, she couldn't help howling, "Woo-woo. Baby Tion, come over quickly. I've never thought guys in pink could look so good. I'm dying, really dying of how handsome they are." Esther glanced up and immediately saw four strikingly different handsome guys standing in front of her. Brenda's reaction was not exaggerated at all. The four young men in front of them were indeed very handsome. Their attire perfectly matched the Hello Joabity themed, pink and sweet interior decoration of the shop. Mathawena was tall, with flaming red hair, dressed in a shirt paired with a pink suit jacket. Apart from the Hello Joabity embroidery on his tie, he also wore a Hello Joabity plush headband, making him seem approachable and lively. Yael's uniform leaned more towards the schoolboy style, with a shirt, vest, and bow tie, a well-fitted suit jacket with 3 Hello Joabity-shaped buttons neatly buttoned up. He had a slim figure and a composed expression, but upon closer inspection, there was a hint of unnaturalness about him, which made Esther's breath catch for a moment. Next to him was Atli. His casual yet meticulously tailored pink suit jacket featured a Hello Joabity metal clasp with a silver chain attached to his waist. 2 buttons at the collar of his shirt were left undone, with a loose tie draped around his neck. As he stepped forward, he exuded a cool, bold, and carefree charm. Beside him was Lu Jobai, who looked identical to Atli. Today, he styled his hair into a pompadour, wearing a double-breasted white suit jacket intricately designed, with a Hello Joabity doll pinned to his chest, resembling an aloof and proud aristocratic young master. "Indeed handsome," Esther said, nodding seriously as she propped her chin up. "With these 4 standing outside, even if our cookies and biscuits look ugly and taste bad, people would still rush to buy them." Instantly less pressure. Brenda almost burst out laughing when she heard this, then said solemnly, "Baby, can you have some faith in our culinary skills? What we make will never be bad, at most just overeaten. Besides, the cookies made by Chana might look awkward since we're clumsy, but Chana has very skillful hands and makes things look very beautiful, right, Chana?" "Yes. Chana will do her best." Chana nodded immediately, her beautiful face like a doll, looking serious as if she had received an important task, appearing extremely adorable. The drinks sent by Haley arrived, and the boys went out to arrange them. The 3 girls entered the kitchen inside to prepare the first batch of cookies, pastries, and egg tarts, and then changed their clothes. The boys' suits were co-designed by Lady Joabia and Hello Joabity, while Esther and the others were co-designed items from Lady Joabia and other Sanrio characters, a series of dungarees featuring My Melody elements. When Esther emerged with her hair casually tied up in a bun, wearing pink rabbit dungarees and a white apron, Atli shouted and picked her up high. "Woo-woo, indeed. Nothing in this world is cuter than a sister, and if there is, it's a sister dressed up in pink." It was already 10:30 now. No one had entered or even glanced at Esther's shop. Outside, it was eerily quiet, without a soul in sight. This stark contrast highlighted the bustling popularity of the Doraemon Cafe that Marilyn opened in the most prominent spot in the square, almost bursting with customers who swarmed in. Chapter 138, Is that a dessert shop or heaven? The guests who rushed to Marilyn's shop partly came for Farah, but the majority were there for Monty. He was the only top-tier entertainer in the entertainment circle. Usually, a ticket to one of his events would be jacked up by scalpers to several $1,000s just for a glimpse from afar. Today, for only $300, people could meet him up close and even hear Monty sing live from his new album. It was simply too good a deal. Just half an hour after the school opened, not only was the inside of Marilyn's store packed with people, but queues outside had also formed to the brim. Their cafe was massive and lavishly decorated. Everything looked incredibly dreamy and luxurious, as if much money had been spent on the decor. To keep up appearances, even the chandeliers were imported luxury brands, and each table featured Doraemon figurines encrusted with crystal rhinestones that shimmered beautifully. So many girls were taking photos to commemorate their visit. But since they had come to spend money, they all naturally ordered drinks while waiting. The first batch of customers waited anxiously for their coffee to finally arrive. Upon tasting it, they found the flavor. How should I put it? It tasted very casual. It was as if it had been made directly from instant coffee. A girl took a sip and immediately knew something was off. She grabbed Ava, who was delivering coffee, and asked if the coffee was made from instant powder. Ava frowned on the spot and proudly said no before turning away without another word. However, this girl was quite knowledgeable about coffee. For example, she could tell in one taste whether her cappuccino was made from instant coffee or freshly brewed with a machine. Wasn't a cup of regular coffee here sold for $30? If it wasn't freshly made by a machine but instead with instant coffee powder, wasn't that robbing guests blind? Not only did the cafe use instant coffee, but they denied it. Even worse, the service attitude in the store was terrible. The girl felt like she had been deceived. But then again, they hadn't come for the coffee, they had come for Monty. To see her idol, she gritted her teeth and bore it. Indeed, the coffee Marilyn's team brewed in the kitchen was made directly from instant coffee powder. Marilyn didn't originally intend to be so careless. But there was only Mona making coffee in the kitchen. Even if she worked like a farm horse, she couldn't possibly make so many cups of fresh coffee by herself. Why was Mona the only one working? Avon and Farah, one was there to embarrass Deborah. They ended up being silenced at the school gate by Deborah, sitting there angrily looking at their phones, afraid to disturb anyone. The other one was there solely for Monty. Upon entering, she immediately found a comfy spot to relax, either listening to music, playing on her phone, or applying makeup. She claimed to come to help out as a server for a day but didn't actually do any work and ignored fans. As for Ava and Yen Nina, both precious young ladies, they wouldn't stoop to such menial labor. Bending down in the kitchen to make cups of coffee was too tiring for them. They considered it gracious enough to deliver drinks. Marilyn certainly wouldn't deign to work herself. Wearing such an expensive custom-made dress, what if she got stained with coffee in the kitchen? Besides, she was used to being served. How could she ever serve others? Doing such tasks would lower her status. Thus, Mona, the lackey to these ladies, became the sole person making coffee in the kitchen, so busy she couldn't even straighten her back. Even more absurdly, there wasn't even a proper coffee machine in the kitchen. Marilyn wanted to show off, wanting her cafe to outshine Deborah's place. She spent the entire $1 million sponsored by Avon on decoration. All those tables, chairs, cabinets, and chandeliers were imported luxury items, costing over $60,000 or $70,000 together. The decorative pieces scattered around were extravagant yet useless and prohibitively expensive. Methinks these items were only needed for today and disposal afterward would be wasteful and unnecessary. Marilyn once tweeted that the remaining sponsor funds would go to mountainous area left behind children. But in reality, there was nothing left over. No matter how you slice it, today's visitors weren't there for the coffee, its taste didn't matter. As more people waited inside and outside the store, revenue kept climbing. But as noon approached, everyone began feeling restless and uneasy. The young fans of Monty, holding their light sticks and banners, felt their arms ache under the scorching sun, fearing they might suffer from heatstroke. It's already noon, why hasn't Monty appeared yet? When is their idol coming? Didn't he previously tweet that he would come to participate in his sister's school anniversary event and work as a waiter for a while? But now it's this time, and there's still no sign of him. What's going on? Did he forget about this? Or did his manager not allow him to come? Or, did something happen unexpectedly? Seeing the crowd outside getting restless, people kept coming in to ask Marilyn when Monty would arrive. Marilyn wore an innocent expression, saying she wasn't sure, which only made everyone outside even more impatient. Isn't that your brother? Don't you have his phone number? We don't. Just call him and find out when he's coming. Marilyn certainly wouldn't make that call, she was just pretending to be clueless. Firstly, she knew that even if Monty came, he wouldn't visit her place but would go to Deborah's. Secondly, she knew very well that Monty wouldn't show up at Xingjing today. Last night, she had instructed Aunt Gavin to put the leftover red lychee flower powder into the watermelon juice that Oral drank every night. This morning, Oral would definitely wake up with many red spots on his face, rushing to the hospital for examination and having no time to attend any school anniversary event. And the rash caused by red lychee flower powder poisoning would be diagnosed as an allergic reaction by doctors, leaving Monty no way to suspect her. Methinks she didn't say anything, those people would keep waiting outside until the end of today's garden party. Even if Oral tweeted but didn't show up, people would blame him for being unreliable and playing tricks on his fans, which wouldn't affect her business or popularity today. No matter what, she was determined to win first place in terms of popularity at this school anniversary, finally putting that Deborah in her place. Thinking of this, Marilyn couldn't help feeling secretly pleased, thinking that she finally had her day after all these days. However, just as all the fans were getting increasingly anxious, someone suddenly shouted in the crowd. Shit! Everyone, stop waiting, Monty has already come to the school. What? Monty is already here? Everyone was immediately jolted awake, instinctively looking around, but they didn't see Monty anywhere. Monty didn't come here but went to the Hello Joe Abadi dessert shop at the far end of the playground. And it's not just Monty, there are 4 super handsome waiters in that shop. Shit, what a visual feast. My goodness, is that a dessert shop or heaven? Chapter 139, the 2-pole reversal is about to begin. Everyone was baffled. The excited girl who called out said, there's a blogger named Phyllis on Douyin live streaming. You'll understand if you check it out. Then she hurriedly got up and rushed outside. She had to quickly head over to the sweet shop that now only had that blogger inside. Otherwise, before long, the shop would be swarmed by people. 1 hour ago. The garden party had been going on for almost an hour, but not a single customer had entered Deborah's store. Brenda couldn't hold her breath any longer and kept glancing outside. Deborah, however, remained calm, saying this way they would have ample time to make more cookies and sweets, so customers wouldn't sweep them all away upon arrival. Although such concern seemed redundant given no one had shown up after so long, Brenda was influenced by Deborah's calm demeanor. She continued squeezing cream into the eclairs with all her effort, while Chana, using her soft little hands, pressed cookies, each one made clean and cute. As the three girls were busy in the kitchen, 4 boys were also arranging tables and chairs in the store. At this moment, a girl somehow wandered around to the playground side. This girl looked very young. Wearing a small dress and makeup, she held a phone stand with 2 phones mounted on it, walking while speaking to her phone. She was probably a blogger who appeared to be live streaming. One phone camera was directed at herself for explaining to her audience, while the other filmed the scenery before her. This girl must have come here just strolling, likely not expecting anyone to have a shop in such an out-of-the-way spot of the school. Seeing Deborah's shop open, she immediately turned to her camera and skillfully introduced it to her viewers. Hey everyone, I promised to take you around the entire school, even the remote spots. I didn't expect to find a shop here. Let me see what kind of store this is, pink and cute. Wow, it's a Illegitimate bakery. The exterior decor looks adorable, and the shop sign is super cute too. Seems like I found a treasure store. Mathawena was the first to notice a customer approaching. After being open for so long without seeing a soul, when he finally saw someone coming, Mathawena warmly greeted from outside the door, his face beaming with a bright smile. Welcome, miss. Would you like to come into our Illegitimate bakery? Holy crap. When Agian met Mathawena's smile, her hand holding the camera trembled, and her half-spoken words choked back. Oh my gosh. Why would there be such a handsome waiter in such a secluded corner? Tall, good figure, handsome, and well-dressed. And she seemed to be the first customer, meaning this hunk was hidden so deeply, even the whole school hadn't discovered him. At the same time, her live stream audience saw Mathawena through her camera. Previously sparse comments suddenly flooded in, everyone shouting how handsome he was. I. Even though Agian usually claimed to be socially fearless, being stared at eagerly by a handsome guy left her shy without mental preparation. Seeing her hesitate, Mathawena thought she was unsure about entering their shop, so he became even more enthusiastic. Miss, please come in, you're our first customer today, we'll treat you well. As Mathawena spoke, he waved and signaled the other 3 inside to come out. For the day's first customer, Esther E., Atlee, and Gilbert also walked outside. A few seconds later, 4 handsome guys in different styles of pink suits stood in a row outside, all looking at Agian. What a visual feast, beauty overload. At that moment, Agian could only think. Was she dreaming or hallucinating? Was this heaven? Did such gorgeous dudes really exist? And 4 at once. Agian was dazed, but her live stream audience went wild. Agian was a popular Douyin blogger with millions of followers, usually with about 10,000 viewers. Today, due to exploring Xinjiang, she had around 40,000 viewers. The moment Esther E. and others appeared on screen, the live stream exploded. Holy cow, holy cow, holy cow, Phyllis, did you just stumble upon a nest of hot guys? Oh my god, I've never seen so many hot guys in real life. Can I still buy a ticket to Illegitimate in time? No way, am I seeing things? Are those the co-branded designs from last year between Madame Demi and Illegitimate that these handsome guys are wearing? Yes, it really is. And by the cut and quality, they're definitely authentic. I wonder how they got them, this is way cooler than Marilyn's custom dresses. Dude, did you see the kitchen behind that glass? The 3 girls inside are also super pretty. Right. The short-haired girl looks so spirited, the curly blonde is so adorable, and the one with the bun. Isn't that Deborah who was mocked by Avon at the school gate for only being able to set up a stall today? So this cute little sweet shop belongs to Deborah? It looks way cuter than Marilyn's cafe. Weibo says Marilyn's cafe is heaven for beauty admirers, but clearly, Deborah's sweet shop is the real paradise for us appearance fans. I'm going crazy. High looks won't help much since most people who came to Xinjiang today are here for Illegitimate. If he goes to Marilyn's side, no one will come here. Why does everyone assume Illegitimate will go to Marilyn's place? He said he would visit his sister's store. Objectively speaking, shouldn't Deborah also be his sister? Illegitimate wouldn't possibly come to Deborah's. Marilyn is the legitimate lady of the Liu family. This Deborah is just an illegitimate daughter. It's already good that Illegitimate isn't disgusted by her. Countless comments flew across the screen, but Agian didn't bother looking at them. Dazedly pulled into the store by Mathawena and seated, she felt breathless when surrounded by 4 handsome guys asking what she wanted to eat. Is there a way to die because you can't breathe due to too many attractive men surrounding you? Agian tried to act as if she had seen everything before and pretended not to notice these handsome guys, acting like she was here purely for shopping. She picked up the menu on the table very calmly, but after just 2 seconds, she felt warm liquid gushing from her nose. Oh. She actually got a nosebleed because of all the staring. Wailing, what an embarrassing scene. Seeing Agian's nosebleed, Mathawena and the others were shocked. They scrambled to find tissues. At that moment, a neatly folded light-colored handkerchief was suddenly offered to Agian. Lifting her head while covering her nose, her phone followed, and the camera aligned perfectly with a pair of passionate and affectionate almond eyes. Illegitimate flawless face, with a gentle smile, gently wiped the blood off her nose. Are you okay? Agian sobbed with tears welling up in her eyes, causing her nosebleed to become even more severe. This time, the live stream truly exploded. Chapter 140, The Five Brothers and CEO Yanni's Battle Royal. At this very moment, all the viewers in the live stream were filled with regret. Had they known there were so many handsome men and beautiful women in Xingjing's pastry shop, and that there was a chance to have Monty wipe their nosebleed personally. Even if they had skipped school, taken leave, or bought expensive tickets from scalpers, they would have definitely come to Xingjing today to join in on the excitement. It was simply too good to be true. What kind of unimaginable treatment was this? Of course, there were still many people who were confused. Because Weibo posts previously mentioned that Monty was going to Marilyn's place, no one expected him to suddenly appear at Esther's. Agian felt incredibly embarrassed. She quickly used the handkerchief passed by Monty to cover her nose. Then, as she looked up, she saw not only Monty enter the store but also two more men following behind him. One was dressed in a suit, serious and stern-looking, exuding an aura of maturity and steadiness. The other wore a white shirt and black trousers, appearing elegant and aloof like a flower atop a high cliff. Agian immediately recognized them. Weren't these Sullivan, the president of Lu Corporation, and Josue, the nationally renowned surgeon? Upon closer inspection of the waiters, the twin brothers who looked identical, weren't they rumored to be the twins from the Lu family? What the hell? So, it meant that all five famous brothers from the Lu family appeared in this small Xingjing pastry shop today? Agian finally managed to stop her nosebleed and hurriedly asked for the audience watching the live stream, Mr. Lu, didn't you post on Weibo that you were going to your sister's store? Hearing this, Monty glanced at the phone Agian was using for the live stream and smiled, saying, Are you live streaming now? Agian nodded blankly. Monty politely asked, Can I borrow your live stream? Of course. Agian took a deep breath and directly handed her phone over to Monty, adjusting the camera angle. Agian felt as if she were dreaming. Oh my god, Monty was actually using her phone for a live stream. Her live stream was sure to explode. Eldest brother, second brother, why did you come too? Just then, Esther saw Sullivan and Josue in the kitchen, slightly surprised, and walked over to them. Monty directly spoke into the camera, addressing the viewers, Hello everyone, I am Monty. I just learned from my manager that everyone seemed to misunderstand my Weibo post, thinking I was going to another shop. But in fact, the sister I mentioned in my Weibo post is our tout, and I came here to Xingjing for her. As he spoke, Monty pulled Esther beside him and zoomed out with the camera. Thus, Sullivan, Josue, Esther, Liam, and Mitchell all appeared on screen, perfectly framed together. The five incomparably handsome yet distinctly different brothers stood by the young girl's side, resembling knights protecting a princess straight out of a comic book. The smile faded from Monty's eyes, and his tone became solemn as he addressed the camera, word by word. I have seen many unfriendly comments online about Tutout's origins and some rumors claiming that she has been abandoned by our Lu family. Using this live stream, I want to clarify that Tutout's mother has never done anything immoral, and Tout is a beloved younger sister cherished by all of us brothers and is our family's treasure. I rarely look at what people say about me online, nor do I care much because, after all, there are people who love me to death, and there are those who hate me so much they wish I'd die. But, I care deeply about any malicious defamation and insults directed towards my sister. After this clarification, I hope those foul comments will stay far away from my sister. The internet is not beyond the reach of law. If anyone continues to make repulsive comments about her, I promise, I will find each and every one of you through the web and make you pay for your words. Monty's voice sounded casual, but his tone sent shivers down the spine. After finishing his speech, Monty returned to his usual smiling demeanor and handed the phone back to Agian. Thank you for letting me use your phone. Agian snapped back to reality and shook her head vigorously, and no problem. Looking at Monty, Esther instinctively called out, Oral. Esther didn't expect Monty to deliver such a message on camera impromptu. Don't worry, Monty ruffled her hair. I know you're concerned about taking up Avram and Sergio's time. It wasn't me who called them here, they wanted to come themselves. After all, participating in your school event is a precious experience and memory for a big brother. Monty's eyes curved in a warm smile, and Sullivan and Josue also looked at Esther with restrained affection. As Agian had predicted, her live stream indeed exploded. The recording of that part of the live stream went viral on Douyin, and within half an hour, numerous new trending topics flooded the platform's hot search list. Hashtag Monty went to Esther's store hashtag Hello Joe Abadi Dessert Shop Heaven for Beauty Lovers hashtag Esther wears expired demi designs hashtag first appearance of all five Lu brothers together hashtag Monty says Esther is a treasure of the Lu family hashtag why are the Lu family members so handsome hashtag Agian's nosebleed was worth it hashtag envy Agian's nosebleed hashtag. While the earlier topics made sense, the last one about envying Agian's nosebleed was confusing. However, soon enough, several unexpected trending topics surged in popularity even more. Viewers who watched the live stream had already messaged their friends in Xingjing, telling them to quickly head over to Esther's dessert shop from Marilyn's place. Marilyn, who was supposed to be the pampered princess of all her brothers in the Liu family, saw all 5 brothers show up at Esther's side. The favoritism was obvious at first glance. No wonder she had no idea when Monty would arrive. He wasn't going to visit her at all. Before the large group could arrive, another guest walked into the store. The man was tall and slender, and the warm amber light from the chandelier cast a faint glow around him, making him look like a divine being descending from the heavens. He had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, dressed immaculately in a black pinstripe suit, deep gray shirt, and trousers with not a wrinkle to be seen, and his tie was perfectly tied. His jawline was sharp, his eyebrows prominent, and his features were exceptionally handsome. A sapphire watch adorned his wrist, and every gesture exuded an aristocratic aura. With a composed demeanor and an air of restrained allure, he seemed both unreachable yet irresistibly captivating. Agian felt as if meeting so many handsome men at once would shorten her lifespan. She had never seen so many handsome men at one time, each handsomer than the last, leaving her eyes dazzled. The man immediately noticed the girl surrounded by people in the center of the shop. Then he looked up and seemed surprised to find all 5 of the girl's brothers present. Sullivan, experienced in business, recognized Fabio first. He initially froze, then quickly greeted him in a very polite and deferential manner. "Mr. Yanni, why are you attending my sister's school celebration?" "Mr. Yanni?" Agian froze on the spot. There should only be one such influential figure in Gilasangshing who would make Sullivan bow so respectfully, addressing him as president and having the surname Yanni. Could this incredibly handsome man be the chairman of Yanni Group, Fabio, rumored to be paralyzed and disfigured? If so, this would be the first public appearance of the legendary figure. What a huge gap between reality and rumors. Fabio, unaware of the live stream, calmly said to Sullivan, "Brother-in-law, I came to help tout out." She said my egg tarts taste better. Brother-in-law? Tout out? Baking egg tarts? Agian couldn't keep track of all the important points. Even Sullivan, who heard Fabio call him brother-in-law, almost dropped his hand. Wait, last time they met, it was still President Yanni and Aiken. How did it suddenly turn into brother-in-law? Sullivan noticed the tender and affectionate look Fabio gave his sister and quickly retracted his hand. What was going on here? Was he treating him as a business partner or a brother-in-law? Chapter 141, Brothers Trial, Late but Not Absent. Among the 5 brothers of the Liu family, only Josue and Brett knew about the relationship between Fabio and Deborah. Last time when Deborah saved Mayor Yen and son Yen Yen on the road, Daphne brought little Yen to the school to thank her specifically, and Josue also came. When they were going to have lunch together, it happened that Fabio came to pick up Deborah, and Brett secretly followed. They all bumped into each other like that. During the self-introduction, Fabio did not deliberately hide anything, admitting openly that he was an admirer of Deborah. It was the first time Josue had met Deborah then, and he wasn't very familiar with her, so he didn't particularly dislike Fabio. But Brett was completely flustered, guarding against Fabio as if he were a thief during the meal. The Liu family's company and the Yanni Corporation had business dealings before, and Sullivan had previously interacted with Fabio. When old Master Herb was poisoned last time, Fabio publicly defended Deborah and even took out 20 billion yuan to support her. At that moment, Sullivan felt that Fabio seemed unusually fond of his sister, but Deborah later told him it was because she cured Fabio's legs. So Sullivan didn't think much of it, assuming that Fabio's feelings for Deborah were just gratitude. Now hearing the term elder brother being called so affectionately, Sullivan was utterly taken aback. He called in such a close manner, directly addressing him as elder brother following his sister's seniority. This was clearly not just gratitude, this was definitely special intentions toward his sister. "Catherine, what's going on?" Sullivan immediately looked at Deborah, who had just shown utmost respect to Fabio. Now he promptly put on the demeanor of the eldest brother and head of the family. Monty and Brett had heard quite a few rumors about Fabio before, but this was their first time meeting him personally. Upon hearing how Fabio addressed Sullivan and seeing the look in his eyes when he looked at his own sister, Monty still wore a smile, but it clearly carried a hint of wariness. "Mr. Yanni, you are friends with our sister?" Fabio raised his eyes. Sullivan was wary, Josue slightly frowned, Monty smiled with hidden malice, and the twin brothers outright shielded Deborah. No matter what kind of big waves a man has seen, he couldn't help but take a deep breath at this moment. The trial by 5 brother-in-laws, late but not absent. "Not friends," Fabio spoke straightforwardly and solemnly, "I like Catherine." Before Deborah could stop him, Fabio had already spoken. Agian's hand holding the phone trembled, Sullivan stared wide-eyed, and Mathawena's mouth hung open in shock. Only Brenda, watching from the sidelines, was excited and thrilled. Well played, well played. This must be the infamous scene of a love triangle. Facing Deborah's 5 brothers, General Manager Yanni boldly declared his love for Deborah, truly courageous. Wasn't he afraid that the brothers would get angry and pounce on him 5 against 1? Fabio didn't know Agian was live streaming with her phone. Nor did he know that every move he made after entering the store was being watched by viewers. The number of people in the live stream room soared to 500,000. Initially, everyone was shocked. First by the man's appearance and aura, then further astonished upon learning he was the mysterious mastermind behind Yanni Corporation. Didn't the rumor say that Fabio was paralyzed, ugly, disabled, and a heartless psychopath? Clearly, those rumors weren't reliable. Then, they were even more stunned by Fabio's statement, "I like Catherine." A billionaire heir of the prestigious Yanni Corporation, actually like the illegitimate daughter newly brought back from the countryside by the Liu family? But hadn't there been online rumors suggesting a close relationship between this Yanni boss and Miss Herb of the Herb family, possibly leading to a union between the two families? By this time, many people who saw the live stream or received messages had found the dessert shop. Within minutes, crowds squeezed through the door, screaming excitedly upon seeing Monty. The once quiet dessert shop became noisy and chaotic, making it impossible for live stream viewers to hear anything. Monty had to instantly switch to business mode, putting on his professional smile and greeting fans. Even if Sullivan wanted to question Fabio further, he had to put it aside. He pulled Deborah into a storage room and said sternly, "Catherine. I like him too, Israel." Before Sullivan could interrogate her, Deborah confessed. "I know what Israel is worried about. You're worried I might be deceived because I'm young, worried that the status gap between the Yanni family and ours might make me suffer, worried that Fabio might do something inappropriate to me, worried that falling in love will affect my studies. But big brother, rest assured, Fabio is a very good person, and he treats me very well. None of the things you worry about will happen. In the future, there will be many opportunities for big brother to examine him. Today, why don't we let him help me bake some egg tarts? What do you say?" After speaking, Deborah blinked her eyes, looking obediently soft. Before Sullivan could even speak, Deborah had already articulated all his concerns. This prediction directly blocked his prepared long speech. Sullivan was stifled for quite some time before finally managing to squeeze out one sentence. "We'll leave it at that for today. We'll discuss matters concerning Fabio when we get back. Anyway, before you turn 18 and officially confirm your relationship, I can only allow him to hold your hand at most." "Okay," Deborah immediately promised, her eyes curved into smiles. "I'll listen to whatever big brother says." Only then did Sullivan feel somewhat relieved. However, as soon as he opened the door, he saw Fabio standing tall outside. Fabio remained respectful but didn't call him big brother this time. Instead, he calmly addressed him as Mr. Liu. Seeing Fabio standing in front of him, Sullivan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Upon hearing Fabio declare his affection for Janine in front of everyone, his first reaction was shock, followed by 100 reasons not to trust. His younger sister was so young and had just arrived in Illegitimate, she likely didn't understand Fabio's background or his position and power in Illegitimate at all. Fabio was an extraordinary figure who, at 18, maneuvered in the business world, forcing his ambitious uncle, who had been supported by shareholders, to flee overseas. His wealth and power were immense, enough to crush ordinary people with just a finger. Making someone disappear forever would be a trivial matter for him. In other words, someone like Fabio could get anything he wanted. The rumors about Fabio being dark and ruthless, employing harsh methods, weren't baseless. The internal strife within the Yanni family, which occurred because his uncle sought to strip him of his inheritance rights, left Fabio battling enemies on all sides. If he weren't cruel and decisive, how could a young adult like Fabio have consolidated his position in the Yanni Corporation after losing both parents and his grandfather, with his grandmother sent abroad for treatment? Even if he appeared sincere in confessing to Janine and Janine claimed he treated her well, that was just now. What if he lost interest one day and discarded her like a worn-out shoe? Janine's only support was the Liu family, yet how could the Liu family compare with the Yanni family's influence? If Graham were here, he might express opposition based on personal feelings and whether he, as a brother, approved. But as the head of the Liu family, Sullivan had to consider much more and think further ahead, planning everything for Janine. He feared his sister getting hurt and was worried that as the elder brother, he wouldn't be able to protect her adequately. Thinking this, Sullivan's expression became increasingly serious. Regardless, even if the Liu family's influence wasn't as great as the Yanni family's, if Fabio dared to use Janine's feelings to harm her, he would risk everything to ensure the Yanni family suffered. President Yanni, after contemplating everything, Sullivan spoke in a solemn tone. "Today, learning about your feelings for Janine, I am indeed very surprised. Whatever the case, Janine hasn't turned 18 and is still in senior high school. This isn't the appropriate age for dating or marriage discussions. No matter how deeply President Yanni likes Janine or how sincere you are, I believe it's better for us to thoroughly discuss these matters later." Sullivan's tone was cautious, clearly speaking as an elder of the Liu family. Of course, Fabio replied with utmost seriousness, shaking Sullivan's extended hand. "I won't claim to be Janine's boyfriend until the Liu family agrees, nor will I make her do anything she dislikes. Janine will always remain free under my watch. Rest assured, Mr. Liu." After Sullivan left, Fabio walked into the storage room. The storage room seemed to isolate the external chaos. The man lifted his arm and pulled the girl into his embrace, finally holding the person he longed for, and kissed her forehead. "Sorry, I should have come earlier. There was a traffic jam." Deborah wrapped her arms around Fabio's slim waist, burying her head against his chest. "You confessed your love right in front of my 5 brothers. Weren't you afraid they'd beat you up?" "If your big brother really gave me a beating, it wouldn't be so bad," Fabio said. "After all, if I had such an excellent sister, I'd also be annoyed by her admirers. After a beating, maybe I'd look more appealing to them." Deborah almost laughed out loud at his words, lifting her hand to cup his face. Who would actually want to get beaten up? Didn't we agree to keep it secret for now? After a long pause, Fabio finally spoke in a low voice while holding her. I don't want to keep it a secret anymore. I don't want to wait until your brothers are asleep to secretly meet you. I also don't want to hang up the phone every time one of them is around when I'm calling you. I want to tell everyone how much I like you. Fabio whispered into Deborah's ear, his voice low and enticing, and I want my baby to give me some commitment. Chapter 142, Marilyn is seeking major trouble. Speaking of official recognition, Esther thought that Wally indeed seemed quite wronged. Every time he called her, he could only do so when she was in her room at night or when no one else was around. Each time he came to see her, he had to sneak over the wall at night, endure her tormenting or fondling, and leave alone early in the morning with a hoarse voice from tolerating it all silently. It seemed like he came specifically for bed service. Oh no, there were two people involved, plus Gordon driving back and forth. Gordon resembled those who used to drive the phoenix carriage of spring grace in ancient royal palaces. Esther wasn't trying to hide things on purpose, it's just that with Wally's status, their relationship going public would cause some unnecessary troubles. Moreover, no matter what kind of person Wally was, if her brothers found out, they'd definitely be very worried. At least until they thoroughly investigated Wally, they would keep a tighter rein on her. But no matter what, letting her brothers know sooner or later was inevitable. Esther and Wally had a secret moment of affection in the storage room. After what happened just now, both the online world and the outside world were abuzz. First came a series of hot topics about Wally. Hashtag Wally makes his first public appearance hashtag Wally is super handsome hashtag Wally isn't paralyzed in both legs hashtag Wally isn't a pervert hashtag those who rumored that Wally was ugly and disabled should come out and get beat up hashtag. Basically, this was a large-scale rumor debunking scene. Photos of Wally's front face, side face, and full body build were circulating wildly, with many people using them as wallpaper. This personal appearance by Mr. Yanni finally silenced the long-standing rumors about him on the internet. Although he didn't have a Weibo account, the comments section under Yanni Corporation's official Weibo exploded. Besides the shock from his first public appearance, Wally's statement, "I like Janine," was also quite shocking. Which girl hasn't dreamed of marrying a domineering president? The problem was that real-life CEOs were often pot-bellied, bald, and greasy. Standing there, Wally embodied a coldly handsome CEO with an actual net worth of tens of billions. Yet love struck instantly only to be followed by heartbreak. Wally publicly announced his liking for Esther. People online didn't know that for 10 years, Wally had truly been paralyzed in both legs, sitting in a wheelchair, until Esther cured him. Thus, many came forward to insult Esther, saying she didn't deserve Wally and, simply from being an illegitimate child, she didn't measure up. In short, it was sour grapes, pure envy and jealousy. They hated that the lucky person Wally liked wasn't them. Some even ran to the official microblog to criticize, saying that when Wally confessed, Esther stood there arrogantly as an illegitimate child. But replies quickly emerged. There really are people who fall in love just by looks, scolding others without using their brains. Hasn't anyone seen last week's piano competition? Esther said on stage that the title of her piece, Twilight Dusk, contained the name of someone she likes, and the composition was for that person. Twilight Dusk, Wally. This is clearly mutual affection, right? And let's get the whole story straight. Esther is first in Xinjiang school-wide, won first place in the national piano competition, and is even Lilia, who has fans worldwide. Apart from being an illegitimate child, which she can't control, Esther is beautiful, has excellent grades, and is talented. How does she not deserve Wally? Those who elevate men and belittle women should get lost. The situation between Wally and Esther stirred up the internet, but this was after the garden party ended. Right now, it was Esther's dessert shop that was really bustling. Seeing the parade of beauties and studs in the live stream, almost half the school rushed to the dessert shop upon hearing the news. All the cookies and biscuits they had prepared were nearly snatched up, and the queue outside could encircle the track several times. A significant portion of these people had come from Marilyn's cafe next door. The girl who loved cappuccino tasted one bite of Esther's cookies and was deeply moved. She had expected it to be as perfunctory as Marilyn's cafe, or perhaps not as good, but these cookies were genuinely delicious. Wally helped Esther bake egg tarts in the kitchen, completely unfazed by getting his more than 20,000 yuan shirt dirty with flour. Brenda and Curly were busy making cookies and biscuits nearby, then later Sullivan and Josue joined in to help. However, once they joined, especially Sullivan, Wally and Esther were separated by 3 meters. The same kitchen suddenly felt like 2 separate worlds. When the number of people reached its peak, almost the entire playground was filled with people who had come to the dessert shop. Without seats available, everyone just sat on the grass of the playground. Monty's fans were all very well-mannered, and no one ran around making noise or littered. The more than 10,000 bottles of drinks sponsored by Haley came in handy as Mathewena, Jobert, Esther, Liam, and Mitchell moved through the crowd, distributing them to all the guests. Obviously, they couldn't make enough cookies and biscuits, but it didn't matter whether they could eat the desserts or not. Everyone had met their idol that they had been thinking about so much, enjoyed the service from the top-notch handsome guys, and felt this lively atmosphere. It was worth every penny. Moreover, they even got a bonus feature that money couldn't buy. Just when everyone was sitting on the playground, Monty took out his guitar, sat on the high stool in front of the dessert shop, and began to sing live songs from his new album. The moment the first note sounded, it seemed like the whole world quieted down. Monty was a born idol. Whether in height, figure, appearance, or looks, he was nearly perfect, even his voice could be called heavenly. A gentle and clear sweet song made the girls below almost cry with emotion. Many people were posting on WeChat Moments, Weibo, and Douyin, crazily praising how good Monty's new songs were, commending the successful Xingjing garden party, praising the many handsome guys at the dessert shop, and complimenting how delicious the food was. Many also used the hashtag #ThankYouLuguar. After all, Monty came to Xingjing because of Esther, and sang for her support. The 5 super handsome brothers from the Lu family appeared there because of Esther too. In short, thank you Esther. Without her, we wouldn't have had this wonderful day today. However, at the same time, while the dessert shop was bustling, Marilyn's cafe business was extremely bleak. It was not just bleak, it was pitiful. Except for Marilyn and Mona, there wasn't a single customer in the store. Farah heard that Monty went to Esther's place, hurriedly left, but ended up unable to get into the packed playground due to arriving too late, which made her furious. Avon, upon seeing the news of Wally going to find Esther, walked out angrily with a deathly pale face. The empty cafe saw Marilyn staring at her phone, watching the live broadcast of the bustling playground, her eyes red with rage. When she opened Douyin and saw what Monty said during Agian's live stream, her whole body trembled with disbelief and intense hatred. Why did Oral come to Xingjing now when his face was fine? Why was Oral so cruel to her? Why did Oral clarify everything in front of the entire internet, humiliating her without mercy? Why did this Esther seem to do nothing yet own the whole world? It seems that with no blood relation, no matter how hard she tried, she would always be an outsider. But Esther, even being an illegitimate child, and doing nothing, would still be pampered by all the Lu family brothers. It's really too unfair, nobody cared about her feelings. The hate in Marilyn's eyes was almost overflowing. An idea sprouted in her mind. She wanted to do something that could ruin Esther, and fiercely retaliate against Oral and all the Lu family. Chapter 143, Just Don't Wear a Red Dress. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the bustling garden party organized by Shing Gillison came to an end, leaving everyone thoroughly exhausted after a long day. The next morning, Bar arrived at class with a smile on his face and announced from the podium. I have some good news for everyone. In the recent school anniversary garden party, the teams led by students in our class took both first and second place in terms of popularity and earnings. The team led by Brenda came in first, earning a prize of 2 million yuan. The team led by Marilyn placed second, earning 1 million yuan. Both teams did an excellent job. Let's give them a round of applause. Instantly, clapping filled the classroom, but Marilyn, seated at her desk, looked utterly miserable. Just yesterday morning, she had been in the limelight, only to find that by the afternoon, nearly everyone in the school had flocked to Esther's booth. Their team's earnings were purely due to those few hours when they sold coffee at high prices. What made Marilyn even more nauseated was Farah. Farah had been invited to bolster their team's presence, yet she left without notice, taking away all the fans who stayed just to see her. As a result, her cafe ended up completely empty, turning into a laughingstock. But what Marilyn hadn't expected was that Farah actually had the nerve to send her a text message later that afternoon. Juliana, didn't you say you'd invite me over after the school anniversary celebration? When are you planning it? Seeing this message, Marilyn almost snapped her phone from rage. How could anyone be so shameless? How low could Farah's emotional intelligence be? She had invited Farah to help boost her popularity, not to play around. And now Farah dared to ask for introductions to her third brother after abandoning them midway. Without that plan, Marilyn wouldn't bother responding to Farah at all. However, since Farah could be useful in her scheme, Marilyn took a deep breath and replied with a message. Xuantongji, my eldest brother has arranged a celebratory gathering at home tomorrow evening to celebrate Esther and me winning first and second place in the school anniversary. Third brother will also be there tomorrow evening. You can come. Farah responded instantly, really? That's great. A few seconds later, another barrage of questions followed. You grew up with your third brother. Do you know what kind of girls he likes? Should I wear a dress or something more casual? What color does he like? Seeing these messages, Marilyn couldn't help but reveal a cold look, then replied, you can wear anything, just don't wear a red dress. Confused, Farah asked again, don't wear a red dress? Why? Does your third brother not like red dresses? Not just dislike. Marilyn scoffed through her nose, her expression growing darker. She didn't want to reply any further and simply ignored Farah's messages. The next day. This so-called celebratory dinner was just an excuse. First, during the school anniversary, Sullivan saw that Esther, Dion, Brenda, and Mathawena got along well. As the eldest brother, seeing the newly arrived sister and the usually aloof younger brother make good friends, Sullivan naturally felt happy and thought it would be perfect to let these kids enjoy themselves at this gathering. Secondly, Sullivan had also invited Fabio to this gathering. After the conversation outside the storeroom, Sullivan proposed discussing things properly with Fabio the next day. This gathering provided the perfect opportunity, or else he couldn't rest easy. Apart from the welcome party thrown for Esther, the Lu family hadn't held such a small gathering in a long time. Sullivan was always busy with work, Josue didn't live at home, and Monty barely returned a few times a year, making it hard for everyone to gather. So this was quite rare. When Marissa learned that Fabio would also attend, she became extremely cautious, helping the household staff prepare meticulously for the event, afraid of any mishap. Marissa had no idea that Fabio was coming because of Esther. She assumed that Sullivan had established a business relationship with Fabio and felt incredibly proud. The rumored ruthless Yanni lord now willing to join their gathering must mean he respected her son greatly. Marissa even asked Sullivan, "I heard that the Yanni lord is now better. Isn't he a confirmed eligible bachelor now? With his status and power, aren't many families in Gillisangching eyeing him as a potential son-in-law? Do you think I should get Juliana dressed up nicely? With Juliana being so beautiful and outstanding, what if Fabio falls for her at first sight during the gathering? If our Liu family could ally with the Yanni family through marriage, relying on the Yanni family's influence, we would soar straight up." Marissa still didn't consider Esther a member of the Liu family. In her heart, the only heiress of the Liu family was Marilyn. But when Sullivan heard his mother say this, he was speechless. Where did she get the confidence to think that someone as perfect and beautiful as Marilyn could make Fabio fall in love at first sight? If it weren't for Esther, Fabio wouldn't have come to the Liu family for this gathering, and even if he did, he wouldn't give Marilyn a second glance. He knew this all too well. As for an alliance through marriage, Sullivan had never thought about it. Even if marrying Esther to Fabio would bring countless benefits to the Liu family, he would absolutely never use his sister as a tool to maintain family interests. The gathering was set for 7 o'clock in the evening. Esther slept until nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon, only to be woken up by a servant knocking on her door. She rubbed her eyes and went to open the door, seeing a servant holding a large, elaborately wrapped gift box, standing respectfully at the door. Esther looked down and asked, "What is this?" The servant replied, "Miss Janine, this is sent over by Mr. Yanni for you. He said it's for you to wear tonight at the gathering, so I brought it directly here for you." While speaking, the servant handed the gift box to Esther. Clothes for her to wear tonight? Mathun's everyone attending tonight were acquaintances. Esther had initially planned to dress casually. But she didn't expect Fabio to take such care and send clothes specially for her. Thinking about it, since Fabio was coming to the Liu family for the first time today, he probably dressed formally too, wanting to create a sense of ceremony. Esther carried the box over to the table and opened it. Inside was a dress. A simple yet elegant strapless long dress, beautifully tailored, combining formal elements with a touch of casualness. It felt luxurious just by holding it. Most importantly, the color of the dress was one she loved. It was like a blooming rose in the dark night, a deep and intense wine red. Chapter 144, The Calm Before the Storm. Wally had always understood her preferences and enjoyed preparing small surprises for her in daily life. Therefore, when Deborah received this dress, she didn't think twice about it. After taking a shower, she put on the dress right away. To complement the dress, she applied light makeup and wore the pearl earrings Wally had given her earlier before stepping out of her room. The living room was already lively by then, with Mathawena, Brenda, and Atlee chatting outside. On the sofa sat Marilyn and another girl, engaged in a hushed conversation. Deborah glanced up. That girl seemed to be the so-called internet celebrity Farah, presumably invited by Marilyn. The moment Marilyn saw her, her eyes did not hold the usual animosity but instead gleamed faintly with unhidden excitement. Deborah frowned slightly, unsure of what Marilyn was up to or plotting again. But she didn't want to bother guessing her intentions. When Deborah appeared among the crowd, Brenda and the others were immediately struck speechless by her beauty. Deborah usually wore school uniforms, and even on weekends, she opted for casual t-shirts and shorts, rarely making an effort to dress up. Now, with her black hair neatly tied up and side curls framing her face, she looked even more delicate under the pearl's accentuation. The square-neck strapless long dress accentuated her delicate shoulders and collarbone, exposing her slender neck and emphasizing her slim waist perfectly. Though only lightly made up, her striking features drew everyone's attention effortlessly, exuding elegance and allure despite the simplicity. "Wow, dating, you look absolutely stunning tonight." Brenda couldn't help but step forward, quickly correcting herself. "No, I should say you've always been beautiful, but this dress really suits you." Deborah indeed suited Red, and clearly, Atlee and Reese agreed. However, when Josue came downstairs and saw Deborah, he obviously froze at the sight of her dress. "What's wrong, Sergio?" Deborah glanced down at herself, puzzled. "Is there something on me?" It seemed something clicked in Josue's mind, causing his clear eyebrows to furrow slightly. But just as he was about to speak, Monty interrupted, descending from upstairs. "No wonder my darling sister turns heads even with simple makeup." Monty grinned warmly as he patted her head. That night, Monty wore a thin white sweater with casual trousers, his messy hair and blue diamond stud in his right ear shining brightly, making him stand out no matter how casually dressed. Seeing Monty's reaction, Josue's frown eased. Only when Deborah asked him the second time did he respond, "Nothing much, just thinking about something." Josue's voice remained cool as he glanced at Sullivan talking on the phone in the hall and then at Deborah. "Mr. Yanni hasn't arrived yet?" Speaking of Wally, Deborah also found it odd. Given Wally's importance attached to tonight's gathering, he should have arrived even earlier than everyone else. Deborah instinctively reached for her phone, only to remember it was still in her room. When she returned to fetch her phone, she discovered she had left it on silent mode after sleeping. From the time she took a shower until now, Wally had actually called her dozens of times. Deborah's heart sank. She immediately called back, but the receiver emitted a cold electronic voice. "Sorry, the number you dialed is out of service." Deborah hung up and checked WeChat, noticing a message Wally had sent her half an hour ago. "Dating, I've been calling you many times but you didn't pick up. By the time you see this, I might already be on the plane. Apologies, I can't make it to your family gathering tonight. I was about to leave, but 30 minutes ago, I received a call from the nursing home where my grandmother stays. They informed me that she suddenly went missing. I mentioned before that my grandmother has Alzheimer's disease and has been recuperating abroad these years. Now they have no clue where she is, and I must personally go to Suli to sort this out. I've already apologized to your eldest brother. Once I find my grandmother and settle her down, I will return to China as soon as possible. While I'm away, if you encounter any issues you can't handle, seek Gordon's help." Wally's grandmother had gone missing. Deborah never expected such an unexpected event. She knew that Wally's grandfather had passed away over 10 years ago, and his parents also died in a car accident later on. Apart from his Uncle Ferdy who wanted to harm him, his grandmother was the only remaining relative Wally had in this world. With something happening to his grandmother, it was impossible for Wally not to rush over immediately. But the problem was, Wally's grandmother was already in her 70s and had Alzheimer's disease. How could she have vanished from the nursing home without any issues? How did an elderly person with dementia disappear without being noticed by so many caregivers? Deborah immediately called Gordon and got Wally's flight number and the address of that nursing home. However, before she could think further or even reply to Wally, there was a sudden loud bang from the living room outside, as if something had exploded. In the next second, the lights in Deborah's room went out directly, plunging the room into darkness. At the same time, shrill and piercing screams came from outside. "Ah! My face! My face is cut!" The voice sounded like Farah's. "What happened? Was it the chandelier on the ceiling that exploded?" Mathawena asked immediately. Brenda also spoke up. "It seems all rooms are out of power. Maybe the explosion caused a short circuit? Why would the chandelier in the living room explode all of a sudden?" Sullivan shouted, "Gavin Ma, quickly get some emergency lights over here." Outside, sounds of collisions and conversations mixed in chaos. Deborah immediately felt her way through the darkness and opened the door. Sure enough, the hallway outside was equally pitch black, and everyone was groping around in the dark. Deborah quickly turned on the flashlight on her phone. The sudden appearance of light illuminated the darkness, allowing everyone to see the scene before them. What had exploded was the large and ornate crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling of the living room. Shattered fragments were scattered everywhere, leaving the living room in a mess. But the next second, Deborah's pupils contracted sharply, her breathing paused for a few seconds. The cold white light from the flashlight revealed Kolki's already pale complexion made even paler beneath where the chandelier once hung. She saw the youth in the black shirt, his eyes filled with disbelief, using his right hand to cover his neck. That clearly defined hand trembled slightly, with blood flowing out from between his fingers. Chapter 145. Do you Job know who Tanya is? Everyone witnessed this scene. The chandelier had shattered into pieces, and Reese was right beneath where it had been, blood trickling from between his fingers as he clutched at his neck. The shards from the chandelier had cut Reese's neck, and now blood wouldn't stop flowing. Reese has hemophilia. A scratch from those shards would have been nothing for anyone else present. Yet the person who ended up with a deep gash was Reese. For someone with coagulation dysfunction, even a tiny wound might lead to unstoppable bleeding and potential danger to life. Let alone such an extent of bleeding now. All members of the Liu family were dumbstruck. "Brother." Seeing Reese sitting on the ground, holding his neck, Atli's eyes widened in shock, and he yelled. Born only a minute after Reese, Atli rarely called him brother, but now he rushed over while shouting. Josue, always composed, immediately approached, trying hard to keep calm. He took out a white handkerchief from his trouser pocket and pressed it firmly on Reese's wound to try and stop the bleeding. But given Reese's condition and the size of the wound caused by the shards, without any hemostatic tools around, this measure was clearly ineffective. Within mere seconds, the handkerchief became soaked with blood from Reese's neck, making everyone's heart skip a beat. The light. Where's the light? Sullivan, losing his usual steadiness, almost trembling, pulled out his phone to call 911. Benny, don't be scared, your elder brother is here. I'll get an ambulance, you'll be fine. No one knew if these words were to comfort Reese or if they were meant for Sullivan himself. Chaos erupted in that instant. Even Brenda and Mathawena, knowing about Reese's condition, felt their hearts race with tension but couldn't approach. Only Farah, a complete outsider unaware of Reese's illness, found the reaction strange. Just a boy with a scratch on his neck bleeding slightly, why all this fuss and calling an ambulance? She also got cut on her face. She's a female star whose career depends on her looks, yet no one asked if she was alright? What kind of manners does this family have? Farah wanted to complain to Marilyn but noticed her staring at Reese with wide, disbelieving eyes. Juliana, what's wrong? Did the shards cut you too? Farah asked, puzzled. Marilyn's lips quivered slightly, seemingly not hearing Farah. She murmured shakily, I forgot. I forgot about Mathuman's illness. I didn't mean to kill him. I really didn't. It's just bad luck that he was cut by the shards, it's not my fault. Her speech was so muffled that Farah couldn't make it out clearly. Then she saw Mrs. Marissa, Reese's mother, already hysterically rushing to her son. Why did this damn chandelier explode suddenly? Marissa disregarded her usual ladylike demeanor, hugging Reese tightly, panicking, Benny, don't be afraid. Your elder brother called an ambulance. Mom won't let anything happen to you. Among the 5 brothers of the Liu family, Reese was the smartest. He was born a genius, far surpassing ordinary people in intelligence. Regardless of what he did, he was always outstandingly better than others and more pitiful due to his poor health. So among her 5 children, Marissa loved and was most proud of Reese since childhood. At that moment, the housekeeper hurriedly brought over an emergency light, illuminating the hall. Seeing Reese's increasingly pale face, colorless lips, and uncontrollably flowing blood from his neck, Marissa felt herself about to break down. It was Friday, and it would take at least 20 minutes for an ambulance to arrive from the city. With this much bleeding, she wasn't sure if her son could hold on until then. Would her son? But just as Marissa was nearly sobbing uncontrollably, a slender hand reached out towards Reese, saying, "Let me see Matthew Mon." Looking up, Marissa saw it was Deborah approaching, and her anger flared instantly. Pointing at Deborah's nose, she started scolding without any reason. "Let you see. See how badly injured my son is? You stay away from my son, you lowlife. Don't think because you've stayed in our Liu family for days, you're actually one of us. A child of eyes always a. Take your dirty hands off my son and get away from him." "Mom, what are you saying?" Sullivan was stunned by these words. He had thought that after Deborah had stayed with them for so many days, his mother had accepted her existence. Yet, he never expected Marissa to still despise Deborah so much. And now, in front of outsiders, she insulted Deborah so harshly without any regard for Deborah's feelings or propriety. After Marissa finished berating, Deborah's expression remained calm. But just as she was about to move, Reese's left hand, which wasn't stained with blood, gripped hers firmly. The slightly cool temperature of the teenager's body passed through their touching hands. Reese lifted his pale face, his voice trembling as he called out, "Matthew's turn." When he had a fever and was in a daze, it was Deborah who stayed by his side, unexpectedly making a night he thought would be difficult to endure pass easily. Deborah's arrival gave Reese a warmth he had never felt before in his solitary life. Perhaps after that night, even without calling Deborah sister like the other brothers, Reese had already accepted her as an important presence in his world. One can bear the darkness if they have never seen the sun. Once having experienced the warmth of mutual support, one fears losing it. So Reese was afraid, fearing that after hearing Marissa's insults, Deborah might withdraw her hand and leave, so he instinctively held onto her hand. But Deborah didn't intend to leave. She clasped Reese's hand tightly, looking up earnestly at Sullivan. "Big brother, I can save Matthew Mon. Can I take him to my room?" Seeing Sullivan nod, in the next second, Deborah lifted Reese into her arms and headed toward her room. Seeing this scene, Marissa was stunned. How could a frail girl lift her son so effortlessly? Moreover, how could her eldest son dare to let Deborah take Benny away? This was playing with Benny's life. What did a high school student like Deborah know? Even doctors couldn't guarantee saving Benny. How could she save him? Did she hear herself? "Sullivan, are you crazy? Letting this little take Benny to the room, do you want to kill your own brother?" Seeing Marissa about to intervene, Sullivan couldn't hold back any longer. He grabbed his mother by the arm and said sternly, "Mom, you look down on Deborah everywhere, but do you know who Deborah is? She is Master Hanley's youngest disciple. Even the famous Dr. Barrett, who rose to prominence in Gillisangching, calls her the junior aunt respectfully. If Deborah says she can save Benny, she must have a way. If you cause more trouble and Benny doesn't make it, you will be the one responsible for his death." Chapter 146, Marissa's eyes widened yen Nike copper bells. Upon hearing Sullivan's words, Marissa's eyes instantly widened like copper bells, her mouth gaping open in shock. "Why what did you say?" Sullivan said sternly, "Just a few days ago, you told me that the last time you saw Elder Herb, he looked rosy-cheeked and had a youthful glow, as if he had aged backward by 10 years. Do you know why? It's because Elder Herb consumed a miraculous pill given to him by Janine. That's why he changed so much. Do you know how precious that pill from Janine is? Even if it were sold for millions on the market, people would still fight over it. Ordinary people don't even know Janine's true identity. They wouldn't know where to look for her, even if they wanted to save their own lives. Now that Janine wants to save Ewing, you actually tried to stop her. You just insulted Janine in front of everyone, but she didn't retaliate or argue back, immediately taking Ewing to the room. Do you think she enjoys being scolded, not feeling hurt when called names? That's because she cares about Ewing more than herself, prioritizing his life above all else." Sullivan's words left Marissa utterly dumbfounded. How could it be? Esther is just a child. How could she possibly possess such extraordinary medical skills or be the master physician Hanley's last disciple? But Sullivan was dead serious, and Josue and Atlee present also seemed to have known this all along. Marissa couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Clearly, they had all witnessed Esther's medical prowess before, which is why they trusted her so completely, firmly believing that if she said she could save Ewing, then she definitely could. Marissa never imagined that an insignificant illegitimate daughter like Esther could have such a remarkable identity and could potentially save her son in critical moments, leaving her with mixed feelings. If Esther was boasting, then she would certainly make her pay. But if Esther really could save Ewing, then she would be her son's savior. On the other side, Esther carried Ewing back to the room, carefully placing him on her bed, and locked the door from the inside. The entire Liu family's power had short-circuited, and the room remained pitch black except for Cornelius poking his head out of the blanket, his round eyes glowing a dark green. This short journey here had caused the blood from Ewing's neck to stain Esther's hands and clothes red. Ewing, due to continuous blood loss, had begun to slip into unconsciousness. Esther raised one hand, and the next moment, the floor lamp beside the bed lit up, emitting a soft yellow glow. At the same time, Esther placed her other hand over Ewing's eyes, whispering softly, "Don't be afraid, Matthew Mon. Just sleep for a while, and everything will be fine when you wake up." Then, Ewing fell into a deep slumber. Cornelius meowed and leapt nimbly to Esther's side, licking her hand habitually. The bed sheets were already stained with blood. Esther placed her hand over the wound on Ewing's neck, closed her eyes, and began transmitting her soul power into Ewing's body to promote healing. Esther was a demon. The nature of demons was evil and selfish, so they absorbed energy from humans to strengthen themselves. For demons, using soul power to harm others was easy and made them stronger. However, to heal someone, a demon must expend multiple times the amount of soul power. The greater the difficulty of saving someone, the more essence and energy the demon loses. So most demons only chose to harm others. Yen Nike Methunclair, who sold poisons in the black market, not only making money from humans but also gaining strength from the souls of those who died from poisoning. This setup was why the demon hunter from her previous life relentlessly pursued her. Though she had hidden her identity, she secretly possessed many identities, such as Lilia, Chloe, and Mrs. Demi. These personas had garnered admiration from countless humans, significantly boosting her power. The demon hunter Ari feared that her immense power would lead her to harm more people, growing stronger with each victim. Fearing she would wreak havoc on humanity, he chased after her without rest. Without delving deeply into whether she had truly harmed anyone, Ari believed that her very existence posed a threat to humans and needed to be eliminated. As Esther continuously transmitted soul power, her face took on a pale hue. Cornelius watched anxiously, arching his back and staring intently. After a while, Esther stopped once the wound on Ewing's neck had healed to just a faint line. If she were to claim some secret miraculous medicine that can't be publicly disclosed, it would still be plausible. But if Ewing were to fully recover, she might have a hard time explaining such an incredible medical feat to outsiders. There was a restive sound outside the door. It seemed everyone was worried about Deborah's well-being and was waiting outside her room, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Deborah took a deep breath, checked Ewing's ashen face to make sure he was out of danger, and then stood up. She opened the door, finding Marissa standing right next to it, eavesdropping. When Deborah opened the door, Marissa nearly stumbled into the room, which was indeed quite embarrassing. "Don't worry," Deborah glanced at everyone, "Matthew Mon is fine now, he's sleeping." The light had been turned off before opening the door, and Cornelius had already burrowed back under the blanket. Everyone sucked in a breath upon hearing Deborah's words. Under the emergency light, they saw Ewing lying calmly on Deborah's bed. And his neck wound had stopped bleeding, almost completely healed. "My goodness." Mathawena's eyes widened in shock. "How did you do this?" Mathawena and Brenda had known of Deborah's exceptional medical skills before, but they hadn't imagined her abilities could be so remarkable. It was nothing short of miraculous. "Secret technique, my master said not to disclose it outside." Deborah replied briefly. Her simple mention of a secret technique that wasn't to be disclosed instantly silenced any shocked questions from the crowd. Regardless, it was a relief that Ewing was all right. It had been a close call. Marissa rushed over and thoroughly inspected Ewing, forced to accept this incredible reality. Her son was truly fine now. Apart from the faint scar on his neck, he looked like he had never been injured. She couldn't help but turn back to look at Deborah. Without sending him to the operating room for emergency surgery, without any tools, Deborah had managed to save Ewing just by being in the room. And only 10 minutes ago, she had cursed Deborah, calling her names. This was... Marissa felt her face burning with shame, unable to say anything for a long while. As an elder, there was no way she would humbly apologize to such a young girl. But Deborah had just saved her son, yet she had treated her so harshly. Deborah paid no mind to Marissa's inner turmoil, or rather, she simply didn't care what Marissa thought. Whether Marissa liked or disliked her was of no importance. The only thing Deborah cared about was Ewing's safety. That was enough for her. "Let Matthew Mon rest in my room, he'll be fine," Deborah said. So, everyone began to leave for the living room. On the way, Deborah's legs gave out slightly and was caught by Josue, who acted quickly. "Are you okay?" Weakened and dizzy from exerting too much soul power, Deborah shook her head. "I'm fine, Sergio, I'm just a bit dizzy." "If you're not feeling well, rest on my bed for a while." Josue's voice was cold. "It's not safe walking in the dark, I'll carry you upstairs." Although usually indifferent and cold in demeanor, Josue was genuinely gentle with his sister. He bent down and picked up Deborah, not minding her blood-stained clothes despite his cleanliness issues and white shirt. Deborah indeed needed to rest, so she went upstairs with Josue. The ambulance team came and left, the emergency light still placed in the living room, where chaos reigned. After carrying Deborah upstairs, Josue returned downstairs. The servants were busy cleaning up the broken chandelier pieces. Mathewena and Brenda marveled at Deborah's incredible medical skills with Atlee. Sullivan seriously talked to Marissa about Deborah's issue, urging her not to target Deborah anymore, while Marilyn seemed restless all night. Farah, feeling neglected and out of place, finally muttered, where did Monty go? Before Farah mentioned it, no one had thought about it. Her question made everyone realize one thing. They hadn't seen Monty since the chandelier exploded and the power went out. Where was Monty? A few seconds later, both Sullivan and Josue seemed to recall something and their expressions changed abruptly. Oh no, we need to find him quickly. Chapter 147, What exactly was Oral's illness? Sullivan and Josue's expressions suddenly changed. When Monty was 6 years old, he had once been kidnapped by a human trafficker at an amusement park. That year, Sullivan was 10, and Josue was 8. Both of them were already in school and quite independent. Reese E. and Atlee were just 3 years old at that time. The twin brothers, one too frail, the other too rambunctious, occupied most of Marissa's energy. So when Monty suggested going to the amusement park on the weekend, Marissa had one of the house servants take him there. However, while waiting for the servant to buy cotton candy, a momentary turnaround, the servant found that the young master who had been waiting on the bench was gone upon return. Initially, the Liu family thought it was a kidnapping, but with no ransom demands ever received, they could only conclude that he had been taken away and was missing. The kidnapper was a rural woman in her 30s. She didn't know that the child she kidnapped was the Liu family's third young master. All she saw at the amusement park was Monty sitting on the bench. This little boy was so handsome and healthy, just looking at him made her think he could fetch a high price. So she didn't hesitate to snatch him away. Only later, when she saw the news and realized the child came from a powerful family, did she deeply regret it and dare not make any rash moves. She didn't dare to return Monty nor sell him out of fear. She could only hide him temporarily, hoping to avoid attention. Thus, that year Monty, only 6, was locked by that ruthless woman in a small warehouse on a mountain for 5 days. The warehouse had no clutter, no windows, utter darkness without any light. Because he couldn't see anything, all his senses were magnified. The only thing he could hear was his own breathing. Later, even Sullivan couldn't imagine how such a small child managed to endure those many days alone. According to the psychiatrist, Monty always curled up in a dark corner of the warehouse. He could only see a sliver of light when that woman came to deliver food. Each time he raised his head, the red dress the woman wore appeared even more vivid under that faint ray of sunlight. The blinding red created a strong visual impact each time for someone who had stayed in darkness for long. Coupled with the greasy smell of congee, it made him retch uncontrollably and shudder after she left. Although young, Monty was much smarter than his peers. He didn't know where he was or when he would be able to leave. He was afraid, but what scared him more was the possibility of losing himself. He feared becoming confused, forgetting time, who he was, and his parents and siblings. So every time the woman brought food, he used a sharp stone to carve marks on his arm, keeping track of time and maintaining his consciousness. 5 days passed this way until finally, there was a turning point. During one of the woman's visits, he managed to free himself from the iron chain that bound his right foot beforehand and pounced on her. With all the strength a 6-year-old could muster, he straddled her. Then he stabbed her neck repeatedly with a sharpened chopstick, crying all the while. Warm blood splattered all over him until the woman lay motionless after convulsing a few times. Then, Monty screamed as he ran down the mountain, eventually collapsing at the foot of it. Passers-by were horrified by the sight of a bloody child and quickly took him to the hospital. Sullivan and Josue clearly remembered what their formerly clever, beautiful, and lively younger brother looked like when they saw him in the hospital. He was terrified, every second filled with fear. Afraid of the dark, the sound of locking doors, being alone, and people wearing red dresses. He would often have spasms, dry heaves, unconscious agony, accompanied by manic symptoms and self-harm tendencies. He was only 6. There was nothing else to do but send Monty to a sanatorium for a year for psychological treatment. When Monty was finally brought back home, he seemed normal again, returning to his courteous and handsome self. As older brothers, Sullivan and Josue were naturally happy, yet they felt something about their younger brother was different. The doctor explained that he had taken some measures to blur Monty's memories of that painful period. That is to say, he only vaguely remembered some fragments. To him, those memories might seem like a dream or a movie. What had happened could not be completely erased, but if the details were unclear, it would not leave such a heavy psychological scar and wouldn't affect daily life. As he grew older, this memory would become even more blurred, but it was absolutely essential that he never again be exposed to any stimuli that could trigger his trauma. For instance, the psychiatrist had warned Marissa and Randall at the time never to let Monty be alone in the dark, as it would cause him to have an episode. More importantly, he must not see a woman in a red dress during an episode, or he would fall into a state of unconscious mania. He would do anything to kill that person because, in an episode, he would believe that only by killing the woman in red could he go home and escape danger. Later, Marissa mentioned this at the dinner table to all the brothers in Illegitimate, saying that if they were in a dark place, they must stay with Monty and ensure he did not see a red dress. Over the years, Monty's mental state seemed well controlled, and he never had an episode, so the Liu family gradually felt relieved. However, since that incident, Josue became particularly sensitive to red dresses. Whenever he saw one, he would think of Monty's condition. So when the gathering began tonight, Josue subconsciously tensed up upon seeing Esther's red strapless dress. But after seeing that Monty had no unusual reaction to Esther, he calmed down. But now, who would have thought that the chandelier at home would suddenly explode, causing all circuits to short out, plunging the entire house into darkness? Sullivan and Josue both knew that their younger brother was afraid of the dark and couldn't be left alone in it. Yet earlier, Monty was clearly in the living room, but Farah's question made them realize he wasn't there. If not in the living room, where could Monty be? This sudden darkness, wouldn't it trigger his episode? Sullivan and Josue's hearts raced, and Marissa, realizing the situation, hurriedly called Monty's name as she rushed upstairs to look for him. Others didn't know what was happening, but seeing Sullivan's reaction, they guessed something serious was amiss and helped search. When they reached the third floor and found Monty's room, everyone was stunned by the scene. The door of Monty's room was broken off. It had been kicked open from inside, and judging by the marks on the wood, it had been beaten and kicked repeatedly, leaving bloodstains from punches. How could a door be kicked off, unless it was locked? Seeing this damaged door, Sullivan and the others felt a thunderous shock in their heads, their minds filled with just two words, finished. But then, suddenly, there was another loud bang from the fourth floor, as if something had collided with a cabinet. On the fourth floor were only the music room, the cinema room, and Josue's room, which should have been empty at this time. At this moment, Josue's eyes widened in alarm, his voice trembling. Catherine is sleeping, she's wearing a red dress and is now sleeping in my room. Chapter 148, Avram enters the room to Joe Bill Hazel. Upon hearing this, Sullivan almost gasped. Only now did he recall that Hazel was wearing a red dress tonight. How could it be so coincidental? How could the lights in the house happen to explode and cause a power outage, and Hazel just happened to wear a red dress tonight? But there was no time to think about that now. If Monty had been confined in his room before, one look at the door's condition would tell you he must have had an episode. If he were to go up to the fourth floor, enter Matthew Yan's room, and see Hazel in a red dress, what would happen? Sullivan didn't care about anything else. He rushed upstairs. Hurry up, quickly. Healing Benny's wound took a lot out of Hazel. So when she was carried upstairs by Josue, she was half-dazed and didn't notice the figure hidden in the shadows at the third-floor staircase. She was quite tired and needed some sleep to recover her strength. Lying on Josue's bed, Hazel closed her eyes. Soon after her second brother left the room, the door seemed to open again. The power hadn't been restored yet, only the small night light next to the bed emitted a faint glow, illuminating the entire room. Hazel heard the sound of the door opening and thought it was Josue returning for something, so she called out, "Sergio." However, when she opened her eyes, the person standing at the door was not Josue but Monty. "Avram?" Hazel frowned slightly, confused as to why Monty would suddenly come to the fourth-floor room. But upon raising her gaze, she froze. Monty stood at the door, looking very strange, with a dark, expressionless face. His eyes seemed to be fixated on her, radiating a chilling intent. As her gaze lowered, she saw that Avram held a gleaming dagger in his right hand. "The eldest." Hazel's pupils dilated sharply. Before she could even call out, Monty had already raised the dagger and lunged at her. Almost instantaneously, with a piercing sound, the sharp blade had plunged deeply into the pillow behind Hazel's head. Had she reacted just a second later, the dagger would have stabbed into her skull. "Avram, what's wrong?" "You." While dodging, Hazel quickly climbed off the bed. She tried to communicate with Monty, but it was as if he couldn't hear her at all. His eyes looked hollow, and his actions seemed unconscious. He pulled the dagger from the pillow and lunged at her again. Hazel dodged while taking a deep breath, her brows furrowing tightly. How could this happen? Since the first time she met Avram, he had always been kind and gentle to her, smiling warmly. Why would he suddenly storm into the room at night with a knife to kill her? Something must have happened, something she didn't know. But what should she do now? The Liu's house had excellent soundproofing, so no one on the first or third floors would hear anything happening on the fourth floor. There was no one else who could help her. She had to deal with this herself. If someone else had tried to assassinate her in the middle of the night, Hazel wouldn't hesitate to snap their neck. But the person in front of her was Avram. The same Avram who smiled and embraced her on their first meeting, calling her little sister, who secretly transferred money to her after receiving gifts at the welcome party, and who sang at Xinjiang despite disliking crowds because of her. Let alone retaliating, Hazel couldn't bear to harm Monty, no matter why he came in determined to kill her. "Avram, can you calm down please? Do you know who I am? I'm Benny, your little sister." "Avram, look at me." Hazel tried to bring Monty back to his senses and finally managed to snatch the dagger from his hand. In the next second, she pressed it heavily against the window. The glass shattered, and the dagger fell outside. But even without the weapon, Monty didn't give up and instead lunged at her throat. Unable to dodge in time, Hazel was pushed hard against the wall by Monty. Monty's long, elegant fingers clutched her neck tightly, his beautiful almond eyes empty, and his once exquisite face terrifying. Avram really intended to strangle her. His grip tightened relentlessly, making it increasingly difficult for Hazel to breathe. If she didn't fight back, she might be choked to death. With no other choice, Hazel used her soul power to throw Monty forcefully to the side. The force was too great, and Monty was directly thrown to the wardrobe with a loud bang. His head struck the cabinet hard, instantly knocking him unconscious. However, the tall and heavy wardrobe began to topple from the impact. Seeing it about to crush the unconscious Monty who lay against the wardrobe, Hazel's pupils contracted sharply, and without any hesitation, she lunged forward to protect him. When Sullivan and the others rushed over, they saw a shocking scene. The room was left in disarray from the struggle, the window glass was shattered, and feathers from the pillow were scattered all over the bed. The wardrobe had collapsed, and below it, Esther was using one hand to prop up the wardrobe while protecting Monty with the other. Benny. Esther. Benny darling. Everyone was frightened stiff, quickly rushing over to help lift the wardrobe back up. They were completely bewildered by what had happened and even more amazed at how this frail girl managed to support such a heavy wardrobe to protect her brother. Once freed from under the wardrobe, Hazel's first reaction was to check on Monty in her arms. She first examined the back of his head to ensure that he hadn't sustained severe injuries from the collision, finally relaxing slightly after confirming he was safe. What is going on here? Mathewena was already dazed. What started as a normal gathering quickly turned chaotic. The lights in the living room exploded unexpectedly, followed by a power outage, then Lou Benny's injury, and now this utterly confusing situation. How did signs of a fight appear in the room? Could it be that Monty came upstairs late at night to fight with his sister? Big brother, Hazel looked up at Sullivan, taking a deep breath and asked, "What's wrong with Oral?" Sullivan, as the patriarch, managed to remain calm. He looked at Mathewena, Brenda, and Farah and said, "I apologize. Our family planned this party to entertain our guests, but..." Mathewena and the others knew well that the Lou family had issues that they couldn't or didn't want them to know about. So Mathewena immediately replied, "It's fine, Big Brother Lou. Take care of your family matters. Let's go home, Brenda." Brenda also bid farewell. Only Farah didn't want to leave. Looking at Monty, Farah seemed to have discovered some significant gossip. Monty must have some secret unknown to the public that she had stumbled upon tonight. Farah really wanted to stay and find out more, but a sharp glance from Sullivan forced her to dryly say, "All right, I'll leave too." After everyone outside the Lou family departed, Sullivan carried the unconscious Monty to his room and placed him on the bed to rest. He then told Hazel sternly, "Benny, come with me, big brother." In the following 20 minutes, Hazel learned about these things concerning Monty from Sullivan. No wonder she saw many self-inflicted scars on Oral's arm that day. In the eyes of Israel and Sergio, Oral had been cured by a psychologist since returning from the sanatorium when he was young. But in reality, that wasn't the case. Whether he appeared polite and refined in his youth or seemingly carefree now, it was all an act to reassure the family. Oral must never have truly forgotten those terrifying memories. He had never truly escaped the childhood trauma that had imprinted itself into his bones. Finally, the power supply was restored. Deep into the night, Marissa, Sullivan, and Josue stayed by Monty's side, while Atlee stood guard beside Gui in Hazel's room. Hazel stood alone in the corridor, taking a deep breath. Everything had been lively initially, but now both Oral and Mathewman were lying unconscious in bed, and she herself nearly lost her life to a dagger attack from Oral. Something wasn't right. Why did the light bulbs suddenly explode? Why was Oral, who was originally in the hall, in the room during the blackout, and why was the door locked? Wearing a red dress could trigger his episodes, so why did she happen to wear one? Did Gil really send this dress? And what about Marilyn? Wasn't she unnaturally quiet tonight, barely speaking throughout? Was this too abnormal? At midnight, Gordon received a call from Esther. "Miss, President Yanni went to Geneva tonight if you need." "I'm not asking about that," Hazel asked into the phone. "Gordon, did Gil send a dress to our house for me tonight?" "A dress?" Gordon was puzzled on the other end of the line. "What dress?" "No, there wasn't one." Chapter 149 Send Marilyn to Jail. 1. Gordon said that Wally did not have anyone send a dress over to her. That meant this red spaghetti strap dress was not sent by Wally at all. Someone had deliberately used Wally's name to make her wear this dress at tonight's gathering. Why did they want her to wear this red dress? Because Oral would subconsciously attack anyone in a red dress when he fell ill. Whoever did this obviously knew about this and wanted to take advantage of it. The person who designed all this planned to use Oral's hands under his illness to kill her tonight. Although only Sullivan and Josue remembered the details of how Monty was kidnapped by human traffickers back then, Avram had also mentioned that after Oral returned home for treatment, Marissa warned everyone not to leave Monty alone in the dark and especially not to let him see a red dress during an episode. This means everyone in the Lou family knew about this. But her intuition told Deborah that the only person capable of concocting such a vicious plan, who would use Oral's suffering to try to kill her, must be Marilyn. But what about evidence? If she were to expose Marilyn, she needed evidence. Leaning against the wall outside Monty's room, Deborah closed her eyes, letting her mind wander while recalling everything that happened tonight. First, she received and wore the red dress. Then the chandelier in the living room exploded, causing a short circuit. Afterward, Mathewman got injured from the shrapnel. Then, Oral went back to his room before the explosion. Following the power outage, he ended up being locked in the room, which led to his illness flare-up. Finally, he attacked her because she was wearing a red dress. If the final goal was to kill her, Methuman's injury could be incidental or accidental. Regardless, the critical point was the onset of Oral's illness. Without the blackout, Oral wouldn't have fallen ill. If he hadn't been locked in the room alone during the power outage, he wouldn't have fallen ill either. If she hadn't worn the red dress, the ill Oral wouldn't have tried to kill her. So, the red dress being delivered, plus, the chandelier explosion, plus, Oral returning to his room, plus, his door being locked, are the four most crucial elements of tonight's events. However, there's no way to verify who delivered the red dress. The maid who knocked on the door said the gift box was delivered by a courier service. Marilyn may be evil, but she isn't stupid. She would know if the dress wasn't from Wally and wouldn't leave any traces leading back to herself. There's also no way to investigate how the chandelier exploded. When she brought Methuman back to treat his injuries, the maids had already cleaned up all the shards and remnants to prevent injuries. Methun's Oral was still unconscious. It's impossible to know why he returned upstairs before the power outage. The only thing left to investigate is who locked his door after he returned to his room. The door must have been intentionally locked from the outside. If Oral had locked it himself, given his fear of being confined alone, his first reaction upon the power outage would have been to get out. Because the door was locked, preventing him from leaving, he lost control, smashing it with his fists and kicking until he finally broke through. There's no way a door lock would coincidentally malfunction at that exact moment. If someone had locked him inside immediately after the blackout, that person must have been on the third floor at the time. Who wasn't on the first floor when the power went out? Deborah recalled that the moment the lights went out, she came out of her room with a flashlight. She saw that everyone attending the gathering was in the living room, including Marilyn. Marilyn was right next to Farah. But if it wasn't Marilyn who locked the door, then who else could it be? Deborah frowned slightly, suddenly remembering a detail. When the lights exploded and the living room turned dark, Avram shouted for Mama Gavin to fetch emergency lighting, but she didn't respond. Later, when Methuman was found injured, Avram kept calling out for Mama Gavin, asking, "Where's the light? Why hasn't it arrived?" Only then did Mama Gavin rush in with a lantern. All the servants were supposed to be working on the first floor due to the gathering. If Mama Gavin had been on the first floor, she wouldn't have delayed responding or taken so long to bring the light. With that thought, Deborah took a deep breath and headed directly to the first floor. Servants' quarters. Suzanne carefully hid the remote control for the small bomb deep inside her wardrobe, finally sighing in relief. Miss Juliana's meticulous plan for tonight only succeeded halfway. Although she managed to make Third Young Master have an episode, she failed to kill that Deborah. No problem. After all, Miss Juliana had instructed her to do something which she had completed successfully, securing the $500,000 payment. Suzanne wasn't worried at all about being implicated in the incident. She had used a flash delivery service to send the dress to Deborah and discarded the small bomb inside the chandelier along with the remnants when cleaning up. There was no surveillance camera outside Third Young Master's door, so there was no way any evidence could point to her locking the door. If someone suspected her later on, she would adamantly claim ignorance. Without evidence, what could anyone do to her? Thinking about how her son's overseas education expenses were now settled, Suzanne couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. As a mother, she finally managed to provide her son with the elite education he deserved. Once her son made it big, she wouldn't have to degrade herself working as a maid for these rich people anymore. However, before she could enjoy this moment, Suzanne heard the handle of her room door rattle suddenly, making her shudder involuntarily. She instinctively asked, "Who is it?" She had locked the door while hiding the remote control, so she wasn't too panicked at the moment. However, in the next second, she saw the lock on her room door move, and then snap, a sound indicating the entire lock had been forced open from the outside. The door handle clattered to the ground. Suzanne was stunned, gasping sharply as her eyes widened in shock. What is this?" But before she could react, she saw Deborah pushing the door open and coming inside. Entering with her was a small black cat with shiny black fur and dark green eyes. "Tegan, Deborah?" Suzanne stammered, never expecting anyone to break down a door like this, especially not such a frail-looking girl. Instinctively, she took 2 steps back. Just as she was about to speak, she was abruptly grabbed by the arm by Deborah, whose face was incredibly cold. It must be true that the fiercest ones often speak the least. Deborah showed no expression and didn't utter a single word. One hand covered Suzanne's mouth while the other firmly grabbed her right wrist. With just a slight force. MMH. At the moment her wrist snapped, Suzanne tried to scream but couldn't make a sound with her mouth covered. Her vision went dark from the pain, nearly fainting on the spot. Chapter 150 Sending Marilyn to Jail. 2. Was this person a devil? Suzanne's wrist was forcibly twisted, and she instantly turned deathly pale, drenched in sweat, nearly fainting from the pain. She never expected that the girl would force her way into her room in the middle of the night by breaking the door handle. And even more unexpectedly, without saying a word after barging in, the girl immediately broke her wrist. Could this be something an ordinary high school girl could do? Wasn't this terrifying enough? "If you scream after I let go, I'll break your other wrist too." Do you understand? Deborah said coldly. Suzanne was frightened by the coldness in Deborah's voice, which showed no fluctuation. Even though she was writhing in pain, she gritted her teeth and hurriedly nodded, terrified that the girl might break her other wrist. Understood. Seeing this, Deborah finally released her hand that had been covering Suzanne's mouth. As she removed her hand, there was undisguised disdain on her face. Miss Deborah, what are you doing in the middle of the night? Suzanne, with tears streaming down her face, clutched her injured wrist and stuttered, What have I done to offend Miss, for you to suddenly burst into my room and treat me like this? The woman in front of her seemed so shocked, scared, wronged, and helpless. This level of acting was wasted on a maid. She could be an actress. Deborah almost sneered. Is there something you did to offend me that you're not clear about? Deborah stared straight at Suzanne. Chilled by her cold, emotionless gaze, Suzanne shivered uncontrollably. Did she suspect her of tonight's incident? How did Deborah suspect her so quickly? But there was no way Suzanne would admit it, so she immediately pretended to be confused. What are you talking about, miss? I don't understand. Deborah didn't have time to play games and got straight to the point. Where were you when the chandelier exploded and the power went out? Why didn't you respond right away when Avram called you, but only brought the emergency light after some time? When the chandelier exploded and the power went out? Suzanne pretended to recall, then immediately answered, Miss, I was using the bathroom at that moment, so I didn't hear young master calling. When I heard, I immediately fetched the light. Looking at Deborah with tears streaming down her face, she added, Why are you asking me this, miss? You wouldn't think the explosion and third young master's illness are connected to me, would you? I'm wrongly accused. Greatly wronged. If you suspect anything about me, miss, you can bring Avram and the others here. If there is any evidence pointing to me, I will accept whatever punishment you decide as an old lady. But now, without any proof, you just stormed into my room because you suspected me and broke my wrist in the middle of the night. Is this something a human being does? Suzanne grew increasingly indignant, crying as if she were truly wronged. Even as a maid, I am still a person. Aren't you overdoing it, miss? Using the bathroom? Such a flawless excuse. But Deborah didn't believe it. She hadn't come here to watch the woman act wronged. In the next second, Deborah grabbed Suzanne's hair, pulling her head violently towards the opposite wall. Suzanne, you know very well whether you were involved in tonight's events. You say I stormed into your room and broke your wrist in the middle of the night without any proof. Isn't that something a human being does? To tell you the truth, I really am not human. Deborah raised her eyes. Moreover, compared to evidence, I trust my judgment and intuition more. From now on, you'd better confess everything. You can refuse to admit it, and I can beat you until you die. When you're dead, I can make you vanish from the Liu family quietly, leaving no trace for the police to find. Beat her to death? Make her disappear quietly? Leave no trace for the police? What was Deborah saying? Did she dare to kill her right here in the room? Could she possibly get away with murder undetected? Suzanne's first reaction was disbelief. She didn't believe a teenage girl dared to kill her. Just a high school student, what kind of person did she think she was? But soon, Deborah proved through action that some things had to be believed even if you didn't want to. Deborah asked directly, Did you lock Oral's door? Suzanne immediately denied it. Miss, I said I didn't. The word no had barely left her lips when Deborah yanked Suzanne's head and smashed it forcefully against the wall. A muffled thud echoed as Suzanne's nose broke, blood splattering across her face. Deborah then asked expressionlessly again, Was it you who locked Oral's door? Suzanne was dazed from the blow, unable even to scream. But she couldn't confess. If she admitted it, the Liu family would never let her go. No. Before she could finish this word again, Deborah slammed her head into the wall a second time, causing more blood to pour from Suzanne's head. Don't kill me, miss. Ugh. I beg you, have mercy. I really didn't do anything. Big master. Second master. Is anyone there? Help. As Suzanne screamed and struggled desperately on the floor to escape, Deborah pulled her back ruthlessly. Squatting on the ground, gripping Suzanne's hair, Deborah said coldly, Suzanne, I have two things to tell you. First, the night before last, you poisoned the watermelon juice my third brother drank on behalf of Marilyn. Even if today's events have nothing to do with you, beating you to death would be nothing much. Second, you think without evidence, you can deny everything. But my cat has a sense of smell far better than you imagine. Suddenly, Suzanne's bloodied eyes widened in shock. How did Deborah know about the watermelon juice incident? She had been wondering why drinking that juice caused no reaction. And when Deborah mentioned her cat's sharp sense of smell, what did it mean? Could this cat actually? In the next moment, Suzanne watched in horror as the little black cat accompanying the girl brought out the remote control for the bomb hidden in the wardrobe earlier. The little black cat jumped up next to the girl and placed the remote in her hand. It nuzzled affectionately at her palm, closing its eyes contentedly as if seeking praise. Deborah stroked Cornelius's head and praised casually, Cornelius, you're amazing. Then, she stood up. Holding the remote in her left hand, she grabbed Suzanne by the collar with her right hand, dragging her out to the living room. Alerted by the noise, the servants quickly summoned everyone at Deborah's instruction. Realizing what was happening, Suzanne steeled herself, determined not to admit anything even as Deborah confronted her in front of everyone. What if they found the remote, so what? It wasn't labeled as a bomb detonator, it only had a red button. She could claim it was a remote for an old neck massager she had discarded long ago. No one could find such an item now for comparison. However, before everyone from the Liu family arrived, Deborah suddenly squatted beside Suzanne and whispered something in her ear. These words made Suzanne stiffen and tremble uncontrollably. Sullivan, Josue, Marissa, and Atlee entered the living room to see Aunt Gavin, covered in blood, collapsed on the floor, startling them. Sullivan gasped, "This is Big Master, it was all me." Suzanne immediately knelt down, crying hysterically, "Big Master, I put the bomb in the chandelier which exploded. I set it off after seeing Third Master enter the room, and I locked Third Master's door." Everyone froze in shock. Marissa's eyes widened. "Aunt Gavin, what are you saying?" "Madam, Big Master, these actions were all done by me, but they were under Miss Juliana's instructions." Suzanne sobbed and pointed directly at Marilyn, who had just ascended the stairs. "I didn't want to harm Third Master or Miss Deborah, but Miss Juliana gave me 500,000. Everything was her plan." Marilyn had no idea what was happening until she heard this, nearly stumbling from the last step of the staircase. Chapter 151, Sending Marilyn to Prison. 3. As Marilyn descended the stairs, she saw Aunt Gavin, covered in blood, kneeling on the ground, pointing at her with one hand. "I didn't want to harm young Master 3 and Miss Esther. It was Miss Juliana who gave me 50,000, and this is all because she made me do it." "What?" Upon hearing these words, Marilyn nearly lost her footing and fell down the stairs. Already guilty and constantly anxious after returning to her room, fearful of the truth being exposed. Now that she had come downstairs, she saw Suzanne admitting everything and revealing her involvement right away. Marilyn's heart nearly stopped, and her shoulders started trembling uncontrollably. But she could only force herself to remain calm, glaring at Suzanne with disbelief. "Aunt Gavin, what are you talking about? You're saying that everything that happened tonight in our house was because of you, and that I was the one who ordered you to do it?" Sullivan, Josue, Atlee, and Marissa never expected such a sudden twist late at night. Initially shocked by Suzanne's bloody, pitiful, and crying appearance, they were even more stunned by her accusations. This Suzanne was implying that everything that happened tonight wasn't a coincidence or accident but was orchestrated by her under Marilyn's orders? Seeing the shock on Sullivan and others' faces, Esther began to explain. "Avram, after returning to my room, I've been thinking about tonight's events. Why did the chandelier explode suddenly causing a blackout? Why did Oral happen to go upstairs just before the power cut? Why was Oral trapped inside his room during the blackout which triggered his illness? And why was I wearing a red dress that would provoke Oral when he was in his state? Too many coincidences together can't be mere coincidence. The red dress I wore tonight was delivered to my room by a servant before the party, claiming it was from Wally. But I confirmed by phone that Wally did not send that dress. In other words, someone intentionally wanted me to wear that red dress tonight. Everything that happened tonight was planned. The purpose was to lock Oral in the room during the blackout to trigger his illness and have him attack me while wearing a red dress." Upon finishing her explanation, everyone present drew a sharp breath. Sullivan and the others initially thought Esther's choice of the red dress was coincidental, but it turned out to be part of a scheme from the beginning. Esther continued, "Oral couldn't get out of the room, so he had to kick the door open. It must have been during the blackout that someone locked him in. But at that time, only Aunt Gavin was not on the first floor. So I searched her room and found the hidden remote control in her wardrobe." Let's hear her account from start to finish. Finishing, Esther glanced at the kneeling Suzanne, her eyes devoid of emotion. Suzanne trembled in genuine fear. "Eldest young master, madam, everything tonight was indeed done by me, all as per Miss Juliana's planning and orders. Last night, under the pretense of changing light bulbs, I installed a small bomb in the middle of the chandelier, as Miss Juliana had instructed. Before tonight's party, Miss Juliana also had me call for delivery and send the prepared red dress to Miss Esther using Mr. Wally's name. After the party started, I waited on the third floor. Miss Juliana deliberately spilled drinks on young Master 3's clothes, forcing him to go upstairs to change. As soon as young Master 3 entered his room, I used the spare key to lock him in from the outside. Then I pressed the remote control button, turning off all the lights. When I heard young Master 3 struggling to open the door, I ran downstairs immediately, only to hear eldest young Master calling for emergency lights, so I went to fetch them. Miss Juliana knew that locking young Master 3 alone in the dark would trigger his illness. Once everyone realized young Master 3 wasn't downstairs, they would surely go upstairs to find him. At that moment, if young Master 3 saw Miss Esther in a red dress, he would do anything to kill her. With that, Miss Juliana's goal would be achieved. But I really didn't expect the chandelier fragments to injure fourth young Master. I truly didn't intend to harm him. All the plans were revealed by Suzanne. Sullivan and the others all stared in disbelief at Marilyn, who was already trembling. And Marilyn herself was also blankly stunned. Is this Suzanne out of her mind? Doesn't she know that by saying these things, she will be charged with attempted murder? And as an accomplice, I will also end up in prison. Obviously, sending the dress couldn't be traced, the bomb order was deleted, there were no cameras on the third floor, and the spare key in the servants' quarters could be accessed by anyone. And that remote control, if it wasn't revealed as the one to control the bomb, no one would guess what it did. Everything tonight was watertight, at least there was not a single piece of evidence left behind. Why did she confess to everything? Why did she have to expose me? Of course, Suzanne knew that revealing these truths meant she too would face imprisonment. Initially, even if Esther had found the bomb remote, she hadn't planned to admit to anything. But just before Sullivan and the others came downstairs, Esther leaned down and whispered something into her ear. Before coming to find you, I looked at your personal records. You have a son who's about to go to college, right? If you don't tell the truth, I'll go and kill your son. If you don't believe me, try me. Evil must be dealt with by evil. The girl's tone was light, but she was terrifying, imposing. If it were another 17-year-old girl saying she'd kill someone in front of Suzanne, she would have dismissed it as insanity. But everything that happened in the room just now. The girl came in twisting off the doorknob, then snapped her wrist and dragged her hair, banging her head against the wall. If not for needing her to come clean to the loose, Suzanne felt the girl might have killed her on the spot. This was a ruthless person, someone who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals and wouldn't show any mercy. She dared not disbelieve when she said she would kill her son if she didn't tell the truth. Even if she ended up in jail, it would be better than her son getting hurt. After Suzanne finished speaking, Marilyn immediately cried with red eyes and trembling all over. Aunt Gavin, what are you talking about? About giving Esther the dress, installing the bomb in the chandelier, and locking Oral in the room. I didn't know anything about these things. What evidence do you have that I asked you to do all this? Where is the evidence? Marilyn immediately sobbed and clutched Marissa's hand. Avram, mother, don't listen to this servant slandering me. I accidentally spilled the drink on Oral, but I really did nothing. I don't know why she wants to frame me. This Suzanne has been in the house for so many years, she knows about Oral's illness. She must resent Oral and Esther and did all this secretly, then threw the blame on me. Hearing Marilyn deny everything and say it was all done by her, Suzanne widened her eyes. Miss Juliana, what are you talking about? The transfer record is still on my phone. It was clearly you who transferred me $500,000 to help you with this. How can you deny it now? Marilyn cried even harder upon hearing this. Those $500,000 were because you wanted to send your son abroad for studies and cried to me, so I lent it to you. I kindly gave you my pocket money to help with your son's education, and you turn around and put such a huge blame on me. Aunt Gavin, you're so cruel. Chapter 152 Send Marilyn to Jail. 4. Suzanne never expected that after everything, it was she who was accused of cruelty. Marilyn had tried to provoke her third brother's illness for the sake of killing Deborah through his hands. This psychological resilience was simply unmatched. Upon hearing this, Deborah looked straight at Marilyn, her tone like unfathomable ice. You say Aunt Gavin framed you? Even if everything was planned by Aunt Gavin, if you hadn't spilled the drink on the third brother tonight, he wouldn't have gone back to the room. All of her schemes would be in vain, impossible to succeed. And what is Aunt Gavin's motive for doing all this? Did the third brother do something that made her hate him, or did I do something so significant that she has to go through such trouble to kill me? How would I know what you've done? Maybe you've just done something hateful. Marilyn said loudly through gritted teeth, and, I told you it was an accident when I spilled the drink. Aunt Gavin might have used my accident and falsely accused me. If I didn't spill it, Aunt Gavin could also spill it intentionally, then secretly follow the third brother upstairs to carry out her plans afterward. Does she have any evidence that I ordered her to do it? Marilyn spoke with conviction, firmly maintaining her innocence. Marilyn had the confidence because during the planning, she avoided leaving any evidence. Anything that could be avoided being handled by her, she avoided. She was very certain that even if Aunt Gavin revealed everything now, there would be no solid evidence proving her involvement in tonight's events. After speaking, Marilyn sobbed again, pulling Marissa's hand, trying to evoke Marissa's sympathy for her. After all, Marissa had always loved her dearly since childhood. Mom, you won't believe the servant's accusation after the plot fails and not trust your daughter raised from infancy, will you? Third brother has been so good to me since childhood, how could I possibly want him to fall ill deliberately? As for sister, even if we've had conflicts before, I absolutely cannot wish to kill her. Mom, this Aunt Gavin is truly malicious. Let's call the police and have her taken away immediately. Uniting under the same roof as someone like her scares me. Hearing this, Deborah took a deep breath. There were many ruthless and shameless people, but this was the first time she encountered someone so ruthless and shameless yet felt justified. But right after Marilyn suggested taking Suzanne to the police, Suzanne suddenly lifted her head. Incredulously agitated, she exclaimed, Marilyn. I've helped you with so much, not only do you fail to speak well of me, but you even want to report me to the police? You say there's no evidence? How do you know there isn't? Suzanne crawled forward and cried out to Sullivan and Marissa, Young master, madam, I have a recording. When Miss Juliana approached me to do this, I recorded everything. What? Marilyn's head snapped up, her eyes nearly bulging out. You say you have a recording? Sullivan inhaled deeply. He had heard both sides clearly. The event tonight was pre-planned, which was beyond question now. The question was whether it was Marilyn's plan or Suzanne's own scheme. Yes, young master, I have the recording. Suzanne said. I knew this was a criminal act, and I was afraid Miss Juliana would take back this $50,000 later, so I secretly recorded the conversation. After saying this, Suzanne knelt on the ground and, with trembling hands, pulled out her phone from her pocket. Just as she was about to play the recording on her phone, Marilyn suddenly rushed over, trying to snatch her phone. Shut up. You're framing me. You. However, before she got close to Suzanne, she was intercepted by Atlee, thrown heavily to the ground, feeling as if her bones were about to break. Stay still. Atlee's eyes were bloodshot. The handsome young man's chest rose and fell violently, his gaze filled with unprecedented anger. Tonight, his third brother was provoked into having a fit, the fourth brother almost bled to death on the spot, and his beloved younger sister almost died in her sleep. If this was done by Marilyn, he really wanted to kill her. At the same time, Marilyn's vicious voice came from Suzanne's phone. As long as you follow my arrangements, no evidence will remain, and you'll be fine. Once it's done, this 50,000 is yours, and your son can study abroad worry-free. Then, muttering with clenched teeth, that damned Deborah, this bitch. This time, I must make her die. And as for Oral, since he said in front of everyone that Esther is his only sister, don't blame me for not treating him as a brother anymore. Marilyn's voice was recorded crystal clear, revealing the entire truth. At this moment, Marilyn was completely scared out of her wits. Methooting on the ground, her shoulders shaking, she stammered, Avram, Mom, Sergio. Stop calling me Mom. You vicious little brat. At that moment, Marissa, eyes red with fury, rushed forward and slapped Marilyn hard across the face, shaking with rage. Since the day you were brought to the Liu family, I treated you like my own daughter, providing you with the best of everything. How did you repay me? You nearly killed one of my sons and caused my other son, who had finally overcome his psychological trauma, to relapse. Mom. Marilyn realized the truth was fully exposed and there was no room left for argument. Her mind raced to find a way to calm Marissa down. If Marissa could show mercy, considering all the years she had been treated like a real daughter, perhaps she wouldn't watch her be sent to jail. So, covering her face, Marilyn crawled over to Marissa, tugging at her clothes as she wept. Mom, I know I was wrong, I truly do. I admit I made a mistake in judgment, but I never intended for the glass fragments to hit Matthewmon. I knew Matthewmon has always been sickly, how could I bear to hurt him? As for Oral, I just wanted him to kill Esther when he was unconscious. That way, if Esther died, Oral wouldn't have to take any legal responsibility. It's all because I was too narrow-minded. On the day of the school anniversary, Oral went to Esther and announced to everyone that she was his sister, so I was incredibly jealous. But Mom, believe me, I never intended to harm Oral. I didn't know his seizure would cause him such pain. You never intended to harm Oral? Esther suddenly interrupted her, her eyes colder than ice. She pulled out of her pocket the oil paper she had found at the bottom of the trash can that night, which had once wrapped the red lychee flower powder. But the person who instructed Aunt Gavin to put red lychee flower powder in Oral's nightly watermelon juice the night before the school anniversary, wasn't it you? Chapter 153 Marilyn's Arrest, a cause for jubilation. Seeing the light brown oil paper, Marissa, standing beside, was shaken to her core, almost unable to believe it. She had brought this paper package back herself. No one was more familiar with its contents than she was. Marilyn's eyes widened suddenly, her face turning pale as paper. How do you know? Marilyn seemed to realize something and said with trembling lips. Did Aunt Gavin tell you? So that day she didn't. No wonder Oral had nothing wrong the next day and went straight to Xingjing. No, she did indeed put the red lychee flower pollen in the watermelon juice that Oral was supposed to drink. Deborah said coldly, but when she was about to take it upstairs, I bumped into her. So I stopped her, and I drank that glass of watermelon juice myself. The cup that held the watermelon juice is still in my room, well preserved as evidence of your deliberate poisoning. If we send that glass with dried juice for examination, it will reveal if there are any other ingredients besides watermelon juice. What? Deborah clearly knew the watermelon juice contained red lychee flower pollen, yet she actually drank that glass? And she even kept the cup as evidence to prove her intentional poisoning? Marilyn's eyes grew wider, full of disbelief. Red lychee flower pollen? Sullivan frowned deeply, looking at Deborah with some confusion. What are you talking about? What is that? Avram should remember that Marilyn once had large patches of red spots on her face for a period of time, right? Deborah glanced coldly at Marilyn and continued, originally, the one who was supposed to break out in those red spots was me. The red lychee flower is a toxic flower found in the dense forests of the south. Accidentally coming into contact with the skin can cause rashes. If ingested by mistake, it can lead to large patches of red spots on the face and all over the body. Someone poisoned by red lychee flowers can't be diagnosed by hospitals, doctors would only diagnose it as an allergy. But ordinary allergy medications wouldn't work, and without an antidote, those red spots won't disappear within 3 months. The day before school started in Xingjing, Marilyn had given me congee laced with red lychee flower pollen, and I overheard her words in the dining room. This poison has no effect on me, so drinking the congee caused me no harm. As for her own condition, it seems she accidentally touched it, causing the red spots on her face. Upon hearing this, Sullivan couldn't help but inhale deeply. You mean that shortly after you returned to the Liu family, Marilyn tried to poison you with this, and you've known about it all along? Seeing Deborah nod, Sullivan's chest heaved with shock. Catherine, why didn't you tell Avram about such a thing back then? Deborah replied, I had just come back to the Liu family, and Avram was very busy with work every day. I didn't want to trouble Avram. Hearing this, Sullivan, Josue, and Atlee all revealed expressions of sympathy without any agreement. Even being poisoned, the girl endured it silently, and if not for today's events in the family, she might have continued to remain silent, never telling anyone. Reflecting on it, they realized she had likely endured countless bullying and from Marilyn during her time back in the Liu family, yet she never told anyone. Such understanding made their hearts ache. Catherine, Atlee, who was always the most expressive, couldn't help but reach out to hold Deborah's hand. And Josue, who was usually cold and distant, gently patted Deborah's head with a softened expression. Deborah did not mention that Marissa had obtained the red lychee flower pollen or that the poisoning was a joint plot by Marissa and Marilyn. By mentioning the dining room, Marissa must have realized she knew the truth, but chose not to say anything. This way, Deborah intentionally covered up for Marissa, giving Marissa a handle over her. Besides, now Marissa was more afraid than anyone else that Sullivan and the others would find out about this and would certainly not show mercy to Marilyn. No. That red lychee flower pollen wasn't something I got at all, it was obviously. Marilyn hurriedly tried to explain, but Marissa reacted sharply, rushing over and delivering another fierce slap to Marilyn. Shut up. She cursed loudly, staring viciously at Marilyn, her usual loving demeanor nowhere to be seen. You little slut, do you still dare to talk nonsense? Hearing Marissa say this, Marilyn was utterly disbelieving. Both sides of her face were swollen from Marissa's slaps, making her cry in pain. Deborah looked at her with an ice-cold gaze. That time when you poisoned me, you probably hadn't used up all the red lychee flower pollen. So 2 days ago, you asked Aunt Gavin to put the remaining pollen into the watermelon juice that Oral was supposed to drink. To prevent Oral from attending the school anniversary celebration the next day, and to stop him from helping me attract attention at my place, you were willing to poison him and ruin his face. Oral works in the entertainment industry. If his face was ruined, his career prospects would be almost destroyed as well. To do such a thing, you still have the nerve to say you never intended to harm Oral? Deborah's tone was flat. As she spoke these words, everyone present held their breath. The malice of Marilyn's thoughts went beyond what anyone could imagine. Without Deborah, Monty's face would have been ruined the night before last. Without Deborah, Benny might have bled to death at home that night. Without Deborah, who knew what insane things Monty might have done in his illness? If Monty had really killed Deborah during his illness, even if he later regained his senses, he would likely spend the rest of his life mired in pain and regret for killing his own sister. Just thinking about these terrible consequences made everyone shiver with dread. Relieved that Deborah was there, yet shocked by Marilyn's cruelty, they looked at her with hatred and disgust. Matthew Yen, call the police, Sullivan said after a while, taking a deep breath and turning to Josue beside him. I know, Israel. Josue remained calm as he took out his phone. Israel. Israel. Seeing this, Marilyn trembled like a sieve, crawling to Sullivan's legs, pulling on the hem of his clothes pleadingly. Israel, I know I was wrong. Please don't call the police. I won't dare to do it again. Tears streamed down Marilyn's face. Israel, don't you remember what you said to me when I first came to the Liu family? You said I'm no longer an orphanage child, I have parents and 5 brothers. You said you would treat me as your beloved youngest sister and take good care of me. Don't you mean what you say? Are you going to send your own little sister to prison? And even if I did those things, isn't it true that nothing has happened to Oral, Matthew Mon, or Deborah? Hearing Marilyn's earlier words, Sullivan's eyes had reddened slightly. Having raised her for over a decade, how could he not feel any affection? Once, Marilyn had been the adored princess of the entire Liu family. But people change. The girl in front of him was no longer the shy and quiet 12-year-old who first came to the Liu family. She had become someone they all barely recognized. Hearing Marilyn's final words, Sullivan realized clearly, Marilyn hadn't genuinely repented, she was only afraid of being reported. Sullivan closed his eyes and finally shook off her hand. Matthew Yen, make the call. Looking at Marilyn, who was kneeling on the ground with a desperate look, Sullivan's expression turned nearly cold. What you did to Yunyuan, Benny, and Janine is already lenient treatment considering the years of sibling bond. After the police file the case, prosecute accordingly, charge whatever crime fits, and sentence her to whatever term is appropriate. All this is the result of your actions. I hope you can reflect on your crimes in prison and become a better person after you're released. As for Aunt Gavin, you sacrificed your son's future for 50,000 yuan. Suzanne's face turned deathly pale, and Marilyn collapsed completely on the ground. After about 10 minutes, the piercing sound of sirens rang outside the Liu family villa. Mom. Israel. Sergio. Dennis. As 2 policewomen escorted her away, Marilyn struggled, crying and wailing. No one in the Liu family looked back at her, as if speaking another word to someone like her would bring bad luck. Seeing this scene, Marilyn finally lost all hope, fainting as she was forcefully shoved into the police car. The once high and mighty Liu family heiress now faced more than 10 years in prison. Chapter 154, The Aura of Conspiracy. After Marilyn was taken away, the once bustling Liu family fell into an eerie silence. Deborah couldn't help but feel relieved. Mathun's her rebirth and having allowed Marilyn to act recklessly for so long, today finally settled both new and old accounts, making her pay for her actions. Gwar. I'm sorry. Sullivan took a deep breath, his guilt clear in his eyes as he looked at Deborah. Israel once promised to protect you, yet still you suffered so much. Israel has to manage the company and take care of family matters. It's already very hard for you, Deborah said earnestly. Besides, those little grievances are nothing significant. Seeing her sister being so intelligent and understanding, Sullivan couldn't help but look at her with a gratified expression. It was already late into the night, and everyone had been exhausted by tonight's series of events. Deborah's room was given to Reese to sleep in, Sullivan's room went to Monty, and Josue's room was in shambles. With no other choice, Deborah and her two elder brothers each found a guest room, preparing to make do for the night. After finishing up with her evening routine and getting into bed, Deborah finally had time to open her phone. Brenda, Mathawena, and others had sent numerous messages, asking if everything was all right on her end. While replying, Deborah suddenly thought of Farah. Marilyn calling Farah over tonight was likely to let her witness firsthand how Oral attacked her during his breakdown. If news of Oral having mental health issues and wielding a knife at home leaked out, his career in the entertainment industry would undoubtedly be ruined. Even with a small chance of this happening, it was unacceptable. So Deborah reached out to Jorge, asking him if he could find Farah's phone number. Jorge was used to staying up late, so after seeing her message, he immediately started searching. Half an hour later, while lying on the sofa scrolling through her phone, Farah suddenly received several text messages. Miss Yao, this is Deborah. Apologies for tonight's reception not being perfect, especially for my argument with my third brother and wrecking the room, causing embarrassment. If Miss Yao comes again, our family will treat you properly. Farah stared at these texts in surprise. An argument? Who fights to the point of breaking windows, stabbing pillows with knives, knocking down entire wardrobes, and even fainting from getting hit? Not to mention Monty's door had been kicked off its hinges, with bloody marks left from his fists. Nothing about this seemed normal. Who would believe it was just an argument? There must be something secret about Monty that others don't know. Farah pouted, deciding to ignore Deborah's message and ask a familiar paparazzo to dig more about Monty. Suddenly, she wondered how Deborah got her phone number. Could it be from Marilyn? Before she could think further, Deborah sent more messages. Miss Yao, I could find your phone number within 15 minutes. It's not hard to find your address, personal information, or any dirt on you. If you don't want your phone number and address revealed, or any dirt spread around, you'd better stop snooping about my third brother or saying anything outside. I mean this type of dirt. Photo sent. Upon seeing the photo sent by Deborah, Farah's eyes widened in shock, almost dropping her phone. This was a photograph taken in high school of her in bed with a delinquent boyfriend. She had deleted all such photos when starting her career. How did Deborah get this photo? This was outright blackmail, proving Monty really had some hidden secrets. But now, Farah dared not inquire anymore. If this photo got exposed online and fans knew she dated a delinquent as a minor, her innocent image would be completely destroyed. After sending the photo to Farah, Deborah didn't bother with her anymore. People like Farah were more easily silenced by holding compromising material than by any verbal threats. Gil hadn't messaged, and his phone was switched off, indicating he was still on the plane. Deborah shut off her phone and curled up under the covers, feeling the first real sense of longing. She missed Gil. She missed him holding her in his arms under the covers, missed the faint, pleasant scent of him, missed the soothing whispers he made while gently patting her back, and couldn't resist the intimate kisses he placed on her neck and earlobe. Always falling asleep in his embrace, sleeping alone felt unfamiliar. She wondered about his grandmother's current situation. A patient with Alzheimer's going missing from a nursing home, where could she have gone? However, just a few hours ago, inside a top-tier villa in the outskirts of Gilasong City, a man in his early 30s leaned against a large office desk, his good looks undiminished by the passage of time. His handsome face revealed a dark demeanor, while his eyes gleamed with calculating cunning. He drafted 2 text messages and sent them to the recipient. Miss Herb, my dear nephew went to Lausanne late tonight and won't be back for some time. Regarding our deal, why don't we find some time tomorrow to have a thorough discussion? Chapter 155, Perhaps the doctor can't save me, but someone else can. Deborah had just opened her eyes in the morning when she saw her phone vibrating beside her pillow. It was a call from Wally. Baby, are you awake? The man's voice on the other end of the line was deep and magnetic, but because of the overnight flight and jet lag, it carried a hint of fatigue. Deborah glanced at the time and asked, have you just landed? I've been in Switzerland for a few hours now, and I'm currently at the hotel, Wally replied. I just thought about your schedule and figured you would be waking up around this time. After he finished speaking, both of them mysteriously paused for a few seconds before almost simultaneously starting to speak again. Deborah was straightforward, I miss you. The man's voice was hoarse yet captivating, I miss you so much too. After saying these words, it seemed as if both of them could sense each other's emotions through the phone. A sweet feeling welled up in their hearts, but this sense of being close yet unable to touch added an indescribable emptiness. This was probably what being in love felt like. For both Wally and Deborah, everything now was an intoxicating experience. Thinking about the message Wally sent before boarding the plane last night, Deborah brought up the matter. What's going on with your grandmother? I went straight to the nursing home as soon as I landed, Wally said. My grandmother disappeared during the night while she was sleeping. The nurse only noticed she was gone the next morning during the rounds. I initially thought she might have wandered out of the room due to confusion without the nurse noticing, but the surveillance cameras in her room were tampered with last night. Deborah couldn't help but catch her breath. Are you saying that someone took her from the ward last night instead of her wandering off by herself? Yes, Wally took a deep breath, his voice low. And if someone deliberately took my grandmother, this must be aimed at me. Deborah couldn't help but frown slightly. Indeed, if it wasn't targeting Wally, who would go after an elderly woman suffering from dementia living far away in another country? But with the sudden disappearance of Wally's grandmother and no one coming forward, they had no clue who the adversary was or what their intentions were. Could it be your uncle? Deborah asked, thinking for a moment and then deciding it was unlikely. But your uncle is your grandmother's son. He wouldn't dare lay a hand on his own mother, right? Wally hesitated before responding. My uncle is my grandfather's illegitimate son, and my grandmother isn't his biological mother. His birth mother passed away long ago. If it were my uncle, it's not impossible, but I deliberately kept my grandmother's whereabouts hidden, so he doesn't know she's in the nursing home in Switzerland. But not knowing in the past doesn't mean he doesn't know now. Regardless, my grandmother should still be in Switzerland. I've already spoken with the local police here, and they'll mobilize the entire city's police force to search. The biggest issue now is... What is it? Deborah asked. Wally took a deep breath. The biggest problem is that my grandmother has more than just Alzheimer's disease. If it were only Alzheimer's, I would have kept her back in the country. Besides Alzheimer's, she also has a rare condition called primary pulmonary arterial paralysis. There is no specific treatment for this condition worldwide, and she needs targeted therapy at the nursing home every week to sustain her life. Otherwise, she might suffer heart and lung failure, leading to breathing difficulties and death. In other words, I need to find my grandmother within a week. Otherwise, even if the person who took her doesn't harm her, she will be in danger. Hearing the situation described as so pressing, Deborah couldn't help but take a deep breath as well. Perhaps sensing the young girl on the other side becoming worried, Wally reassured her, don't worry, let's see if we can find her or wait for the other party to contact me. I might be very busy these days. Stay safe in the country and take care of yourself, okay? Be good. I understand, don't worry, Deborah replied. Deborah didn't tell Wally about what happened at the gathering last night. The man had enough to worry about. If he knew that she almost got stabbed by her third brother last night, he wouldn't be able to focus on the situation in the country either. As for Matthew Mon, his condition was all better. When Deborah woke up early in the morning and saw that the wound on her neck from last night had almost healed, she couldn't hide her shock. But thinking that the one who healed the wound was Deborah, she found it reasonable. After all, since the first meeting, her sister had done many things that were beyond her expectations. Deborah wasn't worried about Mathuman's condition. She could gradually help him regulate his health in the future. What worried her now was her third brother. As soon as Deborah reached the second floor, she saw Sullivan and Marissa standing outside a room with looks of concern. Outside the door were shattered pieces of objects, making a mess. Deborah was taken aback. Sullivan took a deep breath and looked at Deborah, saying, Janine, I told you last night that once your third brother's condition flares up, he becomes highly agitated. Last night, I suggested tying him up in advance, but Mom didn't have the heart to do it and refused. As a result, your third brother woke up and immediately started smashing things, even forcing Mom out of the room and locking the door from the inside. Right now, there's no sound coming from inside. We don't know how your third brother is doing. Deborah glanced at the room. Indeed, it was eerily quiet inside. The silence only heightened their anxiety. Deborah directly looked at Sullivan. Israel, can the spare key open this door? It can. Sullivan frowned. But your third brother is very unstable right now. If we go in, we don't know what might happen. I've already called his psychologist. Let's wait for the doctor before we make any moves. Hearing this, Deborah took a deep breath and seriously said, Israel, there's something I wanted to tell you last night. Sullivan paused. What is it? I don't think the psychologist you mentioned has ever truly cured Oral. After that incident, Oral probably didn't want you to worry, so he pretended to be back to normal and returned home. That day, when I went into Oral's room to chat with him, I accidentally saw signs of self-harm on his body, and he seemed very panicked. After I left, I heard him secretly taking medicine. Thinking back, he may have had a habit of self-harming all these years and has been relying on medication to maintain his mental state. He has always been living in the shadow of that event, never truly moving past it. Hearing Deborah's words, both Sullivan and Marissa were stunned. They had always thought Illegitimate had long since forgotten about the kidnapping incident. They never imagined he had been secretly taking medication or engaging in self-harm. You mean, Marissa's eyes welled up, and her lips trembled as she spoke. Then they heard Deborah continue, I think that psychologist can't save Oral, but perhaps I can. Chapter 156, A Matthews Tur will never harm her brother. The young girl said that the doctor couldn't save Monty, but she might be able to. If Marissa had heard these words before last night, she would have come up and scolded Deborah for being presumptuous at least. But last night, Marissa had witnessed how Deborah made her bleeding wound almost heal within a dozen minutes. It was simply miraculous. Moreover, Sullivan mentioned that Deborah was Master Hanley's final disciple in traditional Chinese medicine. A single small pill could sell for millions, and many people wanted her to treat them but couldn't even get an appointment. So when Marissa heard Deborah say this, she immediately sniffed and gave her a tearful look. Are you serious? Marissa's emotions were very complicated right now. She had always hated Everly intensely and regarded Deborah as the daughter of a despicable woman. Thus the day she stepped into the Liu family, she never showed a good face towards her. She even secretly obtained some red lychee flower powder to ruin her face. Yet, even though the young girl clearly overheard her plotting against her in the restaurant earlier, she did not expose it in front of her sons last night, thus saving her some dignity as a mother. And also, despite Marissa's poor treatment towards her all along, she did not stand by indifferently when it came to her son. Given the severity of Reese's injuries last night, if it hadn't been for Deborah's timely help, he might really have died within those dozens of minutes. It showed that the young girl sincerely regarded these few boys as her brothers. Marissa felt both grateful and harbored hatred toward Deborah. But upon hearing that Deborah might be able to cure Monty's illness, Marissa forgot everything else. If Deborah could really cure Monty's illness, even if she was Everly's daughter, she would put aside all past grievances and treat her as a daughter from then on. Deborah replied after hearing Marissa's words, "Let me go inside first." Then, she turned to Sullivan and instructed, "However, to ensure my treatment is not disturbed, no matter what happens after I enter, please do not come in, Matt Gillisong. Is that okay?" "Alright, but if there's something dangerous beyond your control, make sure you call my name immediately." After some consideration, Sullivan handed over the spare key to Deborah. However, just as Deborah inserted the key into the lock, Marissa pulled on her arm from behind. Well, Marissa clearly found it unnatural to speak to Deborah like this, with an extremely awkward expression. "I mean, take care. If you can't treat your third brother, don't push yourself." This was the first time Marissa referred to Deborah as your third brother. Deborah paused for half a second, then suddenly smiled faintly. "Sure, Aunt Gillisong." The clarity in the young girl's eyes softened Marissa's heart. She loved her daughter very much. If she didn't love her daughter, she wouldn't have adopted Marilyn from the orphanage when she was 5 years old many years ago. But now, looking at Marilyn, who appeared obedient on the surface but was actually evil-minded and ruthless, it was insulting to the painstaking love and nurturing she had given over the years. And the young girl in front of her, who had grown up with her mother in the poor countryside, probably unable to eat or dress properly, was so outstanding in appearance, character, and ability. How wonderful it would be if she wasn't Everly's daughter. Everly was always a knot in Marissa's heart. Every time she saw Deborah, she couldn't help but think about how her mother had seduced her husband late at night many years ago. She was proud since childhood, never allowing anyone to touch what was hers, which was truly hard to let go. Meanwhile, Deborah had already turned the key, opening the door. Unexpectedly, the room wasn't brightly lit. In the large room with black, white, and gray tones in a business minimalist style, the heavy dark curtains were tightly drawn, only the floor lamp beside the bed emitted dim light. Strangely, Deborah didn't see Monty at first glance. There was only a mess of blankets on the bed, and no one was there. However, the moment she entered the room and closed the door, a figure suddenly rushed out from behind her. Before she could react, she was pushed hard against the wall with a bang. Her shoulder blade collided heavily with the wall, causing Deborah to inhale sharply in pain. The next second, a cold hand tightly gripped her neck. Deborah looked up and met Monty's deeply reddened eyes. Even while having an episode, Monty still looked astonishingly handsome. Tall and slender, wearing a light white knitted sweater and black casual pants, with a metal ring necklace hanging around his neck and a blue diamond earring on his right ear, they shone very brightly. This exquisite face was flawless, except for his messy hair and pale complexion, standing barefoot on the floor. The gentleness that usually lingered in his eyebrows and eyes was gone, replaced by madness in those beautiful, narrow eyes. Or rather, his eyes were filled with rage and murderous intent. His chest heaved violently, as if he was extremely agitated. The hand that gripped Deborah's neck tightened even more. Deborah could see at a glance that Monty might not know who she was at all, mistaking her for an imaginary enemy. He was afraid, so his instinct told him not to trust anyone, not to let anyone get close to him. If he didn't want to be hurt, then he should hurt others first. As long as he killed whoever approached him, he would be safe. Die. Deborah saw Monty muttering to himself like brainwashing, repeating straightly, die, die. With the size difference and Monty's considerable strength, it became impossible for Deborah to breathe or struggle. His grip cut off her air supply completely. If she were an ordinary human, she wouldn't have had the chance to call for help from Sullivan outside, likely choked to death within seconds. But fortunately, she wasn't human. So she raised her right hand and pried Monty's hand open enough to finally get a breath, croaking out in a raspy voice, "Oral." Forget Oral, Monty didn't even know what his own name was right now. All he thought about was how to kill the person in front of him. However, Monty didn't expect this frail girl to be so strong that she could pry his hand apart. So he obviously got angrier. He stepped forward several inches, tightening his grip on Deborah's neck even more, while the girl's two hands moved. Monty thought the girl was going to attack him, his body shivered subconsciously. Just when he was preparing to deal a lethal blow, he never expected the girl to raise her hands not to fight back. She just, suddenly hugged him. Yes, at the moment he wanted to strangle her with all his might, the girl hugged him. The cold body was suddenly enveloped in warmth, which made Monty freeze, loosening his grip without realizing it. At this moment, Deborah lifted her reddened eyes, which were squeezed until even the corners were red, and gently patted Monty's back like comforting a child. "Oral, don't be afraid." Monty stiffened, hearing the girl whisper softly, "I know you're very scared. I won't hurt you, no one will hurt you." Oral just forgot who I am. I'm your sister. A sister will never harm her brother, will she? Chapter 157, Altering Oral's Memory. Hugged by Esther like this and hearing her words, the clearly confused Monty, who was in his episode, seemed to be momentarily lost. Matthew stir. Seizing the moment when he was dazed and unconsciously loosened his grip, Esther quickly delivered a sharp chop with her hand, immediately knocking Monty out from the back of his neck. Seeing Oral's tall figure waver and fall softly to the ground, Esther immediately reached out to catch him, then gently moved him onto the bed to lie down. The room was still in disarray. This chaos seemed to attest to the extreme unrest and anxiety that the person on the bed had experienced earlier. Only now did Esther understand why Oral had been criticized for his character in the entertainment industry before. The marketing accounts said he had a pair of almond-shaped eyes but a cold and indifferent heart. He seemed friendly to everyone but never got close to anyone. Those people accused him of being arrogant and aloof, frivolous and careless. But in reality, this distant and indifferent exterior was precisely what protected Oral's gentle heart. Because he feared that one day he would have an episode while awake, and even more afraid that he might hurt someone during his episodes, he would rather bear the accusations than put others at risk. Esther couldn't help but sigh. In the next second, she placed her palm over Monty's temples. She had once entered Gil's dreams using her soul power. Gil was mentally strong, largely because of his guilt towards his parents and deep self-blame. For nearly a decade, he struggled nightly in nightmares, trying to kill himself as a way to seek liberation. When he woke up and regained consciousness, he could distinguish between the past and reality, not being entirely controlled by past pain or nightmares. So, Esther wanted to give him companionship and comfort. But Oral couldn't break free on his own. For many years, he was tormented by the shadows of his childhood trauma, being kidnapped, imprisoned, and splattered with blood after killing the human trafficker. Deep down, he felt intense unease and fear. So this time, Esther didn't enter Monty's dream, she directly entered his memories. She intended to alter that repressed and bloody memory of Oral's. When she opened her eyes again, Esther found herself in an amusement park. It was a lively and joyful atmosphere. People around were parents leading their children, all dressed in clothes that had a nostalgic feel. Everyone wore expressions of relaxation and joy. Children mostly held small snacks like candied haws in one hand and tugged at their parents' hands with the other, directing where they wanted to go. Esther immediately spotted the well-behaved little boy sitting on a bench in front of the carousel, waiting. He was wearing a hoodie printed with a cartoon dinosaur, with rosy lips and white teeth, fair-skinned and adorable. His bright and clear big eyes were truly beautiful and lovable. At that moment, he was gazing expectantly at something. Following his gaze, Esther saw that young little Monty was looking at the servant who was queuing to buy him some cotton candy. Oral must have been eagerly anticipating that cotton candy, making his eyes sparkle. But after that incident, Oral probably wouldn't touch anything like cotton candy ever again. Esther took a deep breath. Next to the carousel, behind a swing set, a stout middle-aged woman in a red dress was staring intently at the little boy on the bench. After a moment, it seemed she made up her mind, preparing to take advantage of the confusion caused by the stopped carousel and the crowd dispersing to snatch the boy. Just as she lifted her foot, she was pulled by the hair from behind. Human traffickers deserve death. The woman heard an extremely cold voice behind her. Before she could react, she was dragged into a corner unseen by passers-by, with her mouth covered. Lifting her eyes, the woman saw an expressionless teenage girl standing in front of her. The next second, the girl kicked her squarely. The kick landed fiercely on her abdomen, near the uterus. The woman felt her uterus about to explode, breaking out in cold sweat instantly. The pain made her body convulse uncontrollably, unable even to scream. She could only clutch her stomach and curl up on the ground. However, the girl showed no mercy and stepped heavily on the woman's hand, seemingly trying to crush her bones. You don't know how many mothers lost their children because of you. A woman like you doesn't deserve to be a mother, not in this life or any future lives. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes widened. Her pale face was filled with disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. But what greeted her was an even harder kick. After all, it was just a memory, not reality. No matter how she punished the human trafficker, it would only bring her a bit of comfort, so Esther did not waste too much time on this woman. A few minutes later, little Monty was still sitting on the bench, eagerly waiting for the servant who went to buy him some cotton candy to return. And in the next second, a string of cute sunflower-shaped pink cotton candy suddenly appeared in front of him. The young boy was taken aback and looked up to see an older sister wearing a baseball cap and a mask standing before him. This is... The handsome little boy looked puzzled. I'm the daughter of the cotton candy vendor, Esther said. I saw you were so cute, so I wanted to give you a string of cotton candy. Really? Hearing this, little Monty's eyes widened instantly, filled with surprise and delight. Of course it's real. Esther smiled gently and handed the cotton candy to the little boy in front of her. Thank you, sister. The little boy was clearly overjoyed. Just as he was about to accept it, his good upbringing made him say immediately, but I can't take your things without paying. My family servant is queuing over there. I'll call her back to pay you. No need. The cotton candy is a gift for you. Esther paused, then added, however, if you want to express your gratitude, could you agree to one request from me? Request? The little boy blinked innocently, his clear eyes asking, what does sister hope I do? For some reason, seeing the 15-year-old Oral ask this question in front of her, Esther suddenly felt a lump in her throat. She bent down and patted the little boy's head. Matthewster hopes you can be a happy and joyful person, now and in the future. Chapter 158, Healing Oral plus the fourth persona online. The young boy clearly could not fully grasp the meaning of the word, future, his expression somewhat dazed. Deborah continued earnestly, the future will be very long, and life is always filled with storms and hardships. Matthewster hopes you can be like this sunflower in your hand, never fearing the storms, always facing the sun, always brave. Yanadel Monty blinked in a daze. He did not recognize the sister before him and did not know why she was suddenly saying these things to him. But he still clutched the cotton candy in his hand tightly, nodding solemnly as if in agreement, replying earnestly, I promise Matthewster, I will be a happy person. At this moment, Deborah patted his head again and said softly, actually, I know that although you came to the amusement park today, you weren't really very happy. The young boy widened his eyes in surprise, staring blankly at Deborah. How does Matthewster know? Because Matthewster has a superpower that allows me to hear others' hearts. Deborah looked into the young boy's beautiful eyes. I know what you truly want isn't to come to the amusement park or to eat this cotton candy, right? What you want is for your mother, who recently neglected you while taking care of your two younger brothers, to spend an entire day with just you. The young boy's eyes widened even more, hardly believing that such superpowers actually existed in the world. Look over there, Deborah suddenly smiled and pointed toward the entrance of the amusement park, where an elegantly dressed woman was standing, looking around. Seeing Marissa's figure, the young boy's eyes instantly lit up, revealing unbelievable joy. With a grip on the cotton candy in his hand, he stood up quickly and ran happily toward the entrance, shouting excitedly, Mom. Watching the young boy run away, Deborah's eyes also radiated gentle warmth. After opening her eyes, Deborah took a deep breath and directly delved into the memories of Monty in front of her. She altered the original memory of Oral. This scene would remain in his memory. In this scene, the human trafficker never appeared before Oral, and nothing happened. Therefore, she had to erase all related memories of Oral being kidnapped by the trafficker, the subsequent imprisonment, killing, escape, treatment, medication, self-mutilation, and all other traumatic experiences, eliminating all psychological shadows from their source. After an unknown period, Deborah finally exhaled deeply and slowly opened her eyes. Last night and today, whether healing Methuman's wounds or now changing Oral's memories, it consumed a large amount of her soul power. Her previously accumulated soul power came from the admiration she received during her previous appearances on the internet. As soul power was consumed, much of the admiration from people would disappear as well. To reaccumulate soul power, she would need to find suitable opportunities to improve public favorability later. About an hour later, Monty gradually woke up from his sleep. Upon waking, his expression was clearly somewhat bewildered. But his formerly vacant eyes clearly had regained brightness, and his gaze gradually became clear. When he saw Deborah in front of him and realized he was in Sullivan's room, Monty appeared even more confused. Xiaoguai. Monty sat up in bed, but his whole body felt like it had been rolled over, causing him to groan slightly. What happened? Weren't we having a party at home? Why am I in Avram's room? Monty's memory stopped at last night's party. After changing Oral's memory earlier, Deborah sent a text message to Sullivan, asking him to have someone clean up the house. Now, inside and outside Avram's room, as well as Third and Methuman's rooms, were all spotlessly clean, showing no signs of any abnormality. And hearing this familiar and affectionate call, Deborah finally put her mind at ease. The chandelier in the living room fell last night, knocking you unconscious, Oral. You've been asleep since then. Deborah spoke calmly. A light hit my head. While speaking, Monty touched the swollen part of his head from last night's collision with the wardrobe. No wonder my head hurts so much. It seems like I can't remember everything clearly. Yes, I was worried about Oral getting a concussion. Deborah gently touched Monty's head and said lightheartedly, but it doesn't matter. Even if Oral gets dumb from the hit, with this face of extraordinary beauty and figure, there will be plenty of people who will like you. Monty laughed at Deborah's serious tone, ruffling the girl's hair. Are you still my real little sister, wishing bad luck for your big brother? I was just complimenting Oral on his good looks. It's the truth, Deborah said with a curved smile, as if nothing had happened before. Letting Monty rest in the room for a while longer, Deborah walked out of the room. During this over an hour, Avram and Aunt Gillisong had been waiting anxiously outside. Seeing her finally emerge from the room, their hearts leaped into their throats. Marissa couldn't help but stride over and asked preemptively, Deborah, you're Oral. Oral is fine now and won't have another episode, Deborah said. Marissa's eyes suddenly widened. The unexpected joy made her almost disbelieve, stunned as she gaped, really? How did you do it? I once learned a kind of psychological hypnosis that can alter memories, Deborah explained. I changed the memory of Oral being kidnapped by traffickers when he was little. In simple terms, in Oral's current memory, he went home after playing at the amusement park, and all those things about being kidnapped, imprisoned, or murder never happened. With no lingering psychological shadows to haunt him for so many years and no recollection of the trafficker in the red dress, he won't have episodes anymore. You mean, your Oral doesn't remember any of those experiences from childhood? He is now completely normal. Tears welled up in Marissa's eyes instantly, her lips trembling as she asked. Aunt Gillisong, Deborah looked at Marissa. Oral has always been normal. He just fell ill before, but now he's better. He will be healthy and happy from now on. Hearing, he will be healthy and happy, Marissa finally could not hold back her tears, which spilled over immediately. She almost instinctively grasped Deborah's hand, too moved to speak for a long time before finally managing to say, thank you, Deborah. Thank you for saving Matthewmon and helping Oral escape from his shadow. Marissa choked up, you are a good child, I'm sorry for how I treated you before. This might be the first time since Deborah was brought back to the Liu family that Marissa spoke to her in such an attitude. She suddenly thought of something and told Marissa to wait, then returned to her own room briefly. 2 minutes later, she came back holding something that looked like an envelope. Mrs. Gillisong, Deborah handed the somewhat old envelope to Marissa. This is a letter my mother gave me before she passed away, asking me to bring it to you when I come to Gillisangching. I haven't opened this letter, I don't know what it says. There wasn't a right opportunity to give it to you before. Please read it now. Marissa was stunned as she looked at the letter. A letter from Everly to her? Everly was her husband's ex-wife who had seduced him in the countryside and secretly conceived a child. Considering their situation, it wouldn't be exaggerated to say they were irreconcilable enemies. If not for Everly already being dead when she found out, she would have rushed to the countryside to confront her harshly. And now, Everly actually wrote a letter to her before dying, and entrusted her daughter to deliver it? Deborah had anticipated Marissa's shock. If not for Marissa's sudden change in attitude toward her, she probably wouldn't have brought out this letter. After all, if it were the previous Marissa, hearing this letter was from Everly would likely cause her to tear it apart right there on the spot. After handing the letter to Marissa, Deborah returned to her room. She needed to change clothes and go out for something important. As she walked out of the Liu family gate, the young girl was dressed in a loose black hoodie and light blue skinny jeans, with a pair of ordinary canvas shoes on her feet. Wearing a baseball cap, some plain black framed glasses, and a mask, most of her beautiful and radiant face was hidden, making her look very inconspicuous. The pre-ordered taxi was waiting outside. Here you are, young lady. As soon as Deborah got in the car, the driver confirmed, Miss, please confirm again, are we heading to Huaxia Biopharmaceutical Research Institute? Methoding up straight in the back seat, Deborah adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose and nodded, yes. Chapter 159, Marissa reads the letter and weeps in regret. Inside the room. Marissa had been staring at the letter on the table in front of her for a long time, unable to guess what Everly might have written to her. Could it be that this woman finally realized how hateful her past actions were as she lay dying, and specially wrote this letter to apologize? Marissa took a deep breath in front of the table, hesitated for a long time, and finally reached out to open the envelope. The first line she saw was beautifully written, Dear Ms. Gillisong, I am Everly. The handwriting was neat and elegant, reflecting the good upbringing of the writer. Miraculously, although Marissa's feelings had been complex, seeing Everly's opening words suddenly made her feel relieved. Mathun's Everly was no longer in this world. She decided to set aside her resentment and hatred, and read the content of the letter carefully. However, the better she read the letter, the wider her well-maintained eyes, which only had shallow wrinkles, opened in shock. By the end, Marissa's hands trembled violently as she held the letter, filled with disbelief and shock. Her gaze repeatedly lingered on several paragraphs Everly had written, rereading them over and over again. Her chest heaved violently, and even her breathing became uneven. Ms. Gillisong, please believe me, after divorcing Randall, I never intended to have any more entanglements with him, let alone intrude upon your relationship. That night, he forced himself on me despite my unwillingness, without taking any precautions. I started running a fever the next morning and didn't recover for 3 days, missing the window for contraception. When I found out I was pregnant, and learned that a tiny life was growing inside me, I couldn't bear to abort the child. Regardless of who the father is or how this child came to be, simply because, this child is a living being. Her arrival caused me pain, but her existence gave me hope for a future I had long abandoned. So please forgive my selfishness, I eventually decided to give birth to her and raise her. I never thought of letting Randall or about Janine's existence, but fate is unpredictable. Now in my late-stage cancer, with limited time left, Janine has not yet come of age. For these past few years, I've lived in the countryside with her alone, and there's no one else I can entrust her to, so I contacted Randall, hoping he would fulfill his duties as a father and take care of Janine in the future. But I understand that if Janine returns to the Liu family, her presence will cause you, as Randall's wife and the mistress of the Liu household, to harbor resentment, so after much hesitation, I wrote this letter. Ms. Gillisong, everything that happened in the past is a matter between our generation, a mistake we adults made, unrelated to the child. Janine is a kind-hearted and good girl. I do not dare to expect you to treat her like your own child, but I hope you won't be too harsh on her. After all, for the past 17 years, she has never enjoyed any love from her family or father. She is losing her only mother now. She is innocent. If you harbor any resentment about the past, please direct it at me. I sincerely apologize to you, but unfortunately, I did not have the chance to say sorry to you in person. I'm truly sorry. Mathunserly, Everly. The date of the signature was last month. After reading the content of the letter, Marissa felt utterly devastated. How could this be? How could it be like this? When Randall told her about Esther's existence, he didn't say it this way. Randall clearly said that Everly lured him under the pretext of reminiscing and seduced him, leading to an unintended pregnancy. Marissa couldn't help trembling as she tightly clenched the letter with red-rimmed eyes. This letter was written by Everly before her death and specifically delivered to her by her daughter. Every word seemed heartfelt and sincere, and there was no reason to lie. If Everly had indeed lured Randall, she would be too guilty to ask for Marissa's kindness towards her daughter and forgiveness. This meant that everything Randall had told her before was a lie. He had forced himself on Everly that night but accused her of seducing him. In other words, Everly hadn't wronged her at all, it was her husband who had wronged her from beginning to end. Yet she had never doubted Randall's words. Marissa had seen Everly's photos before. The woman in the pictures was so beautiful and gentle that it made her envious of her beauty and grace. She couldn't help but regard Everly as an enemy, and couldn't help but think the worst of this woman she had never met. Marissa couldn't help thinking that Everly wrote this letter hoping she would be nicer to Esther when she came to the Liu family. But what had she been doing these past few days? Taking Esther to banquets and deliberately picking ugly dresses for her to humiliate her, scheming to break off her engagement with the Herb family, and lashing out at her on impulse. She even brought in hibiscus pollen to disfigure the child's face, calling her names in front of others, labeling her a worthless brat. This child endured so much injustice, but never held any grudges against her actions. She genuinely cared about her elder brothers. Not only did she save Ewing's life, but also last night, when she shone the light upstairs, she saw that scene. The child was holding the wardrobe with one hand and tightly protecting Ariv, who was unconscious, with the other hand. It was clearly a reflex action during a critical moment. If not for her using her body to block the wardrobe, the heavy wardrobe falling on Ariv would have led to unimaginable consequences. Marissa, who had always been proud, had never regretted anything so much in her life. Covering her face with both hands, she cried for the first time because of guilt. She really was too mean. Even if Everly had seduced Randall back then, what did Esther do wrong? As a woman over 40, she actually took out her frustrations on a child. Now that she knew the truth, how could she face this child in the future? Marissa felt deeply distressed, but in the next second, her heart was filled with surging anger. This damned Randall. Randall had always been mediocre since his youth. If it wasn't for his good looks and sweet talk, how would she, the young mistress of the prestigious Gillisong family, marry him? How would his father have nurtured the Liu family into its current status and reputation? She thought that although Randall lacked ability and loved playing around, he was at least honest and never lied to her. But now she found out that she had been deceived by her own husband all along. Marissa was nearly driven mad with anger. She immediately pulled out her phone and dialed Randall's number. She had called Randall several times last night, all unanswered. Now the call finally connected, and Marissa began scolding furiously into the phone. Randall. What project are you inspecting out of town that you were unreachable all night? Do you know how serious the situation was at home last night? Get your ass back here right now. Chapter 160, Jacob's fourth persona, Research Master. On the other side, Deborah had already opened the car door and stepped out of the taxi parked by the roadside. Before her stood a vast, modern white building that looked dignified and imposing. 2 guards in uniform, armed with guns, stood at the entrance. The sign outside, China Biopharmaceutical Research Institute, was very conspicuous, giving off an aura of mystery and solemnity. Just by looking at how meticulously the 2 military police held their weapons, one could tell this was not a place for ordinary people to enter, it was under national protection. Ordinary people would probably hesitate to even take a closer look. But Deborah, wearing canvas shoes, walked confidently toward the main gate. Wait, stop. The 2 guards noticed Deborah approaching the institute and frowned simultaneously, calling out to her in unison. They had noticed the girl getting out of the taxi earlier, assuming she was just stopping briefly. They didn't expect her to actually be heading toward the institute. Little girl, did you come to the wrong place? One of the guards pointed at the sign as if worried she might have misread it. This is the China Biopharmaceutical Research Institute. I know this is the institute, replied the girl calmly. I'm here to find someone. Find someone? Both guards were taken aback, exchanging glances. Do you know what kind of place this is, little girl? The guard looked stern. No one is allowed inside without permission, not even family members of the researchers. Deborah said, I'm not a researcher's family member. I'm here to see President Olaf. I'm his friend. To see Academician Peng? The guards were even more surprised. Academician Olaf had just turned 50 this year, known for his eccentric and reclusive personality, dedicating most of his life to research, even remaining unmarried. The institute had been established for about 7 or 8 years, and apart from Peng's students, they had never seen anyone visit him as a friend. But more importantly, the girl in front of them looked like a high school student. Academician Peng usually associated with senior scientists in their 50s or 60s. How could a high school student possibly be his friend? This must be a joke. Don't joke around, little girl, the guard frowned. Whatever your reason is, this is no place for kids to wander into. Please leave. Deborah remained calm. Big brother, please inform Academician Peng that Lan Xing has come to see him. If he says he doesn't want to see me, I'll leave immediately without causing any trouble. Hearing this, both guards couldn't help but draw in a breath. The girl didn't seem to be joking. Even if it were a prank by a high school student, no one would dare play such a prank here. So, the guard thought for a moment and said, "All right, I'll go inform him. Please wait here." Deborah stood waiting outside. It was close to noon, and the golden sunlight bathed the ground, casting large shadows from the trees lining the road, making everyone feel lazy and relaxed. Deborah had only been standing there for less than 3 minutes when a disheveled man with slightly unkempt hair and beard hurried out. Clearly middle-aged, with a dignified appearance and white hair at his temples, he wore a slightly yellowed lab coat and thick-rimmed glasses that gave him an old-school academic look. He looked around excitedly as soon as he stepped out. "Where is she? Where is Lan Xing?" Olaf muttered and looked around for a while, only to find that besides a young girl standing outside, no one else was there. He couldn't help but frown. He immediately turned to the guard beside him and demanded, "Didn't you say Lan Xing came to see me? Where is he?" The guard was stunned. When he mentioned Lan Xing earlier, Academician Peng had jumped up immediately, showing an excitement he had never seen before. The guard hadn't expected the girl outside to be telling the truth and truly be a friend of Academician Peng. But now that Academician Peng had come out, he seemed not to notice the girl standing right in front of him, asking where she was. The guard didn't know what was going on and pointed awkwardly. "Academician Peng, the person who claimed to be Lan Xing is this young girl standing in front of you." Olaf finally looked at the girl standing not far from him and froze. The girl looked to be about 17 or 18, fair-skinned and simply dressed, clearly a quiet and ordinary high school student. She said she is Lan Xing? How could that be possible? The Huaxia Biopharmaceutical Research Institute was a specially approved research facility established 8 years ago in Huaguo, with the main task of tackling some of the world's most difficult diseases and developing effective drugs to alleviate and cure these rare conditions. About 3 years ago, when Olaf encountered a bottleneck while researching a drug for acromegaly, he faced a theoretical challenge that he couldn't resolve for months. However, at the height of his frustration, he suddenly received an email from someone named Lan Xing. The body of the email contained no words, only an attachment with a scientific paper over 100 pages long. This paper addressed precisely the theoretical problem that had been perplexing him for months. Upon reading the entire paper, Olaf felt as if clouds had parted to reveal clear skies. He immediately combined this newfound knowledge with his previous research to solve the problem. Then he spent the entire night drafting a lengthy reply, thanking Lan Xing and expressing his gratitude in thousands of words. He even inquired about the sender's identity and directly asked if the person would be interested in working at the institute. As a national key project specially approved and heavily supported by the government, not just anyone could gain entry to the Huaxia Biopharmaceutical Research Institute. Even the least conspicuous researcher here was a top-tier talent in the field of biomedicine, selected through rigorous national screening. Yet, without any hesitation, Olaf extended an invitation to someone he had never met, whose real name, age, or gender he didn't even know. Because he didn't need to ask who this person was. A talent like Lan Xing could almost be considered a national treasure. But unexpectedly, this Lan Xing remained elusive and hard to fathom. The emails arrived without warning, and after sending out one, Olaf often wouldn't receive a reply. It wasn't until several months later, when he encountered another unsolvable problem, that he tentatively sent another email to Lan Xing. To his surprise, Lan Xing quickly responded, explaining the solution clearly in just a few sentences. Olaf hadn't admired many people in his life, but he genuinely respected Brother Lan. Over the next few years, they maintained regular email communication. Yes, Brother Lan. Olaf always assumed that this Lan Xing must be a renowned expert in the current scientific community and likely knew him personally but chose to use a pseudonym to remain anonymous. Moreover, Lan Xing must be at least 60 years old, otherwise, it would be impossible to possess such profound theoretical knowledge. So, in Olaf's mind, Lan Xing's image was that of a slightly hunched elderly professor with white hair, upright and solemn, devoted to the country. But the young girl standing before him. Could this young girl possibly be Lan Xing's granddaughter? Chapter 161, The Worthless Father Creates Trouble. Regardless of who this young girl was in relation to June, she was enough to make Olaf excited. After all, over the past few years of email exchanges, though they had never met face-to-face and he did not know June's real name, gender, or age, he had long considered June his only close friend for life. If this young girl were truly June's granddaughter, he must entertain her well. So Olaf immediately went forward, barely containing his excitement. "Young girl, did you tell the guard that June was looking for me? How are you related to June?" Deborah dressed quite low-key today. Seeing Olaf standing before her, she paused and said, "Matt Peng, I'm not anyone related to June." "What?" Olaf was taken aback. "Then you." Deborah continued, "I am June myself." Olaf, usually calm and respectable, now had eyes wide open as if they were huge bells, shocked. "What did you say?" Instantly, a trace of displeasure appeared on Olaf's face. "Young girl, I don't know how you learned about the name June, but please don't play such jokes." Deborah suddenly revealed her identity today, coming to find academician Olaf for Hewitt's grandmother's illness. She anticipated that Olaf wouldn't believe her identity at once, so she asked again, "Matt Peng, has your blue cat given birth yet?" Olaf had been brimming with anger at being played, but upon hearing this, he could not help but catch his breath. He had few friends, and the matter of his cat about to give birth was something he only mentioned casually in his last email to June. If this young girl only knew the name June and came here to cause trouble, how would she know about the content of the emails between him and June? Matt Peng, although it looks absolutely impossible, I indeed am June, Deborah said seriously. I started learning traditional Chinese medicine when I was 5 and have always been interested in Western medicine and biomedical fields. The first paper I sent you about acromegaly was written by me when I was 14. Deborah was now completely making things up seriously. But her expression was so confident that after hearing her words, Olaf's face showed some hesitation. Still, looking at the young girl in front of him, Olaf still couldn't equate Deborah with the brother-in-law he imagined. Could there really be a genius girl in the world who can write such amazing research papers at 14? If you really are June, come with me to the lab, Olaf said. Deborah nodded and walked into the institute with Olaf under the amazed gaze of 2 guards. A person's identity can be faked, but knowledge cannot. After discussing a professional issue with Deborah for almost an hour, Olaf was almost moved to tears. He never thought that the good friend he had always admired and respected turned out to be a 17-year-old girl this year. Even more unexpectedly, in their first chat, the girl had greatly benefited him, opening several new ideas. You really are June. Olaf's tone could not hide his excitement. Call me Tian, Matt Peng, Deborah said. My real name is Deborah, and I'm currently a senior high school student at Xingjing High School. You're a senior at Xingjing? Olaf knew about Xingjing, where it was said that most students came from affluent families. In Olaf's impression, those rich kids didn't seem like people who could calmly study and research academically. He didn't expect a rare scientific talent like this girl. Matt Peng, I actually came to see you today because I wanted to ask for your help, Deborah said. Olaf immediately asked, what? As long as I can help, just say. Matt Peng, I remember you mentioned primary pulmonary arterial paralysis in one of your previous emails. You said that there's currently no specific drug for this disease worldwide, but our country has secretly researched this disease for more than 10 years, and the development of special drugs has already entered phase 2 clinical trials. Yes, that's correct, Olaf nodded. Usually, a phase 2 clinical trial involves patient participation to explore the optimal dosage of the new drug and observe its therapeutic effects. Deborah said, I have a friend whose grandmother has suffered from this disease for many years. She has been receiving targeted treatments every week in Geneva these past years, but her body can no longer withstand the strain. After phase 2 clinical trials, there are still phase 3 trials for this special drug, and then an application for market release is required. It would take at least 2 to 3 years before her grandmother can use it. So I want to ask if you could arrange a treatment and observation spot for her grandmother. Olaf looked at Deborah upon hearing this. Tian, the friend you mentioned must be very important to you, right? Yes, Deborah nodded, he's the most important person to me. I see, Olaf said, go back and send me the specific details and medical conditions of his grandmother, then let me meet the patient herself. I'll handle the rest. I'll do my best to alleviate her condition, so don't worry. That's great, thank you, Matt Peng. Deborah's face lit up with a smile. Don't mention it, Olaf smiled as well, jokingly saying, after that paper you sent me and all the help you've given since, let alone arranging a treatment spot, you could even ask me to lie on the operating table and I'd do it without hesitation. Although Hewitt's grandmother was still missing, at least her treatment now had a direction. Thus, Deborah felt a weight off her shoulders. She took a taxi back to the Liu family residence from the institute. As soon as she opened the door, she heard Randall's voice, filled with shock and disbelief, something she hadn't heard in a long time. Have you gone mad? Yuerua is our daughter we raised from childhood. To cultivate her, our Liu family has spent over 10 million on her. You actually sent her to jail? Deborah paused in her steps, moving to the corner of the living room to listen. How am I mad? Immediately after Randall spoke, Marissa's furious voice sounded again in the living room. Do you know what your so-called good daughter has done? During the family gathering last night, she secretly bribed Suzanne with 50,000 yuan, first sending a red dress to Deborah, then deliberately blowing up the chandelier in the living room. She took advantage of the blackout to lock Yunyuan in the room. What did you say? Randall was stunned by these words, bewildered and shocked. Why would Yuerua do such things? She did this to trigger Yunyuan's illness and make him kill Deborah. Marissa gritted her teeth, and the explosion of the chandelier injured Benny with shards. Randall sucked in a cold breath, immediately asking anxiously, how are Yunyuan and Benny now? Are they okay? Deborah heard Randall's words, a chill running through her heart. In this family, Marissa had no blood relation to her, and among the 5 brothers, only half-blood related. Only Randall was closest to her by blood. However, when Randall heard that Illegitimate triggered Oral's illness to kill her and Matthew Mon was injured by fragments, his first reaction was to ask about the safety of these 2 sons. Not mentioning her at all. They're fine, Marissa replied, but if not for Deborah, Benny might have lost his life last night, and Yunyuan would have relapsed like he did over a decade ago. Marissa's original intention in saying this was to emphasize Deborah's significant role. She not only protected herself but also saved her 2 brothers. However, in Randall's view, this meant something else. If none of them, Yunyuan, Benny, and Deborah, are hurt, wasn't it just a false alarm? Randall expressed dissatisfaction. If it was just a false alarm, why did you insist on reporting it to the police and having Yuerua arrested? Chapter 162, all 5 brothers stand up for her. Randall spoke with conviction. Juliana, after all, is a well-known young lady from the upper circles of Illegitimate. Everyone knows she is the pampered daughter of our Liu family. If she were imprisoned and it became known that she tried to provoke her 3rd brother to kill Deborah, would we still have any face left in the Liu family? Most importantly, doesn't Jordy from the Herb family love Juliana? He was planning to wait until Juliana turned 18 before arranging an engagement between the Herb family and our Liu family. Now that Juliana has been taken away by the police, how are we supposed to explain this to the Herb family? Won't our alliance with them be off? And what about the orders and business they've given us? At first, when Deborah heard Randall did not want Marilyn to be arrested, she thought he actually cared for her sister. But then she heard what he said next. He did not want Marilyn to go to jail simply because he didn't want the Liu family to lose face or jeopardize their alliance with the Herb family. In short, it all boiled down to 2 words, interests. During the time Deborah returned to the Liu family, she had very little contact with Randall. After their first meeting, Randall quickly went out of town to examine projects, leaving her with the impression that he was indifferent toward his daughter whom he hadn't seen for 17 years. This man was hypocritical, cold-hearted, and self-centered, always thinking of himself. Just as Randall finished speaking, he seemed to suddenly remember something and slapped his thigh hard. Right. I just remembered, although Juliana isn't here, Deborah still has a formal engagement with Jordy, right? Previously, old Master Herb told me that he wouldn't interfere with the children's affairs and let things happen naturally. Now that Juliana can't get married, having Deborah marry into the Herb family would work just the same. The Herb family could still ally with our Liu family. The scene of Gil attending the school anniversary at the dessert shop and declaring his affection for Deborah was quickly deleted from the internet. So Randall still had no idea about the relationship between Deborah and Gil, focusing solely on attaching himself to the Herb family. Marissa couldn't believe Randall could utter such nonsensical words, shocked as she exclaimed, "Do you even listen to yourself? Do you think the Herb family accepts everyone without question, allowing you to choose whichever daughter you want to marry into their family? Have you asked Deborah's opinion about marrying into the Herb family? Doesn't old Master Herb like Deborah?" Randall said matter-of-factly, "If I make Deborah marry into the Herb family, how could he possibly disagree?" These words were too disgusting. To Randall, which daughter married into the Herb family and whether the daughter wanted to marry were completely irrelevant. What mattered was maintaining the alliance between the Liu and Herb families. Hearing these words now, Deborah couldn't say she wasn't affected. She felt it was unfair for the original host. After all, she inherited the emotions and memories of the original host and knew deep down the original host still held a glimmer of hope for this father who never met her for 17 years. If the original host were standing here hearing these words, she would probably be heartbroken. Her so-called father treated her merely as a tool for an alliance, never caring about her feelings. Deborah stood at the corner of the living room, unmoving. However, the next moment, she heard an angry voice from behind her, "Dad, have you gone mad?" Deborah froze for a moment, realizing that Sullivan and Josue had somehow stood behind her. Sullivan angrily strode toward Randall in the living room. Before she could react, warmth covered her shoulder. "Wearing so little, you'll catch a chill." Josue's handsome face remained calm, his voice as usual, cool and collected. As he spoke, he draped his jacket over Deborah's shoulders. The large jacket covered her thighs. She instinctively said, "Sergio, how did you?" "We overheard father as soon as we came in." Josue straightened up and looked into Deborah's eyes. "Do you remember when you got hurt at the Herb family's house, and I bandaged your hand? Do you remember what I told you then?" Deborah slightly startled, looking up at Josue who was more than a head taller than her. "I told you that as your brother, I am born to protect you and support you. So from now on, don't be so understanding, speak up if you're in pain or feel wronged." Hearing this, Deborah felt her heart soften. She understood what Josue meant and softly replied, "Sergio. Good girl." Even before he finished speaking, Josue lifted his hand and gently patted Deborah's head. "Don't be afraid. If you feel wronged, don't keep it bottled up inside or deal with it alone. With your brother standing by your side, you can be the most pampered little sister." As he said this, Josue directly took her hand. "Come on, let's go over there." "What are we going over there for?" Deborah asked. "Of course, we're going to watch Israel argue with Dad." Josue said in all seriousness. "When we came in and heard Dad talking about casually marrying you off to that Jordy, Israel's anger shot up right away. He's been holding it in for quite some time. When Israel gets angry and starts scolding people, he doesn't recognize anyone, not even family. Such scenes are rare, so don't miss it." Deborah thought Josue was joking at first. But as she was led by Josue, she saw Sullivan pointing his finger at Randall and bursting out with, "Randall, are you still human? We've been cherishing and doting on Dee, daily, every moment, but you think it's fine to replace Marilyn with her to marry into the Herb family? What do you take Daly for? Right after she returned, you went abroad without even thinking about compensating her, a daughter who never had a responsible father. Now you're planning to sell her as soon as you return. If you're going to be this kind of father, I suggest you never come back. From now on, Daly will consider you non-existent. Anyway, she has us 5 brothers who love her enough." Goodness, her elder brother unleashed such intense criticism. From the very start, he stripped Randall of his status as a father. Randall hadn't expected his words earlier with Marissa would be heard by his eldest son, second son, and Deborah, making him feel somewhat guilty. Just as he was preparing to assert his authority as a father and retort, Sullivan immediately interrupted him with another round of scolding. Is this what it feels like to be under the head of the household's oppression? Deborah was quite shocked. Sullivan's shouting caused the third brother Sullivani and Atlee to come downstairs as well. Initially, they didn't know what was happening, but upon hearing Randall's plan to marry Deborah into the Herb family, their faces changed instantly. Sullivani and Atlee were still young and wouldn't erupt in anger at Randall like Sullivan did. However, Illegitimate looked at Randall and said with a forced smile, Mithun's dad is so eager to marry Daly off while she is the youngest child in the family. If dad is so determined to arrange marriages for our family's alliance, why not include us 5 brothers as well? Why not find me a rich widow tomorrow? I'll announce my retirement from the entertainment industry right away. How does that sound? Chapter 163, If the Sky Falls Down, Avram will hold it up with his mouth. Monty's tone sounded lackadaisical. It seemed offhand, but in reality, it was filled with sarcasm and irritation, clearly indicating he was upset. Marissa saw that the situation was getting out of control, with each of her 5 sons looking more disgruntled than the last. She quickly said to Sullivan, that's enough, your father is just drunk and talking nonsense. You all sit in the living room and watch some TV. Your father and I still need to talk about something, we'll be upstairs. With that, Marissa pulled Randall upstairs. She needed to have a serious discussion with Randall regarding what Everly had mentioned in his letter. Seeing Randall and Marissa leave, Sullivan took a deep breath and came over to comfort Deborah. Catherine, Avram knows you were wrong just now. Next time you hear father say such things, come straight to Avram. With me protecting you, you have nothing to fear. Indeed, she had nothing to fear. Deborah had seen it herself, even if the sky fell, there would be Avram's powerful mouth holding it up, making her feel incredibly secure. Avram called out to the kitchen for a servant to bring some fruit. Deborah then sat in the living room with her brothers to watch TV. Just at that moment, her phone rang. Deborah looked down and saw it was a call from Balder. The moment she answered, Balder's voice came through, sounding much stronger and healthier than before. Mimi, it's Grandpa. Balder, Deborah spoke, prompting Atlee beside her to immediately lower the volume on the TV. Deborah asked into the phone, is there anything in particular, Grandpa? Yes, Mimi, tomorrow is Grandpa's birthday, and we're having a birthday banquet at home in the evening. Balder continued, I haven't seen you in a long time, Mimi. Would it be alright if I had someone pick you up tomorrow evening? Tomorrow is Balder's birthday. Deborah had just learned about this. If not for Balder, Randall wouldn't have agreed to bring the original host from the countryside to Gillisangching. Had Balder not expressed his fondness and importance for her from the beginning, she likely would have been sent back to the countryside by Marissa after just a few days in Gillisangching. Therefore, whether out of gratitude or respect, she definitely had to attend Balder's birthday banquet tomorrow and wish him well in person. Sure, Grandpa, I'll come to celebrate your birthday tomorrow evening, Deborah replied, but no need to send someone to pick me up. I can take a cab myself. Balder sounded very pleased. Good, good. Then Mimi, see you tomorrow evening. After the call ended, it was clear that Sullivan and the others had heard what Balder had said. Sullivan knew there was a birthday banquet for Balder tomorrow evening, but Herb family only invited their father's generation. He hadn't expected that his younger sister would have such face to receive a personal invitation from Balder. Avram, can I attend Balder's birthday banquet tomorrow evening? Deborah asked Sullivan. Of course, Sullivan replied, Mithun's it's Balder's birthday party, we should prepare some high-end gifts. I'll arrange it for you tomorrow. No need, Avram, Deborah said, I'll prepare the gift for Balder myself. The birthday banquet was scheduled for 7 o'clock in the evening. Before 6 in the afternoon the next day, Deborah left home, taking a taxi to the nearest Huafeng Bank. Huafeng Bank specialized in providing safety deposit boxes for valuables like gold jewelry, precious stones, and antiques, focusing on privacy and security. One could obtain the right to open a safe deposit box here if they could prove their assets exceeded 10 million yuan. The owner's identity would be strictly confidential, and only the owner knew the safe's password. To retrieve items stored in the safe deposit box, one only needed to provide their locker number to the staff, who would then escort them to their locker where they could input the password and collect their items. The staff only recognized the password, not the individual. As long as one had the password, they could withdraw items. This was why, when she was Alicia, Deborah chose to store some of her wealth here. She had opened this safety deposit box several years ago. Ever since reborn in Deborah's body, she hadn't touched any of her previous life's assets. Using money from Elisha's bank account might leave traces for Ari to track. However, coming here to open the safety deposit box should pose no problem. Beep beep beep. After entering the 12-digit password, followed by a long beep, the safety deposit box door opened. Inside were many boxes of various sizes. After rummaging through them, Deborah took out a simple-looking square wooden box. She opened the box and checked, everything was just as she had placed it in there before. Satisfied, Deborah closed the wooden box and put it away, then casually placed it into her handbag. The main purpose of attending the birthday banquet was to wish Balder a happy birthday, so Deborah didn't pay much attention to her outfit. She wore a simple yet elegant light green evening gown, with a satin lining paired with a light green chiffon skirt. The front had pleated striped designs, and a matching 3D flower embellishment was on the waist. Her makeup was light, complemented by a thin necklace around her neck and a matching handbag. She looked understated, graceful, and refined, with a casual beauty. After closing the locker door, Deborah left Huafeng Bank. She thought no one would know she had retrieved an item from this safe deposit box. However, shortly after she left, in a large apartment somewhere in Illegitimate, a dark-haired man wearing a light white robe received a call. Upon hearing that someone had taken something from Alicia's safety deposit box, Aries' expression turned serious, his eyes gleaming. Mithun's last time when he detected a sudden surge of soul power from Alicia using the Sun Yao Pan, which indicated she was in Illegitimate, he had come from abroad to Illegitimate. But after he arrived in Illegitimate, Alicia became quiet again. It seemed the previous abrupt use of her powerful soul energy, which had harmed her, was to handle some unforeseen event. After that incident, she never forcefully triggered such high-level soul energy again, making it impossible for him to locate her using the Sun Yao Pan. However, he had continuously monitored all of Alicia's asset accounts. And 6 months ago, he had found an insider at Huafeng Bank who knew Alicia's locker number. Alicia's bank account had been untouched for over a year. He thought she really abandoned those billions of assets until today when someone went to Huafeng Bank to retrieve something from the safety deposit box. That person must be Alicia. I know. Ari took a deep breath to steady his breathing and said, help me check the surveillance and send me the footage of the person who retrieved the item. About 20 minutes later, Ari received a photo on his phone. When he clearly saw the person in the picture, his handsome and elegant face furrowed. The girl in the surveillance footage looked a lot like Alicia but wasn't her. And the age didn't match either. This girl looked only 17 or 18 years old, while Alicia was 33. Even though the girl wasn't Alicia, since she knew Alicia's locker password, she must have some connection to her or know her whereabouts. So Ari stared at the photo of the girl for a long time and sent another message, help me find out who this girl is in the surveillance. Chapter 164, Birthday Banquet, Prelude to Falling Off the Horse. The birthday banquet for Ismail was held at the old Herb residence. Many luxury cars were already parked outside the Herb family's gate, none of which cost less than 3 million, indicating that today's attendees were all either wealthy or influential. At the entrance, a dedicated person was in charge of receiving gifts and monetary presents from guests. Seeing Deborah approaching with a small wooden box, one of the reception staff greeted her respectfully, Miss, you can place your gift here. Please write down your name and the details of your gift here. Deborah had never attended such an upscale birthday banquet in her previous life and didn't know that these gifts would be showcased in the banquet hall along with a detailed list. She handed over the small wooden box and wrote her name on the form while casually writing, cup, under the gift description. As for the value, she left it blank. A cup. The person collecting the gifts was stunned when he saw what the young girl had written. Everyone attending today's event was giving valuable treasures worth large sums as birthday gifts to Ismail. Even if someone was just giving money, it wouldn't be less than 100,000 yuan. Who is this little girl? Coming to celebrate Baldur's birthday with just a cup, that's too cheap. If it's displayed in the banquet hall, wouldn't she feel embarrassed? Originally thinking she might be a wealthy heiress, it turned out to be a poor girl who brought just a cup as a birthday present. It was unclear how she even qualified to attend. The receptionist's attitude immediately cooled down. All right, now you may enter. Just a moment ago, he was calling her Miss and you, now it had changed so quickly. Human nature being what it is, Deborah didn't bother dwelling on it. Entering the opulent hall where people were socializing, Deborah was about to find a quiet corner when someone suddenly tapped her shoulder. Catherine Treasure. Deborah turned around to meet Brenda's bright eyes and exclaimed in surprise, I thought that figure looked like you. It really is you. Looking further, Mathawena was also standing there dressed formally in a white suit, greeting her upon seeing her. What are the two of you doing here? Deborah was somewhat surprised to see them. Brenda said casually, my dad knows Ismail a bit, and since I'm currently in Illegitimate, my dad asked me to come by and bring a gift. As for Mathawena, his paternal aunt is the second wife of Ismail's nephew, so they're kind of related. That's why we came together. So that's how it is, said Deborah. Brenda glanced behind Deborah, noticing she was alone and couldn't help but ask, hey, Catherine, did you come to the birthday party by yourself? Where are your elders? It was Baldur who invited me last night by phone. No one else from my family came, Deborah explained. Ismail personally called you? Brenda's eyes widened, you must have a lot of influence. What connection do you have with Ismail? Beside her, Mathawena suddenly seemed to recall something and looked at Deborah. Wait, could it be that those rumors in class are true? What? What are you talking about? Brenda sensed some gossip and quickly joined in. What did people say in class? They said Deborah has a prearranged marriage with Jordy. Mathawena immediately asked Deborah, could it be that Ismail has connections with you because of this engagement? But isn't Jordy with Marilyn? And then you and Lord Yanni. Mathawena felt confused by these complicated relationships. I don't have any relationship with Jordy, Deborah said. The engagement was just an ancestral agreement that can be cancelled anytime. Hearing Jordy's name made Deborah feel disgusted, and she replied coldly, a person like Jordy, I find him ominous even from a distance. Jordy, who attended the banquet tonight, was dressed in a neat black suit, looking every inch the wealthy and handsome gentleman. But as soon as he approached, he overheard Deborah's words about him being ominous. Jordy's eyes widened in shock, his face turning red with anger. His usual grace instantly vanished. This damn Deborah, what did she mean? saying that being close to him is ominous? Throughout his life, girls had always admired and chased after him, and no girl had ever dared to speak to him like that. Jordy was furious, almost wanting to slap Deborah right away, but he didn't dare to. Yes, he didn't dare. Last time outside the school toilet, he and Atlee had a fight. Deborah easily stopped his right fist with one hand, nearly crushing his bones on the spot. Jordy couldn't figure out how such a seemingly frail girl could have so much strength. It was simply terrifying. So at this moment, he dared not go near Deborah to fight. If he were suppressed by her again in today's setting, how could he continue to hold his head high in Gillisangching circles? Thus, Jordy swallowed his anger. He felt furious but couldn't help feeling intimidated. While Deborah was chatting with Brenda and the others, Jordy glared at her hatefully from nearby. Not long after, Avon walked over. Avon was dressed exceptionally dazzling tonight. She wore an elegant apricot-colored cheapao, paired with an exquisite silk shawl. Her earrings and necklace were both top-grade jade. Her makeup and hairstyle were carefully crafted, making her seem poised to steal the spotlight at tonight's banquet, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Behind her followed a maid carrying a heavy-looking red brocade box that appeared quite luxurious. Upon arriving, Avon saw her brother staring intently at Deborah and frowned. "Ah, Jai." Avon called out, frowning, "Who are you staring at?" "Big Matthewster, you're here." Jordy turned his head when called. "I asked who you were staring at." "Don't tell me it's that Deborah." Avon was somewhat displeased. "What, do you fancy her?" At the Xingjing school anniversary last time, although Haley slapped Avon in front of everyone, embarrassing her thoroughly. But Deborah's final comment about her, early menopause, infuriated her even more, still leaving a bitter taste whenever she thought about it. This country-born illegitimate daughter, now relying on Fabio's backing, had become outrageously arrogant, not even giving her the time of day. Does she really think that just because Fabio likes her, she can smoothly marry into the billion-asset Yanni family and become Mrs. Yanni? A barely grown girl understands nothing. Adult games are all about interests. Liking or not liking someone means squat. Had it not been for seeing Jordy staring at Deborah, Avon would have forgotten about their engagement. Is her brother seriously smitten with this little tramp? If so, she would definitely slap some sense into her blind-eyed brother. Fancy her? Jordy said indignantly, even if every girl in the world were dead, I wouldn't look at Deborah. Chapter 165. Avon deliberately calls out publicly. Jordy sneered and said, apart from having a pretty face and knowing a bit of medicine, which makes Grandpa dote on her endlessly, what else can she do? Even if she kneels down to beg for my affection, I wouldn't even spare her a glance. Moreover, you have no idea, Matthewster, this Esther has repeatedly provoked me and made me furious. I'm still thinking about how to make her suffer a little. Jordy didn't mention at all Esther's disgust and disdain for him, making himself seem quite superior. However, such an answer was satisfactory to Avon. At least her brother was on the same side as her. Upon hearing Jordy say he wanted Esther to suffer, Avon seemed to think of something. Do you want this little tramp to suffer? Avon twirled her eyes. I have an idea. Let's make her lose face in front of everyone soon. What? Jordy hurriedly leaned over to ask, what are you going to do, Matthewster? Avon recalled the guest registration list she had seen earlier. Esther came today to celebrate Grandpa's birthday and brought only a cup as a gift. Such a meager gift, yet she had the nerve to put it on the list. Methuns she dared to bring it, she shouldn't blame Avon for comparing it. Just then, a man in a suit with a champagne glass walked over, immediately greeting Avon upon seeing her. Miss Herb, you truly shine brilliantly today. Avon, who had been looking fierce just now, suddenly put on a businesslike smile and replied cheerfully, Mr. Gavin, it's been a while. Mr. Gavin glanced at the maid behind Avon, eyeing the brocade box the maid held curiously. I've heard Miss Herb prepared an incredible treasure for Grandpa as a birthday gift. We're all eager to see it. Mr. Gavin, you flatter. Avon smiled even wider. With your status, haven't you seen everything already? What can I possibly show you? Not at all. Miss Herb is too modest. Mr. Gavin waved his hand, complimenting. Methuns Miss Herb plans to unveil the surprise later. We will wait in anticipation. After Mr. Gavin left, Jordy curiously glanced at the brocade box. Matthewster, what kind of gift did you prepare for Grandpa? It looks so mysterious. You'll know soon. Avon said confidently to Jordy. However, after saying that, Avon looked at the box again, twirling her eyes, a cunning gleam appearing in them. About 10 minutes later, the two people who were receiving and registering gifts outside the banquet hall pushed a huge trolley into the hall. This trolley was very conspicuous, so the clinking of glasses and chatter instantly ceased as everyone gathered around it. Among them were Esther and her group. Is the trolley loaded with gifts from guests? Brenda's eyes sparkled as she pulled Esther's hand. Let's go check. The trolley indeed held many gift boxes of varying sizes, neatly arranged, but oddly, there was an empty space right in the middle. Esther spotted her own gift right away. Other gift boxes looked brand new and luxurious, whereas her old wooden box containing a cup looked extremely plain in comparison. It appeared especially shabby against the other gifts. Originally insignificant, it stood out prominently by contrast. Brenda also noticed her gift immediately. She pointed to a box on the far left. Look, Janine, that's the gift I sent for old Ismail, containing calligraphy and paintings my dad arranged to be sent. That one's mine. Mathawena glanced over and pointed to one item. It's prepared by my mom. I don't even know what's inside. Brenda turned to look at Esther. Janine, what gift did you prepare for old Ismail today? Before Esther could reply, someone nearby suddenly shouted, Miss Herb is here. Everyone automatically parted to make way for her. Then Esther saw Avon, dressed in an apricot-colored cheapao with a silk shawl, elegantly walking toward the trolley in high heels. She looked very dignified and wealthy, perfectly embodying the image of a rich young lady. The maid following her carefully placed a red brocade box onto the trolley, right where the empty space had been. Brenda, recalling the school fair last time when Esther was bullied by Avon at the gate, couldn't help but frown upon seeing her again. Muttering softly to Esther, I was wondering why there was an empty spot in the cart. It turns out it was reserved for her. What, is the gift she brings any more precious than others? Mathawena also leaned over and said, I heard that Avon indeed got an invaluable treasure for Balder, and she plans to display it tonight. Shoshana suddenly understood. Now I get why so many people are gathering around. They all want to see what treasure Avon will give Balder. Sure enough, just as Shoshana finished speaking, someone in the crowd spoke up. Finally, Miss Herb has arrived. The speaker was a pot-bellied, somewhat bald middle-aged man. What kind of treasure did Miss Herb prepare for the old master? Please open it quickly and let us take a look. Yes, someone immediately echoed. We've been very curious since we heard the news. What's inside this brocade box of Miss Herb? Judging by the size of this brocade box, it's probably some kind of antique or art piece. Whatever antique or art piece Miss Herb found must be extraordinary. Everyone is so curious, it makes me a bit nervous. People were talking at once. Seeing this, Avon replied graciously, everyone honored us by coming to my grandfather's birthday banquet today. The gifts everyone prepared are undoubtedly valuable and thoughtful. What I found, regardless of its price, certainly required quite a bit of effort on my part. So now, I would like to share this treasure with everyone as a little bonus before the party starts. But before that, I'm actually more curious about another person's gift for my grandfather. Saying this, Avon suddenly turned her eyes toward Esther in the crowd and smiled. Miss Esther, since my grandfather likes you so much and personally invited you to attend his birthday party, I'm very curious, what special gift did you prepare for my grandfather? Can you show it to everyone? Chapter 166, The Frugal Illegitimate Daughter Who Only Sent a Cup. Esther was originally very low-key among the crowd. When Avon suddenly called out her name, everyone around her immediately turned to look at her. In her elegant light green evening gown, her delicate yet striking features left many people speechless with admiration the moment their eyes met the young girl's. Wow, someone couldn't help but exclaim, who is this beauty? She's so gorgeous, why haven't I seen her in Illegitimate before? The man beside him replied, didn't you attend the last charity auction gala at the Herb family? This Esther played the piano on stage that night. She's quite good-looking and plays the piano well. But it's a pity, they say she's the Herb family's illegitimate daughter who grew up in the countryside for 17 years and was only brought to Illegitimate last month. An illegitimate daughter from the countryside? The man's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. He's scared, no wonder her looks are passable, but her demeanor falls far short. There's an undeniable rusticity about her. Esther was suddenly singled out by Avon in front of everyone, drawing their scrutinizing gazes. Meeting Avon's hate-filled eyes, she knew Avon had no good intentions. She quickly figured out what was happening. Avon must have seen that she had only written cup on the gift registration list. Feeling her gift was unworthy of being shown, Avon deliberately wanted to embarrass her in front of everyone. Esther almost imperceptibly furrowed her brow but kept her face devoid of emotion. She simply replied calmly, I'm still a student, so my gift can't compare to Miss Herb's. I just wanted to express my respect for Grandfather Herb. Oh, Miss Esther shouldn't talk like that, Avon said with a smile. Although you're a student who has just been brought from the countryside to Illegitimate, I heard your elder brothers in the Liu family all dote on you. Your pocket money should be quite generous. With your grandfather loving you so much, I'm sure you wouldn't skimp on preparing something unique for him as a gift. Esther intended to brush it off, but Avon pressed on relentlessly. Emphasizing how much the elderly Ismail loved her made everyone even more curious about her gift. Before Esther could respond, a man standing closest to the trolley couldn't wait any longer and picked up the gift list. Why make gifts such a mystery? I'll just take a look. Is it Esther? Let me see what she gave. As he muttered her name, his fingers searched the list. Finding it, his eyes widened in surprise. I found it. What did Esther give? As he looked, his eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. Esther only gave a cup. And the value amount is not even filled in? What kind of nonsense is this? This is too ridiculous. A cup? Upon hearing this, not only did the man holding the list find it unbelievable, but everyone else present was also stunned. Was this some child's game for sending birthday gifts? What status and identity does elderly Ismail hold? Every person attending his birthday party today is a prominent figure in Illegitimate. The value of the gifts or cash given by these attendees hasn't been less than 100,000 renminbi. Everyone sends expensive items like ginseng, fine wines, paintings, antiques, some even worth hundreds of thousands or millions. How could someone give a humble cup to elderly Ismail? This young girl, despite looking like a high school student and being from the Liu family, even if she's an illegitimate daughter, the gift is too insignificant. Moreover, Miss Herb said that elderly Ismail adores her. What kind of ungrateful, frugal ingrate is this? She could sell this dress instead of giving such a shabby gift. Seeing everyone look at Esther with disdain, Avon couldn't help but lift her chin, feeling secretly pleased. That day during the school anniversary, this Esther humiliated her in front of everyone, and today she would make her suffer publicly just as much. Though it was clearly a situation instigated by Avon, now seeing everyone despise Esther, she put on an apologetic face. Oh, Miss Esther only prepared a cup for her grandfather? This is too. My fault, my fault. I overthought it. But indeed, since Miss Esther has just been brought back to the Liu family and holds such an awkward position, she might not have much money or might be unwilling to spend. But actually, cups are nice. Isn't there a saying the gift is small, but the sentiment is sincere? I think grandfather would appreciate it. Brenda couldn't bear listening to any more of this. What rubbish was Avon spouting here? On the surface, Avon seemed to be speaking up for Esther, but in reality, she was mocking her for being a penniless and stingy illegitimate daughter, which was truly infuriating. Who was Esther? A 6-star powerhouse from Joab.A, possessing top-tier skills in 6 different fields. Just take the combat and pharmaceutical skills that were known to her, Esther could easily earn several million by casually fighting an underground boxing match or selling a few pills. Would she ever be short of money? Would she ever be unwilling to prepare a decent gift for Grandfather Herb? Although Brenda didn't know what kind of cup Esther had given, she trusted Esther's character. Esther would never just give an ordinary drinking cup as everyone assumed. Brenda was about to argue on behalf of Esther against Avon, but suddenly, Esther tugged at her. It's okay, no need to defend me. Esther directly withdrew her gaze and said indifferently, there's no point talking much with such people. As long as Grandfather Herb is happy with the gift later, it's fine. Hearing Esther say this, Brenda had no choice but to swallow her words for the moment. Seeing Esther not arguing back, Avon believed she was too embarrassed to speak, which made her feel even more delighted inside. Oh, since that's the case, I should show you all the gift I prepared for my grandfather. Saying this, Avon couldn't hide her pride, giving a meaningful glance to the servant behind her. The servant understood immediately, stepping forward cautiously to open the brocade box and placing its contents on the display stand. All present couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw what was revealed. Before everyone's eyes was a greenish-white jade carving. Crafted from greenish-white jade, the main body was a fully bloomed magnolia flower, with layered petals giving it a rich texture. The flower opening served as a vase holder, while 5 buds of varying sizes surrounded the magnolia, waiting to bloom. The branches intricately carved at the bottom formed the flower's roots, with the color gradually transitioning from green at the base to white above. The layout was well proportioned, and the overall shape was so lifelike that one couldn't help but be mesmerized, leading to involuntary admiration. Someone couldn't help exclaiming, my goodness, isn't this Hawk's legendary white jade magnolia vase that had been lost overseas for years? Chapter 167, someone stood up saying it was fake. Tonight, all the guests in the banquet hall were wealthy people, who more or less had some connection with antiques and curios. However, even those who knew nothing about curios had heard of Hawk's name. Hawk, the most outstanding or perhaps the most famous sculptor in Tangdai or even in the history of Huagua. His status in the sculpture world was similar to Gu Zhouabaizi and Wu Daozi in the painting world, Gavin Shiji in the calligraphy world. Everyone learned in junior high school history that Hawk had 3 works in his life that he was most satisfied with and cherished, the white jade magnolia vase, the white jade magnolia cup, and the white jade magnolia pen washer. These 3 items were exquisite and extraordinary. Unfortunately, before the founding of the new Huagua, these 3 items were lost overseas during the war. Of the 3 jade carvings, only the pen washer appeared at a foreign auction in recent years, fetching a price of over 100 million, while the other 2 had completely disappeared. Now, the white jade magnolia vase, one of these 2 pieces, was right before their eyes. People couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. My goodness, it really is Hawk's white jade magnolia vase. Where did Miss Herb get this from? This is an unparalleled treasure in the world. Miss Herb mentioned not talking about the price earlier, but buying such an item must have cost no less than 100 million, right? For something like this, money isn't the most important thing because it's hard for ordinary people to get their hands on it even if they have the money. No wonder it's Miss Herb, she even has connections like this. Going through so much effort and expense to obtain a world-renowned masterpiece by Hawk, Miss Herb truly shows her filial piety. It's a blessing for Grandfather Herb to have a granddaughter like you. The praises and flattery never stopped, making Avon feel almost elated. No, everyone is too kind. Although it did cost over 100 million, as long as Grandfather likes it, it's worth whatever I spend. Avon pretended to be humble while finally putting aside the lingering fear and worry in her heart. Indeed, there was nothing to worry about. Who would have such discerning eyes? Everyone had only seen pictures of this item, no one had seen the real thing, so how could anyone tell? However, Deborah immediately frowned upon seeing the white jade vase. The item Avon presented was fake. She actually used a fake to showcase and intended to give it to Grandfather Herb as a gift. Seeing Avon modestly accepting the praise, Deborah couldn't tell whether she had been deceived or if she knew it was fake. But regardless, Deborah didn't plan to expose it. Today was Grandfather Herb's birthday party, and Avon was his granddaughter. If she pointed out that the white jade vase was fake, it would harm Grandfather Herb's dignity. What Deborah didn't expect was that besides her, someone else had also noticed that the white jade vase was a replica. And this person seemed straightforward enough to shout it out directly, "Wait, something's off here." While people were still praising Avon, a voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. "Miss Herb might have been cheated. This white jade vase you brought out isn't a genuine work by Hawk, it's a fake." Hearing this, everyone froze. What? Someone said Miss Herb's white jade vase was fake. Everyone exchanged looks and then turned their gaze toward the person who spoke. The speaker was a young man in his early 20s, around 175 centimeters tall, slender build, ordinary appearance, slightly rough skin due to outdoor exposure. He wore a plain white shirt and casual pants, with somewhat messy hair and thick black-rimmed glasses, looking somewhat introverted and scholarly. It seemed he shouted out without thinking, and didn't realize everyone was now looking at him. He instinctively shrank back, clearly uncomfortable under everyone's stare. However, when Deborah saw this person, she paused. She hadn't expected to see an old acquaintance from her previous life at tonight's banquet. At the same time, recalling this boy's actions just now. Indeed, if it were him, it wouldn't be strange for him to do such a thing. Avon was even more shocked than the others. Where did this person come from? How did he know the white jade vase was fake? This item was personally acquired by her from abroad, where she sought out the most renowned antique and artifact forger, spending a full 1 million on it. At that time, the master had confidently assured her with great certainty that as long as it wasn't someone who had touched the original or seen it in person, no one would be able to tell this forgery was fake. And now, this boy of unknown origin had actually spotted that this item was fake at first glance? And under such circumstances where there was no close-up viewing? Who are you? The boy was unfamiliar, Avon had never seen him before. Noticing his plain, even somewhat rustic attire, it was clear he wasn't a wealthy or influential individual. She couldn't figure out who he had come in with. Thus, she couldn't help but lose her temper. "What nonsense are you spouting here? This white jade magnolia vase cost me 100 million overseas. What gives you the right to say it's fake?" Seeing Avon angry, the boy realized his mistake and quickly explained, "I apologize, Miss Herb. I didn't mean to offend you. It's just that I noticed this item is indeed not genuine, yet I heard you mention it cost 100 million. Worried that you've been cheated out of so much money, I impulsively shouted out just now." Avon grew even angrier upon hearing this. Here was some fool meddling in matters that didn't concern him. Even if she spent 100 million being cheated, what business was it of his? Why did he have to meddle so much? Avon wished she could immediately call security to escort the boy out, but people in the room started to grow curious. "Jessup, how did you tell this item was fake? The white jade vase looks exactly like the photos that have circulated online." Before Avon could hastily interrupt to shoo him away, the boy had already begun explaining earnestly. The resemblance to the circulating photos indicates that the forger has replicated the form of the genuine article to perfection. However, Hawk's works are renowned worldwide precisely because of their essence. Chapter 168 Because I have the original. Everyone present was stunned. The young man continued, "I admit I'm not very talented, but I have some expertise in appraising antiques, and I happen to have thoroughly studied Hawk's carving style and all his works. Hawk's flower carvings always emphasize fluid lines. This white jade flower vase is more challenging based on fluid lines. It has overlapping petals that emphasize depth, flower buds of varying sizes that are about to bloom, and the root gradually changes from light green to white jade color. But if you look at the item in front of us, the carved lines of the petals appear slightly stiff, the flower buds lack vitality and delicacy, and the gradual color change at the roots isn't natural or smooth. More importantly, the overall luster and brightness of this jade carving are one level lower than the original. It doesn't have the same crystal clear brilliance as the original. The original white jade flower vase has a delicate and smooth texture, exquisite and natural carving, and the white magnolia looks like real flowers with great charm, something that can't be replicated by forgeries." When the young man said these words, everyone present could tell that he wasn't making things up or trying to stir trouble. He truly understood appraisal. What surprised them even more was that it seemed he had seen the original of this white jade magnolia before. "Mathur, do you mean that you've seen the original of this white jade flower vase before?" someone couldn't help but ask. "Yes," the young man nodded. "The original white jade flower vase is in the possession of a friend of mine. But I haven't been in contact with that friend for a long time, so I don't know if she still has it." "You're just spouting nonsense here." Before the young man finished speaking, Avon interrupted angrily, "What's your intention? Coming to my grandfather's birthday party just to cause trouble? As soon as I bought this white jade flower vase, I had several domestic gem experts appraise it. None of them said it was a fake. Do you think who you are? Are you more competent than Mr. Evan? You also bragged that the original is in your friend's possession. If you had a friend who could afford a Hawk white jade flower vase, would you dress like this?" Avon was practically furious, having lost all her previous dignity and grace. She was just short of shouting insults. It was too embarrassing. She was the Miss Herb, the current CEO of Herb Corporation. Moments ago, she proudly displayed the gift she bought for her grandfather in front of everyone, boasting that it was an unparalleled treasure by Hawk that cost her 100 million. But now, someone pointed out in public that it was a fake. Even if others thought she had been deceived, it still made her a laughingstock, losing face in public. If word got out, everyone would think she was an easy target for scams. She absolutely couldn't accept this. Otherwise, she would lose both respect and reputation today. How could she continue living in Gillisangching after this? What would she give to her grandfather next? The young man paused when he heard Mr. Evan, then asked. Wait a minute, Miss Herb, did you say you had Mr. Evan appraise this item? He seemed confused, muttering to himself, this can't be possible. What's impossible? Avon sneered. What? Now you think you were talking nonsense because Mr. Gillis confirmed it's genuine. Security. My grandfather's birthday party is tonight. Get this troublemaker out of here immediately. As soon as Avon spoke, several burly security guards moved toward him. The young man, obviously a scholar, never expected that Miss Herb would order the security to escort him out. Moreover, the presence of these big, strong guards made him look even smaller and thinner. The young man was clearly flustered and wanted to explain, but was stopped by a guard. Haven't you heard? Our missy told you to get lost. One of the guards, with a crew cut, said fiercely, saying our missy gave Grandpa a fake, you're just deliberately causing trouble. As the guard spoke, he extended his thick arm to grab the young man's arm, intending to forcibly remove him from the banquet hall. However, at that moment, the guard felt a firm grip on his shoulder and turned around to hear a cold voice behind him. Let go of him. Everyone around was also stunned by what they saw. Wait, wasn't that Esther from earlier? Why did she suddenly step forward? And why did she grab the guard's shoulder? The guard didn't expect a young girl to interfere either. He instinctively tried to shake off her hand but found he couldn't. The young girl's hand was like iron, tightly clamping down on his right shoulder with relentless force. The muscular security guard felt as if the bones in his shoulder were about to snap, forcing him to involuntarily release the arm he had been holding onto the young man. As he knelt down in pain, he screamed, Wait! Wait! My bones are going to break. Help me. What was happening? The rescued young man was dumbfounded. Everyone around was also momentarily stunned. Now the scene showed a high school girl making a burly man kneel and cry out in agony by just squeezing his shoulder. Was this a movie set? Too unrealistic. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. Avon didn't expect Esther to suddenly step forward to prevent the security from escorting the young man out. She never thought that such a frail-looking girl could make their Herb family security kneel and beg for mercy, bringing shame to the Herb family. Avon was almost enraged to death. So, Esther did want to defy her at every turn. When she saw the young man stand up and declare her item fake, making her lose face, Esther intentionally intervened to stop him from being taken away. Old and new grievances surged in Avon's heart, and she directly ordered the security guards, What are you waiting for? Get them both out of here. The one who knelt before Esther, you don't need to come back tomorrow. The Herb family doesn't keep useless people like you. But then Esther demonstrated a fact with her actions. To her, all the Herb family security guards were useless. Initially, the remaining 3 muscular men hesitated because Esther was a frail-looking girl, unsure how to handle her, so they only tried to pull her. However, a quick shoulder throw, a knee strike without emotion, and a powerful left hook from the girl immediately rendered these 3 security guards unable to get up, let alone eject her. Yet all this happened in mere seconds. Everyone present was genuinely shocked. What kind of superhuman strength did this girl have? This power, this combat technique, this reaction speed, and agility, wasn't it too exaggerated? The grand banquet hall fell silent as everyone was too shocked to speak. Amidst this silence, Esther walked straight to the young man and asked, Are you all right? Still in shock, the young man answered mechanically, and no. I'm fine. Good. Esther seemed relieved, then turned to look at Avon. She said coldly, using security to drive away guests is how Miss Herb entertains her guests. That white jade flower vase you have is a replica. He spoke up to tell you the truth so you can quickly recover your money. Even if his method was somewhat inappropriate, don't you think, Miss Herb, your response was excessive? It was bad enough that the young man said the item was fake. Now Esther also stood up and claimed it was fake. Did she give her too much leeway? Avon sneered, sarcastically remarking, And how do you know what I bought is fake? Could it be you also understand appraisal? I indeed don't understand appraisal. Esther lifted her eyes, her expression calm and indifferent. I know your item is fake because the genuine one is in my possession. Chapter 169, Jacob's third persona unmasked again. Everyone was stunned when Deborah spoke. What did the girl just say? She claimed she knew that this white jade flower vase of Hawk, owned by the senior Miss Herb, was a fake because she had the real one? How could that be possible? A bastard girl from an impoverished remote village, powerless and penniless. The genuine white jade flower vase of Hawk had always been lost overseas, valued at no less than 100 million. How could she have acquired or afforded it? Moreover, if she possessed something like this, it would mean her assets were worth billions. Would someone with assets worth billions really give a broken cup as a birthday gift to Balder? This must be sheer boasting. Indeed, Avon laughed out loud upon hearing Deborah's words as if listening to the funniest joke of her life. Deborah, can you at least plan before you boast? You claim to have the original piece, but where did you get it? How much did you pay? The original has always been abroad, but didn't you not even leave your village before coming to Illegitimate, let alone go abroad? Acquiring the original would cost at least 100 million. Do you know how many zeros follow that number? I think you're delusional, babbling nonsense. To make matters worse, after failing to have the boy removed by security, 4 burly men were all knocked down in mere seconds. Truly, a disgraceful scene. Avon now wanted nothing more than to tear Deborah apart with her eyes. Tonight's birthday banquet was on Herb territory. Wally wasn't here, Haley from Balan Group wasn't present, and no one from the Liu family was around. No one would protect this little wretch. She wondered how Deborah planned to recover from such an audacious bluff. However, as Avon mocked her incessantly, before Deborah could respond, the boy who nearly got dragged away by security seemed to realize something. He stood there, looking at the girl with wide eyes, almost incredulously shouting, "Is it you, Chloe? Is it really you?" Amen. Deborah met Amon's gaze, a touch of gentleness softening her sharpness. "It's been 2 years since we last met. Long time no see. It's really you, it's actually really you." Amen opened his mouth wide, astonishment practically spilling out of his eyes, his voice trembling with excitement. "At first glance, I thought you looked a bit like Chloe, but when they said you're from the Liu family, I thought I must have mistaken you. But just now, when you saved me, felling these people in just a few moves, I recognized your combat skills instantly. I've seen them so many times before. And you said the genuine white jade flower vase of Hawk is in your hands, meaning you haven't handed it over to anyone else in these 2 years and still kept it yourself." Amen was extremely excited, but everyone else looked baffled. Wait, what's happening here? So this boy is named Amen? Why does he call Deborah Chloe? Who is Chloe? He says Deborah didn't transfer this item to anyone else in 2 years, meaning he saw the real white jade flower vase of Hawk with Deborah. That would mean Deborah isn't lying, and she indeed has the original piece. Some people were puzzled, unsure who Chloe was. But evidently, quite a few people in the room knew this name. Once they connected Chloe with the girl standing in the spotlight, they couldn't help widening their eyes in shock. Damn. Can it be? This bastard girl from the Liu family, Deborah, is the former champion of Absies, Chloe? Hearing this, those unaware of who Chloe was scratched their heads anxiously. Hey, stop being amazed and tell me who this Chloe is. The crowd became suddenly noisy. Some people reminisced about the past, others chatted excitedly, some immediately searched on Baidu, and others explained Chloe's history to their neighbors. A few quick thinkers saw an opportunity for fame online and promptly started live streaming, with titles like, "Chloe is right beside me." Quickly enter the live stream and see the legendary female boxing champion, Chloe, who once set the world ablaze. In no time, everyone at the venue knew who Chloe was. 2 years ago, in that globally sensational Absies underground boxing match, amidst a crowd of extremely robust and powerful Caucasian and African men, a slim Chinese girl wearing a panda mask stepped onto the ring. This was a genuine, brutal underground boxing match where fighters signed life and death agreements before stepping into the ring. Anyone without real skills who dared to step onto the stage would either die or become disabled because every fighter fought with all their might for the prize, aiming to take down their opponent. And this girl, Chloe, whom everyone initially thought had come to meet her death, Joaboidi her opponent, who weighed around 250 pounds, in just 30 seconds during her first match, leaving him unconscious and foaming at the mouth on the spot. In the following 7 nights of continuous matches, no previous night's winner could last more than 5 minutes against her. In short, she was unstoppable. Chloe became the shocking champion of the tournament that year, causing a sensation worldwide. This was the most watched edition of Absies in its history. Some called Chloe a superpowered girl with mysterious Eastern strength. Countless fans worshipped her fanatically. However, due to the internet firewall, not many Chinese people watched the live stream on foreign websites, so Chloe's fame hadn't spread widely within China. It wasn't until the night she won the championship, standing on the podium in a red qipao with a Chinese 5-star badge pinned to her chest, that things changed. She held up the bronze artifact, which had been looted by invading forces during the war and was now being used as a prize in the boxing match. In perfect Mandarin, she declared on foreign soil. "This artifact belongs to China. I have come to take it home." It was an awe-inspiring statement, simply magnificent. How could such a precious Chinese artifact be allowed to be taken away and then treated so disrespectfully as a prize? When the video spread domestically, netizens watching the masked girl hold the artifact and make this declaration were moved to tears. To call her a contemporary national hero wouldn't be an exaggeration. Sure enough, less than half a month later, Mr. Evans' grandson, Amen, brought this bronze artifact back to China, saying it was donated anonymously by a patriot. Wait. Evans' grandson Amen? What did Deborah just call this bespectacled, ordinary-looking boy earlier? Chapter 170, Mount Off. Present the true Hawk. As everyone was talking, Jordy was the first to jump out and looked at Esther, taking a deep breath. Are you saying that you are the Chloe who won the championship in the ABI's underground boxing match that year? Jordy's expression was complicated. He had been following the ABI's boxing matches closely back then, and by the end of it, he was utterly impressed by this Chloe wearing a panda mask. This girl was just too strong. After the matches ended, Jordy had tried to find out the true identity of Chloe from many sources. But Chloe was too mysterious, he couldn't get any information related to her and eventually gave up. Never did Jordy imagine that the big shot he admired so much and wanted to meet had appeared right before his eyes and even had a betrothal with him. No wonder at that time outside the restroom, Esther caught his fist with one hand, almost crushing his bones. He should have known, besides Chloe, which other girl would have such astonishing strength and be so tough. He really didn't recognize talent when he saw it. Do you not believe me? Seeing Jordy's sour face, Esther thought he was going to start trouble again and asked coldly. Actually, Jordy did believe her. After all, he had personally felt the immense power and oppressive presence of the girl. But most people present still had their doubts. Esther paused, raised her hand to pull down the shoulder strap of her dress, revealing a scar about 10 centimeters long on her right shoulder. If anyone watched the matches back then, they should remember that the opponent in my last match had a damaged helmet and left a wound on my right shoulder. This is the scar left from that wound. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at Esther's right shoulder. The girl's right shoulder was fair and round, making the long scar stand out. Back then, Esther had used Elisha's body for the boxing match. She had taken advantage of her soul force just now to replicate the scar on her current body. But now, this scar was direct proof that she was Chloe. Mathumular height and build, astonishing strength and fighting skills, the same scar on the right shoulder, everything confirmed that the girl was indeed Chloe herself. People around couldn't help but exclaim. Who would have thought that this illegitimate daughter of the Liu family, who grew up in the countryside, is actually that once globally famous boxing champion Chloe? The question is, Esther was only 15 or 16 years old 2 years ago. How could a 15 or 16-year-old girl beat those grown men into such a state? Does she really have some mystical power? That's not the point. The key is that after that AB's match, Chloe's value skyrocketed to $5 million per match, becoming the highest valued boxer in the world. So what? Even if she earns $5 million per match, today at Ismail's birthday party, she only brought a shabby cup. Doesn't that just prove she's a stingy white-eyed wolf? Avon had never paid attention to foreign underground boxing matches, so she had no idea why everyone was shocked. Suddenly, Esther seemed to transform from a despised illegitimate daughter to a revered big shot. It was simply bizarre. Moreover, why did even her brother go over there, looking like he had something to say? She didn't know what was wrong with them. At this moment, Avon suddenly sneered, pulling everyone back from their amazement. She mocked, Tegan, what does whether you're this panda or not have anything to do with this white jade flower vase by Hawk? I'm only concerned. If you claim that my item is fake and you have the genuine one, show us your real thing. Otherwise, anyone can brag empty words. But I've suffered your accusation unjustly. Esther glanced at Avon and replied calmly, being Chloe is directly related to how I got the white jade flower vase by Hawk. After winning the AB's championship, I found the British jeweler who offered the bronze artifact as a prize and asked if he had any other Chinese antiques besides this bronze piece. The jeweler admired my victory and told me he had Hawk's white jade carved orchid vase and white jade carved orchid cup. I didn't want these items to remain abroad, so I bought both. Everyone was shocked at this revelation. Are you saying that Hawk's white jade carved orchid vase and white jade carved orchid cup had no news before, but they were actually in the hands of that jeweler all along? Yes, Esther replied, but after that, both items came into my possession. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes as the girl continued, Balder loves collecting antiques. When I was picking out a gift, I hesitated between the jade flower vase and the jade flower cup. Although the flower vase is more impressive, there is a tiny crack at its base, which isn't very noticeable but still counts as a flaw. So I chose the orchid cup instead. If Miss Herb wants to see the real thing, looking at this jade orchid cup carved by Hawk will do just as well. With that, Esther walked over to the cart filled with gift boxes and picked up what looked like the most shabby and unremarkable wooden box. She then gently took out its contents and placed it alongside the white jade vase Avon had displayed earlier on the presentation table. Indeed, comparison revealed everything. Seeing Esther's jade flower cup next to Avon's jade flower vase, everyone present knew instantly why men could tell at a glance that Avon's jade carving was a fake. The moment Esther's flower cup was placed beside Avon's vase, the vase appeared dull and even cheap by comparison. This flower cup was made of fine white jade, with a clear gradation from white to greenish white. Its shape was modeled after a fully blooming orchid, with the wide mouth of the cup carved into a 5-petal design. A delicate branch adorned with 2 flower buds formed the handle on one side, while another part was carved into intertwined stems, forming the base of the cup. The body was engraved with leaves and buds in various postures, lively and vivid. What a lustrous and clear beauty of jade! What exquisite and unparalleled craftsmanship! Anyone who saw it would exclaim in awe. This was truly a masterpiece by Master Hawk. No wonder men said that the fake could only mimic the form but never the spirit of Hawk's work. The difference between the replica and the genuine item was vast. Especially when placed side by side like this, the contrast was stark. Avon never imagined she would get exactly what she asked for. She said she wanted Esther to bring out the real item right then and there, and Esther did just that. Avon was completely stunned, feeling as if she had slapped herself, hard. Her face turned pale, and those watching couldn't help but react. Wait, Miss Esther, so this priceless treasure is the gift you prepared for Grandfather Herb? You call this invaluable artifact just a cup? Chapter 171 The tide turns and slaps back. Everyone couldn't help but recall the scene from 20 minutes ago. When that man found Esther's name on the guest list and read aloud that she had only given a cup without mentioning its value, everyone present looked down on her. They all thought how someone could give such a paltry gift at Ismail's birthday banquet. Even if she was an illegitimate daughter, it wasn't just sending a broken cup, it was simply being stingy and ungrateful. And that Miss Herb, who apparently stood up for Esther, was in fact ridiculing her for her lowly birth, poverty, and meanness with every word. Now, with this exquisitely carved white jade magnolia flower cup by Hawk revealed, everyone's faces alternated between red and white. Paltry? Broken cup? Stingy? This is a genuine antique treasure worth hundreds of millions. Even these people present, supposedly all influential figures in Illegitimate, would have barely sent gifts worth $1 million to the old man. The girl casually threw out something worth over $100 million, and this was called stingy? Moreover, what did the girl say just now? She hesitated between the white jade flower vase and the white jade flower cup because the vase had some flaws, so she chose the other one. What does this show? It shows that the girl didn't consider the value of the gift at all, only thinking about what gift would carry better wishes and make Ismail happier. Clearly, this shows she valued Ismail more than money. How could she be described as ungrateful? Hearing someone call this masterpiece just a cup, Esther said, because it is indeed just a cup. Upon hearing this, they couldn't refute it. But these people, veterans of the business world, came to attend banquets and gift-giving events merely for the sake of face. They truly hadn't seen anyone treat their billion-dollar jade cup as casually as if it were a $20 cup from a wholesale market when it came to registration or packaging. And despite being mocked by Miss Herb earlier, the girl didn't retort a single word, which was surprisingly low-key and composed. At the same time, they also realized. If the authentic Hawk white jade flower vase was also in the girl's possession, then at the moment Miss Herb took out the flower vase, the girl must have known it was a fake, right? Yet the girl didn't say anything. Perhaps considering that Avon was Ismail's granddaughter, saying it publicly would embarrass Avon and harm Ismail's reputation. Comparatively speaking, the difference in breadth of mind between the two was evident at a glance after this incident. Calling the girl a private child raised in the countryside, her steady and low-key character and magnanimous demeanor far surpassed even the properly bred heiress Avon. Most importantly, this girl was none other than Chloe, the underground boxing champion and national hero. Someone who had pulled out their phone early on to live stream had recorded the entire process. The number of viewers in the live stream had surged from a few thousand initially to several hundred thousand. Despite disappearing for 2 years, Chloe's fame still caused a stir. Though the audience in the live stream didn't know what happened beforehand, seeing Chloe's real appearance was enough to excite them. Some had always said that Chloe wore a mask because he was too ugly or disfigured. But now, looking at the girl's delicate and beautiful features. What a breathtaking beauty. From now on, they would transform from pure fans of Chloe's fighting skills into fans of her looks. In an instant, the situation in the banquet hall reversed. Originally, Avon thought she had gained the upper hand and finally had the chance to thoroughly belittle Esther. However, she hadn't been happy for more than a few minutes when Esther's identity as a big shot was revealed, and of a broken cup she had mocked turned out to be a genuine piece by Hawk, making her look like a fool accentuating Esther. Seeing the white jade flower vase on display that paled in comparison, Avon wished she could just smash it. A friend who got along well with Avon tried to smooth things over upon seeing the awkwardness. Well, even though Mathilia's flower vase might be a fake, her heartfelt intention to please Ismail is real. Even if it's a fake, Mathilia genuinely spent over $100 million buying it. And Mathilia mentioned that it was even appraised by Master Gillis Way and couldn't be identified as a fake. Considering that, how could a non-expert possibly tell? Everyone agreed with this logic. Even if the item was fake, Miss Herb's intention was sincere. And who is Mr. Gillis Way? He is the Dean of Huaxia Cultural Heritage Research Institute, the most authoritative archaeology and treasure appraisal expert in the country, and has been a guest on CCTV interviews several times, enjoying great respect. Even this appraisal master failed to recognize that the flower vase was fake, indicating that the maker of the imitation was highly skilled. Miss Herb's deception can only be attributed to bad luck. However, the next second, a somewhat aged and slightly displeased voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. Miss Herb, I have never met you before, nor have I ever appraised any antiques for you. I wonder where you got the idea that I authenticated your flower vase as genuine? This was. Everyone instinctively looked towards the direction of the sound, only to see an elderly man with white temples, dressed in dark blue robes, standing straight-backed outside the crowd, looking quite distinguished. Someone exclaimed in shock, Mr. Gillis? It was Mr. Gillis Way. Mr. Gillis actually came to Ismail's birthday banquet personally? And he even heard what that person just said? What shocked them even more was that the seemingly ordinary boy who almost got escorted out by security at Avon's command earlier went straight up to greet Mr. Gillis. Grandpa, why did you arrive so late? Grandpa? Was this boy Mr. Gillis's grandson? After finding out that the girl was Chloe, everyone was once again astonished. No wonder they felt the name Amen sounded familiar earlier. Mr. Gillis Way often mentioned his only grandson proudly, saying he had great talent in appraising antiques. No wonder Amen not only spotted the fake flower vase at first glance but also analyzed it so logically. As the grandson approached, Mr. Gillis Way didn't acknowledge him, still frowning at Avon standing among the crowd, clearly very displeased. Miss Herb, I have appraised countless treasures in my life and have never made a mistake in identifying antiques. Besides, you never sought my help to authenticate anything. This matter concerns my personal reputation. I think you need to explain yourself. Chapter 172, put excitement on the public screen. What the heck, what another unexpected twist. These people in the banquet hall couldn't help but want to put excitement up on the public screen. First, Miss Herb's white jade flower holder turned out to be a fake. Then it was revealed that this illegitimate daughter of the Liu family was actually the boss of underground boxing champ Chloe. Despite her apparent poverty, she had given Balder items worth hundreds of millions. Then they found out that this seemingly ordinary bespectacled man was actually Mr. Ernie's only grandson. Soon after, Mr. Ernie himself showed up and publicly announced he had never appraised this flower holder for Avon. It was one surprise after another. Even the onlookers were barely able to keep up. This birthday party had been worth every bit of their attendance. After Mr. Gillis's questioning, everyone looked at Avon in unison, waiting for her to explain. However, Avon's face was deathly pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She opened her mouth several times but could not utter a single word. How? How could this happen? Nobody had told her that Mr. Evan was also at the party today. In a moment of panic, she had denied the item being fake and contradicted Amen by saying she had the item appraised by old Mr. Ernie. She never imagined that this unremarkable-looking boy was old Mr. Ernie's grandson, nor did she expect that Mr. Gillis would hear her words and now demand an explanation from her. Mr. Ernie was highly respected in the field of archaeology and appraisal, and those in this line of work regarded their reputation as more important than life itself. No wonder his expression became so grim upon hearing her claim. But what could she do now? If she admitted that she never had the item appraised by Mr. Gillis, wouldn't that mean she had fabricated her earlier statement in front of everyone, effectively slapping her own face? Yet if she didn't admit it, how could she possibly get away with this? Avon was truly panicked. Although she mixed in the business world and met many people, she mostly relied on the Herb family's power and background, rarely encountering such questioning. The stares from the crowd felt like daggers. Avon had never felt so embarrassed, almost sweating coldly under pressure. The sharper Mr. Ernie's gaze became, the more difficult it was for her to speak. However, at this moment, a voice came from outside the crowd, breaking the deadlock. Old Gillis. Balder, dressed in traditional Chinese attire, walked over with a kind smile, warmly shaking Mr. Ernie's hand. When did you arrive? Why didn't you tell me? Seeing Balder, Mr. Ernie's expression eased somewhat, taking a deep breath. I arrived late. I didn't want to trouble anyone. Not late at all. The party hasn't officially started yet, said Balder with laughter, while glancing at Avon out of the corner of his eye. Avon subconsciously felt guilty. Did Grandpa realize that she intentionally bought fake goods to give him? Unexpectedly, Balder said to Mr. Ernie, Old Gillis, someone just told me about the matter. It seems Mathewia misunderstood that you appraised the item. Mr. Ernie frowned. Misunderstood? Yes, Balder said calmly. A few days ago, Mathewia told me she found a treasure to gift me for my birthday. I thought it was Hawk's white jade orchid flower holder and liked it very much, but Mathewia was worried it might be a fake and wanted to have it appraised by an expert. She knew I'm old friends with you and asked if she could bring it to you. I agreed. But later, I thought you are so busy in Beijing every day, so I didn't want to disturb you. Instead, I let our staff find some experts to look at it. Now I think about it, perhaps the forger put in some effort, and the experts I found weren't reliable. They confirmed it as genuine. So I directly told Mathewia the result, which is why she was so happy today to show it off to everyone, saying it had been appraised by you. But it turned into an embarrassing situation. So everything today, it's all my fault, all my fault. Balder's explanation was seamless. Calm and collected, he explained everything logically and took responsibility for the mistake himself. Immediately, Avon was rescued from her predicament, her image once again transforming into the doting granddaughter who listened to her grandfather. Most of the guests present believed him and hurriedly said to Balder. That's fine, Miss Herb has a filial heart and was deceived. It's all a misunderstanding. It's still great luck for an elder to have such a granddaughter. Indeed, today is Balder's birthday banquet. Such a mix-up can also be considered as warming up the event. Yes, what matters most is that Balder is happy. Despite the chorus of agreement on the scene, Esther, Brenda, and Mathewena knew better in their hearts. If it really was as Balder had said, why did Avon appear so panicked and embarrassed just now, to the point where even her lips turned white? It was obvious she didn't know how to explain herself at all, and Balder's words were purely meant to rescue his granddaughter from this tight spot. Esther's eyes flickered slightly. It would be best if Avon had indeed been unlucky enough to be deceived into buying this fake white jade flower holder. She hoped Avon wouldn't disappoint Balder's well-intentioned efforts. With Balder's arrival, it signified that the banquet officially began. At a nod from him, his servants immediately cleared away the gifts and quickly ended this farce. He then cheerfully invited everyone to help themselves to food and drinks, mentioning there would be a cello performance later, hoping everyone would enjoy themselves. Esther was about to join Brenda and the others for some snacks when Balder suddenly beckoned her over. Zara, come with Grandpa inside, I have something to say to you. Esther didn't know what Balder wanted to tell her, but she told Brenda and Mathewena and followed him into the inner room. Once they sat down inside, Balder seemed to shed the pretense he maintained in front of others inside, Zara, I feel sorry for you about tonight. Esther looked up. Why do you say that, Grandpa? Balder took a deep breath and said, the servants told me everything that happened tonight. When Mathilda asked you in front of so many people what gift you had prepared for me and then openly mocked you about your background, causing those people to look down on you, it was truly. It's all right, Grandpa, Esther shook her head upon hearing this. I don't care what others think or say about me. As long as you enjoy your birthday, it's enough. Hearing this, Balder clearly felt relieved and sighed lightly. Grandpa knows you're a filial and understanding child, despite being young. Mathilda used to be a quiet and obedient girl during her middle school days, not vain and with good morals, but now. Upon hearing her grandfather's drawn-out voice, Avon standing outside the door stiffened. She gripped the ginseng soup tightly in her hand. Chapter 173, Avon has completely darkened. Deborah paused, blinking her eyes. Grandpa? Although Mathilda is now the president of the Herb Corporation, the shares she holds are limited. The liquid funds available to her are just so much, there's no way she has as much as 100 million. I don't know exactly how much she spent to buy that thing, but from what she said in the ballroom earlier, clearly 4 out of 5 sentences were not true, as you must have noticed. Balder indeed understood everything in his heart. He had gone specially to defuse the situation for Mathilda when he heard the news. Deborah looked up and said, but Grandpa did smooth things over for her, didn't you? Ah, Balder sighed. Mathilda has always been competitive since childhood, wanting to be the best at everything. Now that she's grown up, she's become increasingly vain. But no matter what, she is my only granddaughter. If there's anything wrong with her, it's also because I haven't been a good enough grandfather. Hearing this, Deborah immediately responded, how can you say that, Grandpa? No matter what, Balder patted Deborah's hand. Zara, thank you for the white jade flower cup you gave me. Your sentiment has been received, but that thing is too precious. You should take it back after the party. Grandpa knows you're capable, but as a girl, you should save as much as possible. If anyone should give gifts, it should be me giving you. Besides, you saved Grandpa's life before, and the rejuvenation pill made me feel much younger. I haven't thanked you properly yet, so consider that the best gift. That won't do, Deborah naturally disagreed. It's impolite to bring a gift and take it back. Don't worry, Grandpa, I have plenty of money. Girls can never have too much money. Balder firmly stated, Yenneson to me, take back the white jade flower cup. Also, I've prepared a welcome gift for you long ago, and today seems perfect to give it to you. Saying this, Balder got up and fetched a red wooden box from beside the desk. Opening it revealed an exquisite ice glass-type jade bracelet, clearly of immense value. This bracelet was something Grandpa specially asked someone to find for you before you came to Gillisangching. The color and style of this bracelet suit girls like you very well. Come, let Grandpa put it on you and see if it looks good. Without giving Deborah any chance to refuse, Balder swiftly slipped the bracelet onto Deborah's slender wrist. Seeing the jade highlighting the girl's delicate beauty, Balder smiled with great satisfaction. Great, really great. Grandpa hopes this bracelet will bless you, bringing you peace and prosperity. Oh, by the way, Grandpa plans to cruise to Huali Island for a 2-week holiday the day after tomorrow. Huali Island is rich in colorful minerals. If I find some beautiful ones, I'll bring them back for you. Listening to their conversation and watching Balder personally place the bracelet on Deborah, Avon almost crushed the soup bowl in her hand, her chest heaving and her eyes turning bloodshot. Just listen to this intimate conversation. Grandpa treated this outsider Deborah more affectionately than his own granddaughter. And that bracelet, even seen through the crack in the door, clearly wouldn't cost less than 7 digits. Grandpa had never given her such expensive gifts. Avon gritted her teeth in hatred, her hands trembling slightly. She had originally carried the ginseng soup intending to thank Grandpa for helping her at the event earlier and apologize for mistakenly buying a fake. However, upon arriving, she saw Grandpa being closer to this outsider Deborah than to her. Moreover, he told Deborah that she was vain, saying 4 out of 5 sentences weren't true, and that she boasted about spending 100 million on Elio Dai's genuine artwork at the banquet. Grandpa felt embarrassed for her today, but didn't he realize that if she truly had that much money, she wouldn't have needed to buy a replica to save face? Wouldn't she want to present the real item? Grandpa himself knew that she didn't have much money or shares in Herb Corporation. Avon returned from abroad a year ago and took over as CEO of Herb Corporation. Though she appeared glamorous and handled media interviews effortlessly, in reality, she didn't have real control over the Herb Corporation. The real power remained firmly in the hands of the Herb Corporation's chairman, Balder. Balder had only 1 son and 1 daughter. His daughter was Summer, while his son Herb Yen died young, leaving his only grandson, Jordy, who became Balder's sole heir. Feeling indebted to Jordy, Balder doted on him from childhood. After Avon returned from abroad, Balder handed over the family business to her but didn't give her substantial shares or actual power. But in Avon's eyes, Balder was purely biased towards males over females. He simply wanted to wait until Jordy came of age and then hand over all his shares and the company to Jordy, making him the successor of the Herb Corporation. Avon couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Clearly, she was much more capable than Jordy. Jordy, this good-for-nothing young master, only knew how to squander money for enjoyment and had no idea how to manage a company at all. Just because she was a woman, because she would marry someone else in the future, and because she called him a maternal grandfather. No matter how hard she tried or how excellent she became, her maternal grandfather never intended to transfer more shares to her. So Avon had always harbored resentment towards Balder, although she didn't show it. 2 months before Balder's birthday this time, she specifically went abroad to find the sculptor who had studied Hawk for most of his life and spent 1 million buying this white jade flower vase from him. After getting the item, she showed it to professional appraisers, and they all said it looked like an authentic piece. No one could tell it was fake. She planned to give this gift to Balder at the birthday party, originally with 2 intentions. Everyone knew how rare and precious Hawk's white jade flower vase was. Firstly, once she brought out this item, who wouldn't praise her for being filial and capable? Secondly, she could use this gift to show her filial piety and see if Balder would be moved to voluntarily transfer some shares to her after the birthday banquet. But all her plans were foiled due to Deborah, turning the 1 million into a waste and making her the biggest laughingstock of the night. And now, this Deborah was still talking behind her back with her maternal grandfather, looking down on her. Laughter occasionally erupted from inside the room, suggesting that Balder was chatting very happily with Deborah. Avon clenched the bowl tightly, the veins on her knuckles standing out prominently. Mathuns, her maternal grandfather, had been unrighteous first, don't blame her, his granddaughter, for being unfilial. Avon walked directly out 2 steps and, as if venting her anger, threw the entire bowl of ginseng soup into the trash can. Then she took out her phone and dialed a number. President Yanni, I've thought about what you mentioned last time we met, Avon said coldly into the phone. I agree to the deal you proposed. Chapter 174, I yen Nike young cattle to eat old grass. Inside the room. Upon hearing a clattering sound from outside, Deborah paused mid-sentence, frowning subconsciously. Wait a moment, Grandpa. It seems like someone is outside, I'll check. Deborah got up and walked toward the door, noticing that it was slightly ajar, not fully closed earlier. But when she stepped out, no one was there. Deborah thought she might have been imagining things. Just as she was turning around to head back inside, she noticed watermarks near a trash bin not far away, dampening a patch of dark red carpet. She went over and saw a bowl abruptly in the trash bin, with some remnants of ginseng soup-like substance inside. Touching it, the bowl was still warm. Earlier, someone brought a bowl of ginseng soup here but didn't come in. Instead, they threw both the soup and the bowl outside the door. After some thought, Deborah concluded that the only person who would bring ginseng soup to old Master Herb at this hour could be Avon. Why did Avon come and then throw everything away? Could it be she overheard the conversation between old Master Herb and her, so she got angry? Deborah couldn't help but frown slightly. Back inside, Deborah told him there was no one outside. Unaware of Avon's visit, old Master Herb said to Deborah, Right, Nanny, I have something else to ask you. When you first came to Illegitimate, you told me you'd let the engagement with Jai Jai take its natural course, so I didn't bring it up again. But last night, your father called me, saying he sent your younger sister abroad, implying that your sister and Jai Jai will break up. To save the face of the Liu family, they announced publicly that Marilyn had gone abroad for studies. Old Master Herb continued, Nanny, your father said he strongly approves of your marriage with Jai Jai and hopes to arrange an engagement between you two soon. But when I asked if this was also your wish, your father gave a vague answer. You know, even though Grandpa's biggest wish now is for you to become my granddaughter-in-law, and your father supports it, what matters most to me is your own wishes. So, Grandpa wants to ask you, are you willing to get engaged to Jai Jai and eventually marry into the Herb family? The first time meeting old Master Herb was when Deborah had just reincarnated and arrived in Illegitimate. Back then, her elder brothers were indifferent towards her. Marissa wanted to send her back to the countryside immediately, and Marilyn viewed her as an eyesore, constantly trying to harm her in secret. To seek temporary support from the Herb family, Deborah hadn't explicitly rejected the engagement with Geordie at that time. But things were different now. Now all 5 of her brothers cherished her as their most important sister, and she also had someone most important to her. I don't want to. Old Master Herb didn't expect such a straightforward refusal and was momentarily stunned. Grandpa, I have someone I like, Deborah said softly but firmly. I like Fabio, and he likes me too. Hearing this name, old Master Herb's eyes widened. Nanny, who did you say? You mean Gil from the Yanni family? Deborah nodded. Old Master Herb instinctively wanted to mention Fabio's disability. But recalling the time when he saw Fabio standing after being poisoned, he hesitated. That boy from the Yanni family excelled in appearance and capability. The only flaw was his disability, which had since been cured. Such a person, indeed his grandson couldn't compare. It made sense that Nanny liked him instead of Jai Jai. Yet, despite this logic, old Master Herb couldn't help feeling heartbroken. He had never heard that Yanadal Cloud Yanni had shown interest in any girl. That boy seemed to have never been in a relationship up until his 25th year, with no women around him at all. How could he suddenly have feelings for Nanny? And so quickly. He already confessed? Old Master Herb nearly sighed aloud. Having lived almost his whole life, he had rarely liked a girl so much, wishing for her to become his granddaughter-in-law. But before his hopes could ignite, they were doused by cold water. He blamed his grandson's inadequacy. Old Master Herb wasn't ready to give up. He tried to argue for Geordie. But Nanny, Yanadal Cloud Yanni is already 25, 8 years older than you. What if there's a generation gap? Before he finished, the young lady replied earnestly, "Don't worry, Grandpa, I like young cattle to eat old grass." And speaking of generational gaps, Deborah suddenly remembered Gordon mentioning how Fabio, looking aloof in the office, secretly searched online how to set her photo as wallpaper on his phone. She couldn't help but curve her eyes, her tone revealing a gentleness she herself hadn't noticed. A generational gap seems kind of cute too. To decline old Master Herb's proposal, Deborah had said everything that came to mind. If only Fabio, who was all the way in Lausanne and just 25, could hear that he was called old grass, it would be interesting to see his reaction. After such a direct conversation with old Master Herb, the matter of the engagement could now be considered settled. Old Master Herb felt uneasy for quite some time before finally letting out a sigh, preparing to return to the banquet hall with Deborah. But just as the elderly man stood up, Deborah suddenly pulled at him. "Wait a moment, Grandpa, can I take a look at the thumb ring on your hand?" On old Master Herb's right thumb was a rhinoceros horn thumb ring. It seemed to have been worn for many years, polished to a shine. "Thumb ring? What do you want to see this for?" Old Master Herb was puzzled but still took off the thumb ring and handed it to Deborah. Deborah took the thumb ring into her hands. Recalling how Avon overheard her conversation with her grandfather and got so upset that she threw the ginseng soup into the trash bin along with the bowl, and thinking about how her grandfather was going on a cruise to an island for vacation the day after tomorrow, Deborah felt uneasy. The moment she held the thumb ring in her hand, Deborah slightly squinted her eyes. The thumb ring emitted a faint red glow, which then quickly vanished into the air. Then Deborah pretended to examine the thumb ring curiously before returning it. "Nothing much, Grandpa, I just thought it looked nice and wanted to take a closer look." Naturally, old Master Herb didn't notice anything unusual and put the ring back on casually. Since she had already wished old Master Herb a happy birthday face-to-face and expressed her feelings, Deborah didn't plan on showing herself in the banquet hall again. If the identity of Chloe were revealed, she would become the focus of everyone's attention the moment she returned to the banquet hall. So Deborah sent a text message to Brenda and Mathewena saying she was leaving first and then left through the main gate of the Herb family residence. Amen was already waiting outside the Herb family gates. Reuniting with an old friend naturally warranted some catching up. However, what Deborah hadn't expected was that the venerable Mr. Gillis Weiyuan was also waiting for her outside. Mr. Gillis stood there, straight-backed and stern-looking, exuding authority. Upon seeing Deborah approach, he examined her closely from head to toe. Even before Deborah, the younger generation, could speak, Mr. Gillis addressed her. "I heard from my son that you are Chloe?" Mr. Gillis, a towering figure in the field of ancient culture, had a voice deep and resonant, commanding respect without anger, making one feel a bit apprehensive. But in the next second, Mr. Gillis suddenly drew a deep breath, his eyes even shimmering with tears. "Good child." Before Deborah could react, her hand was already gripped somewhat excitedly by Mr. Gillis. "When that artifact was brought back by my son, I've always wanted to thank you in person. Unfortunately, my son said he didn't know your real identity or where you were from. To meet you today has filled a gap in this old man's heart. Good child, thank you for those 7 nights of boxing matches you fought back then, winning back our country's looted artifacts from those foreigners. You are truly a young hero, worthy of the title." Chapter 175, Baby. I dreamed of you. Mr. Evan was a man of integrity and pride, with the air of a scholar, rarely lowering his stance for anyone. Moreover, the person to whom he eagerly expressed his gratitude by initiating a handshake was a girl in her teens who was still in high school, almost 40 or 50 years younger than him. His praise of young hero showed the depth of his sincerity. "Mr. Gillis, you are too kind." Deborah shook hands back with Evan earnestly. "I merely did what any Chinese citizen should do. There's nothing special about it. Compared to me, who has talent in martial arts, Amen, who risked his life for the cultural relics, is the one truly worthy of admiration." Evan did not expect that this young girl would possess such maturity and humility beyond her age. Her first reaction to his gratitude and compliment was not to boast or feign modesty but to mention his grandson's patriotism and dedication in front of him. This inevitably made Evan develop a great liking for this girl on their first meeting. In this day and age, such sincere, humble, and capable young people were rare. No, Amen scratched his head shyly. "Actually, I know my physique could never win even one match. Without you, how could we have won back the relics? But..." Amen looked at Deborah. "Throughout our encounter, you wore a panda mask the whole time. I thought you were young, but didn't realize you were so young, still in your 3rd year of high school." "You're in your 3rd year of high school this year?" Hearing this, Evan seemed to recall something. "Do you go to school in Gillisangcheng?" "Yes," Deborah nodded. Evan immediately asked Deborah, "Then do you have plans to study at any universities within the country?" Evan was a distinguished professor of archaeology at Galengda University. Archaeology was always the least popular major across all universities, including Galengda University, which was the highest institution of learning in China. The entire archaeology department at Galengda University had less than 20 students, and among these few, only a handful were genuinely dedicated to the field. Each time Evan taught, he felt disappointed, lamenting that he hadn't met a diligent and steady student to be his last disciple. So when Deborah mentioned she was in her 3rd year of high school, Evan immediately became interested. Though he didn't know how well she performed academically, from her demeanor and speech, it was clear she had good character and a love for national heritage. For archaeology and studies of ancient culture, outstanding academic results weren't necessary. Humility, steadiness, and dedication to the work were the most crucial qualities. Soon, the special recruitment process for talents at Gelengda University would begin, and he had recommendation slots available. He wanted to find a way to keep this excellent young girl close. Thus, Evan asked Deborah right away, "Child, do you want to come and study at Gelengda University? I'm a professor of archaeology there. I wonder if you're interested in this field?" For most Chinese students, Gelengda University was the top-tier university, reachable only by provincial top scorers. Normally, anyone hearing such an offer would agree without hesitation, but Deborah stood there thinking for a moment. Gelengda University is indeed my dream school. But I am interested in many majors and fields, and I haven't decided which one I will pursue in college yet. All right. Hearing that, Evan felt somewhat disappointed but also understood. "Child, my son and I came to Illegitimate this time to examine an ancient building in a nearby town. We'll leave early tomorrow morning. Here's what I suggest. Let's exchange contact information. If you're ever interested in developing in the field of archaeology, you can reach out to me anytime." Saying this, Evan took out his phone. Deborah gave her number, and Amen dialed it using Mr. Gillis's phone before saving Deborah's number. After some more small talk, Deborah bid them farewell and returned home before 9 o'clock. Speaking of Deborah's 5 brothers, Sullivan was always busy working. Josue never used Weibo. Monty, although involved in the entertainment industry, paid no attention to Weibo trends and couldn't even remember his own account password. As for Reese and Brett, who were of the same age as Deborah, Reese had no interest in Weibo, while Brett spent all day playing games and didn't even have the Weibo app on his phone. So, while everyone on the internet was discussingly about Deborah revealing her Chloe identity at Balder's birthday banquet that evening, which even trended on Hot Search, everything seemed normal as ever in the Liu family. Eldest brother asked Deborah if everything went smoothly that night, and after she nodded, Sullivan told her to get some rest early. There was a 4-hour time difference between China and Switzerland. It was 10 o'clock when Deborah finished her shower and lay down on the bed. It should be around 2 in the morning in Switzerland. About an hour ago, Gil had sent a message saying he was going to sleep, so he should be deeply asleep by now. Once Deborah and Gil met, they had never been apart like this before. Most of the time, as long as she said she wanted to see him, Gil would only reply with 2 words, "Wait for me." Whenever she wanted to see him, he would set aside his affairs and come to her as quickly as possible, holding her, kissing her. But now, after 3 days of separation, staring at the words on her phone screen, a deep yearning filled her heart. If she missed him, then she would go see him. People often cannot do as they wish due to various conditions, but she was not just any human. She was a demon, a very powerful demon. As long as she wanted to, she could see her beloved anytime. After turning off the light, the room fell into darkness. Cornelius, her pet, lazily curled up in the quilt beside her arm, its breathing rising and falling rhythmically. Deborah lifted her hand, and the rose ring embedded with a ruby on her ring finger flashed a dark red light in the darkness. At the same moment, far across the ocean in Switzerland, in a hotel room, Gil's thornbird wing intertwined ring on his ring finger also emitted the same glow, though he did not notice it. It was the 3rd day since arriving in Switzerland, yet his grandmother was still missing, and Gil had not rested properly these past few days. Although the police chief in Switzerland was very attentive, finding a silently disappeared elderly person whose surveillance footage was erased in a country with millions of people was not something that could be accomplished in a day or 2. Where was Grandma? Who took her away? Would her illness flare up again? How much longer could her body endure? These thoughts kept running through his mind. Even when sleeping, Gil found no peace. When Deborah appeared in the room, she immediately noticed how Gil, despite being asleep, still had slightly furrowed brows. His face remained as handsome as ever. With his strong brow, high nose bridge, and well-defined jawline, he looked stern and sharp rather than the gentle self he showed around her. In just a few days, he seemed to have lost some weight. Looking at him, Deborah felt a pang of sympathy, knowing he probably hadn't eaten or slept well these days. She reached out to touch his furrowed brows, wanting to smooth them out. But before her fingertips touched, the always alert man suddenly opened his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, a cold and dangerous light flashed, but upon recognizing the person standing by his bed, Gil froze. For a moment, he was slightly dazed, but seemed to quickly regain his senses. "Baby?" He tentatively touched the girl's hand. His expression softened instantly, his eyes brimming with love and tenderness. "I dreamed of you." Chapter 176, Wally actually takes the initiative to tempt her. Wally thought he was dreaming of the girl he had been longing for. But in fact, this wasn't a dream. The rose and thorn bird ring that Esther enchanted bound the demon's existence to her, an irreplaceable bond occurring only once in its life. She could sense Wally's presence, and through this ring, she could let her demon awareness break through spatial and temporal barriers to come by Wally's side. From the moment her demon awareness came by the man's side, everything around them detached from reality, and no one could enter this room. Everything was both real and illusory. After she left, Wally would only regard all this as a blurry dream. But at this very moment, every word, every touch, every sensation felt overwhelmingly real. Seeing Wally was already awake, Esther bent down, reaching out with her slightly cool hand to touch his face. The young girl's tone was calm but obviously carried a hint of displeasure. I told you to eat and sleep well. Why didn't you follow my advice? At this moment, Wally was in a state of vague and hazy consciousness. He thought he was dreaming, yet his mind and body followed their instincts. Instinctively, he grabbed the girl's hand, defending himself. I did listen, I ate well and slept well. And, every day, I have been thinking about you diligently. The man was strong and authoritative to others, but in front of her, he always showed such tenderness, using all his gentleness to embrace and protect her. Why are you thinner if you've been eating properly? Hearing the girl's question, Wally seemed to think for a moment. In the next second, however, he suddenly reached out and pulled her onto the bed. In an instant, Wally's tall and straight figure towered over Esther, his eyes meeting the girl's, deeper than ever before. The dim light from the bedside floor lamp added an indistinctly ambiguous atmosphere to the room. Suddenly, the man straightened his waist and began untying the belt of his dark blue robe with one hand. Esther blinked her eyes. She had witnessed how strong Wally's willpower was when it came to restraining desires. When they were alone or embraced while sleeping, most of the time, he mostly hugged and kissed her. Even when she deliberately teased him, he remained unperturbed and steady, never acting like this on his own initiative. Could it be because he believed he was in a dream now and thus lost restraint? By the time Esther had finished pondering this, Wally had already taken off his robe. The man's broad shoulders and narrow waist shimmered honey brown, with raised arm muscles that could cradle a face, and solid pectorals that invited touch. And below that, clearly defined abs, leading down to sharply etched and incredibly sexy obliques. Esther's gaze was instantly captivated. She couldn't even tear her eyes away. People say humans are visual creatures, but demons are the same. The man's physique was absolutely perfect, it was pleasing to the eye, making one want to touch. Esther stared unabashedly, her gaze becoming increasingly intense. Noticing her obvious interest, the man took her hand, his voice slightly hoarse, "Baby, touch me." "Oh, this is what you asked for yourself." But before Esther could act on her own, Wally had already lifted her hand and placed it on his chest muscles. The warm touch, the real body temperature. He guided her hand slowly over his broad chest. Then gradually moving lower, passing over each solid muscle imbued with power. Occasionally touching certain areas that would pulse with vibrant vitality, accelerating one's heartbeat. Esther really hadn't noticed before how alluring Wally could be. Usually so restrained and proper, he turned out to be so bold and direct in dreams, immediately using his looks to seduce her when he saw her upset. "Can you feel it, baby?" Wally's voice became even lower and more hoarse, irresistibly tempting. Esther had been lured into a daze by the man, humming softly, continuing to roam her hands over his abs. But in the next second, her hand was suddenly caught by Wally. Looking up, she met Wally's incredibly earnest gaze. "See, I haven't lost weight." Esther drew a sharp breath. Oh my. She thought Wally had finally seen sense in the dream. Turns out all the undressing and pulling her to touch his muscles was just to prove to her that he had listened and eaten well, and he hadn't lost weight? Esther was almost amused. But seeing she ignored him, Wally suddenly leaned down, whispering somewhat pitifully in her ear, "Baby, stop touching. If I keep feeling this way, even in a dream, I don't want to hurt you." Esther took a deep breath, her eyes filled with tenderness. "I know." She raised her hand to touch Wally's soft black hair, as if petting a somewhat pitiful big dog. In the next second, she took the initiative to circle her arms around his neck, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. "Good boy, kisses are fine. I almost forgot to say that I've been thinking about you every day these past few days." Almost instantly, Wally tightened his embrace on the young girl in his arms and lowered his head. Their lips met, entwining in longing, whispering close by each other's ears. When all the heated passion had subsided, Esther was cradled in the arms of the towering man, just like those nights they spent embracing each other while sleeping. Esther noticed that even though she had resolved Wally's heartache in his dreams before, he could only sleep soundly when he was holding her. Once the man beside her had completely fallen into a deep sleep, Esther carefully pulled away his hand, stepped out of bed barefoot, and walked to the desk by the windowsill. The desk was cluttered with a pile of documents. Staff information from the sanatorium, surveillance footage around the sanatorium, passenger lists for flights and ferries, interview records, medication logs and examination reports for Wally's grandmother. All in English, making one dizzy. But after flipping through them roughly, Esther knew that there hadn't been much progress over these past few days. She couldn't help but frown, looked at the man on the bed, and took a deep breath. Not until the first light of dawn seeped through the thick dark curtains into the room did Esther retract her demon awareness. After returning to the reality of the Liu family, Esther sat up in bed and picked up her laptop. Then, from her cloud storage from her previous life, she found a photo of a business card. The business card in the photo was pure black, looking very exquisite and high-end. It had an embossed gold letter, Joab, followed by a string of contact information. Chapter 177 Mysterious Nathan. This business card was given to her the morning after she won the ABS boxing championship. Someone came to her residence and handed it to her. The tall and strong white man, dressed in a suit and tie with sunglasses on, looked dignified and solemn, like a well-trained bodyguard. He claimed he came on behalf of a Nathan. He said his master, Nathan, had watched 7 consecutive nights of the matches and admired her greatly. and he asked if she was interested in developing in Suli, as a resident fighter in one of Nathan's combat clubs. When Esther asked for more specific information, the man said that his master held a special status in Suli, but what exactly this identity was could not be disclosed. But he made it clear that if she was willing, a private plane could take her to meet Nathan in Suli within an hour. And if she agreed to become a resident fighter, no matter what conditions or how much money she wanted, as long as she proposed it, Nathan would agree. No matter what conditions or how much money, all can be agreed upon. Esther stared at the card at that moment. The black embossed gold card with high-quality texture seemed to exude a kind of noble and mysterious aura. Anyone who could say such things, regardless of how special their status might be, was certainly someone with considerable wealth and power in Suli. However, Esther wasn't interested in working for someone else. She had only participated in the AB's boxing championship to win back the artifact. So without any hesitation, she directly rejected the man. Later, she casually took a photo of the card and uploaded it to her cloud storage. At this moment, Esther stared at the business card on the screen for a few seconds. There was no progress from Wally's side. He was not familiar with the foreign country after all. Perhaps this Joab could help find the whereabouts of his grandmother. So Esther tentatively sent a few text messages to Joab. The common language in Suli is English, so the text messages Esther sent were in English. Nathan, I don't know if you have changed your phone number, or if you still remember me. I'm Chloe. 2 years ago, after the AB's boxing match, you sent someone to find me and asked if I would work for you in Suli. I'm sorry that I refused your invitation at that time, but now I have something to ask for your help. I'd appreciate it if you could help me. Actually, when sending this message, Esther didn't have high hopes. Apart from whether Nathan had changed his phone number or remembered her. Even if he hadn't changed his number and recognized her, suddenly receiving a message from a stranger asking for help, most people would likely find it strange or even ignore it. But Esther had no better solution at the moment. She hadn't even met Wally's grandmother, let alone help him find her. So she could only make this attempt. Unexpectedly, the message that she thought would sink without a trace received a reply just over 10 minutes later. And the reply was in Chinese. Miss Chloe, receiving your message has made me happy. I have been waiting for you to contact me, but never expected this wait would be 2 years. From this relaxed tone, there seemed to be a hint of teasing in the response, which was somewhat surprising to Esther. So she immediately replied in Chinese, Hello, Nathan. So, Miss Chloe, is there something you need my help with? I once said that as long as you're willing to work for me in Suli, any condition you ask for would be agreed upon. This promise is still valid after 2 years. Seeing these words, Esther couldn't help but draw in a breath. She replied, Apologies, Nathan, but in truth, I am actually a student from Huagua, currently in my senior year of high school. Therefore, it's impossible for me to agree to become a resident fighter in Suli. However, if you are willing to help me, no matter whether you succeed or not, I will remember your favor. After sending this message, it took a few minutes before a reply came back. So the invincible Miss Chloe on the boxing platform is just a high school girl? Things seem to have gotten more interesting. Tell me, what do you want me to help you with? Don't worry about whether it can be done or not, because as long as I decide to help you, it will definitely get done. What confident tone. Who could this person be, with such power and authority, to say things will certainly be done without even knowing what she wants him to help with? This made Esther even more curious about Nathan's identity. Here's the thing. My friend's grandmother was recuperating at a nursing home in Suli, but 5 days ago, she suddenly went missing from there. In the past 5 days, my friend has been searching for her in Suli, checking road surveillance and border entry lists, but there's been no trace of his grandmother. I suspect his grandmother is still in Suli, but someone is deliberately hiding her. However, we don't know who took her or what their intentions are. As Huaguoans, our familiarity with Suli is limited. Plus, some restrictions Suli has on foreigners make it difficult to search for people. So I hope Nathan can help me find his grandmother as soon as possible. We can't delay any longer. Mr. Wally's grandmother suffers from primary pulmonary arterial hypotonia and needs targeted therapy every week to survive. Otherwise, she might die from heart and lung failure. Although Wally mentioned that her body might not be able to withstand the intensity of the treatment anymore, and even if they found her, she probably wouldn't live much longer. But now things are different. Academician Olaf is applying for special medication trial eligibility for her. Once Mr. Wally's grandmother is found, she can immediately be told to bring her back to Huagua for treatment. Nathan's reply came quicker than expected. No problem, smiley face. Miss Chloe, you can send over all the information about your friend's grandmother. Surprisingly, he agreed so easily. Esther quickly typed back, Alright, thank you. You don't need to thank me yet, I'll contact you when I find her. After sending all the information, Esther turned off her phone and finally leaned back in her chair, breathing a sigh of relief. Monday and most of Tuesday morning, Esther waited for news from Joab. Though she knew, regardless of who Joab was, finding someone in a country would always take some time. She still couldn't help glancing at her phone from time to time. Over the past 2 days, a mudslide had occurred in southern Huagua, and almost all of Weibo was reporting on it. As a result, the attention surrounding Esther's panda identity exposure cooled down quickly. For Esther, this was a good thing. Otherwise, rejecting interviews from several media outlets would likely lead to other media showing up at her school. The fallout from the exposed panda identity didn't greatly affect Esther, But Jordy seemed to have some issues again. Mithun's discovering Esther was Panda that night. Jordy has been stealing glances at her at school these past 2 days. Every time Esther frowned and looked at him, Jordy would turn away guiltily, which annoyed her. At noon, when Esther returned home for a nap, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her temples. This sudden sharp pain made her involuntarily hiss in pain. However, in the next second, she realized where the pain came from, causing her expression to change abruptly. Oh no, it's Ismail. Something must have happened to Ismail. Chapter 178, Flying in a Helicopter to Save Someone. On the day of Ismail's birthday banquet, Deborah thought of how Avon had overheard her conversation with grandfather right before she left. This made her feel uneasy. Avon was not an easy person to deal with. She was originally petty and arrogant. After being humiliated in front of so many people at the banquet, it was certain that she bore a grudge against Deborah. Deborah wasn't afraid that Avon would come after her. What worried her was that Avon might go after Ismail. When Ismail suddenly appeared at the banquet and spoke those words to Mr. Gillis Wayin, it was purely out of love for Avon to help her out of trouble. Even knowing that Avon was lying, Ismail still chose to protect her. Later, when he invited Deborah into the room, it was also to apologize on behalf of Avon. If Avon had any sense, she should have felt ashamed and determined to correct her mistakes after hearing Ismail's words, so as not to disappoint her grandfather. But if Avon lacked judgment, she could only hear blame in those words, leading to negative and dark thoughts. She might even resent Ismail because he talked to her in private about these things. Thinking of the soup bowl that was thrown straight into the trash can, Deborah asked for Ismail's ring before leaving, pretending to examine it. While examining it, she injected a strand of her soul power into it. If anything happened to Ismail, she would be the first to sense the danger. It was just in case, but now. A sudden sharp pain in her temples alerted Deborah that something had happened to Ismail. And it was no small matter. Cornelius seemed to sense the danger as well, mewing and jumping onto her lap. Deborah took a deep breath to stay calm. She closed her eyes, letting her spiritual power trace the soul power embedded in the ring. The next moment, she felt a cold, dark, and suffocating sensation. Ismail was in water. Or rather, in the sea. Deborah suddenly remembered that Ismail mentioned he would take a cruise to Wiley Island 2 days after that night. 2 days after that night, today. So, Ismail must have had an accident at sea and fallen into the ocean? Without hesitation, Deborah focused, pulling her soul power attached to the ring to its maximum. At this very moment, the exhausted Ismail, who initially struggled in the icy seawater, had already given up, accepting his fate of dying in the sea and slowly sinking unconscious. Thus, Ismail did not realize that at the moment he lost consciousness, his body was enveloped in a dark red glow. A mysterious and powerful force surrounded him, forming a natural barrier to isolate him from the seawater. Then, this force began to lift him, making his body resurface and move towards the nearest shore. Deborah continuously increased her control over Ismail using her soul power, quickly sending the soaking wet Ismail ashore. Only after confirming that Ismail had not suffocated from drowning and was safely lying on the shore did Deborah withdraw her power. Breathing heavily, her once rosy face turned pale, looking somewhat weak. The effort to save someone consumed a large amount of soul power. If it weren't for the fact that her identity as Chloe had been revealed and she had gained much genuine affection from humans, she probably wouldn't have been able to save Ismail even if she sensed his danger. Without thinking further, she had to find Ismail as soon as possible. Considering his age and exhaustion in the sea, staying wet by the seaside would make his body unable to withstand it within half a day. In such an urgent moment, the only person Deborah could think of was the one she trusted most. She immediately called him. Yin Yao Outyen, something happened. The moment Yin Yao Outyen answered the call, hearing the girl's voice unlike her usual calm, his heart leapt. What is it, baby? I'm here. Tell me what happened. Yin Yao Outyen straightened up in his seat, taking a deep breath to remain calm. Don't be scared, baby. I'm here, everything will be fine. Despite his attempt to reassure, his tone wasn't as calm as usual. Realizing she might have frightened Yin Yao Outyen, Deborah quickly explained, nothing happened to me, it's Ismail. As Deborah was about to explain the situation to Yin Yao Outyen, she suddenly realized an important issue. How could she tell Yin Yao Outyen about Ismail's incident? She was in Gilisangching, so how did she know that Ismail had fallen into the sea? And how did she know his current location on a coast? But she quickly thought of a reason. Here's what happened. I embedded a chip in Ismail's ring that can monitor his health status and track his location. Right now, I see that Ismail is unconscious on a certain coast, with all vital signs below normal levels. He's in very serious condition. I suspect he encountered some accident at sea and drifted to that shore. That's why I need to find him as soon as possible. Yin Yao Outyen hadn't expected such an event either. Though he felt something was off, since it was the girl's conclusion, he would believe her unconditionally. Do you know Ismail's exact location? Yin Yao Outyen asked. Yes, replied Deborah. Good, I understand. As long as it wasn't related to Deborah, Yin Yao Outyen could handle it calmly. Baby, take a taxi to the headquarters of Yin Yao Corporation. There's a helicopter on the rooftop. I'll have Gordon wait for you outside the company. The helicopter pilot will be arranged by Gordon, who will accompany you to find Ismail once you provide the specific coordinates. If anything goes wrong, call me immediately. If you need me, I can buy a ticket back to China right away. No, just the helicopter is enough, Deborah said promptly upon hearing Yen Yao Outyan's offer to return to China. Don't worry, I can handle it. After hanging up, Deborah sent a text to her fourth brother asking for the afternoon off before heading out to catch a taxi to Yen Yao Corporation. Fortunately, the place where Ismail was located wasn't too far from Illegitimate. 30 minutes later, the helicopter landed steadily on a sandy beach. Deborah immediately spotted Ismail lying unconscious not far from the landing site. Gordon was also startled and hurried over to help Deborah lift Ismail up. What should we do, miss? Should we use the helicopter to send the elderly man to the nearest hospital? Gordon asked, taking a deep breath. No, there's no need to go to the hospital. Take Ismail to my apartment in Illegitimate. I'll treat him myself, Deborah said, holding Gordon's hand. The girl seemed to think of something, and her expression turned stern. Don't publicize finding Ismail or bringing him back to Illegitimate. Joe beep his whereabouts at my place a secret from everyone. Chapter 179. Someone wants to Joe Bill Grandpa, just method and wait for the ghost to be caught. Gordon had been temporarily assigned these tasks by Wally and had no idea what was happening now. How could Elder Ismail from the Herb family appear on the seashore? Did he get washed ashore after falling into the sea? If that were true, it would indeed be a miracle that he still had a pulse now. Gordon wanted to send Elder Ismail to the hospital as quickly as possible, so when she heard Esther speak like that, she couldn't help but pause in confusion. But then she thought about who Miss Esther was. This was the divine doctor who could heal their young master's leg with just a few needles. How could the skills of the doctors at the hospital match up to Miss Esther's? So Gordon immediately nodded and, together with Esther, helped the unconscious Elder Ismail onto the helicopter, securing his seatbelt. After returning to Illegitimate, the driver took them to Esther's apartment. Chana had been staying at this apartment these days. Hearing the commotion outside, Chana came out of her room and saw a strange man carrying an unconscious old man into the house, which gave her quite a fright. She only relaxed upon seeing Esther beside him. Matthewster, what happened to this grandpa? Chana asked immediately. Did something happen to him? Nothing, Esther replied. Balder just swallowed some seawater and got chilled, causing a slight fever. Chana, Balder will recuperate here for the next few days. If I go to school, please take good care of him at home. No problem, sister, leave it to me. Chana was a kind-hearted girl. During her stay at the apartment, Esther, Brenda, and others often visited her, gradually helping her recover from the trauma of being kidnapped and imprisoned by human traffickers. Though she still hadn't recovered her previous memories, Chana now spent her days at the apartment reading, painting, and drawing, becoming increasingly relaxed and happy. Her trust and reliance on Esther grew. To Chana, Esther was a divine maiden who descended from the heavens to save her. Not only did she rescue her from the dark and terrible basement, but she also provided her with a place to stay, telling her not to worry or feel burdened, allowing her to live there until she regained her memory and made other plans. Esther often told Chana that she was pretty like a little angel, but in Chana's heart, Matthewster Esther was the true angel. So whatever Matthewster said, Chana would do her best. Gordon carried Elder Ismail to the guest room on the first floor. He helped Elder Ismail shower and changed his clothes, then laid him on the bed. With many company matters still needing attention, Esther let Gordon return. After Gordon left, Esther took a small pill from her medicine bottle and placed it in Elder Ismail's mouth. About half an hour later, Elder Ismail gradually woke up, opening his eyes to see Esther sitting beside his bed, which made him stare in shock. Zara? Where are we? Didn't I fall into the sea? Grandpa, don't worry, Esther reassured him immediately. This is my apartment in Illegitimate, you're safe now. Esther repeated the story she and Wally had agreed upon, explaining that she had added a chip to monitor his health status and location to his ring that night. Elder Ismail must have been lucky to be washed ashore by the sea. So she called Wally, went to find him by helicopter, but the chip was likely lost during the process. Even Elder Ismail himself couldn't believe his luck, thinking it was divine intervention that he survived falling into the sea and getting washed ashore. Yet he clearly remembered losing consciousness and sinking into the water, and the spot where he fell into the sea seemed far from the coast. Seeing that Elder Ismail had recovered from his initial shock, Esther immediately asked, So, Grandpa, weren't you supposed to go to Whiley Island on a cruise ship? Why did you fall into the sea? Was it an accident? Recalling the events before his fall, Elder Ismail clenched his fists, his chest rising and falling rapidly, as if in rage. No. His voice suddenly deepened, revealing an authority he had never shown before Esther. It wasn't an accident, someone was trying to kill me. Upon hearing this, Esther's heart sank. Her brows furrowed tightly as she waited for Elder Ismail to continue. Elder Ismail continued, I felt a bit stuffy inside the cruise ship, so I went to the deck to get some fresh air. But just as I was standing there, someone suddenly pushed me from behind. I didn't have time to react and couldn't even see who pushed me before I fell into the sea. After swimming for a few minutes, I lost strength and consciousness. Grandpa, are you sure that person deliberately pushed you into the sea? When Elder Ismail finished speaking, Esther's expression turned cold. I'm sure, Balder said firmly. I can tell the difference between an accidental bump and a deliberate push. And that person quickly turned and left the deck after pushing me. I didn't even get a good look at his face, only knowing it was a man. Esther took a deep breath. Balder's fall into the sea was indeed not an accident but a planned assassination by someone who had hired a killer to take his life. Balder naturally also thought of this. But he couldn't figure out who would want to kill him, an elderly man over 60. Baby, today's incident must have been someone trying to kill me, Balder suddenly sighed after a while. But I've always been kind to others and never made enemies with anyone. I don't know who would use such methods against me. Hearing this, Esther immediately thought of Avon. Recalling the events from the birthday party night, could this be related to Avon? But without any evidence and considering Avon was Balder's own granddaughter, she wouldn't speculate recklessly. She just looked up and asked Balder, Grandpa, how many people knew you were taking a cruise to Wiley Island today? Not many. It was just a holiday, and I didn't make it public, Balder replied. Besides the few servants who take care of me at home, only Mathewia knew about this. She even arranged the cruise ticket for me. Mentioning Avon, Balder subconsciously frowned. But his frown soon smoothed out. Mathewia is his own granddaughter, there's no way she would be involved in this. Upon hearing about his fall into the sea, the child must be worried sick right now. After a few seconds of thought, Esther spoke in a serious tone, Grandpa, we have no evidence yet to find out who wanted to kill you. But since someone planned this, they must have had a purpose. No one knows that I saved you, so it looks to the outside world like you disappeared after falling into the sea. I think we should remain still for now. You stay here and recuperate. The mastermind behind this will eventually reveal themselves. Chapter 180, The True Face of Nathan. After instructing old Master Herb to rest well, Esther came out of the room. Lifting her eyes, she saw that Chana was sitting obediently on the living room sofa waiting for her. Speaking of which, it had been many days since they rescued Chana, yet her memory had not returned at all. Esther thought there might be news about Chana's family looking for her during this period. But oddly enough, there wasn't any news. In this situation, either Chana's family didn't care about her disappearance at all, or Chana's family was not in Gilisangching, so even if someone was looking for her, the news wouldn't reach here. However, Esther always felt that Chana might not be Chinese at all. Her appearance clearly showed she was of mixed race. Although she looked Chinese, her eyes were a light green, which only Westerners have. That night when they saved Chana, Chana cried and said that a voice in her head told her never to go home. If Chana hadn't seemed so afraid of going home, Esther would have helped find her family long ago. Now, with Chana amnesic, she could only wait for Chana's family to come forward. She would let them take her home only after confirming that they were good people who would not harm Chana. Esther had just started chatting with Chana when her phone in her pocket vibrated suddenly. Subconsciously taking out her phone, she saw a number on the screen that belonged to Lozon. And this number, she remembered from entering it 2 nights ago. It was actually Joab. Esther's gaze flickered. If Joab was calling directly, did he have news about grandmother Wally? So Esther immediately answered the call, pressing the phone to her ear and waiting for the other party to speak first. Oh, sorry. A man's voice came from the phone, sounding extremely gentlemanly. I called without sending a text first. I hope I didn't disturb Miss Chloe. The other party's voice was soft, deep, and magnetic, seeming to be around 24 or 25 years old. He spoke Mandarin clearly and correctly, like a foreigner who had mastered it very well but didn't sound strange at all, quite pleasant to the ear. Esther took a deep breath and said into the phone, Nathan? While replying, Esther noticed Chana beside her. At the moment she heard the man's voice on the phone, Chana's shoulders trembled involuntarily. It was as if the voice from the phone had frightened her, even revealing a hint of fear in her eyes. So Esther paused and covered the receiver to look at Chana. Chana, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? No. No. Seeing Esther look at her, Chana instinctively shook her head. Or rather, even she didn't know why she felt such instinctive fear upon hearing the voice from the receiver, shaking in fright. Some hazy images seemed to collide in her mind, but she couldn't see any of them clearly, only feeling her head hurt more. I'm fine, sister. I just felt a bit cold and shivered. Chana stood up, her voice gentle. Matthew's Tur can chat with your friend, I'll go back to my room. Seeing Chana return to her room, Esther finally uncovered the receiver. But the man on the other end of the phone still heard her conversation with Chana. Chana. What an adorable name. Is she Miss Chloe's sister? The person on the other end of the phone seemed quite interested. Yes, Esther did not deny it, getting straight to the point. Did Nathan call me because there's news about the matter I asked you for help with? You can just call me Cyrus. The man on the other end of the phone chuckled lightly. I found the person you wanted me to find, and I've sent you the address by SMS. Esther's eyes lit up, and she immediately opened her inbox. Sure enough, the latest message in her inbox was a string of addresses. Looking at the English text, it seemed to indicate a bar location. This man named Cyrus spoke. I called to give Miss Chloe a reminder. The people who took your friend's grandmother are several members of a mercenary organization. They are currently in an abandoned bar in Lausanne. Those people are all desperados, and they all carry weapons. If your friend goes to find them, they need to be prepared. Mercenary organization? Upon hearing this, Esther couldn't help but breathe heavily. Esther was very aware that most men in those mercenary organizations were retired special forces from various countries, willing to risk their lives for money. They must have been hired to take grandmother Wally from the nursing home and then keep her imprisoned in that abandoned bar. To do this to an elderly person with Alzheimer's disease, both the people who hired them and these individuals themselves are inhumane. But at least now they knew the whereabouts of Grandma Wally. Thank you, Cyrus. She took a deep breath and spoke into the phone. I'm Esther, just call me by my name. You've done me a great favor this time. If you need any help in the future or if you come to China, feel free to call me anytime. I will always remember this kindness. Sure, Tegan, the man on the other end of the phone chuckled softly, his tone seeming to carry some profound meaning. I believe there will be such an opportunity soon. At that moment, at the Brown Demi Manor in Lausanne. The man sitting at the desk was tall and lean, lounging back in his chair. His right leg slightly bent, he lowered his long, slender fingers holding the phone beside his face. With wavy golden hair, dressed in lace-court shirts with noble flair and black trousers, and a pair of deep, light green eyes like precious gems hidden in the depths of the sea, he looked dignified, elegant, and luxurious. His fair hair and blue eyes, along with that divinely favored face, made him resemble a fallen beauty from the heavens. But those unfathomable eyes hinted at endless ripples and lurking dangers. Yen Nike, a beautiful serpent spitting its tongue in the dark night yet exuding allure. Mathur, here is the detailed investigation data you asked me to find about Miss Chloe and Miss Lexis, who is currently in China. The servant knocked on the door and entered, placing 2 stacks of documents respectfully on the desk before stepping aside, humbly waiting for instructions. Cyrus glanced casually over, noticing the top document consisted of various screenshots. The first one showed the serene expression of a girl named Esther standing at the center of a banquet and screenshots from trending topics on Chinese Weibo. The second one featured his long-missing sister, captured behind a girl in a pink dessert shop, showing only a not-so-clear side face. After investigating Chloe's true identity for 2 years without success, he had almost given up, but unexpectedly, Chloe contacted him on her own. And his sister, whom the servants helped escape on a ferry during a thunderstorm that night, coincidentally turned out to be together with this Chloe. Everything was fate. Cyrus touched his chin, tapping his fingertips lazily on the marble desk. A faint smile played on his lips, his interest unmistakably evident. Chapter 181, Tracing Grandma's Whereabouts. After chatting with Joab, Deborah directly forwarded the address from her inbox to Wally. Then she made a call. When Wally received the call, he was sitting in front of the computer, his expressionless face staring at several surveillance screens. The large room was deathly quiet. The man's face was as cold and stern as usual. Even without showing much expression, his authoritative demeanor and imposing presence made those around him tremble. Even though he hadn't said a word, no one dared to utter an extra sentence. The people present were all subordinates that Wally had transferred for Su Yanni's needs previously. The Yanni Corporation had once operated in gray areas in its early years, so it couldn't avoid dealing with underworld forces. Thus, Wally's father had cultivated a group of loyalists long ago, but they were later sent abroad. After arriving in Su Yanni, Wally summoned these people back. Together with the local police and mafia in Su Yanni, they formed a 3-party force searching for traces of Grandma. But now it was the 4th day, and still, there was not a hint of Grandma's whereabouts. Wally's expression turned increasingly grim, and his subordinates became even more nervous. They earned millions annually, yet they failed to accomplish anything when finally put to use by their boss. Forget finding Grandma, they didn't even have a single clue about her location. So far, what was confirmed was that whoever took Grandma wasn't from Su Yanni. Otherwise, the local police and the mafia wouldn't be turning up empty-handed. They must be professionals who had prepared thoroughly, acting swiftly without leaving a trace. And they were likely still hiding somewhere in Su Yanni, perhaps waiting for their search efforts to loosen before attempting an escape. At this point, the situation was at an impasse. To continue the search, their next step would involve going door to door in Su Yanni. However, Su Yanni wasn't in China. Even with cooperation from the local police, such an extensive operation was too overwhelming. The atmosphere in the room grew heavier. Everyone in the room started sweating nervously as they waited for Wally's next orders. Suddenly, Wally's phone rang. Whoever called at this time seemed to be asking for trouble. Those present couldn't help but take a deep breath, only to be surprised by Wally's sudden change in demeanor upon seeing the caller ID. His usually hard expression softened instantly. Without hesitation, he answered the call. His voice was deep and gentle. "Baby, what's wrong?" "Bah." The group of tough men almost choked on the term of endearment. Was this the same boss who hadn't shown them any good color since coming to Su Yanni? Was this the boss they deemed as a living Yama, Hindu god of death? Even calling someone baby over the phone sounded so different from his usual tone. Deborah was unaware that there were others with Wally. She straightforwardly told him that a friend in Su Yanni had found Grandma's whereabouts. She should be in an abandoned bar, and she had already sent over the location. Deborah also reminded Wally that the kidnappers were from a mercenary organization, and though their numbers were unknown, they definitely weren't easy to handle. If he planned to rescue Grandma, he needed to prepare well. Wally never expected that while the 3 groups he arranged failed, a young girl back in China managed to find Grandma's whereabouts with help. Wally clenched his phone tightly, wanting to express gratitude but feeling it might sound awkward. All he could do now was feel grateful for fate bringing them together when she first arrived in Illegitimate and falling in love with her. Wally, the young girl on the other end, continued after finishing her message. "Promise me, don't get hurt, find Grandma quickly and return home together. I'll wait for you in Illegitimate." Okay, Wally stroked the mouthpiece of his phone gently, his voice low, I promise. Wait for me to come back. After hanging up, Wally looked at the address displayed in his inbox. His expression immediately turned resolute as he raised his eyes to look at the people waiting for orders in the room. In Suyani, an abandoned bar. The dimly lit basement reeked of decay and age, with everything appearing worn and decrepit. Horatio covered every surface, furniture, and floor. A cloud of dust rose with every footstep, choking anyone who walked through. A robust man with a crew cut slammed the door shut, carrying a plate of food and an iron spoon used for crushing medication out of the room. Campbell, how much longer are we going to hide in this damned place? The man looked clearly impatient. We've been hiding here for 4 days already. Hasn't the ferry to Huagua been arranged yet? I'm not anxious, why are you? The man called Campbell had a long scar from his forehead to his right eye corner. He stared at his phone without even lifting his eyelids as he replied. Now several gangs are searching for us all over the city, didn't you know? Besides, it's not hard work to watch an elderly lady with dementia, feed her some rice gruel and sleeping powder. Just do your job properly, don't say unnecessary things. Seeing what Campbell said, the man had nothing to retort. He mumbled a few words and went off to find something to eat on his own. There was also a bald man in the room who was organizing a box full of guns in the corner. However, after just a few minutes, the boss with the scarred face suddenly felt his phone vibrate. This person immediately perked up and answered the call quickly. Mr. Yanni? The scarred face's tone instantly turned respectful. I'm Dao Yenyo. Are you calling to say everything is set? The man on the other end of the phone asked in a somewhat condescending manner. Has your trail not been discovered? How is the elderly lady doing now? Rest assured, Mr. Yanni. This bar we're hiding in is only known to you, no one else can find it. Even if they did come, they wouldn't know there's a basement here. As for the elderly lady, there's nothing to worry about her either. She eats well and sleeps well with us. We'll hand over the person and money at the same time, and you can inspect her in person. The man on the other end of the phone gave a non-committal response, then said, Yannison, in 40 minutes, a black SUV will park at the entrance of the bar. Don't waste any time, take the elderly lady directly into the car. This vehicle will take you to the ferry terminal, and someone will lead you onto the ferry to Huagua. Once you bring the elderly lady back to the country, I'll have the remaining 5 million wired to your account. After getting this money, you can go anywhere except Huagua and Suyani. Rest assured, Mr. Yanni, the scarred face grinned widely upon hearing about the 5 million payment. We're professionals, we know how to handle this business. After hanging up the phone, the scarred face shared the news with the other two people. The short-haired man was quite enthusiastic once he heard they would finally be leaving this dark and smoky rundown place, immediately started packing up. However, they didn't expect that when they were only halfway through packing, noises came from upstairs. It seemed like the sound of the roller shutter door being lifted. Didn't they say they'd come in 40 minutes? The short-haired man paused. Only 20 minutes have passed. Did they arrive early? Chapter 182, President Yanni led the attack. The crew-cut man was about to ascend from the basement when Fred suddenly stopped him with a vigilant look on his face. Hold on. We agreed on 40 minutes, it's only been 20. That's quite a difference, Fred frowned, saying, take your weapon and check upstairs first. Just in case there's something unexpected. The crew-cut man picked up a submachine gun from a corner box and stealthily climbed up. But what puzzled the crew-cut man was that once he came up, he found the bar upstairs still pitch black and empty. The roll-up door outside the main entrance was also closed. Did I just hallucinate? To be safe, he walked to the side of the main door to check out the situation. As soon as he approached, a muffled sound from a silenced pistol echoed from somewhere, and instantly his right elbow was hit by a bullet. The intense pain made him involuntarily loosen his grip on the gun. Before he could even scream, someone choked him from behind and covered his mouth. Several men in black suits suddenly appeared out of the darkness. One picked up the fallen submachine gun while others quickly stood behind a tall man in a black trench coat. The crew-cut man's eyes widened as he watched the formidable man emerge from the dark and press a cold gun directly against his forehead. Where have you hidden them? Gil asked coldly. The piercing gaze shot at the bald man like a sharp blade, radiating coldness and murderous intent with an air of aggression. Anyone who locked eyes with him couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine. The crew-cut man had intended to struggle, but the man holding him from behind was even stronger, his arms feeling like steel bars immobilizing him completely. At this moment, with a dangerous-looking man pressing a gun against his head, he didn't dare make any rash moves. He could only buy time, hoping that his two companions in the basement would realize something was wrong and come up with weapons to save him. Gil's questioning caused his henchmen to loosen their grip slightly, and the crew-cut man feigned panic. Who, Mathur? Before he could finish, are you mistaken about something, sir? In the next second, Gil expressionlessly moved the gun muzzle to the left and shot the crew-cut man's left elbow. The intense pain made the veins on his face pop. But the man behind him kept his mouth tightly covered, preventing him from making a sound. Now again, how many of you are there? And where is my grandmother? Gil continued asking, his face devoid of any extra expression, eyes seemingly harboring unmelting ice. This time, before the crew-cut man could say more, Gil aimed at his legs and fired twice in quick succession. Without even raising an eyebrow, he then pointed the gun at the man's groin. Third time, give your best answer now. Clearly, the man in front of him had no patience, otherwise he wouldn't have fired 3 times within a few seconds. And now the gun was pointed at his most vital area. The crew-cut man didn't doubt for a second that if he didn't give the desired answer, the next second he'd suffer excruciating pain. Through gritted teeth, pale-faced and trembling in agony, he said, "3 people including me, they're in the basement with the old lady. The old lady really is here." The men behind Gil exchanged glances, all feeling a surge of excitement. "How do we get to the basement?" one of the men immediately asked while still restraining the crew-cut man. That way." The crew-cut man raised his injured arm shakily to point a direction. Once they got the location, the man simply knocked him out and securely bound him, gagging him with thick black tape. Others took up their guns and headed toward the basement. Within 2 minutes, continuous gunfire and sounds of fighting erupted inside the basement, indicating a fierce battle. 5 minutes later, the gunfire ceased. A subordinate reported that the 2 men were subdued, and the old lady was indeed in a room downstairs. Gil breathed deeply and strode towards the basement. Earlier, he had ordered them not to kill these people. Now, both Fred and the crew-cut man were bloodied and wounded but not fatally so, just knocked unconscious. With his hands and feet tightly bound, and his mouth sealed, Gil rushed straight to the slightly ajar door of the room in the basement. When he pushed open the door and saw his elderly grandmother lying unconscious on a pile of thrown casually on the damp cement floor, Gil clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles almost shattered. For 4 days, these people had made his grandmother sleep in such a place. And the pills next to her. Sleeping pills. No wonder she didn't react at all to the commotion outside. These people had drugged her. A strong impulse to kill surged within Gil. In the end, he took a deep breath to calm himself, bent down, and carefully picked up his weak, sleeping grandmother. But as soon as he stepped out of the room, one of his subordinates hurriedly handed him a phone. "Campbell, this is the scar-faced man's phone. Take a look." Gil glanced down at the screen where a short message was displayed. "The car will arrive in 5 minutes. Yannison's plate SB 93475. Get ready." A car would arrive in 5 minutes? That meant if they hadn't managed to get here in time, a car would have taken them and his grandmother away in 5 minutes? "Campbell, what do you think?" the subordinate asked for Gil's opinion. "Intercept this car," Gil said, "take the people from the car along with the others, and bring them all on the plane. Confiscate all their communication devices and give them to me." "Yes, Campbell." The subordinates immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed upstairs again. 20 minutes later, aboard the private jet. The plane hadn't taken off yet, and 4 bloodied men were neatly tied up in a row, looking utterly miserable. By Gil's side were 4 phones, one of which kept vibrating, its caller seemingly quite anxious. He glanced up, and one of his men splashed a bucket of cold water on the head of the man who had driven the car. Startled awake by the icy water, the man shivered violently, even though he was bound securely and trembling like a leaf. Next, a cold gun barrel pressed against his temple, nearly making him wet his pants. "The person who hired you is calling." Gil looked at him coldly. "If you say anything wrong, I'll blow your brains out." "Got it? Got it, got it." The skinny man nodded frantically. "I just do smuggling. I don't know anything else. Just don't kill me, boss, and I'll follow your orders." Gil gave a nod, and one of his men answered the call on speaker and placed the phone near the man's mouth. Thus, Gil heard his long-lost uncle's voice come clearly through the phone. And it seemed his uncle was quite displeased. "Why did it take you so long to answer? Did you get the people or not? You didn't even report back." I got them." The skinny man cautiously glanced at Gil, swallowing hard. "Don't worry, boss. After we reach the crossing, I'll put them on the ferry to Huagua without any issues." Chapter 183, Naturally, Interrogation with Torture. Wally originally planned to return to Gilisang City and take his grandmother and these few people straight back to the Yanni family without involving Esther in this messy situation. However, Esther called him, asking him to go to her apartment first after landing, mentioning that Herb Lauscher, Ismail, was also waiting there. As soon as the door to the apartment opened, Esther and Ismail greeted him. Ismail had heard from Esther about the circumstances of Wally's grandmother and was naturally very worried. Esther, seeing the tall, dusty figure of Wally unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing that Wally still held his unconscious grandmother, Esther immediately asked, "How is grandmother? Is she hurt?" Wally's grandmother had just turned 70. Perhaps due to her long-term illness, she was quite frail. Despite this, one could still see traces of her beauty from her younger days. However, after being missing for 4 days, it was unclear what kind of treatment she had endured. Her face and lips were colorless, making her look very weak. "Grandmother wasn't hurt, they just gave her sleeping pills," Wally said coldly. Recalling this made his eyes colder for a moment. The next second, his subordinates brought in 4 bloodied men who were tied up like mummies. After getting a nod from Esther, they threw them mercilessly into the corner. "Let's get grandmother to rest in the room first," Esther suggested. "I'll check on her later." Wally nodded, and Chana volunteered to take care of grandmother. When Wally emerged from the room again, he saw Esther already squatting in front of those men. Were they the ones who kidnapped grandmother? Esther asked. To be precise, my uncle hired 3 of them, Wally replied, looking at the scar-faced man and his companions. They took grandmother out of the nursing home under the cover of night, then hid in the basement of that abandoned bar without coming out, which is why I couldn't find them. But before I found them, my uncle arranged for someone to pick them up. If I hadn't arrived first, they would probably have already taken grandmother back on a ferry by now. Ismail clearly knew who Ferdy was, frowning. So Ferdy hired people to kidnap your grandmother? What does he want? We don't know yet, Wally lowered his eyes, but since my uncle believes his plan has succeeded, I think it won't be long before he contacts me. Just as they were talking, the scar-faced man woke up first. Seeing himself in an unfamiliar environment, he instinctively looked around fearfully. When he saw Ismail standing in front of him, his eyes widened in surprise, only to quickly pull his gaze back as if feeling guilty. These brief changes in his expression didn't escape Esther's notice. Esther's eyes flashed sharply. Before the scar-faced man could react, she frowned and tore off the tape over his mouth, demanding sternly, "Do you recognize Ismail?" This question left Wally slightly surprised. Even Ismail himself looked bewildered. Didn't this man kidnap Wally's grandmother? Why would he know him? The scar-faced man frantically shook his head in denial. No, this old gentleman is the first time I've seen him. How could I possibly know him? The scar-faced man was truly frightened. They were in the business of taking money over their lives, but what good was money if they lost their lives? In the basement of Su Yanni's bar, his 2 subordinates had already been beaten to a pulp by Wally's people, barely hanging on to life. The scar-faced man, as the leader, still had some value for interrogation, which was why he had received relatively minor injuries. Esther asked if the scar-faced man knew Ismail, and he denied it, but Esther's intuition had always been sharp. If he truly didn't know him, why did he have that startled look earlier? Stepping forward, she asked again in a low voice, "You really don't know him?" The scar-faced man glanced at the fair-skinned, beautiful girl in front of him. She looked like a high school student, pampered and well-bred, nothing intimidating. What was there to fear from a girl like her? He firmly denied again, "Miss, I really don't know this gentleman. I just thought he looked a bit like my grandfather and glanced at him longer." "All right." Hearing this, Esther stood up straight. Seeing that Esther wasn't pressing further, the scar-faced man breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed easier to deal with such a girl, he thought to himself. However, the next moment, he saw the girl suddenly walk toward the kitchen, where the sound of clattering indicated she was searching for something. 1 second, the scar-faced man was still puzzled about what the girl was looking for. The next second, he saw her walk out with a 25-centimeter long bone cleaver. The scar-faced man was momentarily dumbfounded. Wait, what was going on here? She could just ask a question. Why did she suddenly come out with a big knife? Not only was he stunned, but Wally's subordinates also exchanged bewildered glances. To Esther, Wally's men were her men, so she naturally gave orders as if they were hers. She directly instructed the 2 burly men in suits standing at the front, "Untie his hands. Each of you hold one of his wrists and start by prying open his right little finger." These 2 men instinctively looked at Wally, who simply said, "Her words are my words. Just do as she says." Seeing the way Wally looked at Esther, his deep gaze filled with an unprecedented tenderness, the men understood. Could this be the very person who made their usually cold-hearted boss call her baby over the phone? In other words, this young lady must be their Miss Yanni. Yes. Realizing this relationship, these 2 immediately obeyed. Within half a minute, the ropes binding the scar-faced man's hands were untied. His hands were held down on either side of him, while his right little finger was pulled out. The scar-faced man couldn't struggle. His heart was pounding with fear as he tried to remain calm, asking Esther, What are you going to do?" "What am I going to do?" Esther squatted in front of him, holding the knife, her voice casual like she was talking about eating or sleeping. "Naturally, I feel you're lying, so I'm preparing to torture you until you tell the truth." Zayip. The sharp sound of the blade dragging across the floor sent shivers down everyone's spine. "I ask you, do you know Balder?" Esther stared straight into the scar-faced man's eyes and asked. "What Balder?" "I really don't." Before the scar-faced man could finish his protest, Esther swiftly chopped off his right little finger without even blinking. The subordinates behind her were highly cooperative. As soon as the knife fell, they covered his mouth, stifling his pig-like scream. After the scar-faced man had finished convulsing with white-eyed spasms, they skillfully pried open his left little finger. "Second time, do you know Balder? Did you do something involving him?" Esther asked again. "I." Before he could finish his second word, the young girl swung the knife again, chopping off his left little finger. The scar-faced man trembled from the excruciating pain, tears welling up in his eyes as he struggled wildly, unable to utter a single word. But at this moment, if anyone had let go of his mouth, they would have heard his soul-shaking cry. He recognized him. He was trying to say he recognized him. Why did she act after he only said, "I"? Young people these days have no patience at all. Chapter 184, The Conspiracy Unfolds. Deborah had figured it out by now. Just looking at this scar-faced man, even if they were genuinely from a mercenary organization, they were certainly the lowest of the low. They were the kind who wanted money but weren't willing to risk their lives for it. This scar-faced man, along with his two subordinates, had kidnapped an elderly woman suffering from Alzheimer's disease. They confined Aunt Hewitt's grandmother in a dark, windowless basement, making her sleep on damp and cold straw piles while feeding her sleeping pills. In Deborah's view, cutting off two of this scar-faced man's little fingers was already a lenient punishment. Scar-faced man never expected that this seemingly weak-looking girl could be so ruthless. Her swift and decisive actions were even more professional than those who usually took such jobs. Within moments, she had cut off two of his fingers. What else would she cut next? If something vital were to be cut next, wouldn't it be worse than death? So, before Deborah made any further moves, the moment his mouth was untied, the scar-faced man blurted out. I know this old man. I arranged for my men in the country to kill him at noon today, and the person told me he had succeeded. So when I saw this old man still alive just now, I was shocked. The scar-faced man spilled everything at once, causing Elder Herb to involuntarily gasp in shock. What did you say? You mean you arranged for someone to kill me at noon? Deborah's expression also turned serious, placing the knife against the scar-faced man's neck, explained clearly, every detail. It was like this. The scar-faced man steeled his heart and explained, the person who initially hired us to kidnap the old lady was Mr. Yanni. He promised $5 million as our reward for successfully bringing her back into the country. However, later on, he introduced me to another client. The client introduced by him was a woman surnamed Herb. I don't know her full name, but I called her Miss Herb. She provided me with the cruise schedule for Elder Herb today, instructing my men to find a way to eliminate the old man during this opportunity. So I arranged for my men inside the country to carry it out. Later, they told me they had pushed him overboard, ensuring the old man was dead. I then informed Miss Herb about it, and she transferred $1 million to me. The chat records and transfer details are still on my phone. As soon as the scar-faced man mentioned that the person introduced by Ferdy was a woman surnamed Herb, Elder Herb's body trembled violently. The more he listened, the more unbelievable it seemed, his hands shaking more and more intensely. The woman trying to kill him was someone surnamed Herb. Elder Herb asked shakily, tell me, how old is this woman who sought you to kill me? The scar-faced man thought for a moment. I don't know her exact age, but judging from her voice, she sounded quite young, probably around 20-something. 20-something. Unless someone was impersonating her or using a voice changer, this person hiring the killer to eliminate him could only be his own granddaughter, Avon. Elder Herb's chest heaved violently, and he began to cough agitatedly. Grandfather. Both Deborah and Hewitt rushed to pat Elder Herb's back. Elder Herb raised his hand to indicate he was fine, but his eyes were already red. Seeing Elder Herb so agitated and heartbroken, Deborah said, we still don't know who exactly it is, grandfather. Please calm down. Hewitt glanced at his subordinates. One brought a mobile phone in front of the scar-faced man, asking him to show the chat records and transfer history. After pointing them out, the subordinate passed the chat records and transfer details to Deborah and others to review. The content of the chat was similar to what the scar-faced man had described earlier, with both parties speaking concisely. Anyone doing such hit jobs evidently had caution. The phone number used had an overseas IP, and the bank account wasn't local either. But $1 million wasn't a small amount. Tracing its source would lead them to the mastermind behind it. However, at this moment, Hewitt's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller on the screen, Hewitt couldn't help but frown. Deborah looked at him and asked, is the caller your uncle? Hewitt nodded, raising his stern eyes to instruct his men, take these people out and keep a close watch on them until I give further instructions. Yes, sir. These subordinates acted swiftly and decisively. Upon hearing the instructions, some quickly led the scar-faced man and his people out, while others took out tissues from their pockets to clean up the scene. Within 2 minutes, the living room was spotless as if nothing had happened just moments ago. Now, only Hewitt, Deborah, and Elder Herb remained in the spacious living room. The phone had been ringing for so long that Hewitt finally picked it up and put it on speaker. Hello? My good nephew, what have you been busy with that you take so long to answer the call? A somewhat sardonic voice of a middle-aged man came from the other end of the line, sounding quite out of place in the living room. Matt, Hewitt's voice was calm, sorry, I didn't save your number, mistook it for a nuisance call, and let it ring. You. Obviously, Hewitt's remarks about not saving his number and nuisance call left this Ferdy speechless. After a 3-second pause, he laughed coldly, having not been in touch for a few years, I wonder if your abilities have improved, but your tongue certainly has. Thank you, Matt, Hewitt replied without changing his expression, but compared to Matt's skillful talk, I am far behind. What did he mean? Was he saying he only talks big? Ferdy on the other end of the phone was initially composed, but after just a few sentences, he was so infuriated by his nephew that he clenched his phone tightly. However, the next second, he loosened his hand with a sneer. For little Yun, her most important grandmother was now in his hands. He wanted to see how audacious this nephew would be once he heard the news. My good nephew, I heard you've been staying in Sulai this week? Ferdy asked casually, so, has Yanni Corporation expanded its business to Sulai now? Mathun's Matt has already resigned from the board of directors of Yanni Corporation. I don't think I need to explain too much about Yanni Corporation's development plan, Hewitt replied. Seeing that Hewitt had no intention of chatting, Ferdy lost patience and got straight to the point. Forget it, I won't beat around the bush with you. Hewitt, I know you went to Sulai because your grandmother went missing from the nursing home, Ferdy said. Don't you want to know where she is now? Where grandmother is now. Hewitt and Deborah exchanged a knowing glance and looked at the room where grandmother was resting. Of course, she was at home. Hewitt turned his head, took a deep breath, and asked in a trembling voice over the phone, what? You know where my grandmother is? Though the tone sounded steady, it was clearly forced. There was an undercurrent of anger and anxiety, clearly different from the earlier calmness. Of course, this was all an act by Hewitt. Deborah glanced at Hewitt and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She hadn't realized before that this man had such a sharp-tongued and scheming side. And he seemed quite talented at acting. Chapter 185, Ferdy's conspiracy with Mathewia Herb is exposed. On the other end of the line, Ferdy was completely unaware of the true situation. After calling the skinny monkey and receiving a reply, Ferdy was convinced that Fred and his men were now escorting Yanni Nordsky's grandmother back to Wagwa on a ferry. He couldn't even wait until nightfall, nor did he have the patience to go to the dock himself to verify. He was too eager to call Yanni Nordsky and show off. He really wanted to see his usually composed nephew panic. And now, Yanni Nordsky's reaction didn't disappoint him. Well, I don't want to hide anything from you anymore, Ferdy said. Let me be honest, I have your grandmother in my hands. You. On the other end, Yanni Nordsky took a sharp breath, seemingly struggling between anger and forcing himself to stay calm. Methuding at his desk, Ferdy leaned back in his chair, lit a cigar, and placed it between his fingers, his expression growing more confident as he heard this reaction. Nordsky, no matter what, I'm still your biological uncle, Ferdy drawled through the smoke. If you hadn't been so ruthless toward me all those years ago and forced me out of the board, we wouldn't be in this position. As for your grandmother's health, you know her condition well. Even if she were staying peacefully in Sue Roy's nursing home, given her illness, she wouldn't live for more than a few months. I took her away to save her. After all, she can also be considered my stepmother. Is that so? On the other end, Yanni Nordsky's voice was dark and devoid of emotion, cold enough to chill. So should I thank Matt for sending people all the way to Sue Roy to abduct her from the nursing home? Of course, Ferdy smiled unashamedly. You know more about primary pulmonary arterial paralysis than I do, don't you? There's no specific cure available on the market yet. No matter how much targeted treatment she gets, it won't prolong her life significantly. But Mathewia Herb, the CEO of Herb Corporation, has connections with the director of a biological research institute in Barrie. They've developed a drug called SDRS, which can treat your grandmother's condition. And this medicine is now in my hands. How did I not know when you became so close with Miss Herb? Yanni Nordsky replied coldly. What exactly do you want? Just say it. I still admire your straightforwardness, so I won't beat around the bush either, Ferdy continued. Agree to my 2 conditions, and I'll bring your grandmother to you. She will receive treatment, and she might live for another 2 years at least. Yanni Nordsky asked directly, what are the conditions? Over there in Sue Roy, you probably haven't heard yet, the patriarch of the Herb family, Old Man Herb, fell into the sea unexpectedly this noon. His body hasn't been found. Although the search and rescue team is still looking, it's clear that he must have died already. Finding his body after so long would be impossible. Mathewia Herb plans to hold a press conference at noon this Saturday, 2 days from now. And I need you to appear at that press conference and announce 2 things. First, you need to announce that you and Mathewia Herb have an engagement that has not been made public. To fulfill Old Man Herb's last wish, you plan to get engaged with her this month. Second, after the engagement announcement, you will transfer half of your shares in Yanni Corporation to me. The position of chairman and control over the company will also be handed over to me. If you agree to these conditions, after the press conference, I'll sign the share transfer agreement, and you will get your grandmother along with the medicine for her illness. After you and Mathewia Herb are married, the medicine will be delivered to the Yanni family every month, ensuring your grandmother stays healthy. But if you don't agree, Ferdy chuckled grimly, if you refuse, then don't blame me. You'll never see your grandmother again in your lifetime. So, my good nephew, consider carefully. With that, Ferdy abruptly hung up. As if victory was certain, no more words were needed. He'd laid out the terms, now it was up to Yanni Nordsky to think it over. Meanwhile, everything Ferdy had said through the speakerphone was transmitted perfectly into the ears of Yanni Nordsky, Deborah, and Old Man Herb. The 3 of them frowned simultaneously. While Ferdy mentioning Old Man Herb's fall into the sea wasn't a huge surprise, it still brought a somber silence. Just moments ago, Deborah had comforted Balder, suggesting that it might not necessarily be Mathewia Herb who arranged for someone to assassinate him. But now, Mathewia Herb's collusion with Ferdy was as certain as a nail in the coffin. But this press conference and the 2 conditions Ferdy proposed. Ferdy actually wanted Yanni Nordsky to publicly announce his engagement to Mathewia Herb and transfer shares and company management rights to him? Connecting the dots from what the assassin said earlier and everything that happened today, Deborah quickly pieced together the events in her mind and said. So, whether it was grandmother being kidnapped from the nursing home or Balder being pushed into the sea today, both were within Ferdy's scheme. Ferdy knew that Mathewia Herb had access to the medicine that could treat grandmother's illness, so he had her kidnapped and brought back to the country while making a deal with Mathewia Herb. He introduced Mathewia Herb to the assassin to kill Balder, and Mathewia Herb sold him the medicine. Ferdy calculated that Yanni Nordsky valued grandmother most, so he used her whereabouts and life to threaten him. If successful, he would get the shares and control of the Herb Corporation. And with Balder gone, the person managing the Herb Corporation would be Mathewia Herb, and she would also marry Yanni Nordsky. Deborah raised her eyes to look at Yanni Nordsky. Ferdy has always wanted to kill you. He once arranged for someone to put Huan grass in your pillow. If you really listened to him and transferred the shares, allowing him to gain power in the Yanni Corporation, do you think he would let you off easily? He would surely try every possible means to assassinate you. If you really married Mathewia Herb, Ferdy could monitor your every move through her. If anything happened to you, Mathewia Herb would be the sole heir to all your assets. What a win-win calculation, each taking what they need, neither side loses out. As she spoke, Deborah's voice grew colder. Just one phone call, and the young girl had already gauged the intentions of both Ferdy and Mathewia Herb, analyzing the pros and cons very logically. And when you thought about it carefully, how could anyone not be chilled by these revelations? If grandmother hadn't been found in time today, Yanni Nordsky would have been completely at a disadvantage. Yanni Nordsky couldn't possibly ignore grandmother's safety. In the end, he might have been forced to make some kind of compromise. And if Balder had died from falling into the sea today, no one would ever know he was pushed. The fact that Mathewia Herb hired an assassin to kill her own maternal grandfather would never be known. What a well-laid plan, truly a well-laid plan. Deborah almost felt like applauding Ferdy and Mathewia Herb. Chapter 186, the real show is just beginning. Wally and Ismail clearly thought of these things as well. What happened today made Ismail completely reassess his granddaughter. Before today, he never imagined that his beloved and seemingly excellent and sensible granddaughter would conspire with outsiders to try to take his life. Moreover, she had used her marriage as a tool for profit, fully aware that Wally was in love with Esther, yet she still teamed up with Ferdy to force Wally into marrying her. Reflecting on his life of integrity, never engaging in treacherous or dirty deeds, and adhering to the Herb family's motto, a gentleman should be cautious when alone, and humble to cultivate himself, he couldn't help but feel immense disappointment over raising such a malicious child like Avon. Just thinking about this, Ismail felt his teeth grinding in frustration. Fortunately, none of the schemes concocted by Ferdy and Avon actually materialized. Grandmother now rested quietly in her room, unharmed, making Ferdy's threats seem incredibly foolish. Ferdy was unaware that the biggest leverage he boasted of holding against Wally was nothing more than an illusion. However, Ismail soon thought of the medicine, which tightened his heart. Bard, although your grandmother was rescued earlier, can her illness truly not be cured by any other means? You mustn't agree to Ferdy's demands. He said that Mathewia gave him that medicine, right? Once I return to the Herb residence, I'll find a way to get that medicine for you. No need, grandfather. Hearing this, Esther suddenly looked up and said, I know about that drug called SDRS. It's less of a cure and more of a lethal drug. Ismail paused, bewildered. What? A lethal drug? The predecessor of SDRS is a banned drug called Methuip, illegally developed in America last century. It indeed promotes cell regeneration but at the cost of irreversible damage to the kidneys. If Grandma really took this drug, her primary pulmonary arterial paralysis would indeed be alleviated, and she might live 2 more years. But every day after that, she would endure extreme physical pain. Ismail's eyes widened in shock. So, Ferdy, knowing the side effects of this drug, still intended to use it to threaten Wally? Ismail said, in that case, we don't need to worry about Ferdy at all. But what about Grandma's illness? Grandfather, do you know about the Huaxia Institute of Biopharmaceutical Research? Wally spoke up. Janine has helped me contact academician Olaf. Academician Peng said he has arranged for clinical trial access for a special drug specifically targeting Grandma's condition. I can send Grandma there for treatment anytime, and he will arrange for proper care. Academician Olaf? Ismail's eyes widened even further, surprised. I've met him a couple of times. That person is quite aloof, he rarely engages with others. I didn't expect Janine to have such influence to get him involved in these matters. It's just a personal favor, thanks to some previous connections, Esther explained. With Grandma safe in the apartment and a potential treatment lined up, Ferdy's threats no longer held any weight. Wally could simply refuse Ferdy's demands and not attend the press conference. Ismail could also return to the Herb residence tomorrow and announce that he's alive, rendering the press conference unnecessary. But when this suggestion was made, Ismail refused rather emotionally. No, I won't go back to the Herb residence. I'll stay here for the next 3 days and see what my granddaughter says to the media on Saturday. If she shows any sign of remorse or guilt, I'll give her a chance to redeem herself. But if she staged my assassination and then pretended to mourn for me in public, I will never forgive her. If such a disloyal descendant isn't punished, even if I die, I would have no face to meet our ancestors in the afterlife. Thinking about Avon's actions made Ismail visibly agitated. Esther immediately comforted him, when Ferdy called again. How are you considering, my dear nephew? Ferdy asked casually. Are you going to transfer the shares to me and marry Miss Herb, or are you going to leave your grandmother to die and never see her again? This question was far too sharp and cruel. If he chose the latter, it would make him a heartless and selfish person who disregards family ties. Wally glanced at Esther and answered into the phone, I agree to your terms. What did you say? Ferdy didn't expect Wally to agree so readily. You mean you'll do both conditions? Didn't you leave me no choice? Wally's voice was icy cold. I will attend the press conference and announce what you want publicly. But I need to see my grandmother first on the day of the press conference to confirm that she's safe. No problem, Ferdy's voice radiated with satisfaction even through the phone. Rest assured, your grandmother will be well fed and taken care of here. She won't suffer any injustice. Wally said expressionlessly, that would be best. Just 2 minutes after the call ended, the scar-faced man's phone on the living room coffee table rang. Esther pressed the speaker button, and Ferdy's voice came through. You should arrive in Huagua in 3 hours. I've arranged for someone to pick up the old lady at the dock when you get there. You 3 can leave immediately after getting the money. Once you're on the boat, try to feed the old lady more to prevent her from being starved and appearing as if she was mistreated under my watch. Why aren't you responding? Is the signal bad on the boat? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Before Ferdy finished his hello, Esther hung up the call directly. She looked up at Wally, just meeting the man's gaze. Without words, both understood each other's intentions in that instant. Saturday's press conference. The real show is just beginning. Chapter 187, Press Conference, Warning of Public Humiliation and Punishment. This week, something significant and sensational happened in Illegitimate. On Wednesday noon, Herb Illegitimate, the chairman of Herb Corporation, went missing after an accidental fall into the sea from a cruise ship. The police conducted 2 days of unsuccessful searches, making this incident widely discussed online. Chairman Herb was a well-known philanthropist in Illegitimate, and his Herb Corporation always contributed donations during national crises. Therefore, Chairman Herb had been highly respected by netizens. The news of his missing at sea naturally concerned many netizens. Generally, the possibility of surviving such an accident is slim. Even though Chairman Herb could swim, he was over 60 years old. How long could an elderly person maintain the strength to stay afloat? On the first night, netizens still hoped for a miracle. By the second day, they began to think that finding the body would be considered good news. By the third night, the news of still not finding Chairman Herb hung on the trending list of Weibo. Although the authorities hadn't officially declared Chairman Herb deceased, netizens already knew the truth. Many netizens spontaneously lit black and white candles in memory of Chairman Herb, wishing him well on his journey. At the same time, on Friday evening, Avon, Chairman Herb's granddaughter and current CEO of Herb Corporation, finally appeared in front of the Herb Corporation building wearing a black business suit. This was Avon's first public appearance since Chairman Herb's accident. As soon as she showed up, journalists who had been waiting outside Herb Corporation immediately thrust their microphones forward and started asking questions all at once. Miss Herb, has it been confirmed that Chairman Herb is dead? Has the body been recovered? Miss Herb, how will Chairman Herb's incident affect Herb Corporation's future development? Miss Herb, with Chairman Herb gone, are you about to take over as the leader of Herb Corporation? Miss Herb, I heard that Chairman Herb loved his only grandson Geordie dearly. Did he make any arrangements for Geordie? The official statement about Chairman Herb's death had not yet been made, but these reporters were already using words like corpse and before passing away. Anyone, as a granddaughter, if there were any true feelings towards her grandfather, hearing such words should make her angry. But Avon only took off her sunglasses, revealing a face pale and haggard, yet still meticulously made up. With red-rimmed eyes and a hoarse voice, she said, regarding my grandfather, I won't comment on it today. I will hold a press conference tomorrow noon. You can ask your questions then. After saying that, Avon hurriedly entered the building, seemingly too devastated to have the energy for more conversation. In her apartment, Deborah frowned when she saw Avon's obviously insincere act of sorrow. She immediately turned off the TV. Wally reached over to take a slice of watermelon from the fruit plate and fed it to the girl cradled in his arms, kissing her temple gently. What's wrong? The tall, handsome man's voice was low and unhurried, completely unconcerned that his expensive suit pants were being wrinkled by the girl. The warmth in his eyes was evident, as the two embraced closely. Worried for Grandfather Herb, Deborah opened her mouth to eat the watermelon. Her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of coldness. I thought that even if Avon did such a heartless thing to Grandfather Herb, she might still feel a little guilty. But now I see that Avon and Marilyn are essentially the same kind of people, selfish, ruthless, without principles, ready to abandon family ties for personal gain. Just feeling sorry for Grandfather Herb, who treated Avon as his most important granddaughter for over 20 years, raising and nurturing her. Grandfather Herb lived a virtuous life and was respected by everyone. Who would have thought he nearly died at the hands of his own granddaughter? Hearing this, Wally's expression darkened as he tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Don't worry. Chairman Herb values character and family tradition the most. After what Avon did this time, even if he pretends not to have a granddaughter like her, he will never easily forgive her or let this pass. Indeed. Fortunately, they held the initiative in this matter. On Wednesday night, after checking Wally's grandmother's health, Deborah found that she only suffered from mild malnutrition with no serious problems. The next morning, Grandma woke up from her drowsiness. However, she had Alzheimer's disease and didn't recognize even Wally. She also didn't know where she was, making it impossible to have a normal conversation. Deborah contacted Olaf, and the academician personally sent someone to take Grandma to the research institute, promising to provide targeted treatment for her condition. Wally also sent 2 nurses from the Yanni family to take care of Grandma. On another front were the men with scarred faces. They were all temporarily detained by Wally, who kept their phones as well. In recent days, Ferdy had called the scarred-faced man countless times. Wally did not turn off the phone but simply did not answer, letting it ring until Ferdy hung up in frustration. Unable to pick up the person at the agreed time and place, and unable to contact the scarred-faced man. Ferdy must have been almost driven crazy these past few days, searching everywhere for the whereabouts of the scarred-faced man. Having lost her biggest bargaining chip, Deborah really wanted to see how Ferdy would play this out. The next day, noon. Avon's press conference was held in the multimedia hall on the first floor of Herb Corporation headquarters at noon, 12 p.m. Wally arrived before 11:30, but there were already several media outlets waiting on site. The man was dressed in an expensive bespoke black suit. Even though he wore sunglasses, his clear and sharp facial features and compressed thin lips were still evident, radiating an extraordinary presence. He moved and dressed quite low-key. Without attracting anyone's attention, he quickly headed toward the meeting room. However, before reaching the door of the meeting room, he heard a loud bang inside the room as something was smashed. Immediately afterward came the furious shouting of a man, "Worthless. All of you are worthless. I told you to find one person, and you can't do it after 3 days? What do I feed you for?" Recognizing his uncle's voice coming from inside, Wally raised an eyebrow slightly. A glance over his shoulder conveyed a signal, and Gordon immediately went forward to push open the door. The creaking door sound caused Ferdy, who had been enraged in the room, to instantly turn his head. He was about to tell the intruder to get lost when he saw Wally standing outside the door. "Finding someone?" Wally stood upright at the doorway, expression calm, and asked Ferdy, "Matt, who are you having trouble finding? Need me to arrange some people to help you search?" Chapter 188, What a Fine Actor, This Blossoming White Lotus. Ferdy is Fabio's biological uncle. After the passing of Fabio's parents, the entire Yanni family business was initially taken over by Ferdy. Later on, when Fabio turned 18, the share transfer in the trust fund became effective, making him the largest shareholder of Yanni Corporation. Over the next 5 years, Ferdy used all sorts of underhanded and despicable tactics to try and unseat Fabio as heir. But he never managed to outwit his nephew and had to give up part of his shares before announcing his resignation from the board of directors, retreating abroad in disgrace. Even though he left for overseas, he has not been idle these past 2 years. He has been waiting for an opportunity to turn things around and reclaim control of the Yanni Corporation. Just like this time. It took Ferdy more than a year of investigation to finally locate the whereabouts of Fabio's grandmother. This time, he arranged for people to kidnap the elderly woman from her nursing home and contacted Herb Suya to strike a deal with her. Everything went exactly as he predicted. When he confirmed that Marnie and Fred were put on the ferry back to the country by Skinny Monkey, Ferdy felt victory within his grasp, his confidence soaring. He knew his nephew all too well. Despite his young age, his mind was much stronger than average, and his abilities were flawless. Once he set his sights on an enemy, he would never show any mercy. The only weakness was this last surviving relative in the world who had always doted on him since childhood, his grandmother. Should the grandmother live peacefully or should he choose Yanni Corporation's shares and management rights? If this question was posed to Ferdy, even a second's hesitation would be disrespectful to money and status. But Ferdy knew that Fabio would choose the former because he was simply a fool. Who among those who aim high would be held back by such familial ties? Compared to him, his nephew was still too inexperienced. However, Ferdy did not expect everything to go so smoothly until something went wrong during the transfer of the elderly lady back to the country. Fred was unreachable, the elderly lady vanished without a trace, and the ferry manager claimed he had never seen them. There was also no news from Skinny Monkey. So Skinny Monkey said he picked them up at the time, but did he actually send Fred and the elderly lady aboard the ferry? If they didn't get on the ferry, where could the elderly lady be now? He sent everyone out to search, yet after 3 days, there was no sign of them, and Ferdy was almost furious. That day, he had already negotiated terms with Fabio over the phone. Now, his biggest bargaining chip was gone. What was the point of negotiating any further? Yet here Fabio was, arriving early for the press conference and appearing outside the meeting room door, even overhearing his conversation with subordinates. Upon hearing Fabio ask if he couldn't find someone, Ferdy stiffened and then tried to stay calm. "Oh, who do I see here? My wonderful nephew." While speaking, Ferdy walked towards Fabio with a fake smile. Standing face to face, Fabio was half a head taller than Ferdy. Although nearly 20 years younger, Fabio carried himself just as imposingly. "So, Matt, who exactly can't you find?" Fabio asked expressionlessly again. "It's nothing serious, just my subordinates being incompetent." "Not worth mentioning," Ferdy mumbled, trying to gloss over it. As long as Fabio announced the two matters at today's press conference, it would be irreversible, giving him time to figure out other solutions later. Fabio glanced at Ferdy. "I said, I can agree to your terms, but I must see my grandmother on the day of the press conference to confirm she's safe. Now that I'm here, where's my grandmother?" As if he feared something, it came true. Fabio was indeed determined to see his grandmother first. Ferdy had no idea where the elderly lady was and could only tough it out, feigning indifference. Outyen, with grandma under Matt's care, why are you worried? I have treated her as my mother. She eats and sleeps well with us, you can rest assured. Once you've done what I asked, I promise I will safely deliver your grandmother back to the Yanni family residence. Besides, I think it's better for you to meet Mathewia first instead of seeing your grandmother now. After all, aren't you going to announce your engagement soon? Other than your grandmother, I am practically your only elder. Mathewia is a fine girl, matching you in appearance and ability. I approve of this marriage wholeheartedly. You shouldn't blame me for arranging your engagement to Mathewia. An alliance between our Yanni family and the Herb family benefits Yanni Corporation greatly. Outside the Herb Corporation office, Esther sat in the car, her eyes turning cold for a moment as she watched the hidden camera footage on her phone, revealing Ferdy's face. Ferdy is quite satisfied. If he likes Herb Suya so much, why doesn't he marry her himself? She actually thought Ferdy and Herb Suya were a perfect match. One had a heart as cruel as a wolf, and the other had none at all. The next second, Esther heard Herb Suya's slightly coy voice come through the earpiece. Ah, Brother Yanni, how did you arrive at the company so early without telling me first? The camera panned to show Herb Suya appearing gracefully in a black fitted suit dress, with 8-centimeter heels. Her hair was pulled up, her side bangs curled slightly, and it was clear that her hairstyle and makeup were meticulously done, giving off an effortless yet deliberate look. Her complexion was pale, with faint dark circles under her eyes, and a touch of pitiful redness around her tear-filled eyes, looking fragile yet feigning strength. Seeing Herb Suya, the old man beside Esther, Herb Laoyi, became so enraged that the veins on his hands stood out, unable to resist cursing her as unfilial offspring. Mathewia has arrived. In the footage, Ferdy seemed relieved and quickly said, Mathun's Mathewia has arrived, you two can chat. I won't disturb you as your elder. Do remember to keep track of time so you don't delay the press conference later. Don't worry, Matt. Herb Suya's voice was lighthearted, even addressing him as Matt. As soon as Ferdy left, he left the large meeting room to Fabio and Herb Suya. The next second, Herb Suya spoke with apparent shyness. Brother Yanni, Matt should have told you everything, right? He approached me a few days ago, asking for the medicine to treat your grandmother's illness. He also praised me, saying I'm the best candidate to be Mrs. Yanni. Matt said you would announce our engagement next month during today's press conference. Is this true? Grandpa will surely be very happy if he knows about this. After all, he has always wanted to matchmake us. What a pity, Grandpa. Sniff, sniff. Herb Suya's long lashes trembled, and she squeezed out a few tears when mentioning Herb Laoyi, acting as though she was completely unaware of Ferdy's threats against Fabio or the incident involving her grandfather. Fabio watched Herb Suya perform in front of him, suppressing his inner disgust, and looked at her with a cold gaze. Are you really that upset about what happened to Balder? Hearing Fabio ask this, Herb Suya froze, then responded incredulously, Brother Yanni, what are you talking about? That's my beloved grandfather who loved me since I was little. If he met with an accident, how could I not be sad as his granddaughter? Is that so? Fabio's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. But wasn't it Miss Herb who hired the hitman to push your own grandfather into the sea? Herb Suya, whose eyes were still brimming with tears, was shocked and lifted her head upon hearing these words. She widened her eyes and looked at Fabio in disbelief, asking, what are you saying? Chapter 189, to destroy someone, first inflate them. No matter how hard Avon tried to think, she couldn't figure out how Wally found out about her hiring someone secretly to assassinate old Master Herb. Hearing Wally say, isn't it the young Miss Herb who personally hired a killer to push her own maternal grandfather into the sea? Avon was utterly shocked. What are you talking about? Avon looked up in shock, almost losing her balance as she struggled to maintain her composure. What I said, isn't that clear in Miss Herb's heart? Wally's expression remained as cold as ever. His gaze, looking down at Avon, carried the indifference of a superior. My uncle doesn't know yet that the people he hired to kidnap my grandmother were captured by me. My grandmother had already been rescued by me. The person showed me chat records and transfer records between him and Miss Herb. 1 million, to hire a hitman to push old Master Herb off the cruise ship. To have such cruelty towards one's own maternal grandfather, Miss Herb is indeed no ordinary person. At least in terms of ruthlessness, you're well suited for business. Hearing this, Avon stood still, taking a deep breath, her chest heaving violently. No, it's not like that. Cousin Yanni, please listen to my explanation. At this moment, Avon's eyes turned red, her mind racing. Wally said he had already saved his grandmother, and all the killers hired by Ferdy were now in his hands. That meant Ferdy's plan had been exposed and failed long ago. Thinking of this, Avon couldn't help but grit her teeth in hatred. Damn it, what a useless piece of trash Ferdy was. She had trusted him so much, believing he had everything under control and was waiting for Wally to announce their engagement next month. Now it seemed Wally hadn't really been threatened by him. He probably just came here today to see what tricks Ferdy had left. Indeed, relying on anyone else wasn't as reliable as relying on herself. Although Wally found his grandmother, the illness was still there. If he wanted his grandmother to live longer, wouldn't he still need the medicine from her side? Luckily she had planned ahead, saying she would give the medicine to Ferdy after the engagement announcement. Now that Ferdy had no value, and grandfather was already dead, she didn't need to make any deals with him anymore. Thinking this, Avon seemed to have made up her mind, gritting her teeth and saying, "Cousin Yanni, since you already know everything, I won't hide it from you. Yes, it was indeed me who spent 1 million to hire a killer to kill grandfather. The cruise ship grandfather went on was arranged by me. I put the killer on the cruise ship where grandfather was, making him find an opportunity to push grandfather into the sea. The killer succeeded immediately without being noticed, creating the illusion of an accidental fall into the sea. But doing this, it really wasn't my original intention. It was all because of Ferdy, who kept pushing me, using words to provoke me. He said grandfather favored males over females, that he would eventually hand over the entire Herb Corporation to Jordy, making me nothing but a pawn, getting nothing. I was provoked into confusion, and in one moment of weakness, I did something wrong. Cousin Yanni, believe me, when I saw grandfather really got hurt, I truly regretted it, sobbing. As she spoke, Avon started crying. Her tone and tears seemed sincere and pitiful. It was as if she was driven to hire the killer due to Ferdy's coercion and manipulation, and she was innocent and helpless. Inside the car, Deborah rolled her eyes, never expecting Avon's mental resilience to be so strong. Seeing Ferdy's plan fail, and losing her biggest leverage, she immediately changed course, shifting all the blame onto Ferdy. Mathun's Ferdy had lost his usefulness, she might as well use the medicine in her possession to latch onto Wally. After all, she had already obtained the Herb Corporation. If she could also become the matriarch of the Yanni family, she wouldn't have to worry about her future. Deborah suddenly wished she could bring Ferdy back and let the two of them confront each other. A dogfight between them would surely be entertaining. Wally's look at Avon was filled with undisguised disgust. If not for needing to extract information from her, he wouldn't even want to speak another word to her. Cousin Yanni, please listen. Seeing Wally not refuting her, Avon sniffled and continued. Ferdy approached me, saying that if I could get the medicine to cure your grandmother's illness, he would introduce me to a hitman who could eliminate grandfather. This way, the Herb Corporation would be mine. He also said that as long as I followed his instructions, I could marry you and become Lady Yanni. As you know, Cousin Yanni. Ever since I saw you at the banquet a year ago after returning from studying abroad, I have always liked you. Ferdy said he wanted me to monitor your every move after I married you. Though I agreed on the surface, in my heart, I never intended to really spy on you. I just wanted to be with you. I was also thinking that if I could meet your grandmother with him, I would find a way to rescue her for you. When I heard you say that you had already saved grandmother before Ferdy could act, I was really happy. Brother Yanni, since it's like this, you don't need to transfer half of your shares in Yanni Corporation and the CEO position to Ferdy at all, and I won't give him the medicine either. As long as Brother Yanni marries me, every month I will fly to America to get medicine for grandmother, and I will find the most professional doctors to treat her. What do you think? Hearing this, Wally raised his eyes. So you mean, now you want to trade that medicine for my grandmother's illness with me? How can it be called a trade? Avon bit her lip. Brother Yanni, I truly like you, but I also know that you don't feel the same way yet. So before you fall in love with me too, I need some assurance, don't I? I know you are interested in that Liu family's illegitimate daughter, but no matter how capable she is still a minor, and her background is not respectable enough to be shown in public. But me, with my grandfather out of the picture, I am now the true authority of Herb Corporation. Our two families joining hands will only benefit both Yanni Corporation and Herb Corporation. In terms of figure and appearance, I am far superior to Deborah. In terms of family background and social status, that illegitimate daughter can't compare to me at all, and in assisting you in your career, Deborah can't even match up to one of my fingers. Brother Yanni, your interest in Deborah may just be temporary. But if you think about it, I am clearly the best choice for marriage, aren't I? To hell with you. Gordon, who had been standing behind Wally invisibly, couldn't listen any longer. He wished he could spit right into Avon's face. How could there be such a venomous, nauseating, and self-absorbed woman? And she thinks she's better than Miss Deborah in everything? Where does she get such confidence? Tegan surpasses her by miles in any aspect. How unlucky. Though Gordon almost vomited from hearing Avon's words, he remained professional, showing no expression at all on his face. Wally maintained his composure, merely staring straight at Avon for a while before saying, "If I agree to marry you, can you guarantee to cure my grandmother's illness?" Hearing Wally's question, Avon knew her proposal might work and couldn't help but light up her eyes. "Of course, I will treat your grandmother as my own." That statement made it seem like Wally's grandmother was going to be pushed into the sea next. Wally slowly exhaled and spoke, "All right, let's do it your way." Upon hearing this, Avon was pleasantly surprised, not expecting the conversation to go so smoothly. This way, she would become the sole mistress of the Yanni Corporation, and her crime of having her grandfather killed would never come to light. With the help of Yanni Corporation, Herb Corporation's future development would reach new heights. She would become the greatest female entrepreneur in China. What was Haley, who once mocked her publicly, compared to her? It was simply perfect. Just then, an employee of Herb Corporation came over. "President Herb, the press conference is about to start, and all the reporters have taken their seats. Should we?" "I understand, I'll be there immediately," Avon immediately replied, then looked coyly at Wally. Shall we go to the press conference together, Brother Yanni? Wally glanced at her and said, you go on stage first. When it's time for me to appear, I'll naturally show up. Chapter 190 Yaniv streaming the disgrace of Avon. Today, all the prominent media outlets in Illegitimate sent reporters to attend the press conference held by Avon. In the spacious multimedia conference hall, many cameramen were gathered in a circle at the front, and journalists from various organizations wearing name badges had already taken their seats long ago. Today's press conference was once again conducted in the form of a live stream across the internet. Once the news had been released in advance, netizens had been eagerly following the whereabouts of Balder these past few days. So when the broadcast began at noon, hundreds of thousands of viewers surged into the live stream instantly. As soon as they saw Avon dressed in a black dress appear on screen, all the cameras immediately focused on her. Seeing everyone's attention on herself, Avon looked exhausted as she sat on the stage, picked up the microphone, and said, "Thank you all for attending Herb Corporation's press conference today." Avon's voice sounded very hoarse, as if she had been working day and night for several days without getting enough sleep. And with her pale complexion and swollen red eyes, everyone couldn't help but feel heartbroken. The scene became unusually quiet for a moment as everyone waited for Avon to continue. I called this press conference mainly to respond to everyone's concern about my grandfather. Everyone should know that 3 days ago at noon, my grandfather, Ismail Gilisanching, accidentally fell overboard from a cruise ship and went missing. Firstly, I would like to thank everyone for caring about him on his behalf, while at the same time, I have to inform you all of this tragic news with deep sorrow. It has been exactly 3 days, and despite the police's full efforts in searching, we still haven't found any trace of my grandfather. So, it is likely that my grandfather has perished. When saying these words, Avon choked up several times, overwhelmed by sorrow. Her statement directly confirmed the news that Balder had passed away. Not only that, but his body hadn't even been found yet. It was truly heartbreaking. For a moment, everyone present showed expressions of deep sadness. Although they had guessed that after such a long time, it was almost impossible for Balder to still be alive. Hearing the announcement of his passing still pierced their hearts. However, since these journalists had come, they naturally wanted to know more details about Balder's fall into the sea and subsequent disappearance. Someone immediately stood up and asked, "Miss Herb, does this mean that Ismail Gilisanching has been confirmed dead?" Upon hearing this, Avon's eyes turned even redder, and she responded mournfully, "Yes. Even though it has been 3 days and we haven't found the body yet, my grandfather was the closest person to me in this life. No matter how much effort it takes, I will search for another week. I hope to find my grandfather's remains and give him a proper burial." Hearing Avon say this, everyone felt pity for her and was moved by her filial piety. Comments flooded the live chat, all praising Avon for her filial devotion and encouraging her to stay strong. Another person stood up and asked, "Miss Herb, since Ismail has passed away, will you take over the family business and become the actual leader of the Herb Corporation group? Also, it's heard that Balder doted on his only grandson, your younger brother Jordy. Will young Master Herb join the management of Herb Corporation after this incident?" These questions hit the crux of the matter. Upon hearing this, Avon immediately sat up straight and said, "Although this accident was unexpected, my grandfather's health wasn't good before. He made a will and had it notarized early on. My grandfather clearly stated in his will that if anything happened to him and he could no longer manage the company, I would inherit all his shares in Herb Corporation and become the highest authority in the company. The members of the board of directors are also here today, so I'll take this opportunity to show everyone my grandfather's will." Saying this, Avon glanced towards the staff near the projector and indicated for them to project the will onto the large screen. A few seconds later, a document appeared on the big screen, displaying the notarized will signed by Balder and stamped with his private seal. The content matched what Avon had just said. Seeing the will, Avon felt inwardly excited. She primarily organized this press conference to publicly announce Balder's will. She had already bribed his lawyer, so no one knew that this will was forged by her. Once the will was made public, inheriting all of Balder's shares and controlling Herb Corporation would be set in stone. Herb Corporation Group was a top-tier company in China, with a market value close to 10 billion yuan, making changes in its leadership a significant societal event. This meant that with Balder's passing, Avon, at just 23 years old, was about to take full control of the entire Herb Corporation Group on her own. In an instant, Avon soared to become the highest valued female entrepreneur in Huagua after Haley. After the will was displayed on the large screen, photographers from various media outlets snapped away at it. Seeing that no one raised any objections to her inheriting Herb Corporation and the will, Avon was extremely satisfied. Everything was developing as smoothly as she had imagined. Herb Corporation, Wally, the elevation of her social status, and praise from outsiders. She now possessed everything she desired, making Avon feel lightheaded with joy. However, right at this moment, a girl wearing a hoodie, baseball cap, and mask stood up from the seating area beside the stage and suddenly asked a question. "Excuse me, I would like to ask Miss Herb a question. Was Balder's fall into the sea really an accident?" The girl looked up and asked, "It is said that there were no witnesses when Balder fell into the sea. Could his fall have been a deliberate murder?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire press conference hall fell silent for a few seconds. A deliberate murder? What was this journalist talking about? On stage, Avon broke out in a cold sweat, never expecting a reporter to ask such a question. Suppressing her inner panic, she immediately put on an offended expression, asking sharply with an angry tone, "Excuse me, may I ask which media outlet you represent?" "What do you mean by asking this?" Chapter 191, Yen of Streaming Exposing Avon on the Internet. The girl wearing a baseball cap was none other than Esther. In the end, Balder still retained a shred of sentiment for Avon. He arranged for Esther to appear first at the press conference, posing this question in public. If Avon showed even the slightest hint of guilt, hesitation, or remorse, Balder would have believed that his granddaughter still had a chance of redemption and he would have been willing to give her one last opportunity. However, Avon's reaction completely deviated from what Balder expected. Not only did she not show any signs of guilt, but she also appeared extremely angry, looking fiercely at Esther. "Miss, I don't know which news organization you're from, but I have no idea what your intentions are by asking such a question. My grandfather went out to sea alone on a cruise ship. It's obvious that this incident was an accidental fall into the sea due to carelessness. How could it possibly be intentional murder? If it were a murder, there must have been enemies involved. But my grandfather has always been kind to everyone, doing good deeds all his life. Who would do something so despicable to him? You raising this question here clearly intends to create controversy. Aren't you trying to spread some conspiracy theory to tarnish my grandfather's reputation?" Seeing Avon's angry face, the other journalists present also felt that the question was inappropriate. Balder had a renowned reputation, being a philanthropist in Gillisangching who upheld righteousness all his life. Now, with Balder gone, if someone hinted that he might have been murdered, it would cast doubt on his integrity and lead to speculations and troubles. No wonder Miss Herb was so angry. It was indeed unacceptable that while her grandfather lived a clean life, people started suspecting that he might have done wrong and was killed as a result. As people were murmuring, the girl in the baseball cap remained composed and repeated her question, "Is Miss Herb certain?" Balder went on the cruise ship alone, and there was no one else around when he fell into the sea. Haven't you ever considered that Balder might have been murdered? Or is there some unknown reason why you believe it's impossible? Shut up. Avon couldn't bear it any longer and burst out. Avon clenched her fists, glaring fiercely at the journalist who asked the question. She was clearly upset, yet this journalist, lacking in tact, kept pressing on the same topic. Was there something wrong with his brain? Originally, no one thought about the possibility of murder, but after being asked twice, Avon noticed the expressions of those present had changed. They were subconsciously considering whether it was really possible that there was more to the death of the old man than just falling overboard. No way. She couldn't let this person, who suddenly popped up and stirred trouble, stay here. Avon immediately shouted, "Security. Get this troublemaker out. I absolutely won't allow anyone to defame my grandfather. From now on, we will not accept interviews from their media outlet in any event related to the Herb family." Upon Avon's command, the security personnel stationed around the conference hall moved toward Esther. Esther glanced at the enraged Avon, remaining calm and standing still as the security surrounded her. "Miss, please leave the venue," said the head of security, rolling up his sleeves and warning, "If you don't leave voluntarily, don't blame us for being impolite." Esther still didn't move. Just as the security personnel were about to drag her, the door of the conference hall creaked open unexpectedly. A strong and resonant voice rang out across the entire hall, reaching everyone's ears, "I want to see who dares to touch her." Everyone present froze upon hearing those words. This voice sounded like Balder. All the journalists, photographers, including Avon on the stage, turned instinctively, seeing the meeting room door wide open. Then they saw a man in a black suit, exuding an overpowering presence, pushing a wheelchair calmly into the hall. This striking man was none other than Wally, the unseen leader of Yanni Corporation, who caused a sensation on the internet when he first appeared in public. And the person sitting in the wheelchair he was pushing was none other than Balder, who had been missing for nearly 4 days and was just announced by Avon to be deceased. Although Balder looked somewhat pale, he appeared unharmed and very much alive. What was going on? Balder was actually alive? Everyone present thought they were seeing things, and the live stream exploded with chatter in an instant. The chat messages flew by so quickly that no one could tell what anyone was saying. But if one were to tally up the most frequently appearing words, it would definitely be, "What the heck?" Avon was utterly shocked, jumping up from her seat on the stage, stuttering, Grandpa? You didn't die?" Avon was completely dazed. What was going on? How could Grandpa suddenly appear at the press conference when he was supposed to have died in the sea long ago? How could he come back from the dead? And there was Wally. Wasn't he supposed to announce their engagement after she finished answering the journalist's questions? Why was he now pushing Grandpa out here? Herb Grandpa glanced at his granddaughter on the stage. Avon was clearly panicking. He coldly looked at the security personnel surrounding Esther and declared in a commanding tone, "Get out of the way. I'm right here. Who dares to drag Nan out of this venue?" Nan? Avon's eyes widened even more as she suddenly realized something, her pupils trembling as she looked at the girl in the baseball cap. Mathun's Herb Grandpa wasn't dead and was still the ultimate authority in the Herb family. The security, though also shocked, immediately obeyed and backed off. Thus, Esther calmly walked out under everyone's watchful eyes and approached Herb Grandpa. The girl removed her baseball cap and mask, revealing her cool and beautiful face. Instantly, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Wasn't this Esther, the illegitimate daughter of the Liu family? What was she doing here? So, the journalist who asked the question earlier was her? The press conference, which had been proceeding smoothly, suddenly took an incredible turn. One moment, the Herb family's young mistress announced that Herb grandpa had perished and publicly disclosed the will, and the next moment, Herb grandpa appeared in person. And why was the big boss of Yanni Corporation, Wally, pushing him out here? What did today's events have to do with this illegitimate daughter of the Liu family? Reporters swarmed toward Herb grandpa, thrusting microphones in front of him. Each reporter asked one after another what exactly had happened, trying to get to the bottom of everything. Exactly what happened, I think my granddaughter should know better than anyone. Herb grandpa looked at Avon on the stage and said coldly, Mathewia, you tell everyone what's going on. Chapter 192, Yaniv streaming to expose Avon's true colors. Avon was still reeling from the shock that her grandfather was alive when she noticed everyone in the room staring at her. How could this be? The killer clearly said he had pushed her grandfather into the sea. How did he survive? And the way her grandfather looked at her now, did he know it was her who hired someone to kill him? Could Wally have told him everything? Avon immediately glanced at Wally, who stood behind her grandfather. His expression remained as aloof as ever, completely inscrutable, but Avon dismissed this thought almost instantly. Wally absolutely would not reveal the secret. His grandmother's life depended on the medicine in her hands. He was on her side. If it were revealed that she hired a hitman and if she were taken by the police, who would treat his grandmother? No matter what, she couldn't admit to this. If the public found out she hired a hitman to kill her own grandfather, her life would be over. Grandfather, what are you talking about? How would I know what happened? Avon's eyes were red-rimmed. Grandfather, I searched for you with the police and rescue team for 3 whole days at sea and couldn't find any trace of you. So you're really okay? Thank goodness. I thought you. While speaking, tears streamed down Avon's face uncontrollably, seemingly from relief and joy. However, the more heartfelt she pretended to be on stage, the more disappointed her grandfather's eyes grew. At this point, you're still pretending, her grandfather said, Mathewia, you've truly disappointed me. The reason I chose to appear at this press conference today is that I've decided to make an example of you no matter the cost to our family's reputation, to make you pay for your actions. Startled by these words, Avon forgot to wipe away her tears as she saw her grandfather look toward the reporters. Journalists, I am appearing here today to correct my family's wrongdoings. Although this is the disgrace of my family, I do not fear your article spreading this story. The will projected on the screen by my granddaughter was never set by me. It was forged by her after bribing my lawyer. My fall into the sea was not an accident. Someone hired a hitman to push me off the cruise ship, trying to take my life. And the person who hired the hitman to kill me is none other than my beloved granddaughter whom I raised all these years, Avon. Gasps filled the room. What? The will was forged by Avon, and her grandfather was the one she tried to kill? Her grandfather called beside Deborah, addressing her as, my dear. In the next second, Deborah pulled out something like a remote control from her pocket and pressed a button towards the large screen on stage. Suddenly, the will shown on the big screen transformed into 2 images. On the left was a screenshot of chat records, and on the right was a screenshot of a $1 million transaction. The chat record was strikingly clear, only 4 lines. The old man is in the VIP lounge on the 2nd deck of the cruise ship. Find a chance to push him into the sea and make sure it looks like an accident. Rest assured, I'll create an opportunity if there isn't one. The old man has been pushed into the sea, certain death. $1 million transferred, disappear immediately after leaving the cruise ship, don't get caught. My God. Was this chat content really with a hitman? Everyone turned their gaze to the right. Indeed, the transfer amount was $1 million. Deborah pressed another button, showing the IP trace of the transferring account ultimately pointing to an overseas account holder named Mathewia Herb. It belonged to Avon. So, it was indeed this Herb family young miss who hired a hitman to push her grandfather off the cruise ship and staged it as an accident? That meant everything Avon had said on stage just now was a lie. All those sad and mournful expressions over her grandfather's supposed fate were just an act. What kind of heartless beast would harm their own grandfather so viciously? Just how hypocritical must this Herb family young miss be to act so convincingly in front of so many people, pretending to be grieving while not batting an eyelash? Seeing the chat records and the exposed bank account, Avon's mouth gaped open in disbelief. Seeing the shocked and disdainful gazes from everyone in the room all directed at her, Avon, staring at Deborah with the remote control in hand, almost screamed. No, it's not like that. Grandpa, you must have been deceived by this Deborah. I never hired any hitman, nor do I have that overseas account. Grandpa, you know that Deborah has always looked at me unfavorably. At your birthday party, she humiliated me in front of everyone. She must have deliberately fabricated these 2 images to create discord between us, making you doubt that I arranged all this. Shut up. Before Avon could finish her sophistry, Herb elder slammed his cane on the ground, his face ashen. At this point, you still refuse to repent? How can you accuse Zara of framing you? If not for Zara's concern for my safety and her installing a location tracking health monitoring chip inside my bracelet, and then immediately rescuing me by helicopter, I would have died on that shore long ago. Avon's eyes widened. It was Deborah who saved Grandpa. And again, it was this damn Deborah who foiled her plan. The hatred in Avon's eyes was about to spill over. But in the next moment, she cried out to Herb Elder, Grandpa, would you rather believe an outsider than your own granddaughter? What if Deborah set all this up intentionally and then appeared to rescue you to become your savior and plot for our Herb family's wealth? With just these two photoshopped images, how can she claim that this is all my doing? I will never admit it. Do you think everyone is as heartless and greedy as you, Miss Herb? At this moment, Deborah, who had been watching Avon coldly, suddenly spoke up. Besides, who told you that the evidence in my hand consists only of these two images? What did you say? Avon's eyes widened, and in the next second, she saw Deborah press the remote control again toward the large screen on the stage. Suddenly, the big screen started playing a video clip. The image of Avon on the screen was clear, and her voice resonated throughout the conference hall. Yes, indeed, I paid $1 million to hire a hitman to kill Grandpa. The cruise ship Grandpa took to sea was arranged by me. I placed the hitman on the cruise ship where Grandpa was, instructing him to find an opportunity to push Grandpa into the sea. The hitman succeeded without being detected by anyone, staging Grandpa's accidental fall into the sea. Hearing her own voice echo through the speakers, Avon stumbled backward, almost collapsing to the ground. Chapter 193, Avon as a clown. Didn't she just say this to Wally in the room? How could it be recorded? And the video is now in Esther's hands? Cold sweat drenched Avon's back, and she felt a wave of dizziness. She could still argue that the chat records and transfer records were photoshopped. But her voice was clearly recorded in this video. How could she defend herself? This evidence couldn't be any more solid. In the next second, Avon saw 3 or 4 policemen come into the conference hall with handcuffs, looking very upright. Her grandfather actually called the police? Avon's eyes widened in disbelief, never expecting grandfather would take such drastic measures. Even if she did hire someone to kill him, he didn't really die at sea, did he? If this matter was settled within the Herb family, there would be no need for police involvement. It could have been smoothed over. But now, her grandfather accused her publicly and let Esther release the evidence. Was her grandfather really going to watch these policemen take her away without regard for the Herb family's reputation? She was only 23. She was her grandfather's only granddaughter, returned from abroad with a bright future, addressed by everyone as President Herb or Miss Herb, basking in glory. If she were taken away by the police today, even if she were released later, how could she face the public again? The reporters on the scene moved aside as they saw the police come. However, before the policeman at the front touched Avon on stage, she pushed him hard. Avon had lost all elegance, her long hair messy, almost screaming, "No. You can't touch me. Grandfather, I really didn't hire anyone to kill you. Listen to my explanation." Seeing the evidence right there, Avon was still obstinate and refused to admit her wrongdoing, thoroughly disappointing Grandfather Herb, whose resolve became sterner. As the policeman handed over the handcuffs, Avon shouted, "I want to see who dares to cuff me." She gritted her teeth, "I am Wally's fiancée. The future mistress of Yanni Group. Grandfather, even if you want the police to take me away, ask Wally first if he agrees." To Avon, she still had a bargaining chip. Only Wally could save her now. If Wally spoke up saying she might be wronged, things could still be negotiated. With Wally's status, whether it was her grandfather or the police present, they would have to give him some face. Did Avon say she was Wally's fiancée? Was it true then, that the rumored marriage alliance between the Yanni and Herb families wasn't a rumor? All the reporters turned their eyes towards Wally. Avon looked at him hopefully, wishing he would say something to save her from her predicament. However, Wally lifted his eyes and looked at Avon indifferently, like an overlord gazing down at a lowly insect. "Miss Herb, one should know their own limitations. Your malice has disgusted me from the beginning. My grandmother has been brought back and is receiving treatment safely. Now that it's come to this, I hope you will act accordingly," Wally said coldly. His short words sounded like thunder, exploding in Avon's mind. What did Wally mean? He said he always found her disgusting and that his grandmother was already receiving treatment somewhere safe? So, he was never really threatened by her and never intended to honor the engagement. All this time, everything, it was just her self-deception. Thinking of this, Avon finally lost her balance and collapsed onto the chair. Half an hour ago, she thought she had achieved everything and became the ultimate winner. And now, she was nothing but a clown trying to attract attention, becoming a joke to everyone. The police began evacuating the crowd. After a while, in the large conference hall, besides the police and Avon, only Grandfather Herb, Wally, and Esther remained. Grandfather Herb looked at Wally first. "Bard, don't you have other matters to handle? Why don't you take Janine away first?" Wally and Esther exchanged glances, knowing Grandfather Herb wanted to talk to Avon, so they nodded and left the conference hall together. Then, Grandfather Herb looked at the leading policeman, Officer Zhang. "Can I have a few words with my granddaughter before you take her away?" "Of course, sir, please go ahead." Officer Zhang gestured to the other police officers, and they all withdrew for a moment. Seeing that everyone had left, Grandfather Herb let out a long sigh before slowly wheeling his chair in front of Avon. The conference hall was deathly silent. Avon seemed to have lost her soul, sitting dazedly on the chair, utterly defeated. Mathelia. Grandfather Herb called out, his eyes filled with compassion but also undisguised pain. Avon lifted her head and saw her grandfather with red-rimmed eyes. Her shoulders began to tremble violently. Her eyes were bloodshot, filled with intense hatred. She almost shrieked hysterically. Grandpa, you're my grandpa. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you trying to ruin me? Avon gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely. I admit it. I did hire a hitman to kill you. I felt guilty at first, but now I only regret that the useless fool didn't succeed, that you survived. If you had died, no one would have conspired with outsiders to humiliate me publicly today or call the police to arrest me. In fact, Grandpa, you never truly loved me at all, did you? In your heart, I'm not even as important as an outsider like Esther. In your heart, Geordie is your most beloved grandson, the only heir to the Herb family. And I've always been just a joke, nothing more than a disposable pawn in the Herb family. Hearing these words from Avon, Grandfather Herb's lips quivered, and for a moment, he couldn't find his voice. After a long pause, he wiped away the tears streaming from his cloudy eyes, his gaze full of boundless sorrow and heartache. Mathelia. I never knew that in your heart, you've always thought about me this way. Our family has few descendants. I only have Jai and you, my granddaughter. How could I not love and cherish you? Jai's father passed away early, and he's still young. I feared he would grow up without proper guidance, so I paid more attention to him. In Grandpa's heart, you've always been the most outstanding and the least troublesome child. Otherwise, why would I have entrusted the entire Herb Corporation to you immediately after you graduated and returned home? Chapter 194. Avon goes offline, weeping bitterly. Hearing this from Patriarch Herb, Avon was not moved in the slightest. Instead, she laughed bitterly as if it were some joke. Did you entrust the Herb Corporation to me because I'm so excellent and reliable? Avon's tone dripped with sarcasm. You asked me to manage the Herb Corporation. Wasn't it because that good-for-nothing Geordie only knows how to squander money on pleasures and doesn't understand how to run a company at all? If Geordie had any talent for management, even if he weren't yet of age, wouldn't you have entrusted the family business to him? After all, Geordie is your only grandson. I'm just a granddaughter. A woman, an outsider, someone who will eventually marry out. I work tirelessly for the Herb Corporation, yet I get nothing in return. Grandfather isn't willing to give me shares or real power in the company. In the end, it's all to let me manage the company well so that once Geordie comes of age, you can directly hand everything over to him, right? Patriarch Herb never imagined that Avon would think this way and couldn't help but ask in disbelief, Mathelia, why would you think that? I didn't give you control over the company because you are still young and need more experience. If you can grow up and become capable enough to shoulder responsibilities independently, I will naturally let you take charge. You and Jai are both my beloved children. Everything I own will be equally divided between you two in the future. Does it matter whether you're a girl or if you'll marry one day? Avon bit her lip through red-rimmed eyes, not believing Patriarch Herb's words for a moment. Anyway, it's like this now, and soon the police will be taking me away. Grandfather can say whatever he wants. Grandfather claims to love me, yet he gives Deborah a priceless 7-figure jade bracelet just like that. And me? What gifts has Grandfather ever given me? Thinking back to that night when she peeked through the door and saw Grandfather happily putting a jade bracelet on Deborah, Avon felt pitiful. From childhood, Grandfather always said we shouldn't develop wasteful habits during birthdays. The family never celebrated my birthday lavishly or gave me any expensive gifts. Being more concerned about an outsider than his own granddaughter, how can Grandfather's actions not make people feel heartbroken? Does saying, I love you verbally really suffice? Patriarch Herb never expected that his act of giving Deborah a jade bracelet that night would be seen by Avon, nor did he anticipate that she would harbor resentment over this. He paused for several seconds before sighing deeply and pulling out his phone from his pocket. Avon wondered what Patriarch Herb was doing by suddenly taking out his phone. Just as she was about to ask, Patriarch Herb handed the phone to her. Mathelia, Grandfather has never shown you these things. Take a look now. That you blame Grandfather for this is understandable, it's my fault indeed. These are. Instinctively, Avon took the phone and saw that Patriarch Herb had pulled up an album on it. For a moment, she looked bewildered by the photos in the album. But as her fingers flipped through the photos one by one, Avon's eyes widened more and more until she finally stammered, These are the things Grandfather has prepared for you over the years. Patriarch Herb closed his eyes briefly and spoke slowly. Probably starting from when you were in high school, Grandfather decided to save something valuable for you each year on your birthday. Not those flashy clothes, bags, or luxuries, but solid gold jewelry, jade treasures, properties, and shops registered under your name. Calculated together, they are worth hundreds of millions already. In the future, if you get married, these will be your dowry. If you don't want to marry, Grandfather is willing to support you for life, and these assets will all belong to you. In Grandfather's view, truly loving someone means more than just words. As they say, parents love their children and plan far ahead for them. Grandfather may not say much, but every preparation for you has been made without fail. The overseas schools you attended were carefully selected by Grandfather. During your years abroad, Grandfather secretly sent people to look after you. When you managed the company, grandfather also dispatched assistants to help you. On the contrary, Zhai, being a boy, doesn't need such meticulous arrangements. Just growing up safely and correctly is my highest expectation for him. You're upset about the 7-figure bracelet grandfather gave to Deborah, but the pills that child gave me previously were each worth tens of millions. She is a child who is 4 or 5 years younger than you, and I, as an elder, how can I owe a child anything? Hearing this, Avon's shoulders began to tremble uncontrollably. She gripped the phone that was still paused on the photo page, unable to utter a word. I originally planned for this trip to Huili Island, thinking that there are colorful minerals there that little girls like, which could bring you joy. But I never expected that you, who always seemed gentle and kind in Grandpa's eyes, could actually do such a thing. You asked me angrily just now, asking if I am your grandfather and why I would do this to you, why I would ruin you. But Methelia, if you did such a thing and Grandpa still shielded you, covering up this matter at home, you would never learn this harsh lesson, nor would you truly feel remorse from the bottom of your heart. If you don't understand Grandpa or even resent him, it doesn't matter. To Grandpa, the most important thing is not today's farce at the press conference or our family's reputation. The most important thing is for you to realize your mistakes, wake up, and truly change from now on. As Grandfather spoke, Avon couldn't hold back any longer. She burst into tears. Grandpa, why? Why what? Avon couldn't say. Why Grandpa did so much for her but never told her. Why Grandpa was still trying to teach her earnestly despite everything being exposed. Why Grandpa was still thinking about her when she had hired a killer to murder him. At this moment, Avon finally lost control and covered her face, sobbing uncontrollably. Right now, she truly regretted it. But what's done is done. No amount of regret could undo what she had done. Amidst Avon's cries, the police officers who had previously stepped away returned to the conference hall. Grandfather, seated in his wheelchair, wiped away the tears on his face, then turned the wheelchair around. Closing his eyes briefly, his voice carried a hint of determination laced with difficulty. Then please, officers, enforce the law impartially and take my granddaughter away. Chapter 195, caught by her brothers after cornering Mr. Yanni. On the other side, after Fabio and Esther left the conference hall, they went straight to the meeting room on the second floor of Herb's company. Before Fabio pushed old Master Herb into the venue, he had already arranged for Gordon to bring people here to catch Ferdy. The reason Fabio appeared in the venue earlier today without exposing Ferdy's plot was to let Ferdy lower his guard so that he could take him back to the old Yanni family residence. He couldn't just turn over this uncle of his to the police yet. He still needed to ask Ferdy face to face about the details of the car accident 10 years ago and his parents' deaths. About 15 minutes ago, while Avon's chat records were exposed in public, Gordon also took action. However, when Esther and Fabio pushed open the door to the meeting room, they found it in disarray with signs of a struggle, and the windows were smashed. It looked like someone had broken through the window and jumped out. Ferdy was not there, nor were Gordon's people. In the next second, Fabio's phone rang. Sorry, Mr. Yanni, said Gordon breathlessly on the other end of the line, his voice tinged with regret. After Ferdy escaped through the window, some of his men outside aided him. We couldn't catch him. Ferdy actually ran away. Fabio's eyes darkened slightly. Esther heard what Gordon said on the phone and saw Fabio frown. She directly lifted her hand to hold his hand. Mithun sits in Gilisangching. There's no need to worry about him escaping. We will find him eventually. Fabio slowly inhaled, returned the grip on Esther's hand. When their skins touched, a sense of comfort spread to the bottom of their hearts. After Avon was taken away by the police, Esther helped old Master Herb handle the media matters. The farce of this press conference finally came to an end as evening approached. Fabio sent Esther back to the Liu family house, personally opened the car door for her, and was about to watch her go inside when the young girl pulled him. What's wrong? Fabio asked. Esther replied, a relative is holding a wedding in the neighboring city today. Randall, Marissa, and my eldest brother all went to attend it. My second brother and third brother are not at home, and neither are the fourth and fifth. Plus, the servants all have the day off today. Fabio was slightly taken aback, and he said, So you mean, there's no one at home today? Esther nodded, her eyes clear but with a playful smile. To think, you've never entered the Liu family house through the main gate before. With parents not around today, why don't you come over and take a proper tour? Upon hearing this, Fabio smiled faintly, revealing unabashed adoration in his gaze. Sure. Originally, after the garden party, Fabio planned to officially visit the Liu family to celebrate. But he received news that night that his grandmother was missing in Sueli, so he didn't make it. Now it had been more than a week. Seeing Fabio agree, Esther held his hand, unlocked the door, and they entered together. Indeed, the house was empty, and the large home was eerily quiet and dark, with no lights on. Only the motion sensor light at the entrance turned on after they entered, casting a dim and tranquil glow. Fabio raised his hand to turn on the living room light, but before his fingertips could touch the switch, his hand was suddenly grabbed by Esther. In the next second, the tall man was pushed against the wall near the entrance by the girl. At this moment of being cornered, Fabio involuntarily made a soft, sound from his throat. This low grunt, mixed with restrained desire and a hint of hoarseness, was quite enticing. How can a casual hum be so beautiful? She must be teasing him. Esther raised an eyebrow and leaned up to get closer to Fabio's face. Although the girl was much shorter than the man, her demeanor was unyielding. One hand pressed the man's hand against the wall, while the other tilted his chin upward. Her cool fingertips gently caressed the man's thin lips with a faint teasing gesture. "Fabio," Esther whispered in the dimness, looking into Fabio's eyes, "did you miss me very much while you were in Sueli?" Previously, Fabio had been busy searching for his grandmother's whereabouts in Sueli. Once he returned to the country, both he and Esther were busy helping old Master Herb and his grandmother receive treatment. Speaking of which, they hadn't had much time to be close these past few days. Except for the time when Esther used her soul power to find Fabio in Sueli, Fabio thought it was just a dream. As she moved closer, their breaths mingled, and Fabio's breathing grew increasingly unstable. "Yes, I missed you very much," Fabio finally spoke softly. "Even in my dreams, it was all about you." How could he not miss her? Every minute in Sueli, I was thinking about finding Grandma as soon as possible and wanting to return to her side early. His precious one was too brilliant and outstanding, so he worried she might be envied or treated poorly, and he was concerned that she might encounter some unresolved troubles while being alone in the country. He knew clearly that the young girl wasn't a fragile rose nurtured in a greenhouse. Even without his protection, she had the ability to face challenges on her own. Yet, he still wanted to be by her side all the time, or stand behind her. As he spoke, Fabio raised his hand to catch the girl's hand caressing his lips. He kissed Esther's hand gently, almost devoutly. The dim light made the intimate atmosphere heat up rapidly, every flicker of light in the man's eyes filled with affection and deep love. Such a good girl. Hearing this answer, the young girl seemed quite satisfied. She pulled her hand back again, this time pressing both of Fabio's hands against the wall, squinting her eyes with a smile. "Don't move, a good child should get rewarded. Close your eyes, I'm going to kiss you." "Okay." Fabio's indulgence towards the young girl was clearly without any principles. Esther wanted to pin him against the wall, wanted to hold both of his hands down, and acted like a perverted uncle, guiding him patiently, and Fabio was very cooperative. Closing his eyes, everything became pitch black, which instead heightened his senses. He felt the girl tiptoeing, her warm breath just inches away from his lips, about to kiss him. However, at this moment, unexpectedly, the nearby door suddenly made a click sound. Before Esther and Fabio could react, the front door was directly opened. "Yanni Anlian's phone has been unreachable. I don't know where she is now. It's really worrying." This unfinished sentence, worrying, got stuck in Sullivan's throat when he saw the scene in front of him, causing his pupils to dilate immediately. Josue, who was usually calm, rarely showed such shock. Monty's expression changed instantly, and even Esther E., who always wore a blank face, widened her eyes. "What's going on?" Atlee, seeing the sudden change in expression from his eldest, second, and third brother when they opened the door, couldn't help but feel puzzled. When he lifted his eyes and saw the scene in the foyer, he saw an extra man in their house, and his sister standing so close to him, about to kiss him, almost making him choke. What are you two doing?" Atlee, like an out-of-control husky, yelled loudly, "Fabio! Let go of your hands quickly! Let go of my sister!" Chapter 196, a hellish scene filled with oppression. Atlee, while yelling, lunged forward and pulled Deborah into his arms in the blink of an eye, glaring fiercely at Wally. "Wally! Aren't you going too far? You come to our house looking for Janine while we're not around, fine. But Janine is still so young, and you actually wanted to kiss her? I think you're just trying to seduce my little sister with your good looks, right? How devious are you? Oren, second elder brother, third elder brother, say something quickly. Isn't he overstepping?" Deborah hadn't expected Sullivan and the others to suddenly return at this time, and not just one but all five of them. She couldn't help but wriggle out of Atlee's embrace and look toward Sullivan, scratching her head guiltily for the first time. Oren, why did you suddenly come back?" Originally, she had thought no one was home, so she was just having a little fun with some wall-pushing antics with Wally. Who could have guessed that all five of her brothers would catch them red-handed? This was terribly embarrassing. Deborah glanced up at Wally. Although the man still looked calm on the outside, his insides were probably panicking as much as hers. After all, apart from Israel, the gazes of Second and Orals also seemed like they could devour him. Anyone would find it hard not to be anxious in such a situation. Although Deborah E., standing at the very back, appeared expressionless, there was a hidden sense that he was already ready to pull out a knife. Sullivan recovered from his shock and took a deep breath. He saw the news about the Herb family press conference while abroad and only then learned that old Ismail had encountered such trouble. He noticed from the photos that his own sister was present. When calls to Deborah went unanswered, he immediately called on Josue, Monty, and the rest to return home, fearing something might happen to Deborah at the Herb residence and preparing to pick her up together. But now, they opened the door to see their sister at home. The problem was, she was at home with another man. Thinking of the scene when he opened the door just now, Sullivan felt terrible. What had Janine promised him last time? That they'd only hold hands. Being the youngest and always focused on Deborah, Graham loudly accused Wally of being too excessive, saying he was plotting against their Janine. However, what Sullivan and the others saw upon entering was Wally's hands pinned against the wall by their Janine, clearly playing a passive role. It seemed like their Janine was the active one plotting against the other person. This made Sullivan even more heartbroken. If it were Wally who acted improperly, they would have been justified in expelling him right there. But since it was their sister who initiated the action, reprimanding the other party would lack conviction. I came back after seeing the news about the Herb family press conference, planning to take Matthew on and the others to pick you up from the Herb residence, Sullivan said solemnly, looking at Deborah. Janine, follow me to the study first, I have something to discuss with you. Sure enough, as the patriarch, being caught in such an intimate scene with Wally, some stern moral education was inevitable. Deborah glanced at Wally and obediently nodded at Sullivan. I understand, Oren, but about Wally. President Yanni, Sullivan finally turned to Wally, somewhat displeased. I'll talk to my sister first. My other brothers will entertain President Yanni for a bit. I hope President Yanni doesn't mind. Forget entertaining, Wally felt that not being expelled from the Liu residence on the spot was already a sign of respect from Sullivan. So he straightened up and said, not at all, please proceed as you wish, Aiken. Deborah followed Sullivan to the study. Before entering, she looked back at the living room. Second brother had a cold expression, his clear eyes fixed on Wally with unmasked scrutiny, finally relenting after a while with the grudging words, Mr. Yanni, please sit down. Third brother, who was always smiling, still wore a smile on his face, even fetching water from the kitchen for Wally. But Deborah felt that the steam rising from the water seemed icy cold. Deborah Yee's gaze was colder still, like harboring ice within. Despite usually avoiding strangers, he didn't return to his upstairs room but sat on the sofa, apparently intent on getting to know Wally better. As for Atlee, needless to say, he had never given Wally a good look since their first meeting, thinking he was vigilant enough. Now, unexpectedly betrayed, he was visibly agitated. TSK. With the four brothers seated on both sides of the sofas, Wally quietly sat alone in the center. Seeing this hellish scene, Deborah felt a bit sorry for her man. Liao Tian must have been at ease and in control during business negotiations with others. He probably had never felt such intense pressure before. Now this sense of oppression was overwhelming. Mr. Li. With Avram not around, as the second eldest, Lucian was now the highest-ranking family member present. He glanced at Liao Tian. You say you like Janine, but we, her brothers, don't seem to know how you met Janine. Mathuns, you're here today, why don't you tell us how you and Janine met? It would help us understand you better. How did she meet Liao Tian? Deborah recalled that when she first met Liao Tian, she had kissed him for a full 5 minutes straight. Wow, this first question was truly a death sentence. Deborah exchanged glances with Liao Tian and gave him an encouraging look on the sly. Unfortunately, Israel caught this, and Sullivan called out disapprovingly, why are you looking at him? My brothers won't eat him. Deborah immediately turned away and obediently followed Sullivan into the study. For the next half hour, Sullivan earnestly advised her that she should focus on her studies, reminding her that even if she were dating Liao Tian, she shouldn't let herself be taken advantage of. By the end of it, Deborah couldn't help but want to defend Liao Tian. After all, he had never taken advantage of her. Rather, it was always the other way around. To Deborah's surprise, although her four brothers had been hostile towards Liao Tian before entering the study, by the time she came out after talking with Israel, the atmosphere in the living room was actually quite harmonious. It seemed whatever Liao Tian had said had worked. At least Second and Oral's looked less tense, and even Atlee's hostility seemed to have lessened considerably. Just as Sullivan also moved towards the living room, the doorbell rang suddenly. Deborah ran to open the door and saw Gordon standing there, wind-blown and dust-covered, holding something that looked like a file bag. Chapter 197, Avram turns into a crybaby and wails. Gordon. Esther was taken aback. Why did you come over suddenly? Good evening, Mississippi. Gordon greeted respectfully. Wally had already walked behind Esther, taking over the file bag. It's me who asked Gordon to bring something over. Bring something? Esther tilted her head, glanced at Wally, unsure what was inside the file bag. Seeing the puzzled look on Esther's face, Wally instinctively wanted to touch the girl's head as usual. However, just as he raised his hand, 5 sharp gazes from the living room instantly shot towards him. Wally paused his action, appearing calm on the surface but silently redirected his hand to pretend to straighten his tie. This move made Esther want to laugh. She never noticed before that Wally also has this side of being eager for survival. Gordon, as Wally's always available assistant, personal assistant, delivered the items and left without any delay. After taking the file bag, Wally turned to Sullivan in the living room. With all due respect, Mr. Liu, can we have a chat if it's convenient? Noticing Wally's serious expression, Sullivan cleared his throat and assumed an air of authority. Of course. Please follow me to the study, President Yanni. With this, Wally followed Sullivan to the study. Left alone, Esther sat on the sofa and observed the varying expressions of her 4 brothers around her. Second brother looked somewhat normal, only raising his eyes to her with a slightly cold tone. Catherine, do you really like Wally? Hearing this, Esther looked at Josue, second brother. Josue paused and said, you're still young now, and Wally is 8 years older than you. Whether in past experiences, scheming mind or social status, he is far more complicated than you, or even more complicated than us. As your elder brothers, including the eldest brother, our first reaction seeing you with such a different person is fear for your safety. But if you really like him, we will respect your choice and try to know more about him. If there's any sign of potential harm, we will reconsider your relationship. In fact, Josue rarely involved himself in other people's affairs. Before having Esther as a sister, he would not return home for half a year, and even if he did, he'd just briefly meet others. But now, just because Esther has someone she likes, he couldn't help but worry about things that haven't even happened yet and gave patient advice like an eldest brother. I know, second brother, Esther replied, rest assured, if Wally doesn't deserve my love or harms me, I will leave him before anything happens. Exactly, Monty put his arm around Esther's shoulders with a relatively relaxed tone, my little Catherine is so smart. Even when falling in love, she won't suffer losses. Moreover, it's just dating, not getting married. There's no need to be so tense. That Wally is handsome and rich, never exposed to any real scandals. His character should be fine. From what he just said, it seemed he loves Catherine dearly. So, if Catherine likes him, go ahead. If you don't like him anymore, break up and come back to your brother. Anyway, you are always our dearest little baby. Monty rubbed Esther's head, the doting nearly spilling out of his eyes. Reese looked at Esther and suddenly asked, do you still have the gift I gave you last time on you? Gift? Wasn't it the one given during the welcome party at home for Catherine? At that time, all 5 of them as brothers prepared gifts for Esther. But neither Josue nor Monty knew what Reese had given. Esther did know. That exquisitely crafted black gold dagger, so sharp it could cut through iron effortlessly. Its blade was very small, making it perfect for carrying around. Indeed, she kept it in her backpack, which she never left behind. While they were talking about her relationship with Wally, Reese suddenly asking if she carried the knife implicitly suggested what he was thinking. While second and third brothers thought of breaking up if Wally hurt her, Reese thought of eliminating Wally if he dared to hurt her. Fourth brother truly talks less but acts fiercely. While second and third brothers were speaking, Atlee, usually the most talkative one, hadn't said a word since. This made Esther feel somewhat strange. Fifth brother was unusually quiet today, which seemed out of character. When she glanced up, Atlee turned his head away as if not wanting her to see, looking somewhat uncomfortable. Then, avoiding Esther's gaze, he stood up and stammered, I'll go to the kitchen to get some fruit for Janine. However, just as Atlee entered the kitchen, Esther followed him right in. Seeing fifth brother take an apple from the fridge and then stand by the sink lost in thought, Esther reached out and tapped him on the back. Brother? Atlee jumped at the unexpected touch. Turning his head reflexively, their eyes met. Only then did Esther notice that fifth brother's eyes were red-rimmed, causing her movements to pause mid-air. Standing there, she called again, Brother. Why did you follow me here? I was about to find a peeler to peel this apple. Atlee, clearly flustered, fumbled around trying to locate a peeler. But how would this young master who hadn't set foot in the kitchen in years know where to find one? Just as he bent down to rummage through the drawers, Esther grabbed his hand and asked seriously, Brother, why are you crying? I'm not crying, Atlee stubbornly denied, immediately retaliating, I just got something in my eye. Is that so? Esther remained calm, not pointing out the absurdity of sand getting into his eyes inside the house. She only stared at him and said, Then look at me, let me help you find it. Her tone was serious, leaving no room for refusal. Under such insistence, Atlee had no choice but to lift his eyes. The moment their gazes met, the boy couldn't hold back any longer and broke down, turning into a crybaby on the spot. Wah, I can't pretend anymore. Atlee threw the apple into the sink and hugged Esther, bawling, Why is that Wally such a bad man? How could he snatch my sister away so quickly? Janine, do you really want to date him? Will you still come home once you have a boyfriend? Will you still remember your brothers? Wah, if Wally and I fall into the water, who will you save? Chapter 198, President Yanni actually came with a will. Atlee, among the 5 brothers of the Liu family, looks the most like a child. No need to mention the eldest, second, and third brothers. The fourth brother, though only half a minute older than the fifth brother, has always possessed a far more mature mindset due to his childhood illness that kept him away from people and his innate high intelligence. As for the fifth brother, he is always simple-hearted and straightforward, expressing all his emotions openly, be it happiness or sorrow. When Esther first came to the Liu family, the fifth brother did not hide his hostility and dislike toward her. But later, he was the first one to change his impression, treating her as a precious gem, protecting her and even fighting others on her behalf without hesitation. Esther knows Atlee's personality well. He seems rebellious on the surface but is actually soft-hearted like a child. Moreover, he has an extremely protective nature towards his younger sister. Therefore, when she saw the fifth brother hugging her and crying like a little baby, she wasn't surprised at all. In reality, he truly cares about her and lacks a sense of security. It feels like if she were to date Fabio, she would spend most of her time with him and less time with these brothers. Reluctant and feeling distressed just by imagining it, hence he asked this seemingly childish question in anger and grievance. Seeing the red eyes of the fifth brother, Esther felt both amused and sympathetic. Her heart softened as she turned around and hugged Atlee, patting his back and asking, Does brother really not want me to date? Of course not. Atlee answered without hesitation, then reconsidered and changed his words, Not right, at least not now. You've only been home for how long, and you've already caught the attention of that Fabio. If you date him, wouldn't you spend more time with him? After school and on weekends, you'd go find him instead of playing games with me. And he's so much older, not a monk who abstains from desires. Being with you, he might not resist touching and kissing you, which makes me want to fight him. The more Atlee spoke, the angrier he became, but Esther burst into laughter despite herself. Didn't you see when I entered, I was the one initiating the touching, Esther said seriously. Fabio is very gentlemanly, everything starts with respecting my wishes. So, he won't do anything improper. As for what brother mentioned, spending all the time with him, I have my own affairs, and he's usually busy. We won't stick together all the time. Boyfriends are important, but playing games with brother is also important, so don't overthink it. Whether I date or not, no matter who I like, brother will always be the most important person to me, nothing will change. Really? Upon hearing this, Atlee immediately raised his wet, puppy-like eyes hopefully. Absolutely, Esther nodded seriously. But the next moment, Atlee blurted out, then if I and Fabio fall into the sea at the same time, who will you save? But the fifth brother, Fabio can swim, while I can't, Esther thought for a moment, why don't I jump in and let Fabio save both of us? Pfft. This strange scenario made Atlee laugh out loud. The conversation between Esther and Atlee in the kitchen seemed as innocent as children playing house. However, in the study, the conversation between Sullivan and Fabio was completely different, serious and composed. After entering the study, Fabio sat down in front of Sullivan and greeted, Aiken. I planned to visit you during the gathering a week ago, but some unexpected incidents delayed me. But today, by coincidence, I have this opportunity, so it shouldn't be too late. Indeed, it's quite coincidental. Sullivan still feels vexed when thinking about the scene he witnessed upon opening the door. Last time, at Xingjing High School's garden party, Sullivan told Fabio that no matter how deeply he loves Janine or how sincere he is, they still needed to discuss things thoroughly afterward. Today, he wants to see how Fabio will prove his sincerity toward Janine. Sullivan sat solemnly on the sofa, maintaining the air of the head of the Liu family. The next moment, he saw Fabio hand over the file folder his assistant had brought to him. What's this? Sullivan frowned slightly, taking the file folder and casually asking. Then, Fabio responded calmly, it's my will. Huh. Upon hearing this, Sullivan almost dropped the file on the floor from shock. Huh. He looked at Fabio with disbelief, his voice trembling slightly, Mr. Yanni, you said what's inside? He didn't hear wrong, did he? Who would come over to chat with their brother-in-law for the first time while carrying a will? And Fabio is only 25 years old, right? At such a young age, why would he write something like a will? Could it be that he has some hidden illness? Fabio wasn't surprised by Sullivan's reaction and probably guessed what he was thinking. He said, rest assured, Mr. Liu, my health is perfectly fine. Creating this will happen just last week. After careful consideration, I thought this could be the most direct proof of my sincerity towards Janine. This will was notarized by professionals, assessing all my current assets, including all bank account deposits, real estate, vehicles, stocks, and investment income, both movable and immovable property. The detailed categories and total amount can be found in the documents inside. Fabio continued, the content of the will states that regardless of our future relationship, whether it's a romantic relationship or marital relationship, or even no relationship at all. From the moment this will is signed, if anything happens to me in the future, she will be the sole heir to all my assets. The entire Yanni group will also be under her management. Once notarized, this will becomes permanently effective. I guarantee that neither now nor in the future will I make any changes or revocations to the will. By this point, Sullivan was too shocked to speak. But when he opened the document and saw the final estimated total amount of assets, his mouth dropped wide open. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100 million, billion, 10 billion, 100 billion. This figure was nearly 100 times more than the total wealth of the entire Liu family. Sullivan knew that Fabio was rich, but he never imagined that just his personal assets were so staggering. The words he spoke carried even more weight. Regardless of what relationship Fabio would have with Janine in the future, Janine would always be the sole heir to all these assets. What did this mean? It meant that Fabio was putting all his fortune on the line just to prove his sincerity here, exchanging for an uncertain future with Janine. This love was truly too heavy. Sullivan had always thought that the essence of Fabio was that of a calculating businessman. Businessmen don't do business that makes them lose money, so precautions were necessary. But now it seemed that this person who fell in love with their Janine was some kind of once-in-a-lifetime romantic brain. Fabio was utterly resolute, leaving himself no room for retreat at all. And it didn't stop there. Chapter 199, Baby. Can I jobus you? Fabio glanced at Sullivan, who had yet to recover from his shock, and continued, I have always believed that words alone are inadequate to express one's true feelings. I once told Aiken that in my world, Janine will always be free. Before meeting Janine, I had never been in love with anyone. After meeting her, I am certain that now and in the future, I will only love her. So regardless of whether she will continue to like me as much as she does now or what kind of relationship we might have in the future, it won't affect my intention to protect her for the rest of my life. That is the original intention behind drafting this will. Holding the will, Sullivan saw Fabio's handwritten signature on the paper and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Just a few minutes ago, he was filled with indignation, wondering how President Yanni would prove his sincerity towards Janine. Would he use words to express his affection? Or give Janine expensive gifts? Or perhaps charm her big brother with eloquence? But as soon as the will was presented, even Sullivan, with years of experience in the business world, seeing countless cunning businessmen, felt truly shocked. Often, the richer and more powerful people are, the more selfish they become, unwilling to let go of their wealth for fear of others coveting it. And here, Fabio's action of presenting the will immediately showed him that while alive, he would dedicate everything to making Janine happy. Should anything happen to him, all his wealth would belong to Janine. He didn't even care if Janine would definitely marry him in the future or if there might be any unforeseen changes. He willingly put everything on the line. Sullivan couldn't help thinking that even if he fell in love with someone in the future, he probably wouldn't go this far. Or rather, in their circle, perhaps no one except Fabio could do something like this. But this wasn't all. Seeing Sullivan's silence, Fabio continued, of course, the will is just the will. I have also prepared other gifts for Janine. Last week, I purchased an undeveloped private island in Sidasia under Janine's name. Janine loves roses, and the island has beautiful scenery and a climate suitable for growing them. So, I plan to arrange for people to plant the entire island with roses and personally create a rose garden for her as a gift for her 18th birthday. As for everyday matters, you can rest assured, Aiken, that whatever Janine likes or wants, I will provide for her without hesitation. Fabio added, also, I heard that you have been concerned about the listing of Lu Corporation's subsidiary. I can arrange for Yanish Corporation to invest in Lu Corporation's subsidiary to ensure its smooth listing. What affects the Lu family will henceforth also concern me. So feel free to ask for any help from Yanish Corporation or myself whenever needed. Phew. Listening to Fabio, Sullivan's hand shook again. Others pursuing girls usually send luxury bags and jewelry worth tens of thousands. But Fabio's first move was gifting their beloved Janine an entire island. An island in Sidasia could cost tens of millions, and one with a pleasant climate and beautiful environment might cost hundreds of millions. Adding Fabio's promise to create a rose garden, this birthday gift would easily reach several hundred million. And there was also the investment in Lu Corporation. Even Sullivan had to admit, Fabio was indeed willing to make sacrifices for Janine. The sentence, feel free to ask for any help from Yanish Corporation or myself whenever needed, implied that Lu Corporation would be protected by Yanish Corporation in the future, nothing to worry about. Fabio's proactiveness was far more stable than the emotionless commercial marriages common in their high society circles. This series of shocking news left Sullivan feeling numb. If these actions don't demonstrate sincerity, then what else could? 20 minutes later, Sullivan and Fabio came out of the study together. Earlier, Deborah had finally managed to calm down Atlee, who was crying bitterly in the kitchen. Now on the sofa, Atlee was feeding pieces of apple to his beloved little sister with a fork. After hearing what Deborah said, his hostility towards Fabio decreased a bit, but knowing that getting the approval of their eldest brother was the hardest part. If the eldest brother didn't agree with Janine dating Fabio, then he wouldn't hesitate to stand up against Fabio. As a result, when Atlee looked up, he saw Avram and Fabio coming out together. Fabio naturally called out, Avram. Then he said, I heard from Janine that the family's servants are on leave today. Why don't we go out for dinner? I've reserved a private room at Lon Een restaurant. Wait, wasn't Aiken still polite just before entering the study? Why is he now calling Avram directly? Atlee was utterly bewildered. Then he saw their always stern Avram smile and immediately agree, sure, Janine must be hungry too. You can make the arrangements. Wait, wasn't Avram cold to Fabio earlier? How did he become so friendly after chatting? Not only was Atlee shocked, but even Deborah was somewhat surprised. Avram didn't seem like someone who could be easily persuaded. But since Avram allowed Fabio to also call him Avram, it meant he had silently agreed to Fabio dating her. Deborah wondered what Fabio had told Avram in the study, which made him agree so easily. Deborah caught Fabio's gaze, and the man blinked, his handsome features softening deeply, making her heart flutter. Sullivan knew Fabio had been abroad these days and hadn't seen much of Deborah. So, when they went to the restaurant, to give them some private space, he let Deborah ride with Fabio in the car driven by Gordon. In the car, Deborah habitually climbed onto Fabio's lap, and the man held her in his arms very naturally. Gordon, seated in the driver's seat, promptly raised the partition between the front and back seats, acting as if this were routine. So, what was in that file? Deborah asked, hugging Fabio's neck. What did you show Avram that made him so convinced? Nothing much, just a letter of assurance. Fabio gently stroked Deborah's cheek, eyes fixed on her lips, and said in a low voice, assuring that no matter whether you will continue to love me in the future, I will always love you forever. The will was too heavy. Fabio didn't want his love to bring any pressure or burden to the girl, so he didn't mention it. Though he didn't say anything, Deborah knew very well that if it were just an assurance letter, Avram wouldn't have lowered his guard so easily. However, since Fabio didn't wish to elaborate, she wouldn't pry further. What do you mean by, whether I will continue to love you in the future? Deborah pinched Fabio's chin and said seriously, do you remember the meaning of the pair of rings I gave you? The thorn bird searches its whole life for the most beautiful rose, eventually impaling itself on the longest, sharpest thorn, then sings its heart out. And isn't that rose also waiting for the thorn bird, completing the most splendid moment of their lives together? So, it's never been one-sided. It's a mutual pursuit. A mutual pursuit. She was giving him a promise. Realizing this, Fabio felt a sudden softness in his heart. Several hours ago, their intimate moment at the entrance was interrupted. Now, the partition and the tinted windows isolated their space from the outside world. The car was silent as Fabio's large hand caressed the girl's face, the roughened pads of his fingers repeatedly brushing her lips. His dark eyes reflected only her image, the depths more profound. Baby. Can I kiss you? Is it okay? Even his voice became huskier. The girl blinked, tilting her pale slender neck, with a faint smile in her clear eyes, with the parents agreeing, you don't need to be so formal. The next second, the man took a deep breath and pressed forward with an unhidden dominant air. Their breaths collided, lips intertwined. The petite girl tilted her head, clinging closely to the man's towering robust frame. Fabio wished he could meld the person in his arms into his own body, each kiss deeply occupying, entwining inseparably. Until Gordon knocked on the partition, reminding them they were about to arrive, did they reluctantly pull apart, panting. Seeing the disheveled hair, slightly dazed eyes, flushed cheeks, and reddened lips of the girl in his arms, Fabio's chest heaved even more dramatically. Damn. Sweet torture. Fortunately, they adjusted their state before getting out of the car, preventing Deborah's brothers from noticing anything unusual. Chapter 200, Jordy wants to pursue Esther. The matter with Wally had initially received the brothers' approval. Although if Wally wanted to visit her room at night, he would still have to sneak over the wall. But at least during the day, he could come to the Liu family openly. On Monday morning, as Esther stepped into the school gate of Xingjing, she felt as if someone was secretly watching her, which made her frown slightly. At first, she thought it was an illusion, but when Esther arrived at her classroom, she finally understood why everyone was staring at her. The corner where her original classroom seat was located was filled with bright red roses that seemed to drip with freshness. The flower giver was quite generous. There were probably about 1,000 roses, each with dewy petals that appeared very fresh. And on her desk, besides the roses, there was a square and elegant red velvet gift box, tied with a large bow, as if it were a present for her. Who did this? Such a grand gesture in the classroom would definitely spread quickly throughout the school. Students in the class were secretly looking over here, and even outside in the corridor, many students from other classes had gathered to watch the spectacle. Esther couldn't help but frown and glanced at her desk mate Jobert. It was obvious these things were already there when Jobert arrived, so he shook his head slightly at her. So Esther